Chapter 001, The Ugly Face of a Gold-Worshipping Woman. Magic City. Inside a cheap rental house. Thank you for the 2 rounds of Ultra Fire rewarded by Brother Morning Xiao. Brother Morning Xiao mwahahaha. Jiang Shiyu, who was dressed in a fashionable and trendy fashion, with a pretty and voluptuous appearance, was revealing a pleasing smile as she thanked her cell phone for the gift. But the next second, she changed her face and coldly looked at Shen Feng, who was also in the rented room. Shen Feng, did you see that? When I live broadcast for half an hour now, I can earn 2 rounds of Ultra Fire, worth a whole $4,000. Even if I deduct the platform's share, in my hands, I'll still have $2,000. I can make $2,000 in half an hour, and I've already signed up with the Elephant Guild. There will be a specialized team to package me in the future. My future is one of shining stars, no more than a big internet star. What about you? A stinking delivery boy, a month of exhaustion, only $4,000 or $5,000, no future at all. What qualifications do you have to fall in love with me now? Jiang Shiyu's words were like a steel needle that pierced into Shen Feng's heart. He was embarrassed to the extreme. He and Jiang Shiyu were childhood sweethearts, and their romance was established during their university days, and it had been 4 years now. During these 4 years, Jiang Shiyu had made all sorts of demands on him. For example, 1 week, to go to a high-class restaurant, a month to buy a gift, various anniversaries, also have to prepare gifts. Shen Feng hadn't refused any of these requests and had complied with all of them. No money to buy gifts. He went to work part-time, working early in the morning and late at night to earn money, handing out flyers, working as a security guard, even working in a factory. He did it all. This also caused him to neglect his studies. Finally graduated from the grades are not good, cannot find a job, can only temporarily delivery to make money. Many of his friends called him a dog licker, but he always thought that he and Jiang Shiyu were sincere, and their romance would definitely be successful, until after graduation. Jiang Shiyu, out of the campus, completely revealed her true colors. She is a gold-digging vain person, and often says that Shen Feng has no talent and is wasting her youth by following him. The two of them also often quarrel. A cold war is a few months. This situation, after Jiang Shiyu started live broadcasting, it is even more intensified, until it has developed to the point that now, it has to break up. So many years of feelings. In the end, it was still no match for 2 rounds of Super Fire. It was really ridiculous. By now, Shen Feng also saw Jiang Shiyu's true face and said coldly, "When you first started live broadcasting, where did you get the money to buy the equipment? Forgot? You graduated from college and couldn't find a job. Who has been supporting you? Forgot?" Shen Feng's words. It made a flash of guilt above Jiang Shiyu's pretty face, but it was only fleeting. Dislike surfaced again among her pair of good-looking eyes, and from her small white satchel, she took out a bunch of banknotes and slapped them on the table. "Isn't money what you want? Why bother talking so grandiose? I'll give you $100,000 now, and from now on, we'll have nothing to do with each other, okay?" She was no longer the Jiang Shiyu from her college days. She was now a fashionable city lady, and she would be a celebrity in the upper-class society in the future. And Shen Feng? A bottom feeder living in a cheap rental house. They would never be in the same world. Shen Feng looked at the pile of red $100 bills on the table, but he couldn't help but laugh. Laugh indulgently. "What are you laughing at?" Jiang Shiyu said with full of displeasure. "I am celebrating that I saw the true face of you, a gold-digging woman, early on." Shen Feng's eyes gradually turned cold and said, "All this that I once gave to you, consider it fed to the dogs. Jiang Shiyu, I will remember this day. I'll make you regret it sooner or later." Saying that, Shen Feng directly picked up the $100,000 on the table and directly scattered them towards the sky, and then walked towards the door of the rented house. The big red bills fell in the sky. Jiang Shiyu looked at Shen Feng's back and froze for a moment. However, she quickly came back to her senses and snorted. "A poor man still pretending with me? Want to make me regret? Do you have the qualifications?" "Shen Feng, since we've all torn our faces apart, then I'll also tell you the truth. The reason I broke up with you was all just a program arranged by my big brother in the live broadcast room. He swiped over $100,000 for me, just to make me break up with you, just to see you guys heartbroken. Right now, your attitude has made my big brother very satisfied. The more intense your emotions are, the more rewards I receive. Ha ha, Shen Feng, you didn't expect it, did you? Your payment, in my eyes, is nothing." Jiang Shiyu's tone was filled with arrogance, sarcasm, contempt, and disdain, as if Shen Feng wasn't her boyfriend at all, just a tool used to make money, a clown. And after Shen Feng heard this, his figure stiffened violently, fists clenched, the eyes were about to burst, but he didn't explode, but directly slammed the door and left the rented room. Late night, inside the Geek Internet Cafe, Shen Feng was in the corner seat, drinking one bottle of beer after another. More than 10 years of feelings, all of a sudden it was gone. To say that it was not sad, It was absolutely false. But he could never lick Jiang Xiyu like a dog with no bottom line even now. He could only use wine to drown his sorrows. And within the computer in front of him, it was precisely the live broadcast that was playing. It was a female anchor named Little Milk Speech. She was quite good looking, at least 85 points or more, and her body was especially great, belonging to the category of being a fine branch-bearing fruit, with a thin waist and long legs, and the most special thing was her voice. Soft and sticky, very nice. Shen Feng is considered to be a fan of this Little Milky Speech. It's not really a fan, it's a white whoring party, never swiped a penny, only companionship. He used to take a look only when he was bored when he was delivering takeaways. Now that he has lost his love, he looks at the female anchor and may be able to cure the cure. And at this time, Little Milk Speech on the live broadcast interacted with the audience. Everyone who is in Magic City. I want to ask, where is the Tianfu building in Mordor? Tianfu Mansion? Shen Feng, a delivery man, naturally knew where this location was. However, he didn't send a pop-up screen, because he knew very well that it was meaningless. There were more than 1,000 people in the live broadcast room, and a pop-up sent by a white John number. It was estimated that people wouldn't even look at it and directly omit it. Sending it would also be in vain. But at this time, a blue pop-up screen floated by. Earl, Maple Leaf, Sister Milk Speech. Tianfu Mansion is over on Center Avenue. And Little Milk Speech also saw this pop-up screen with great precision, revealing her tiger teeth and smiling. Thanks brother Maple Leaf. Sister Milk Speech knows. When Shen Feng saw this, he still couldn't help but send a pop-up screen. Chapter 002 System Activation. 1 billion bounty money. No. Tianfu Mansion is not on Center Avenue. It's over at City International. Maple Leaf said it wrong. This was just a kind reminder. But the next second, when Shen Feng wanted to send another pop-up, it prompted, you have been banned for 24 hours by the house manager Qingcheng. I'm sorry, I am a kind reminder. This can be banned? Shen Feng was a little angry and directly private messaged the room manager of Little Milk Speech. I gave a kind reminder. What are you banning me for? Room manager Qingcheng, what? You're a white horn number. I have a problem banning you? Still pretending to know brother in the live room. Others Maple Leaf is the fifth in the overall list of Milk Speech. They are still local to Mordor. Rich second generation. Is it still not as understandable as you, the poor guy? Good guy. If you have money, you know everything, right? This boiling goat is also too disgusting. Shen Feng just wanted to dislike this 2 sentences. This guy continued, if you're really unconvinced, just give us milk words to swipe some money, and I'll still give you a few points of face. But look at you. Surely you can't afford to brush a dime. A pauper. Give you a 360-day ban package. And so, Shen Feng was happy with 360. However, Shen Feng was not angry, because just at this time, a voice sounded in his mind. Ding! Divine Rebate System activated. Detected that the host is in the novice stage. Releasing a novice sign-in reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully, obtaining 1 billion bounty. Before Shen Feng could figure out what was going on, an interface appeared in front of his eyes. Host, Shen Feng, Level 1. Bounty, 0/1 billion. Realistic funds, 5,000. Immediately afterward, a message came from Shen Feng's cell phone. Ding! Your tail number 9023 card October 21st, 2341 ICBC income, unknown source, 1 billion yuan. 1 billion. Surprisingly, it really remitted a whole $1 billion in. By now, Shen Feng also figured it out. This system was definitely the golden finger. The golden finger has arrived. He is really going to turn over a new leaf. But very quickly, he calmed down and hurriedly understood this Divine Magnate Rebate System. Divine Magnate Rebate System. Introduction. The system will give the host bounty money to be used within the major live platforms, and the bounty money consumed by the host will be returned tenfold to the real money. Tip. All the funds rewarded by the system are in line with all processes and will not constitute any illegal behavior. Taking a look at this introduction, Shen Feng also understood. That is to say, as long as he finished spending 1 billion bounty money, he could return 10 billion real money. Spending money can also make money. This system is also too damn cool, right? At the same time, another system voice rang out. Ding! The mainline mission is released. Spend $1 billion of bounty money. Mission requirement. Complete the mission objective. Mission reward, determined by mission completion rating. Mission time, unlimited. You're going to spend all $1 billion? This system is also too ruthless. However, Shen Feng is not the slightest bit panicked. Joking. It is difficult to earn money. Is it not easy to spend money? Live streaming rewards is the best money pit. Shen Feng's gaze once again returned to the live broadcast platform. At this time, inside the live broadcast room of Little Milk Words, a wave of rhythm had already started. The words that Maple had just said were jumped out by many viewers to testify. This guy, however, was deadpan, just not recognizing his mistake. And that house manager Ching Chang also put the number of the fingerprints of Maple Leaf, all blocked around. Seeing this scene, Little Milk Speech laughed delicately. Many thanks to brother Ching Chang for helping me kill these guys who bring the tempo. That house manager, Ching Chang, also responded. Sister Milk Speech, it's fine. A bunch of little white numbers are just a bunch of little white numbers. They should have been killed a long time ago. A bunch of poor people. Life is not as good as they want it to be. Running to the network to find a sense of existence. Just now there was also a guy with the ID what's his name? One Leaf's Maple, who sent me a private message scolding me, saying that I blocked the wrong guy. I took a look at his homepage, watched the live stream for 5 years, and it's still level 1. I backhanded him with a 360 package. He probably can't even speak now. What a funny guy. This house manager Ching Chang said a whole bunch of things that should have been drowned in the pop-ups. However, Little Milk Speech saw it at a glance and directly covered her mouth and laughed. Brother Ching Chang, it's really hard for you to be my house manager, to be able to meet so many oddballs. It's fine. Room manager Ching Chang responded. It's also because Milk Speech sister your charm is too big. That's why all the black people come to see your live broadcast. I feel honored to guard sister Milk Speech. The conversation between the two almost didn't make Shen Feng spit out a mouthful directly. Nima, what breed of boiling goat is this? It was really disgusting to the extreme. And most of all, the maple of one leaf in this boiling goat's mouth was precisely Shen Feng's ID. Not only is this boiling goat disgusting, even this little milkwords is also a vein and gold digging guy. In the past, when she didn't have many viewers in the live room, she said every day that she didn't need people to brush money, as long as she was accompanied. Now that she's on fire, she immediately backhandedly kicked out all of her old viewers. It's exactly the same as Jiang Shiyu. At the same time, the time has also reached 12 p.m., a popular time for late-night PKs. Little Milk Speech was originally a PK anchor. When the time came, she directly ran over to connect. Everyone, big brother's in the live broadcast room. The one we're going to fight today is still Guchingi. She's currently second on the division weekly list. As long as we can take her down, then we'll be the division champions, and we'll have a chance to enter the big division circuit. PK'd with those big anchors. So, this battle today is crucial for us. Big brothers, please help Milk Speech. Little Milk Speech said at the end, and directly threw a wink towards the audience in the live broadcast room. That expression was as ambiguous as it could be. As for the boiling sheep within the live broadcast room, once they saw Little Milk Speech's milky and burning appearance, one by one, they naturally couldn't help but lick it up. Earl, Maple Leaf, don't worry Milk Speech sister. This packet win. Viscount, call me Dai, Milk Speech's sister has spoken. This Guchingi must be taken today. House manager, Chingchun, Milk Speech sister. You don't worry. Guchingi that again when there is a standing the sun is already impossible to be our opponent. She list one before want to about her. Was she gave a refusal? She now live room has no big brother. Room management, small milk words of diehard fans, yo, there's still this kind of thing? This Guchingi really doesn't know what to do. So we're going to win. Viscount, Dragon City Han Shao, everyone can pop the champagne at halftime. Ha ha, this group of people, including Little Milk Speech, all of them thought that this was a sure win for them. Without a big brother on the other side, there was no way they could be their opponents. Chapter 003, Guchingi, a game of life and death? And when Shen Feng saw this, he naturally jumped directly to the live broadcast without hesitation. He came to Guchingi's live broadcast room. This Guchingi, Shen Feng recognized. She was a singing anchor. Occasionally, she also danced. Her face value was very high. It was the school flower of the Magic City Finance College. The reason why Shen Feng knew it so well was because he and Guchingi were alumni, even from the same class. Guchingi was the dream goddess of many men in the finance college. Shen Feng was no exception and had YY'd her a few times. However, Shen Feng knew Guchingi. Guchingi, a big school flower, definitely didn't recognize him. And Guchingi had fought Little Milk Speech several times before, and because of her big brother's support, she mostly won more. When she won, the punishments given to Little Milk Speech weren't even heavy, and she wouldn't get on anything too disgusting. When this Little Milk Speech won, it was a different story. She often gave Guchingi some very humiliating punishments. This made the two sides of the powder flavor particularly strong. Previously, Shen Feng had thought that this should be a program effect for PK. Now it seems that this is probably the true face of Little Milk Speech. Just opened the live broadcast, immediately heard Guchingi's moving voice. There isn't necessarily a beautiful sky after the storm. It's not that there will be a rainbow if the sky is clear. So just because you have an innocent face doesn't mean you're clueless. This is Diva Wang Hims on Earth. Combined with Guchingi's gentle and ethereal voice, it added a bit of a different flavor to the song. The Guchingi who was singing in the live broadcast room was also very beautiful. Her pretty face, delicate and flawless features, and a pair of peach blossom eyes full of temptation. the long black hair is draped over her shoulders. The outfit was also very fashionable and mature. This was a beauty with at least 95 points. She had only drawn light makeup and did not turn on her beauty face, and her face value had already surpassed that of Little Milk Speech with her beauty face pulled full. I vaguely remember that not only is Gu Qingyi pretty, her family lineage is also good. It was the rich white beauty in the university at that time, and there were quite a few suitors. How did she come to be an anchor? Shen Feng was puzzled. With Gu Qingyi's condition, going in the acting circle, even if she couldn't be a top stream star, being a third or fourth tier starlet would be enough. Why would she run to play PK and become a small netizen who sells songs? In this, there must be something wrong. But this was not something he should care about. What to do now? It was better to spend some bounty money first. Didn't Little Milk Speech enjoy playing PK? Then let's have some fun. Gu Qingyi's song finished. The pop-ups then frantically reminded her. Goddess Qingyi, Little Milk Speech will be coming to PK with you soon. Stop singing and hurry up to canvas. Yeah, this PK is crucial. Winning is the division champion, and you'll have greater exposure in the future. Hey, we're all in a hurry. Why are you still so unmotivated? The pop-ups exploded all of a sudden. While Gu Qingyi saw these pop-ups, she laughed lightly. It's fine. Second is second. Let's take our time. Saying so, but Shen Feng had already noticed a flash of loss in her eyes. Obviously, she was also unwilling, but she didn't say it out loud. This was actually Gu Qingyi Liv's biggest flaw. She was too endowed. Since she was a child, she should have been born with a golden spoon in her mouth, going to school to be the school flower, and everyone calling her a goddess. That's why she couldn't even get close to the audience even when she was live streaming. This is also the reason why she has fewer viewers than Little Milk Speech Live. It was also the reason why Shen Feng didn't watch her. After all, everyone came to watch a live broadcast for the sake of having a good time. Who would like to watch an unattainable goddess all the time? But Gu Qingyi is also considered a clear stream of PK anchors. Spending money on her is better than spending it on a gold-digging girl. Thinking of this, Shen Feng stopped wasting time and directly started to get all the bounty money ready. It was just 10 minutes after 12 o'clock. Little Milk words came. Gu Qingyi, we've been fighting for so long. Let's have a life and death game today. Today is the last day for the division championship. Whoever wins will leave this little division. I guess this is our last PK. Let's have a game of life and death. How about it? Little Milk words came up as a direct provocation, not giving any mercy at all. Gu Qingyi's good-looking eyebrows furrowed as she asked in confusion. What life and death game? How do you fight? The corner of Little Milk Speech's mouth hooked up into a playful smile and said, whoever loses, promises the other party's big brother a request. This request cannot be refused. Do you dare to play? Promising the other party's big brother a request. This one sounds like it's nothing, because when PK lost, there was definitely a punishment, and it was usually the other party's big brother who made the request. But Little Milk Speech was putting forward this kind of PK condition in this kind of life and death game. Then this request would definitely not be simple. It would even be very excessive. There was also the possibility that it was a private request. Little Milk Speech's words instantly exploded the viewers in Gu Qingyi's live room. What do you mean? Little Milk Speech? Knowing that our mighty brother is off the air, you dare to open up conditions with impunity? Ha! When Brother Mang was still around in the past, you Little Milk Speech dared to make this kind of condition. I'm afraid that your head wouldn't be smashed for you. Tigers fall down and are bullied by dogs. Goddess Qingyi. This kind of request from Little Milk Speech, we absolutely cannot accept it. Yes, Goddess Qingyi, we definitely can't fall for Little Milk Speech's agitation. Brother Mang was Gu Qingyi's former rank 1 big brother. It was also the same guy who wanted to ask Gu Qingyi out offline. He had spent several $1 million in Gu Qingyi's live room, a veritable big brother. Without him playing PK, Gu Qingyi's chances of winning were very, very slim, and the pop-ups on Little Milk Speech's side must have been frantic with dislike. The life and death game is all about playing big. You Gu Qingyi lickspittles, weren't you arrogant before? Talking about beating our Milk Speech with one hand, and now you're acting like a wimp? Ha ha, a bunch of wimps. Why did your big brother run away? Don't you have any pussy in your heart? Still say we bullied you. To blame your own anchor to die. Do not dare to catch even if. I declare the future 96321 audience. All goons then. All sorts of face sticking outputs came all over. The rhythm between the two live broadcasts was already huge. Now it's the focal point of PK for the division championship. Naturally it's full of gunpowder flavor. And Gu Qingyi heard Little Milk Speech's request and also the other party's meaning. She definitely would not accept it. After all, she is not as relaxed as Little Milk Words. Even wearing a black silk live broadcast, she was very resistant. Little Milk Speech, let's just have a casual fight. There's no need to make the flavor of gunpowder so heavy. Chapter 004, PK begins. I won't take your life and death game. Gu Qingyi directly refused. Little Milk Speech, however, let out a delicate laugh and said, Don't be in a hurry to refuse. Let's start fighting first. This request, you can make it any time. I can take it any time. Little Milk speech looked like she was winning. It even added a sentence in its mind. You won't take it? That's not up to you. She knew something about Gu Qingyi's live broadcast insider. In fact, don't look at Little Milk speech so burnt cup, but she couldn't accept the demands of the life and death game. Although she was good at pleasing Big Brother and would do all sorts of rubbing hot dances, she had never been offline with Big Brother yet. The reason why she made such a request this PK, that was also because she was prepared. She knew very well that Gu Qingyi would definitely take this life and death game. And, this PK she won steadily. At the same time, 12:20 minutes arrived. Right on time and on the dot. Little Milk speech, open a bar. A PK blood bar was directly opened. A PK bar was just opened. Whether it was Little Milk speech's live room or Gu Qingyi's live room, it was immediately swiped by dazzling gifts. Little Milk speech's live room. Baron, Data Tiger sent out Rocket X5. Baron, Lee Casual sent out Rockets X5. Baron, Those Years sent out Rocket X10. Gu Qingyi live stream. Viscount, Lord Air sent out Rocket X10. Viscount, Saffron C sent out Rocket X10. Lord, 334 sent out Rocket X5. The battle cry rang out. Both sides scored at the same time. Little Milk speech. 8,900 points. 14, 700 points. 28, 900 points. 46, 500 points. Gu Qingyi, 10,000 points. 22,000 points. 52,000 points. The gifts in the first stage directly exploded. Gu Qingyi's score totaled 52,000 points, while Little Milk speech only had 46,500 points, and Little was ahead by one round. The viewers in Gu Qingyi's live room instantly boiled over. Just this and this? Screaming so ferociously. We thought how many points you guys had, and you came up and got down. Ha ha, where's Little Milk speech's boiling goat? Why don't you scream anymore? Keep screaming. With just this many points, you still have to play the game of life and death. It's really funny. Goddess Qingyi, give her a mouthful. The audience directly disliked Little Milk speech furiously. Thank you Lord Air for the 10 rockets. Thank you for 5 rockets from 334 years old. Thank you Saffron C for 10 rockets. Thanks to. Gu Qingyi was thanking the gifts over and over again, and hadn't had time to look at the pop-ups. The Little Milk words on the opposite side of the room was saying petulantly, Sister Qingyi, you get on some mouth and face the big brother in my live room. There is little incentive to brush gifts. To be on the face of the mouth is to taunt the other party, or even insult the other party, when PK has the advantage. Mocking insults the more ruthless. Enrage the other big brother. Let the other big brother on the score. The purpose is also reached. This is also one of the rules of the live broadcast, but unfortunately, Gu Qingyi was too endowed, and wasn't very good at getting on the mouth. Don't come out to play live with this point. You guys want to watch Little Milk speech lose? You can't win. Little Milk speech. Weakness. Little Milk speech couldn't even listen to it anymore and directly said, forget it, I almost forgot. Sister Qingyi is a senior student of the Magic City Finance College, and is said to be the school flower, a goddess, a cultural person, not as vulgar as a nightclub queen like me. It won't be on the mouth at all. Little Milk speech's pair of flirtatious eyes blinked and said, in that case, let's decide what to play in the middle first. Right now it's me who's behind. I have such a good figure, so let's pedal a bicycle. Sister Qingyi, you don't have a problem with that, do you? In live PK, it wasn't just when you lost that you were penalized. The party that lagged behind in the PK was also subject to punishment. Stepping on a bicycle was one of the punishments. However, it wasn't really about stepping on a bicycle, but rather propping up the table with both hands, cocking the waist and TUN, and then starting to twist, making a posture just like stepping on a bicycle. If the female anchor with a particularly good body, stepping on it will be particularly sexy and seductive. This was also a way of canvassing. Well, you pedal the bicycle. Gu Qingyi didn't have any opinions. In the past, when Little Milk speech PKs were disadvantaged, they usually stepped on the bicycle as well. And so, Little Milk speech directly got up and propped her hands on the table, twisting her waist and pedaling the bicycle while begging for mercy from the audience. Brother, big brothers, save people. She was wearing a very revealing outfit today, a small short skirt plus a revealing navel dress on the upper half of her body, revealing all that she could. The waist and legs, all of them were white and snowy. She works out all year round. Her body is very good, and even has a waistline. Now pedaling a bicycle. That look was as sexy as it could be. This Little Milk words figure is really top-notch. Shen Feng also couldn't help but comment. He hadn't made a move yet, because the time has not yet come. The first stage of PK. Are some small tycoon brush a brush? The main event is still behind. Big brother, always have to make a grand finale. And after the Little Milk words began to pedal the bicycle, her live broadcast audience, but did not get angry, but instead laughed. The punishment this time is stepping on a bicycle. The brothers are blessed. Ha ha, Gu Qingyi took the bait. We've seen a lot of Little Milk Speech stepping on a bicycle, but Gu Qingyi stepping on a bicycle, we've never seen it before. Let's not pretend. Let's score points. I'm ready with my big blood vial. Let Gu Qingyi know the strength of our Milk Speech family. After the punishment was determined, the tycoons in Little Milk Speech's live room, as if they had agreed to do so, directly began to score points. Baron, Wind Brother 23 used a large blood vial in the live broadcast. Within the next 1 minute, Little Milk Speech live streaming room's gift bonus is plus 30%. Baron, Wind Brother 23 gave out Super Rocket X1 in the live broadcast room. Baron, Who Can Drunken My Heart send out Super Rocket X1. Baron, I Am the King of the Mountains send out Super Rocket X2. Boom boom boom. A round of super fire special effects directly brushed the entire Little Milk Speech's live room. 95, 200, 152,600, 234,000. Little Milk Speech's score instantly soared, directly reversing and completely crushing Gu Qingyi. Thank you to the brothers in the live broadcast. Thank you all. Little Milk Speech was overjoyed, first thanking after the gifts, and then directly afterward, the Sichuan opera changed its face. Little Milk Speech looked at Gu Qingyi with eyes full of mockery. Gu Qingyi, what are you still sitting there for? Chapter 005, Little Milk Speech's threat. Did I tell you to sit? Stand up for me. With the score reversed, Little Milk Speech went straight to the mouth. Gu Qingyi had no choice but to stand up from her position. Her wonderful figure was also on display. However, it was a pity that she was dressed too tightly. No matter what she should or shouldn't show, she didn't show any of it. When Little Milk Words saw Gu Qingyi's fine figure, a flash of jealousy first flashed through her eyes, and then she sneered. Wearing such a serious outfit and still coming out to fight PK? Do you think you're going to the library to read? No wonder Big Brother isn't even willing to score for you. Want to make money and still so stingy. This mouth can be said to be on the extreme. Even personal attacks had begun. Some of Gu Qingyi's loyal fans in the live broadcast room directly disliked him back. How can anyone be so uptight? It's too much. Damn. Little Milk Words and other anchors PK. I've never seen you with this kind of face. Just bullying our goddess Qingyi not having a big brother, right? Boom, boom, boom. Rocket after rocket was also sent out in Gu Qingyi's live room. Gu Qingyi's PK score also rose directly to 156,200, but it was still a far cry from Little Milk Speech's score. In response to the pop-up's backlash, Little Milk Speech also scoffed and said, I'm just so uptight. I'm just so bullying Gu Qingyi. What's wrong? On the Fighting Shark platform, scores talk. I have a high score, so I can be as mouthy and dominant as I want. If you guys have the guts, fight it out. As long as you guys are ahead, then I'm willing to do whatever you guys ask me to do. Underneath Little Milk Speech's soft and sticky exterior, the true face of a gold-worshipping woman was directly revealed, but she wasn't afraid either. PK on her mouth. No one would take this as her true character. The group of viewers in Gu Qingyi's live broadcast room were directly unable to speak the words that Little Milk Speech disliked. Yes, if you don't want to look at the mouth and face, then you have to have the ability to score points. Gu Qingyi's live room swiped out a few more rockets. The score, however, was still far ahead of Little Milk Speech. Little Milk Speech looked at Gu Qingyi, who stood up and didn't say a word, and said directly and contemptuously, Gu Qingyi, what are you doing standing there stupidly? Have you forgotten our punishment? Step on the bicycle for me. Step on it immediately now. Little Milk Speech's words caused Gu Qingyi, who had originally said nothing, to instantly widen her eyes in disbelief. Milk Speech, I'm a music anchor. You know the rules of my PK. I can sing aka dance, but I won't pedal a bicycle. Every type of anchor was different. This kind of Gu Qingyi was a music anchor, who mainly sang, while Little Milk Speech's kind was a dancing anchor, and when it was said to be dancing, it was actually rubbing it in, and stepping on a bicycle was a kind of rubbing temptation. Therefore, the punishment of stepping on a bicycle is generally used to punish the dancing anchor. The punishment cannot be punished on the head of the music anchor, but Little Milk Speech wouldn't let Gu Qingyi off so easily. She continued to sneer. Gu Qingyi, when I didn't let you step on the bicycle in the past, that was to give you some face. You really think you're a goddess? Since we've come to PK, there should be PK rules. The punishment we're playing for this time is to step on the bicycle. I just fell behind. I've already stepped on it. What kind of innocent girl are you still pretending to be here? Step on it for me. There was no politeness. This was already considered facepalming and humiliating Gu Qingyi, and it was no longer considered to be in the category of upmouthed. But it was also just like what Little Milk Speech had said. This was also really in line with the rules of PK. You play, then you have to abide by it. Gu Qingyi, step on me. Gu Qingyi, step on me. Gu Qingyi, step on me. The pressure group within Little Milk Speech's live broadcast also went directly online and began to frantically send out pop-up screens. Seeing this scene, Gu Qingyi also finally realized. The reason why Little Milk Speech had set the punishment backward in the beginning was to lay a trap for her. She was now trapped. I'm a music anchor. There's no need for me to follow the rules of your dance area. Gu Qingyi still clenched her teeth and held on. She couldn't make it. It was simply impossible to let go. Stepping on a bicycle was a simple punishment though, but there were rules about stepping on a bicycle, and you had to change into a whole set of sexy and revealing clothes to do it. This was something she couldn't accept. In the face of Gu Qingyi's resistance, Little Milk Speech wasn't angry either. Good. Can't afford to play? Can you? Little Milk Speech revealed a sweet smile and said, Gu Qingyi, do you really think that tonight's PK will still be like before? Just the two of us casually playing around. No need to follow the rules? Let me tell you, tonight, this PK of the Division Champions isn't just being watched by the audience in the live broadcast room. The entire Fighting Shark platform's various divisional operations, various track managers, and the management operations of many guilds, many big brothers, are all watching. Didn't you realize? Our respective live rooms, the number of people have all risen by more than 1,000, and the heat has been pulled full. If you really dare to misbehave in this kind of PK, in the future, you'll be a small anchor in Do Shark forever. The figure was poor. This was Little Milk Speech's true purpose. She wanted to completely shatter Gu Qingyi's image tonight. In the middle of this PK, she wanted to ruthlessly step on Gu Qingyi and enter into the big divisions, becoming a veritable big anchor. After Gu Qingyi heard this, she reacted in a flash. Right now, within her live room, there were already quite a few more Emperor and Imperial numbers that were silently paying attention. These numbers were definitely the operation numbers and big brother numbers of various guilds. Moreover, Gu Qingyi was shocked to discover her own guild's operation, her top boss, was also in the middle of the live broadcast room at this time. She finally reacted. This PK was the setup that Little Milk Speech had set up for her. Tonight, even if she won, she would definitely have to sacrifice a lot and pay a lot. If she lost, it would basically be the same as retiring from the network, with no more avenues of advancement. Gu Qingyi, are you stepping on it or not? Little Milk Speech's words rang out once again. The backstage of the Fighting Shark live streaming platform. It was indeed just as Little Milk Speech had said, and several operations were watching the PK. This Little Milk Speech is good. On the surface it looks soft and sticky, like a soft girl, but now this mouth face, it's ruthless enough. It's also very good at pleasing Big Brother. In the future it has the potential to be a big anchor. That's natural. Several big guild operations are optimistic about her. As long as she can take the division championship tonight, she can be directly signed. Little Milk Words is good, but isn't it a bit too much for her to play like this? The life and death game exploded a bit of scale. It's fine to explode the scale a bit. What does their private requests have to do with our platform? Chapter 006, Maple Leaf takes a shot. At that time, if something goes wrong, we'll just block the live room for a while. That's right. Little Milk Speech knows PK very well and is also very relaxed. In comparison, Gu Qingyi is much worse. Gu Qingyi is actually in very good condition as well, only that she can't let go. People like her are only suitable for being a star and can't be a big anchor. Then tonight, it's a situation where Little Milk Speech is bound to win. Well, Little Milk Words has Big Brother, has the strength. There are a few big guilds behind the back of the support. Basically has been the internalized champion. It is impossible to lose. Gu Qingyi, not her opponent. Several operations discussed it down, and already felt that this PK tonight was already without suspense. And under Little Milk Speech's offense, Gu Qingyi was already unable to hold on to her bottom line, especially when she realized that her guild's operation was also watching this PK. Her face turned even paler. I can. Gu Qingyi bit her red lips and hesitated, but she still couldn't say the three words I can either. But her bottom line was already shaking, and at this moment, boom, 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 a round of super fire was sent, directly brushing the entire live broadcast. Viscount Alpha Wolf sent out Super Rocket X2. Viscount Junsi sent out Super Rocket X2. Viscount Passed with the Wind sent out Super Rocket X3. The real upper grouping in the live broadcast room was finally on the move. With a round of super fire swipes, Gu Qingyi's score directly came to a terrifying 354,000 points, completely crushing Little Milk Speech by a full 100,000 points. Viscount Alpha Wolf, damn. Little Milk Speech, you J-man, what are you arrogant about? If I give you 3 colors, you'll start a dye house, right? Viscount Junsi, that's right. Do you really think there's no one in our live room? Even if Brother Mang isn't here, it's still easy to you. Viscount, the past is with the wind, roll to the back and step on the bicycle. Little Milk Speech's mouth was really too much for the group of big brothers in Gu Qingyi's live room to bear. and they began to score madly. The offense immediately switched. This time, it turned into a big advantage for Gu Qingyi. And when Little Milk Speech saw her disadvantage, her attitude directly changed by 180 degrees. Sister Qingyi, I know I'm wrong. I was just joking with you. Sister Qingyi, don't blame Sister Milk Speech, okay? Milk Speech sister will pedal the bicycle to show sister now. It had to be said that Little Milk Speech still knew live broadcasting very well. Winning, mocking and belittling, attacking and insulting. If you lose, stand upright and get beaten up. At your disposal. In comparison, Gu Qingyi was too tender. Gu Qingyi, on the other hand, let out a sigh of relief. In any case, today, this hurdle finally tripped over. But what Gu Qingyi didn't expect was, right now, the game had only just begun. Little Milk Speech hadn't even stepped on the bicycle for 10 seconds. Inside her live broadcast room, it was immediately a hair of super fire brushed out. Viscount, I am the great king of the mountains, send out Super Rocket X2. Viscount, I am not San, send out Super Rocket X2. Viscount, clear spring flowing water, send out Super Rocket X2. Little Milk Speech's score, again, instantly reached 432,000. Brothers of the live broadcast, bring out all the cohesion in them hard. We must make Gu Qingyi step on the bicycle today. Good. We must make Gu Qingyi step on the bicycle. Gu Qingyi, step on the bicycle. It wasn't just the big brothers who were on super rockets. One by one, the viewers inside the live broadcast rooms were also running cards, swiping airplanes, and swiping rockets. In an instant, Little Milk Speech's score soared again. It reached a terrifying 512,000 points. However, this time, Little Milk Speech was too late to get on the face of the mouth. The GIFs in Gu Qingyi's live broadcast were once again swiping the screen. A round of super rockets directly exploded the entire live room. We also have cohesion. Brothers, go hard. Dry up Little Milk Speech. Under the leadership of several big brothers, the score of Gu Qingyi's live broadcast was also soaring. 456,000, 494,000, 534,600. Gu Qingyi's PK blood bar, once again, surpassed Little Milk Speech, but very quickly. Little Milk Speech's score caught up again. The two sides were biting very, very tightly. This PK, too, had reached its most intense moment. Both sides went on their battle songs. Brothers, if we take down Gu Qingyi today, I'll make her, the so-called goddess, kneel on the ground and sing conquests to everyone. Little Milk Speech put on her sunglasses, and with the powerful battle song, she frantically twisted that sexy murderous water snake waist in front of the camera. Super fire, rocket, airplanes, various GIFs instantly swiped the screen. The score was also rubbing upwards. Gu Qingyi, on the other hand, wasn't as good at canvassing as Little Milk Speech, so she could only sing one of her best songs to canvass for votes. At the same time, she also pulled in a lot of GIFs. The score was also rising. In the end, after about 3 minutes of canvassing, the PK scores of both sides were fixed at 745210, Little Milk Speech versus Gu Qingyi, 785,230. Gu Qingyi had a small lead, and at this time, the PK time was already half over. The time came to the tower pushing session. Pushing the tower was when both sides piked within a minute, and whoever had a high score would be considered successful in pushing the tower, and the PK score gained from the time spent pushing the tower would be doubled. Gu Qingyi and Little Milk Speech's big brothers on both sides had brushed up to here. In total, they had already swiped over $100,000. The little tycoons, the ordinary viewers, had all swiped their money to the limit. Everyone was thinking that this tower push definitely didn't have much suspense. Little Milk Speech was a delicate voice, soft and sticky. Brother Maple Leaf, save Milk Speech's sister. A petulant, called the bones are numb. The next second, boom, 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 boom. In the center of the screen, extremely splendid special effects emerged. One golden dragon after another with teeth and claws emerged. Earl, Maple Leaf has sent out 5-clawed golden dragon X1. Earl, Maple Leaf has sent out a 5-clawed golden dragon X1. Earl, Maple Leaf has sent out a 5-clawed golden dragon X1. Earl, Maple Leaf sent out a pentacle X1. 5 rounds of 5-clawed golden dragon. One shot was $5,000 and 50,000 points. These 5 rounds of 5-clawed golden dragon. That was a whole 250,000 points. At this moment, both the Little Milk Speech live room and the Gu Qingyi live room completely boiled over. Boss Maple Leaf's atmosphere. Boss Maple Leaf's shot is 50,000. Awesome. Boss Maple Leaf is the YYDS. Little Milk Speech's live broadcast was screened by pop-ups. Chapter 007, Shen Feng strikes. The Emperor swipes the screen. As for Gu Qingyi's live broadcast, there was a wail. It's over. Came up with 5 5-clawed golden dragons. This still pushes a fart tower. 250,000 points. We can't catch up with any more brushes. Hey, there's no way out. Other people's big brothers are on the field. We have no big brothers on this side. We lost. The white flag team is already on the field. The audience in the live broadcast room had all done their best. 250,000 points. Without a big brother, they couldn't brush it off anymore. The game was decided. The 1 minute of pushing the tower quickly ended, just as they expected. No one was able to defend him. Maple Leaf's 5-5 Clawed Golden Dragons, 250,000 PK points, were easily taken. Moreover, these 250,000 PK points were directly doubled and became 500,000. With this, Little Milk Speech's PK score reached a terrifying 1,400,000 plus. This was already a score that was completely impossible to catch up with. It's meaningless. With this amount of strength, how dare you compete with my Milk Speech sister for the division championship? Sister Milk Speech, clean her up. Maple Leaf also sent a pop-up screen full of disdain. Obviously, this one was very easy for him. Little Milk Speech looked at her score that had already surpassed 1 million, and it was already a sure win. Okay, brother Maple Leaf. She first responded to Maple Leaf in a petulant voice, before looking at Gu Qingyi with a sneer. Gu Qingyi, now stand up for me and go back to change your clothes. Change into your most revealing clothes. A bikini will do. Come out and pedal for me. After pedaling, twist your waist, and after twisting your waist, give me an 8 consecutive kill. Got it? Little Milk Speech directly arranged the entire challenge, because in her opinion, in this round of PK, there was no need to look at the back anymore. It was already a sure win for her. Gu Qingyi's pretty face went white for a moment. If she really followed the punishment so well, then her bottom line would have completely collapsed. A woman's greatest fear was that her bottom line would collapse a little. Moreover, once this PK video spread out, her family, friends, and relatives, I'm afraid that they would all see it, and she would lose her reputation. Obviously, when she signed up with Doe Shark, she only signed up as a music anchor. How did she become what she is today? PK was also a task arranged by the guild. Gu Qingyi was originally unwilling to accept it. However, her family had undergone a drastic change and needed lots and lots of money, which was why she had taken this path. Now she had been completely ensnared by the guild contract. If she didn't do as she was told, the guild had 100 ways to clean her up. There was a long internal struggle. In the end, Gu Qingyi still stood up trembling from the gaming chair. She was ready to go change her clothes. At this point in time, she no longer had any possibility of turning the tables. She could only do as she was told. At the same time, Shen Feng also stretched his back. This silly boiling goat has finally made a move. Then I'll come and have a good time with you too. Shen Feng thought for a moment. Come up and warm up your hands first. Not to play so big. Just open an emperor to mean something. And so, next second, boom. User, Maple of a Leaf, in Gu Qingyi's live room, opened the emperor. Everyone can go to the live room and collect the treasure chest. At the same time when the tone of the Do Shark platform fell, the original PK bar was 813210, Gu Qingyi versus Little Milk Speech, 1535230. Now Gu Qingyi's score instantly skyrocketed. 2631000, Gu Qingyi versus Little Milk Speech, 1535230. The entire score had risen by more than 1.5 million points. This was the gold content of the Emperor. The nobility system of the Fighting Shark platform is divided into Rogue, 100, 1 month, Knight, 500, 1 month, Commander, 1000, 1 month, Lord, 3000, 1 month, Viscount, 8000, 1 month, Count, 20,000, 1 month, Duke, 50,000, 1 month, Monarch, 80,000, 1 month, Emperor, 150,000, 1 month, Super Emperor, 380,000, 1 month, Illusory God, 1,000,000, 1 month. Therefore, with Shen Feng's first 1-month Emperor, Gu Qingyi's score instantly completely countered Little Milk Speech. And when the viewers of the two live rooms saw this violently skyrocketing PK bar, they were also all shocked. Little Milk Speech live room. My god? What happened? Didn't they say that the opposite side doesn't have a big brother anymore? I'll go to Nima's. Smashing over 100,000 in a flash. Is this what you guys call no big brother? Who the hell is this? Is someone opening the Emperor? Quickly go over and take a look. The viewers of Little Milk Speech's live room flocked to Gu Qingyi's live room. And Gu Qingyi's live room was already blowing up at this moment. 66,666. Boss Atmosphere. Boss Invincible. Maple of One Leaf? Which godly hero is this? How come I've never heard of his ID before? I don't know. I just saw that he's still a small white number. He hasn't even given any gifts. How come he suddenly opened the Emperor? Awesome. A small white number directly opening an Emperor. This is a ING hidden big brother. No matter what, Feng Shen is awesome. Feng Shen 666. The pop-up screen directly exploded the screen. Even Gu Qingyi was completely confused, and didn't even have time to thank her for the gift. She didn't expect it at all. Within her live broadcast room, there was even a hidden godly hero of this level. And while Gu Qingyi was going wild in her live room, Little Milk Speech's viewers were completely stunned at the moment. Maple of One Leaf? Why is this ID so familiar? It seems like I heard it just now. Yes. I remember it was room manager Qingcheng who said that this guy has been watching live streams for 5 years, is still level 1, and is a white whoring monster. And Qingcheng even banned him for 360 days. I go, really fake? Watched for 5 years without charging a small white number. Even came up to open the Emperor? This is ing too crazy, right? More shocked than them. There was none other than Earl, Maple Leaf, room manager Qingcheng, and Little Milk Speech, especially room manager Qingcheng. His face was as hard as if he had eaten at the moment. How was this possible? How could a little white number, a poor bastard, be an Emperor seedling? Little Milk Speech, on the other hand, was extremely angry. One Leaf's Maple, this ID, she had some impression of it. Although it was a level 1 white number, she had watched it since she first started live streaming. It belonged to the kind that was the main companion. For this kind of fan, Little Milk Speech definitely never put it in her heart. But now, the other party had actually gotten on an Emperor. Chapter 008 Gu Qingyi's Choice. That would be a big brother. A big brother who was forced away by the house manager. How could she not be angry? Qingcheng, didn't you say that One Leaf's Maple is a white whore? Little Milk Speech questioned coldly. Although Qingcheng was her house manager, he wasn't considered her big brother, and had only swiped over $100,000 for her. Milk Speech, he really was a poor man before. I also didn't know that he even had the ability to open an Emperor. Seeing Little Milk Speech getting angry, Qingcheng also panicked. He was just a licking dog, boiling goat, who couldn't see his goddess getting angry. Maple Leaf, on the other hand, came out and rounded off the conversation. It's fine. This guy has watched the live broadcast for 5 years without rewarding any gifts, and now that he's opening an Emperor, I guess he's also a swollen face. Definitely can't be big brother. Sister Milk Speech, don't worry, there's your brother Maple Leaf. In this one today, you definitely can't lose. Maple Leaf swore with conviction. This guy wasn't blowing awesome either, although he was only an earl, but his financial power is very strong. In the small milk words here also rewarded a few million already. Is the proper big brother? With brother Maple Leaf's words, Sister Milk Speech is relieved. Little Milk Speech let out a sigh of relief. No matter what, as long as this PK could be won today. At the same time, Shen Feng, who had just opened Emperor and rewarded $150,000, also received a message from the system. Ding! The host consumed 15W of reward money and successfully returned 150W of real funds. Ding! 150W funds have arrived. The next second, Shen Feng's bank account arrived with 150W. Spending money can still make money. This feeling is too good. At the same time, Gu Qingyi also sent a thank you to Shen Feng. Thank you, Brother Feng, for opening the Emperor in my live room. You can come to my live room often in the future. I can sing for you. The reward was a whole $150,000. Gu Qingyi, however, only smiled lightly at Shen Feng. It was indeed very goddess-like, but this look of hers did not make Shen Feng like it. Emperor, Maple of One Leaf, sent a pop-up. Gu Qingyi, this Emperor of mine is not opened for you. I just want to fiercely smack the opposite side of Boiling Goat and that stupid house manager with a big mouth. You're not worthy of me opening an Emperor yet. Shen Feng wasn't someone like Maple Leaf. He wasn't going to be an anchor's licking dog Boiling Goat. Although Gu Qingyi was really good in all aspects, but she was really too dignified. She thinks of herself as a goddess all the time. In the past, when Shen Feng didn't have any money, licking the goddess was fine, but now that he had money, he still licked the out of her. If Gu Qingyi really wanted Shen Feng to be permanent, then what should be taken out? What should be paid for? Then pay it all. Big brother. There should be a big brother. Gu Qingyi originally had a new big brother and was overjoyed, but Shen Feng's words were like pouring a dish of cold water on her. Brother Feng, am I doing something wrong? Gu Qingyi asked cautiously. Shen Feng, on the other hand, said indifferently, I came to watch the live broadcast to have a good time, not to be a licking dog to lick you. Got it? I put you on an Emperor. What you should be talking to me about is, Brother Feng, if I do something wrong, you bring it up and I'll change. Instead of giving me a salty response, Shen Feng nonchalantly tempered Gu Qingyi, while Gu Qingyi had yet to respond. Boiling Goat inside the live broadcast room couldn't help it. You guy, originally we thought you were Goddess Mingyi's new big brother, but now it seems that you're just a pretender. Right, just an Emperor. You're so talkative. Although we don't have a big brother in Goddess Mingyi's live room, but tycoons who have brushed hundreds of thousands and millions of dollars also abound. You an emperor counts for nothing. The boiling goats were anxious, and Shen Feng ignored all these boiling goats and directly conversed with Guqingyi. Guqingyi, in this PK, if I don't make a move, it's actually already counted as your loss. As Little Milk Words said, no matter what reason you have for being a PK anchor, since you've piked, you have to abide by the rules of PK. If you lose, you have to play. I'm giving you a choice now. You complete the punishment given to you by Little Milk Words. Change into the sexiest and most revealing clothes. Step on the bicycle and twist your waist to spread your pussy 8 times in a row. But I cannot let you show it in the live broadcast. I want you to send it to me privately. If you are willing. This one today. I'll bag you a win. Even the future divisional battles, the future guild battles, the annual battles, the starlight battles, I can help you fight. I can be your big brother. Are you willing, or not? Shen Feng had plenty of money in his hands now. Where would it not be better to brush it? If Guqingyi still had that goddess stance, then it was fine if Shen Feng didn't brush it. Anyway, he had already done what he had done by punching Maple Leaf and Little Milk Speech and that stupid house manager in the face. There was no need to run off to be a licking dog for a female anchor again. Jiang Shiyu's matter had completely changed him. Get lost. Goddess Qingyi. Absolutely cannot agree to him. Right. Can't agree to him. It's too much. The boiling goats were furious. On the other hand, Guqingyi was frozen out of her mind after listening to Shen Feng's words. Since they had already piked, then one must abide by the rules of PK. If you want to play, you have to be able to play. This sentence constantly echoed in her ears. To be honest, deep down, she really did look down on network anchors. It also very much looked down on PK. She was very, very resistant. If it wasn't for family reasons, she definitely wouldn't broadcast live. But as Shen Feng said, what was the point of saying this? Since things had come to this, all had become a PK anchor, then it's time to follow the rules properly. And, now she had no choice. She had already forced away a big brother. If she forced away another big brother, then the guild side would definitely not let her go. And so, Guqingyi hesitated for a long time, and finally closed her eyes once and said, Good, Brother Feng, I'll be willing to bet and lose, but I'll only send it to you. That's the maximum scale I can accept. Hearing that Guqingyi had softened, Shen Feng was not aggressive. Okay, Shen Feng and Guqingyi directly reached a consensus. And at this time, Maple Leaf sent a pop-up and said, Yo, isn't this the Maple of One Leaf who has watched our milk speech for 5 years and hasn't charged a penny? What? Mocked twice by us. Can't stand stealing money from home to get on the Emperor? This guy directly shades on. Chapter 009 PK Battle. Arrogant Maple Leaf. Shen Feng was nonchalant and responded, Cut the crap. Today, Guqingyi this one. I'm wrapping it up. How many points do you have? Just go ahead. Today, Little Master is going to ruthlessly whip the faces of you boiling goats and sheep. These words were said with arrogance, completely disregarding the people of Little Milk Speech. The audience of Little Milk Speech also shot back. Damn, open an emperor, really give you awesome bad. Although our Maple Leaf brother did not open an emperor, but his total consumption, there are hundreds of millions. You give our Maple Leaf brother shoes are not worthy. Brother Maple Leaf, we must him hard today. Make him kneel down and learn how to bark. That's right, this one Leaf Maple. Maple Leaf also couldn't help but sneer when he heard Shen Feng's words. The tone is not small. Since you're so arrogant, then the two of us will add a bet. If I win, you learn to bark in front of everyone in the live broadcast room. If you win, you can also give me a punishment. Dare to play? Shen Feng snorted and laughed. What's there to dare? But it's no fun to play like this. If you want to play, play big. If I win, your entire live broadcasting room, including Little Milk Speech, including that group of boiling goat housekeepers, all of you will call out to my father. If I lose, my side will bark like a dog. Do you dare to take it? Shen Feng's tone was arrogant, and he had already stepped on all the viewers in the entire Little Milk Speech live room. What a pretentious enough. Brother Feng Yi, take it. Scared less. How much money can a guy who has been whoring for 5 years have? Humiliating himself. We must make him learn how to bark tonight. The audience of Little Milk Speech's live broadcast was not afraid at all. And they didn't even think that Shen Feng could really them over. Even Little Milk Speech was also a little angry by Shen Feng and said softly, Brother Feng, how come you weren't so tough before when you whored me out for a few years live? Maple responded, Yes, take it. You grabbed yourself up to give it away. So don't blame me. Brothers, charge the cohesion up tonight and this guy to death. And compared to the group anger on Little Milk Speech's side, the viewers in Guqingyi's live broadcast room were singing their praises. What the hell is this one Leaf's Maple pretending to be? Does he really think he can win? I damn well don't want to learn how to bark. Goddess Qingyi, you absolutely cannot agree to this request. One Leaf's Maple has been whoring for 5 years. He definitely doesn't have any money. It's impossible for him to win. The viewers in the live broadcast room didn't listen to Shen Feng. They were Gu Qingyi's fans, so they only listened to Gu Qingyi. But what everyone expected was, this time, Gu Qingyi, surprisingly, didn't hesitate and directly nodded her head. We can take it. Boom. Gu Qingyi agreed. Then both sides just picked up. This PK battle, after a short pause, once again kicked off. In fact, the 10 minutes of PK time had already passed. But because this PK is very critical, it is about the division champions belonging. So, Fighting Sharks operation, directly to PK time to half an hour. Tonight, to play enough, the scores of both PK bars at this time are 278-1000, Gu Qingyi versus Little Milk Speech 164-5230. Gu Qingyi still had the upper hand, but soon, Earl Maple Leaf stepped in. User Maple Leaf is in the Little Milk Speech live room, opening up the Emperor, so you can go to the live room and collect the treasure chest. Another Emperor, another whole 150,000. This time, Maple Leaf was clearly going to get real, and after Maple Leaf opened the Emperor, Little Milk Speech's PK score also skyrocketed by 1.5 million points. 281-1000, Gu Qingyi versus Little Milk Speech 325-0000. 3 million points. It directly surpassed Gu Qingyi. Brother Maple Leaf's atmosphere. Brother Maple Leaf's 666. Brother Maple Leaf's awesome. Brother Maple Leaf's YYDS. Brother Maple Leaf's atmosphere. Brother Maple Leaf's 666. Brother Maple Leaf's awesome. Brother Maple Leaf's YYDS. Maple Leaf Brother atmosphere. Maple Leaf Brother 666. Maple Leaf Brother awesome. Maple Leaf Brother YYDS. The pop-up screen directly brushed the screen. There were even countless pop-ups directly attacking Shen Feng. Maple of one leaf. Do you still have money? Are you still on the score? A poor bastard. Swollen face. Hurry up and kneel down and call our Maple Leaf Brother dad. Ha ha. Our Maple Leaf Brother is an emperor with $150,000. What makes him fight us? Does he still have the money to open as Super Emperor? Dislikes rose and fell. The flavor of gunpowder in this PK came straight to the top. And while everyone was thinking, Shen Feng definitely couldn't afford to score, suddenly, in the center of the screens of both sides, a pitch-black angel suddenly slowly fell from the sky. Platform-wide announcement. Emperor Shen Feng, in Gu Qingyi's live room, gave out a customized gift worth $300,000. The Fallen Angel. During the Fallen Angel's descent, a large number of treasure chests will be scattered. Viewers, you can go to Gu Qingyi's live room and grab the scattered Fallen Angel treasure chests. Boom! When this platform-wide announcement flashed by, whether it was Little Milk Speech's live room or Gu Qingyi's live room, all the viewers were shocked. What the heck? A customized gift worth $300,000? This was even fiercer than the Emperor. And this gift also has a platform-wide notice. Directly let Gu Qingyi's live room skyrocketed 3 to 4,000 VIPs. The score of the PK bar has also directly increased by more than 3 million. 591-1000, Gu Qingyi versus Little Milk Speech 325-0000. After a short period of silence, inside Gu Qingyi's live room, the pop-up screen completely exploded. Maple God, God forever. Maple God, God forever. Phone God, forever God. One pop-up screen after another exploded the screen. Those Gu Qingyi fans who had just questioned Shen Feng all shut up at this moment. Nima. A single gift had swiped $300,000. This isn't a big brother anymore. This is the real God's hero. Emperor Maple saw this scene and cold sweat overflowed on his forehead. Are you a ING lunatic? The Emperor only has one chance to customize a gift. You actually customized a gift out of 300,000? Every Emperor had one chance to customize a gift. Usually Emperors, they customized a 500, or maybe 2005. After all, it could often be used in place of Ultra Fire and rockets. This Yi Jifeng directly customized a 300,000 gift. This was too crazy. Chapter 010, Fallen Angel. 300,000 customized gifts. Shen Feng looked at the $3 million of cash that had returned to his account, and with a great joy in his heart, he directly said, "What? Can't you top it at the beginning? Goods like you. How dare you come out as a big brother? Gu Qingyi, give them a mouthful." Shen Feng directly dominated Gu Qingyi. Gu Qingyi was still confused. A gift of $300,000 was swiped as soon as it was said. Shen Feng's bravado directly refreshed her knowledge. After hearing Shen Feng's words, she quickly reacted and said, "Little Milk Speech, you still came out to play PK with this amount of points. Little Milk Speech, what are you doing? Give some power." "Okay, Little Milk Speech, it was still the same weak and powerless. It did no damage to the opposite side." Shen Feng directly interrupted her. "Forget it, you don't even know how to taunt when you win. What kind of PK anchor are you still?" Shen Feng couldn't stand to watch and said directly, I'll get on the mic. I'll do it myself. Gu Qingyi was scolded and didn't dare to talk back, so she could only let Shen Feng get on the mic. After Shen Feng got on the mic, he looked at Little Milk Speech, who was pedaling a bicycle on the opposite side, and directly sneered. Little Milk Speech, aren't there quite a lot of boiling goats in your live room? What big brother, second brother, third brother, fourth brother, 1-2 pretend to be quite good at it. Now let you on some points. How are no movement? Let me a small white number so arrogant. You bunch of goods are still waiting for what? Waiting to call me dad? The group directly mocked the entire live broadcast room. The group of guys in Little Milk Speech's live broadcast room who often thought they were the big brother and looked down on the little white number. All of their faces were green and white at the moment. They were dying of anger in their hearts. They had never thought that they would one day be stepped on by a little white number, and they still couldn't resist. At this moment, Little Milk Speech, who was pedaling a bicycle, said in a petulant manner, Brother Feng, don't be so angry. It's my fault for upsetting you. I'm sure I'll help you let off some steam when I get the chance. The Little Milkwords have now seen Shen Feng is the real boss. Want to please Shen Feng? Shen Feng, however, said in a cold voice, Shut up, did I tell you to open your mouth? PK's rules don't even know? Little Milkwords was scolded on the head and could only show an aggrieved look. Then I'll shut up and keep pedaling the bicycle. Brother Feng, don't be angry. Pedal? Did I let you step on the bicycle? Ha! Shen Feng continued to drink in a cold voice. Little Milkwords hurriedly stopped pedaling the bicycle, retreated to the back, and started twisting her water snake waist. Then Brother Feng, I'll twist my waist. Scram! You go to the back and squat for me. Shen Feng commanded. Little Milkwords again could only run to the back and squat down. Just squatting. Shen Feng continued. Stand up and sit 3 open and close jumps. Little Milk Speech could only stand up again and prepare to do open and close jumps, but she hadn't even started doing it yet. Shen Feng drank again. Didn't I tell you to pedal the bicycle? What the hell are you doing? Get back on the bicycle. Me. This time, it almost didn't make Little Milk Speech explode with anger. She had PK'd so many anchors, had put so many mouths on people, but this one, Shen Feng, really had completely tortured her. She felt like a puppet on strings that was being manipulated by Shen Feng at will. Little Milk Speech forced down her anger, returned to her position, and began to pedal the bicycle. While Shen Feng looked at her, he laughed. What? Not convinced? No longer unconvinced? You have to endure it for me. What kind of bicycle are you pedaling? Kneel down for me and call Papa Feng 100 times. Another order. But this order, it was indeed a bit excessive. Little Milkwords bit her red lips. Her eyes were already red from being bullied by Shen Feng, and it seemed like she wanted to cry out, directly saying, You're asking too much. Shen Feng, however, did not care and said, Shark fighting platform. Score is king. This sentence, but you said it yourself. Now you can't play? Kneel down. Shen Feng let out a loud shout. Little Milk Speech's emotions were directly strained and she actually cried out. However, she still did not dare to disobey Shen Feng's order. Obediently, she knelt on the ground. While crying, she sobbed and shouted, Papa Feng, Papa Feng. Oh, this humiliating scene simply made the viewers of Little Milk Speech's live broadcast completely explode with anger. Maple of one leaf. Damn you. Damn you. One leaf's maple. Everyone who has points don't hide them. Just go straight to the points and up one leaf's maple. That's right. This 300,000 is probably the last of one leaf's maple's capital. As long as we charge up, they're bound to lose. It wasn't just them. Even Emperor Maple Leaf was also furious at this moment. Damn it. I'm not going to fight even if it's my year. I'll fight you today. The next second. Boom. 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 A round of super rockets instantly swept through Gu Qingyi's live room. Emperor Maple Leaf. Super Rocket X10 in the live broadcast room. Emperor Maple Leaf. Super Rocket X50 in the live broadcast room. Emperor Maple Leaf. Super Rocket X99 in the live broadcast room. Emperor Maple Leaf. In the live broadcast Super Rocket X120. 120 rounds of super fire. A round of 2,500. Emperor Maple Leaf. Surprisingly, manually swiped a whole 300,000 gifts in Little Milk Speech's live room. It was estimated that the hands hurt from pointing. And it's not just the Emperor Maple Leaf that's on super fire. After Shen Feng's mouth and face finished, the audience within the Little Milk Speech live room had all exploded with anger. The tycoons among them, one after another, swiped out another 20 to 30 rounds of ultra fire, another $60,000 to $70,000 in gifts. Little Milk Speech's PK score had directly risen by more than 3.6 million. PK score at this time. 591-1000, Gu Qingyi versus Little Milk Speech 721-0000. Little Milk Speech had once again overtaken. Seeing this scene, Emperor Maple Leaf was so excited that he directly drank. Brothers are strong and powerful. Our milk speech group definitely won't give in to defeat. Hit cohesion on the public screen. Put dry down one leaf of maple on the public screen. In Little Milk Speech's live room, the pop-up screen once again swiped the screen. Cohesion, cohesion, dry down one leaf's maple. Cohesion, cohesion, get on the ground. Cohesion, cohesion, get down on one leaf's maple. The atmosphere directly exploded to the highest point. Even Little Milk Speech, who was originally kneeling on the ground and crying, instantly came to life. She also thought that it was definitely impossible for Shen Feng to overtake her in a short period of time. Chapter 011 The entire fighting shark. Only one maple god? Yes. Good. Very good. The humiliation I've suffered. I'll make sure that you, Gu Qingyi, return all of it. With a wipe of her tears, Little Milk Speech stood up directly and droned at Gu Qingyi. Gu Qingyi, you now immediately, go change your clothes for me. Pedal the bicycle for me. Twist your waist for me. Give me frog jumping. All the punishments Little Milk Speech could think of. All of them were intended for Gu Qingyi. It was so hard for her to get ahead. There had to be a snowball's worth of shame. But she hadn't even finished her words yet. Shen Feng spoke directly. Did I ask you to speak? The next second, boom! A brilliant special effect flashed within the two live broadcast rooms. Platform-wide announcement. Emperor, one leaf's maple, within Gu Qingyi's live room, has opened a Super Emperor. Super Emperor treasure chests have been scattered. So everyone can head to Gu Qingyi's live room and grab the scattered treasure chests. This message was like a heavy bomb that completely exploded within the two live rooms. Super Emperor, 380,000 a month. This was one of the topmost knighthoods in the entire Fighting Shark platform. An opening Super Emperor was equivalent to sending a gift of $380,000 to Gu Qingyi. Gu Qingyi's score, once again, surged by 3,800,000. Feng Shen is awesome. Feng Shen v587. Feng Shen is awesome. Feng Shen v587. Feng Shen is awesome. Feng Shen v587. The pop-ups in Gu Qingyi's livestream instantly exploded. Even Gu Qingyi covered her mouth in shock, her eyes full of disbelief. Although she had vaguely guessed before that One Leaf's maple was definitely a big brother, but she never expected that One Leaf's maple would be so strong. Just one PK alone had directly cost nearly $1 million. Too ruthless. As for Little Milk Speech, who was just about to take revenge, when she saw the scene, her little face turned white and she hurriedly crouched on the ground again, holding her head. Sister Qingyi, Papa Feng, what I said just now was nonsense. Don't take it to heart. You guys, Papa Feng, feel free to punish me and make me do whatever you want. These 8 million points went up. The PK blood bar instantly changed again. 10110000. Gu Qingyi versus Little Milk Speech 7210000. 10 million. Gu Qingyi's score directly broke through 10 million. This score was already tougher than many of the big anchors' ranking battles. Throughout Battle Shark, countless viewers had also flocked to Little Milk Speech and Gu Qingyi's live room, paying attention to the battle. Their heat directly topped the Dough Shark first, and after 3,800,000 points were scored, it seemed impossible for Little Milk Speech to flip the game. Little Milk Speech, don't say I bullied you. If it wasn't for that boiling goat room manager of yours, these millions of points should all be yours. Shen Feng mocked nonchalantly. Little Milk Speech was now so angry that his teeth itched. If it wasn't for this Qingcheng, if Shen Feng, the big brother, could stay, she would be able to earn at least a few million or more. This stupid thing, it really killed people. And after mocking Little Milk Speech, Shen Feng said contemptuously, Feng Yi, can you still play? There are still 10 minutes left. If you can't afford to play, just call your dad. And that group of boiling goat housekeepers, all kneel down and call daddy for me. Especially that house manager Qingcheng. I want you to scream the loudest for me. Shen Feng directly named names and had nothing to worry about. This paste face output made the people in the Little Milk Words live room, whether they were house managers or viewers, all of them were furious. But it's a pity. What was the use of how angry they were? Their gazes could only look towards Maple Leaf, looking towards this big brother of everyone in their live room. Brother Maple Leaf, the division championship is very important to me. Help, really, Brother Maple Leaf, save me, I will definitely repay you in the future. Little Milk Speech directly begged, and said that she would repay you in the future. Such evocative words, and at this time, Maple Leaf, after half a second of silence, said, Sister Milk Speech, since you said so, then I definitely won't let you down. Maple Leaf of One Leaf, you're so rampant, do you really think you're going to win? Today, I will seriously play with you. The words just fell. Boom! Another splendid special effect appeared within the two live streams. Platform-wide announcement. Emperor, Maple Leaf, within Gu Qingyi's live room, has opened a Super Emperor. Super Emperor treasure chests have been scattered, so everyone can go to Gu Qingyi's live room and grab the scattered treasure chests. Another Super Emperor. And it wasn't even over yet. The Super Emperor's special effect had just ended, and it was soon followed by another special effect. A phoenix covered in lustful fire rose directly from the bottom of the screen. Platform-wide announcement. Super Emperor, Maple Leaf, in Little Milk Speech's live room, gave out a customized gift worth $300,000. The Undying Phoenix. During the Undying Phoenix's descent, a large number of treasure chests will be scattered. Viewers, you can head to Little Milk Speech's live room to grab the scattered Undying Phoenix treasure chests. Boom! The live broadcast room was once again shocked. A Super Emperor, an indestructible phoenix worth $300,000, $680,000 in total, 6,800,000 points. Maple Leaf is too damn rich, isn't he? This is to directly kill this PK. In the entire Fighting Shark, there's only one Maple God, and that's Brother Maple Leaf. Brother Maple Leaf is awesome. In the entire Fighting Shark, there's only one Maple God, and that's Brother Maple Leaf. Brother Feng Yi is awesome. In the entire Fighting Shark, there is only one Maple God, and that is Brother Maple Leaf. Brother Feng Yi is awesome. One pop-up screen after another brushed through the two major live streaming rooms. The PK score at this time, 10113000, Guqing Yi versus Little Milk Speech, 14210000. 14 million points. Already a full 4 million points ahead. A lead of 400,000. This PK, Shen Feng seems to have no suspense. The near-crazy, Super Emperor, Maple Leaf, laughed out loud. Maple of one leaf. Now know how weak you are? Do you realize how ridiculous you are now? Play with me. You're too young. Kneel down and learn to bark for me. The pop-up screen exploded here. Maple of one leaf. Kneel down and learn to bark. Maple of one leaf. Kneel down and learn to bark. Maple of one leaf. Kneel down and learn to bark. The viewers of Little Milk Speech Live all thought that they were going to win this time. It was time for them to mock. Even Little Milk Speech was relieved. Fortunately, Maple Leaf's big brother was strong enough. Otherwise, once she lost the division title tonight, I'm afraid it would be very, very difficult for her to turn around in the future. There were still 6 minutes left in the PK. Everyone was thinking that this PK was going to end with Little Milk Speech's victory. Suddenly, Shen Feng spoke once again. A mere 680,000. And you think you're a sure winner. That's all the pattern you have. Chapter 012, Super Emperor. 1,900,000. Forget it. I'm not going to tease you either. Shen Feng stopped talking nonsense and directly struck out. Boom, boom, boom. 4 or 5 consecutive special effects appeared in Guqing's live room. The platform message swiped the screen once again. Platform-wide notice. Super Emperor, E.G. Feng, within Guqing's live room, has renewed his Super Emperor for a month. Platform-wide announcement. Super Emperor, E.G. Feng, within Guqing's live room, has renewed his Super Emperor for 1 month. Platform-wide announcement. Super Emperor, E.G. Feng, in Guqing's live room, has renewed his Super Emperor subscription for 1 month. Platform-wide announcement. Super Emperor, E.G. Feng, in Guqing's live room, has renewed his Super Emperor subscription for 1 month. Platform-wide announcement. Super Emperor, E.G. Feng, in Guqing's live room, has renewed his Super Emperor subscription for 1 month. Shen Feng directly renewed his Super Emperor for 5 whole months. Super Emperor, 380,000 a month. 5 months was a whole 190W. 19 million. Jing. At this moment, whether it was Little Milk Speech's live room or Guqing's live room, all of them became silent. There was no sound. All the viewers in the live room were stunned. All of them couldn't believe their eyes. The Super Emperor who had renewed his subscription for 5 months. A PK that threw away $2 million. 20 million points. This ING is too trenchant, isn't it? Is it possible that the Maple of One Leaf is using a cracked version? After a short period of silence, the pop-ups in the live broadcast room once again exploded. I declare that there is only one Maple God in the entire network, and that is One Leaf's Maple. Maple of One Leaf is the only Maple God. Maple God Atmosphere. Maple God is awesome. Maple God V587. Maple God YYDS. Maple God Atmosphere. Maple God is awesome. Maple God V587. Maple God YYDS. Maple God Atmosphere. Maple God is awesome. Maple God V587. Maple God YYDS. This time, not only Guqing's live room was brushing, all of the countless live rooms on the entire Fighting Shark platform were brushing up. A PK that cost over $3 million. This was the real top-tier godly hero, and at this time the PK bars on both sides. 30113000, Guqing E versus Little Milk Speech, 14260000. There is no suspense. This time there really is no suspense. My God, even Little Milk Speech, seeing Shen Feng's big spending of $2 million, was directly paralyzed on the ground and almost didn't directly pass out. This is still a fart. It is already over. And this time, Super Emperor, Maple Leaf, never spoke again, nor did he come out to pretend. He just silently sent out a pop-up. Maple of one leaf. Dad. Although PK still had 5 minutes to go, he had already started doing the punishment, because he was very clear. The next 5 minutes already belonged to being garbage time. It was impossible for Little Milk Speech to win. Super Emperor, Maple Leaf, exited the live room. Maple Leaf silently left Little Milk Speech's live room. After Maple Leaf called out to his father, the entirety of Little Milk Speech's live room was directly brushed up. Maple of one leaf. Daddy. Maple of one leaf. Daddy. Maple of one leaf. Daddy. Immediately after that, Viscount called me brother die and quit the live broadcast. Viscount, I'm Yamanaka die, exited the live broadcast. Viscount, I'm not San, exited the live broadcast. Viscount, clear spring flowing water, exited the live broadcast. The big brothers in the Little Milk Speech live room, one after another, all left the live room. All of them were beaten away. Too ruthless. It was really too ruthless. This 190W, 1900W points hit. In the entire Fighting Sharks platform, not many people can be Shen Feng's enemy anymore. The fame of the Maple God will resonate throughout the entire Fighting Sharks. At the same time, in the backstage of the Fighting Shark platform, it was already busy. All the staff were running back and forth, checking each other's data. Shen Feng swiped $2 million and became famous in one battle. The same shocked the entire interior of the Fighting Shark platform. General Manager, there's no abnormality in the data of One Leaf's Maple. General Manager, all of Iya Jifeng's bounty money came from legitimate sources. General Manager, the possibility of One Leaf's Maple being an insider has been ruled out. When all the news was fully summarized, Zhou Rongsheng, the general manager of the Fighting Shark platform, then confirmed that Shen Feng was really a godly hero, an undoubted super godly hero. Hurry up and arrange exclusive customer service. Exclusive manager for Shen Feng. Make sure to stabilize this divine hero for me. Zhou Rongsheng gave the order. The employees of the Fighting Shark platform went to make preparations. I didn't expect that this divisional championship battle would be fought so hard. It's almost like the annual. Gu Qingyi is too lucky to have such a godly big brother helping her. Yeah, Gu Qingyi is sure to win. The several operations of the Fighting Shark platform were talking. However, Zhou Rongsheng laughed. That's not certain. There's a big brother that has his eyes on Gu Qingyi. These words came out. The several operations were first stunned, and then they also revealed meaningful smiles. Tonight, it was getting more and more interesting. At the same time, when the curtain was about to come down on this divine great battle, the curtain was about to come down. Gu Qingyi, covered in excitement, thanked Shen Feng. Brother Feng, thank you, really thank you. Shen Feng's spending tonight had been almost $3 million. It became second on her list, only just a little bit worse than Brother Mang. Brother Feng? Ha! Shen Feng's tone was not good. Only then did Gu Qingyi change her tone and said with a slightly red face, Brother Feng, that's right. Don't forget your previous punishment. Shen Feng had swiped $3 million for Gu Qingyi, and was undoubtedly Gu Qingyi's only big brother. He didn't want the former goddess like Gu Qingyi now. What he wanted was an obedient Gu Qingyi. I'll definitely do it for that punishment. Gu Qingyi responded. Brother Feng, I've memorized what you said, and I'll slowly change in the future. Shen Feng was non-committal. He didn't have the heart to respond to Gu Qingyi right now either. After spending the $3 million of bounty money, he had gained a whole $30 million of real money back. It was really too good. $30 million, however, was still a bit less. The money he had just spent was still less. Shen Feng was thinking about whether to PK a few more times. Suddenly, Little Milk Speech, who hadn't said anything, suddenly said, Gu Qingyi, our PK, it's not over yet. Chapter 013 Illusory God Wang Mang, Supreme Heavenly Dragon. There's still 5 minutes left, and I've paused it, because we've already done the punishment for the first stage. Shall we come to the second stage now? Among Little Milk Speech's pair of flirtatious eyes, there was a glint of essence. Gu Qingyi didn't think that Little Milk Speech's big brothers had all been beaten away, but she still dared to come out and speak, and asked suspiciously, what second stage? Little Milk Speech laughed lightly. The second stage is the life and death game I told you about before. You win. I promise your big brother a request. If I win, you promise my big brother a request. Now, do you dare to take it? Gu Qingyi's doubts deepened and asked directly. Little Milk Words, are you crazy? Your big brother has all been beaten away. How dare you play this? This doesn't need to be in your hands. Little Milk Speech's smile became even more intense as he said, you just have to say, to take it or not to take it. And we're still playing according to the original PK strip, letting you open up a lead of 1500 W points with only 5 minutes to spare. Do you dare to take it? Little Milk Speech's words also surprised the crowd in the live broadcast room. What is this Little Milk Speech doing? Mentally deranged from being beaten? To dare to play such a big challenge now? She's afraid that she's not out of her mind. He. What does it matter to her? If I were Gu Qingyi, I would have definitely taken it, leading by 15 million points. Afraid of, right, losing and still dare to be so pretentious. Knock this Little Milk words down completely. The viewers in the live broadcast room all thought that Little Milk's speech was sending him to his death. However, Gu Qingyi was hesitant. This bet was too big. She didn't dare to bet. If she lost, then this request definitely wouldn't be as simple as learning to bark like a dog and calling her father. But Gu Qingyi did not reply. Shen Feng, however, replied directly. Pick up. What's there to be afraid to pick up? I said, tonight you little milkwords. How many points? I will play how many points. I'll let you lose convincingly. Just kidding. Money sent to the door for nothing. Don't take it for nothing. Papa Feng, can you make the call? Little Milk Speech licked her lips and asked in a soft voice. Shen Feng did not respond to Little Milk Speech, but looked at Gu Qingyi and said calmly, you can refuse. Gu Qingyi froze, biting her red lips and hesitating for a long time. In the end, she still said, I'll listen to Brother Feng's arrangements for everything. Gu Qingyi agreed. Good. Then continue. Little Milk Words once again played music, but this time, she didn't let the viewers of the live broadcast score, but instead waited, seemingly waiting for something. After a few moments, suddenly dazzling special effects appeared within Little Milk Speech's live broadcast room. Platform-wide announcement. Illusory God, Wang Mang, has descended into Little Milk Speech's live room. Everyone can go over and spectate. Illusion God, the topmost aristocrat of the Fighting Shark platform, a $1 million a month super godly hero. The appearance of this Wang Mang instantly made the live room completely boil. And next, Wang Mang's actions caused the pop-ups in the live broadcast room to explode once again. I only saw that shortly after Wang Mang appeared. Throughout the entire Fighting Shark platform, within the major live broadcast rooms, a special effect instantly appeared. An extremely majestic purple sky dragon fell from the sky as if it was about to burst out of the screen. This purple sky dragon let out a dragon roar. Countless treasure chests were instantly scattered within the major live broadcast rooms. Immediately afterward, platform messages instantly rang out. Platform-wide announcement. Illusion God, Wang Mang, within Little Milk Speech's live broadcasting room, gave out an exclusive customized gift worth $1.5 million. The Supreme Heavenly Dragon. During the Supreme Heavenly Dragon's appearance, every time the dragon chants, a large amount of treasure chests will be generated. Everyone can head over to Little Milk Speech's live streaming room and grab the scattered treasure chests. Boom! The entire platform was shocked once again. $1.5 million customized gifts? Is this ING joke? All the viewers only felt that their worldview was shattered. But that's not all. After the first Supreme Heavenly Dragon appeared, immediately after, the entire platform's live broadcast room, once again, a special effect appeared. Another purple five-clawed Heavenly Dragon, as if it was about to break out of the screen, was continuously keening. Platform-wide announcement. Illusion God, Wang Mang, within Little Milk Speech's live broadcasting room, gave out an exclusive customized gift worth $1.5 million. The Supreme Heavenly Dragon. During the Supreme Heavenly Dragon's appearance, every dragon chant will generate a large amount of treasure chests. Everyone can head over to Little Milk Speech's live broadcast room and grab the scattered treasure chests. Two entire Supreme Heavenly Dragons. A gift worth $3 million. This illusory god, Wang Mang, surprisingly, said that he would brush them, which was much crazier than Shen Feng. After swiping these two Supreme Heavenly Dragons, Illusion God, Wang Mang sent out a pop-up screen. Brother Maple of One Leaf. I'm wrapping up this game between Little Milk Speech and Gu Qingyi today. Give me Wang Mang face. You quit now. There's no need for us to fight. The pop-up screen also exploded. Who is this Wang Mang, coming up with $3 million? Too ruthless? You don't even recognize the fierce god? One of the top 10 godly heroes of the year in Do Shark. Last year when he helped a head female anchor fight the year, he came up with 10 million to start with, and sealed the god in one battle. I'm afraid that Mighty God's total spending on Do Shark's platform is already in the hundreds of millions. That's right, Mighty God is said to be the young master of the capital, and his financial strength is very strong, so he doesn't make a move easily, but he will take it. With the god of fierce coming, I don't think One Leaf's Maple will dare to fight. That goes without saying. In front of the fierce god, One Leaf's Maple is nothing. Be a good boy and concede. On Gu Qingyi's side of the live room, there was already a lot of wailing. It's over. 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 How could he be Little Milk Speech's big brother? I remember they had no prior socialization. Holy, Mighty Brother wouldn't be Mighty God's trumpet, right? It's possible. When Mighty Brother left before, he said that he would definitely come back, and he would definitely make Gu Qingyi convinced to become his woman. I go. No wonder the little milkwords have been talking about what life and death bureau, and so have the bottom of the air. This ing is in the set. Ah, damn. Goddess Qingyi also on the set. Finished. Ah, blame it on the maple of one leaf. If not, he pretends to be forced to take this life and death game. Then there is nothing at all. Oh, I can't say that One Leaf's maple is also here to set Goddess Qingyi up. Gu Qingyi's fans had begun to denounce Shen Feng. They had all despaired. Even the top 10 divine heroes of the year from the shark fighting platform had stepped in. How else could Little Milk Speech lose? Gu Qingyi's pretty face instantly turned pale when she saw Wang Mang's appearance and the pop-ups in the live broadcast room. She also associated Wang Mang to be Brother Mang. She also realized that Little Milk Speech was setting her up. Chapter 014 8 million points. Wang Mang's handiwork, and Shen Feng, whom she trusted immensely, was probably also Wang Mang's person. Today, she was definitely finished. And when Wang Mang saw that Shen Feng did not respond for a long time, he sent out a pop-up. You really are a smart person, he added to Gu Qingyi. Gu Qingyi, I told you, you're my woman, you can't escape. The few $1 million I swiped for you earlier is considered pocket money for you. Just fly to the capital to find me tonight. His tone was breezy, as if Gu Qingyi was already in his pocket. Little Milkwords was also full of innocence. Sister Qingyi, don't blame me. If you want to blame me, blame yourself for messing with the fierce god. No one can stop the fierce god from wanting you. Gu Qingyi's face grew paler and paler, completely at a loss as to what to do. At this time, Shen Feng's pop-up screen was coming. Super Emperor, Maple of One Leaf, giving you face? Do I know you? What kind of a thing are you to come up here and ask me to give you face? I told you, I'm wrapping up this PK today. I don't care what kind of tycoon you are, as long as you dare to score points for Little Milk Speech. All kneel down for me. The words fell. A dazzling gift special effect was once again brushed across all the live rooms. Platform-wide announcement. Super Emperor, One Leaf's Maple, in Gu Qingyi's live room, has opened a one-month illusory god. Platform-wide announcement. Illusion God, One Leaf's Maple, within Gu Qingyi's live room, renewed his illusion god for 1 month. Platform-wide announcement. God of Illusion, One Leaf's Maple, within Gu Qingyi's live room, has renewed his illusion god for 1 month. Boom! The entire platform was shocked once again. 3 months of illusory god. $1 million a month. A whole 3 million. 30 million points. This time, Gu Qingyi's PK bar score instantly surpassed Little Milk Speech. 60113000. Gu Qingyi versus Little Milk Speech 44260000. A full 20 million points were crushed. Gu Qingyi's advantage was still huge. There was a lot of talk within the audience in the live broadcast room. My god, this One Leaf's Maple is too crazy, isn't it? This still dares to continue scoring points? Not even putting fierce god in his eyes. Looking for death. This fierce god won't give him a break. That's not necessarily true. The fierce god's money is $3 million, and the fierce god's financial power is not to be underestimated. I don't believe that One Leaf's Maple can beat the mighty god. He's definitely going to get ate up today. There are still 2 minutes left. This PK, it's getting more and more exciting. Many viewers still thought that Shen Feng could not be Wang Mang's opponent. Illusory god, Wang Mang. Unworthy thing. Since you want to play, then I'll have a good time with you. I want to see if you can defend the tower today. The PK time had reached the last 2 minutes. Wang Mang was clearly not going to score any points. He was going to push the tower straight to the end in the last 10 seconds or so. And this 10 seconds or so would be the most focused moment. Playing with me to steal the tower? Shen Feng sneered. Since Wang Mang wanted to come and steal the tower, then let him see what it meant to be a true divine hero. At the same time, the customer service supervisor of the Fighting Shark platform was the one who found him. Mr. Shen Feng, thank you for spending money on the Fighting Shark platform. I am the customer service supervisor of the Fighting Shark platform. You can choose your own exclusive customer service manager from me. Shen Feng was puzzled. Now was the tense moment of PK. Why was this customer service supervisor looking for him at this time? I still have things to do. Shen Feng responded coldly, and the customer service supervisor said, Mr. Shen Feng, I know you want to guard the tower. If it's for the sake of the platform, I'm in favor of you guarding the tower. But as a customer service supervisor, I am not suggesting that you continue to guard the tower. This PK, Mr. Wang Mang is aiming to win. There is no need for you to waste your money on this meaningless PK. The words of the customer service supervisor made Shen Feng puzzled. What does it mean? You have to be persuaded to spend money on the platform? But Shen Feng quickly understood. Is it true that Wang Mang pressurized you to warn me? The customer service manager answered truthfully. It's not a warning, just a reminder. And we are also thinking about you, Mr. Shen Feng. Shen Feng smiled. For my consideration? Are you thinking that I definitely won't be able to defend the tower and will lose this PK, wasting millions of dollars for nothing? The customer service supervisor was silent. She did have this part of her mind. She was afraid that Shen Feng wouldn't be able to beat Wang Mang, and in a fit of rage, he would quit fighting shark. There had been many godly heroes in the shark fighting platform who were like this. Shen Feng scoffed even more. Customer service can be made like you guys. It's considered unique. Forget it. I'll get you in trouble later for your problems. Now please, immediately, go customize an exclusive gift for the illusory god for me. The customer service supervisor responded. Okay, Mr. Shen Feng. Then the price of the exclusive gift you want to customize. How much is it? Shen Feng pondered for half a second, and then reported a figure. $5 million. The customer service supervisor. Silence. At this time, PK time had come to the last minute. 60113000, Gu Chengyi versus Little Milk Speech, 44260000. The PK score still hadn't changed. Gu Chengyi still had a big advantage. The countless spectators on the entire shark fighting platform had all held their breath. Tense. A difference of 20 million points. It should be pretty solid, right? If it was someone else, it would indeed be stable. But the opposite side is Fierce God. Fierce God has stolen towers with a 40 million point gap before, let alone 20 million points. That's right. I think Fierce God is definitely aiming for Gu Chengyi. This tower, Shen Feng definitely can't defend it. Fighting Shark Live. I'm the only Fierce God. Fierce God, kill Shen Feng. Not only were the viewers nervous, even Little Milk Speech and Gu Chengyi, they didn't dare to say anything. Gu Chengyi even directly closed her eyes, her delicate body trembling one after another. She didn't really want to fall into Wang Mang's plaything. But once you lose today, PK promised, with Wang Mang's means, there must be 10,000 ways to make her fulfill it. It is simply impossible for her to break the contract, unless she can win. But is it really possible? At the same time, in the northern part of the capital city, a luxurious villa manor, Wang Mang, who was being served by two rabbit girls, looked at the PK data on the big screen and couldn't help but smile contemptuously. Maple of one leaf. Today I will let you know that I, Wang Mang, want to get the woman. No one can stop me. When there was only 1 minute left in the PK bar, he waved his hand violently. Up to 8 million. A tall, stunningly beautiful OL uniformed beauty next to him nodded her head and directly opened her computer and began to operate. Chapter 015, A Battle to Seal the Gods. Cloudtop Heavenly Palace. 8 million. 8 million points to steal the tower. Maple of a leaf. How do you defend? Rumble. Within the countless live broadcast rooms throughout the Fighting Shark platform, a 5-clawed golden dragon that was exploding with purple light once again flew out of the sky, soaring and roaring in the screen, emitting a dragon roar. Platform-wide notice. Illusion God, Wang Mang, within Little Milk Speech's live broadcasting room, gave out an exclusive customized gift worth $1.5 million. The Supreme Heavenly Dragon. Platform-wide announcement. Illusion God, Wang Mang, within Little Milk Speech's live broadcasting room, gave out an exclusive customized gift worth $1.5 million. Supreme Heavenly Dragon. 3 million. Another whole 3 million. 30 million points directly hit the PK bar. 60113000, Gu Chengyi versus Little Milk Speech, 74260000. Little Milk Speech's score once again surpassed Gu Chengyi, and this time Wang Mang wasn't stealing the tower. There are still 50 seconds left until the end of PK. Wang Mang was trying to crush Shen Feng openly and honestly. Illusory God, Wang Mang, Maple of one leaf. I don't want to hide anything from you either. I know you want to defend the tower, but you also know that I will definitely steal the tower today. The reason I'm giving you this 3 million in advance is so that you can weigh your own weight, trying to defend the tower in front of me. Wang Mang, can you defend it? Don't presume to use your fortune to challenge my pocket money. Wang Mang's words were spoken with arrogance. He obviously did not put Shen Feng in his eyes at all. He also did not think that Shen Feng could hold the tower. After all, the whole 8 million, 80 million points. Shen Feng, what makes him able to defend it? Wang Mang's fans in the pop-up screen also began to frantically brush the screen. Fighting Shark Live, only I Fierce God, get down with the maple of the leaf. Fighting Shark Live, only I am the Fierce God, dry down a leaf of maple. Fighting Sharks Live, only I Fierce God, get on the ground. Time passed by minute. When the PK time came to the last 30 seconds, there was still no movement on Shen Feng's side. Almost all of the audience all sighed. It seemed, Shen Feng was still scared by Wang Mang. He really didn't dare to defend the tower. I'm afraid that this divine hero's battle will come to a complete end. But it was at the moment when everyone was watching. Boom! The entire Fighting Shark platform, above the screens of countless live broadcasting rooms, a brilliant to the extreme special effect violently surfaced. A grand and magnificent palace surfaced above the clouds. Outside the palace, there are countless heavenly soldiers and generals, standing majestically with burning eyes. The scene was solemn and shocking. And then, The platform's voice followed. Platform-wide notice. Illusory God, One Leaf's Maple, within Gu Qingyi's live broadcast room, gave out an exclusive customized gift worth $5 million. The Cloudtop Heavenly Palace. During the appearance of the Cloudtop Heavenly Palace, heavenly soldiers and generals will descend on all the major live rooms. When the heavenly soldiers and generals descend, all live broadcasting rooms will be banned for 10 seconds, and when the heavenly soldiers and generals leave, as long as the viewers of the live broadcasting rooms type out Maple God Atmosphere on the screen, they will be rewarded with a large amount of shark fins. Please participate. When this gift message appeared, the entire Fighting Shark platform was, once again, shocked. A single gift, suppressing all the live rooms and making countless people banned for 10 seconds? This gift was too damn perverted, right? And what shocked them even more was that this one Cloudtop Heavenly Palace was worth $5 million. This amount of money was something that how many people could not earn in their entire lives. It was already enough to buy a suite in the suburbs of Magic City. However, the Maple of One Leaf was casually swiping it. Is this the world of the rich? Damn it! Who the hell are you? Wang Mang looked at the gift worth $5 million, looked at the PK score was once again overtaken, couldn't help but smash the red wine glass in his hand directly out, cursing. He had been mixing with fighting sharks for so many years, and he had seen quite a few real godly heroes, but it was the first time he had seen one that played like Shen Feng. A gift of $5 million. I'm afraid that only the 4 dukes of the capital or the Magic City could afford to play, right? But he wasn't flustered, because he still had $5 million in hand now, a whole 50 million points. As long as there is a wave of tower stealing at the end, Shen Feng will definitely lose, and the millions he swiped will be completely lost. The ultimate winner of this PK is still him, Wang Mang, but the next scene is to let Wang Mang like a thunderbolt, completely stayed in place, only to see that after the end of a special effect of the Hentang Heavenly Palace, another special effect of the Hentang Heavenly Palace, another special effect of the Cloudtop Heavenly Palace appeared. Platform-wide announcement. Illusory God, One Leaf's Maple, in Gu Qingyi's live broadcast room, gave out an exclusive customized gift worth $5 million. Cloudtop Heavenly Palace, and then another Cloudtop Heavenly Palace appeared within the major live rooms. Platform-wide announcement. Illusory God, Ye Jifeng, within Gu Qingyi's live broadcasting room, gave out an exclusive customized gift worth $5 million. A Cloudtop Heavenly Palace. Boom! At this moment, there were no longer any viewers on the entire network who could speak. 3 Cloudtop Heavenly Palaces. A whole $15 million. 150 million points. Crazy. It's crazy. How could this One Leaf Maple's wealth be so terrifying? Is this a true god? And at this moment, Illusory God, Maple of One Leaf, Wang Mang, didn't you want to steal the tower? I'll let you steal. There's still 20 seconds left. You're still in time. Steal. If you have the guts, you can steal my tower. Come on, let's see if you have the skills. Mockery. A naked mockery. The current Shen Feng was 10 times and 100 times wilder than Wang Mang, but there wasn't a single person who would think that Shen Feng was being arrogant. As soon as the 15 million gifts were swiped, Shen Feng has been completely sealed as a god. PK time, there are still the last 10 seconds. Wang Mang, completely silent. After a while, Illusory God, Wang Mang, has left Little Milk Speech's live room, ran away. Wang Mang, one of the Fighting Sharks' top 10 god of the year, after seeing this exaggerated 150 million points, he actually didn't even dare to try to steal the tower at the end, and directly ran away in ashes. At this moment, the entire Fighting Shark was abuzz. Feet on Maple Leaf, hands tearing Wang Mang, Maple God, one battle to seal God. Feet on Maple Leaf, hands on Wang Mang, Maple God, one battle to seal God. Foot on Maple Leaf, hand on Wang Mang, Maple God, one battle to seal God. Shark fighting platform, only the Maple God reigns supreme. The pop-up screen exploded. In this battle, after the $15 million of heavenly gifts were sent out, the ID of One Leaf's Maple will completely seal the god of the entire Fighting Sharks, and even all live broadcasting platforms on the entire network. One Leaf's Maple would become an exclusive synonym for divine hero. Chapter 016, the godly Ho battle comes to an end. Little Milk Speech comes to an end. Only One Leaf's Maple was a true godly hero, and as countless pop-ups exploded the live broadcast room, Gu Qingyi's entire body was already covering her mouth, her delicate body trembling constantly, and she almost didn't faint directly. Shen Feng's financial strength and handiwork had also shocked her to the extreme. She couldn't even say thank you for the gift. Tonight in this battle, Shen Feng had swiped a whole $10 million for her, and even if she could only get 20% of the dividends, that would still be a whole few million dollars. On this day, Gu Qingyi had finally seen what it meant to be a true godly hero, and Little Milk Speech was no exception. Her entire body had gone numb. She covered her full and huge shown mouth and kept coughing. She did not have a heart attack. However, she felt that after Shen Feng swiped out that $15 million, her heart almost went into sudden arrest. This money, originally should have been hers. Shen Feng was originally supposed to be her big brother. Stupid Qingchang. It's not enough for you to die 10,000 times. Little Milk Speech was now itching to kill Qingchang with her own hands, but she didn't have a chance. The current Qingchang had long since cancelled his account, quit fighting Shark, and even quit the internet. He no longer had any face left to hang around in fighting Shark, and when the PK time completely ended, the final PK score was fixed at 210113000, Gu Qingyi versus Little Milk Speech 74260000. A complete and total crushing. Gu Qingyi successfully won. This amazing battle of the divine heroes had finally come to a complete end. Ding! Congratulations to the host, successfully spending 1500 W of bounty money. Ding! Congratulations to the host, obtaining 10 times the real money rebate, $150 million. Ding! The rebate funds have arrived. Please pay attention to checking. The system's voice had just ended. Shen Feng opened his cell phone and immediately saw a message from the bank. Ding! Your tail number 9023 card October 21st. 040 minutes ICBC income, unknown source, $150 million. Phew! $150 million. Tonight's battle results were still considered to be generous, but the best thing about tonight was that it directly beat those boiling goat lickspittles to the point of retiring from the net. That's what's the most rewarding thing to be happy about. At the same time, an attribute panel also appeared in front of him. Host, Shen Feng, Level 1, Bounty, 1900 W/1 billion. Realistic funds, 185 million. Although this PK tonight was played very hard and invested quite a lot, but it's still far from the small goal of 1 billion. It's still a long way off. There was still a need to step up the effort before doing so. At this time, Shen Feng suddenly thought that it seemed like Little Milk Speech's punishment hadn't been done yet. Just in time, Little Milk Speech's friend request was sent over directly. Brother Feng, I've come to collect my punishment. How is Brother Feng going to punish people? Little Milk Speech sent a voice. Her voice was soft and sticky, permeated with a kind of seductive charm. Shen Feng had watched Little Milk Speech live for a long time. He had long had thoughts about this tantalizing little goblin. Now that there was an opportunity, how could he let it go? I remember that you're coming to Magic City soon, right? That's right, Brother Feng. I asked for the address of the Tianfu mansion before because that's my new studio, and I'm going to go there in a couple months. In 2 months? Shen Feng smiled playfully. I don't have the patience to wait that long. Tomorrow night, I want to see you in Magic City. Tomorrow night? Brother Feng, would it be a bit too hasty? I still have to talk to the fans in the live broadcast. Little Milk Speech was a little hesitant. You don't agree? Shen Feng's tone was not good. Little Milk Speech hurriedly changed his words. No. How dare I spoil Brother Feng's fun? I'll parachute over tomorrow. Brother Feng, wait for me, yo. The two ended their chat. At the same time, Little Milk Speech, who was in the live broadcast room, said to the audience, babies, families, I'm recently going to Magic City on a business trip for 2 days, so I'll probably be live streaming to you from my hotel, but the live streaming time is not fixed, and I may go off the air at any time. Don't miss me, everyone. Good night. Boo boo. Little Milk Speech was very clear what Shen Feng was trying to do by having her come to Magic City. Once she entered the hotel, it was not up to her when to go live, then when to go off the air, or even if she could go live. And at this time, the pop-up screen below was already wailing. Little Milk words. You don't want to go Oh, 1 leaf's maple. Be gentle with our goddess. 1 leaf's maple. I'm Qingchang. It was my fault before. I'm apologizing to you now. Please treat Little Milk Speech and my goddess well. Little Milk Speech. I'll be waiting for you to come back in the live broadcast room. If you're tired, come back live. These pop-up licking dogs, boiling goat sheep, were now more miserable than one another, and more heartbroken than one another. Shen Feng, on the other hand, was overjoyed when he looked at these pop-ups. To be honest, whether it was her face value or her body, Little Milk Speech was considered top-notch in Do Shark, and she was also one of the most liberal female anchors in the entire Do Shark. This kind of woman, if she entered the hotel, how wonderful would that be? Shen Feng was already looking forward to that exciting battle tomorrow night, and after Little Milk Speech finished messaging with him, Gu Qingyi's message also sent over. Brother Feng, you broke the bank tonight. Shen Feng directly responded. Well, I did break the bank. How do you want to repay me? Unceremonious. Gu Qingyi was momentarily speechless and said, I'll go and record the punishment video right away. And, Shen Feng continued to ask. Gu Qingyi also understood what Shen Feng meant and hesitated for a long time before saying weakly, I'm free these days recently. Brother Feng, Where are you? I can go over to find you for dinner. Shen Feng teasingly laughed. Just dinner? Gu Qingyi was silent all of a sudden. Shen Feng continued. Forget it then. I can eat every day. There's no need to eat with you. Shen Feng's tone revealed a touch of ill will. Gu Qingyi panicked and quickly responded. First, eat first, then, you arrange it. After saying this, Shen Feng could feel that Gu Qingyi's pretty face should also be red. Good. I'll be in Magic City. Let's meet the day after tomorrow. At the Magic City Financial College. Shen Feng said directly. Gu Qingyi was the school flower of Mordor Financial College, and Shen Feng used to be a school slag with no name. Now that he had gotten the schoolgirl, he definitely had to go back to school to show off. Aha! You send me a message when the time comes. Although Gu Qingyi didn't understand why Shen Feng had to settle for the school, she still agreed. Little milk words. Gu Qingyi. This night, it was really a fulfilling night. Chapter 017, Zhou Shuman. Side quest triggered. Same time. Inside the Villa Manor in the capital. Damn it. One leaf of maple. I don't care who you are. I will definitely not let you go. Wang Mang was furious. This battle tonight had already completely ruined his reputation. In the future in the Fighting Shark, he would forever be stepped on by One Leaf's maple. This was something he couldn't accept. This scene, he absolutely had to get it back. The next morning, after that PK last night, Shen Feng was also tired from the fight and drank a little bit of wine, so he drifted off and fell asleep on his seat. When he woke up, it was already 8 in the morning. The reason why he got up so early, it was because he was woken up by someone. Shen Feng, why don't you go home and sleep this late at night and come to an internet cafe to sleep? The one who spoke was a mature beauty of about 25 or 26. She was very good looking, with fair skin and a delicate face, although she was wearing heavy makeup, but she did not look gaudy. Her body was even more mature and hot, and her outfit was also a mature beauty paradigm. Zhou Shuman, the boss's wife of Geek Internet Cafe, a young woman's temperament beauty. However, she has not been married and does not even have a boyfriend, just a very mature and attractive temperament. Shen Feng and Zhou Shuman were quite familiar, because Shen Feng often come to Geek's Internet Cafe to surf the internet, and the person is quite handsome, also often chat with Zhou Shuman, occasionally help her to do hygiene, pass the sewers and so on. Over time, the two naturally became familiar with each other. They were both referred to as siblings. Sister Shuman, I'm just going to lie down for a while. Are you as bad as that? Shen Feng was still a bit groggy. Lie down for a while? It's already 8 in the morning. I thought you died suddenly. Zhou Shuman said with hatred. Don't you still need to deliver takeout? Why don't you hurry up and go? Just this lazy look of yours. But you also say loudly all day long that you'll marry Jiang Shiyu when you earn enough for $1 million. When I earn enough $2 million, I'll keep me as a lover, as a mistress. This goal of yours, I guess I won't be able to accomplish it in this lifetime. Zhou Shuman was a mature woman who had experienced a lot and spoke very freely. Shen Feng often joked and molested her with some dirty jokes. She also often used Shen Feng's words to dislike Shen Feng back. When Shen Feng heard this, his eyes swept over Zhou Shuman's sexy body, swept over her fullness that was at least D, and suddenly said with a smile, Sister Shuman, if I really have $2 million now, does your promise still count? Zhou Shuman hummed. Of course it counts. Sister is easily not joking. If you can come up with $2 million right now, sister immediately with you out of the room. When your lover junior, you want to do anything to sister. Zhou Shuman is actually a small rich woman herself. Opening an internet cafe also earns a few $100,000 a year. The reason why she said that was just flirting with Shen Feng. After all, she didn't think that Shen Feng would really have $2 million. Good. Sister Shuman, this is what you said. Don't regret it. Shen Feng's smile did not diminish. Of course I won't regret it. Zhou Shuman wasn't afraid at all and said contemptuously. What? Could you really come up with $2 million? The pattern is small. Sister Shuman, Shen Feng hemmed and hawed. $2 million? The current Shen Feng, even if it was $20 million, he could take it out with his hand. At this time, the system's voice suddenly sounded. Ding, triggering branch quest, become a real godly man. Mission description, as a divine tycoon, please host enough to enhance your temperament to wear, as well as own your own mansion. Supercar, task requirement, please purchase a set of high-grade clothes, a supercar, and a villa. Task requirement, please purchase a set of high-grade clothes, a supercar, and a villa. Mission reward, receive a chance to win a lottery. I didn't expect that there would be this kind of side mission that could be triggered. Shen Feng had been just about to go out and spend money. Now that he had triggered this side quest, it was really like having a pillow sent to him when he wanted to sleep. So, Shen Feng thought about it and said, Sister Shuman, are you free today? Accompany me to buy something? Buy what? Zhou Shuman asked doubtfully. Buy a few clothes. Shen Feng downplayed it. Buy clothes? Shopping? Ha? Zhou Shuman pursed her red lips and laughed lightly. Why don't you go with your girlfriend? Broke up, Shen Feng said calmly. Sorry, Zhou Shuman slightly moved. It's okay, in fact, it should have been broken up a long time ago. Sister Shuman, you know, after having the system, Shen Feng now didn't have half a feeling for Zhang Xiyu anymore. The current Shen Feng could have as many gold-digging women as he wanted. Also, Zhou Shuman smiled and said, splitting up is splitting up. There is sister. Although you don't have $2 million, and sis can't be your mistress yet, but it's still possible to accompany you shopping and comfort you. Let's go. Today sis will be your girlfriend for a day. Let you have a good time. Zhou Shuman was really loose with her words, and not only did she talk, she even directly walked up and wrapped her arms around Shen Feng. The soft place stuck up. Let Shen Feng could not help but sigh. Thick gift crab. Magic City. Coco Shopping Center. This is one of the highest-end shopping centers in Magic City. A series of luxury clothing stores like what Gucci, Prada, Armani, Paris House, Valentino, etc. all opened here. Shen Feng, are you really sure you want to buy clothes here? Zhou Shuman was all uncomfortable when she entered this kind of place, although she was a little rich woman. But usually, she was also very frugal, and her clothes were all dozens of dollars of amassed goods. The clothes in this Coco shopping center, moving shafts were thousands of tens of thousands, or even over 100,000. Even she could not necessarily afford to consume them. Sister Shuman, you're right to come with me. Shen Feng led Zhou Shuman directly into the middle of a Gucci flagship store. Welcome. Two tall shoppers directly and enthusiastically greeted them. Mr. and MS, may I ask what you want to order? Take us into the upscale area to take a look, Shen Feng said directly. High-grade area? Zhou Shuman's pair of good-looking eyes widened. She had just taken a cursory glance at the price tag of this Gucci flagship store, and the moving axes all started at tens of thousands of dollars. This is still ordinary. High-grade area, must not tens of thousands, or even more than 100,000 to start? What the hell is Shen Feng doing? Has he lost his love? But since they have come in, Zhou Shuman can only follow them in. Gucci's upscale area. There is a wide range of high-grade clothing, just as Zhou Shuman expected. The upscale clothing here, the start is a few tens of thousands of dollars. There are even a lot of more than 100,000. The most expensive to hundreds of thousands of up and down. This one piece of clothing was already worth a year's income for Zhou Shuman. Chapter 018 Royal Dragon Bay Villa. And what made Zhou Shuman's legs go weak was what Shen Feng had chosen. Exactly. Were the sets of designer clothes worth hundreds of thousands of dollars? Wrap it up for me, Shen Feng said directly after picking. Okay, sir. The shopper took the clothes and went to pack them. And Zhou Shuman finally found an opening and whispered to Shen Feng. Shen Feng, I know you've fallen out of love and want to play something exciting. This is already exciting enough. Let's run away while we can. Zhou Shuman felt that Shen Feng would run away from the order. Nonsense. Those sets of clothes, adding up to more than $1 million. Not to run away from the bill that is the scene of social death. But Shen Feng was laughing. Sister Shuman, what's so exciting about this? I'll let you see something more exciting later. Zhou Shuman was confused. What else is exciting about this? Could it be that Shen Feng wanted to get his hands on the clothes and then run away? That special meow was against the law. At this time, the shopping guide lady had already taken out the POS machine. Swiped the card. Shen Feng handed a bank card with a 5-clawed golden dragon printed on it to the shopping guide. Dragon card. This was the top bank card of the Huaxia Bank. It was even more expensive than the legendary black card. And this dragon card in Shen Feng's hand was gifted by the system last night. After having the dragon card, the amount of money that Shen Feng could flow in his hand would be greater and he would be more able to avoid the scrutiny of others. Miss Shopper originally also thought that Shen Feng does not look like a rich man. Probably just accompanying his girlfriend to come in to pretend. Definitely can't afford to buy this more than $1 million of clothes. But now, after receiving the dragon card, her hands had begun to tremble. She had been working as a shopper at Gucci for so many years, and this was the second time she had seen a dragon card. The first time she used the dragon card, it was also the eldest daughter of the richest man in Magic City. Drop. Successful consumption. $1,350,000. The moment the electronic voice sounded, Zhou Shuman was like being petrified in place, dumbfounded. Not a single word could be said. How did you get so much money? Until she left the Gucci flagship store for a long time, Zhou Shuman froze and asked, just over $1 million. Sister Shuman, there's no need to make a fuss. Shen Feng smiled. More than $1 million. Only. Zhou Shuman only felt as if she hadn't woken up yet. Was this still the same takeaway clerk Shen Feng that she knew? Next, Shen Feng and Zhou Shuman strolled through a few more big brand flagship stores. Shen Feng bought a whole set of clothes, watches, leather shoes, ties and such for himself, spending a total of more than $5 million. This figure made Zhou Shuman's jaw drop, but gradually, she also understood. Shen Feng was really rich. It had really turned into a divine tycoon. Brat. No wonder you asked me this morning if $2 million as a lover counts. Have you already been counting on sis for a long time? Zhou Shuman grunted. That's for sure. After having money, the first thing I think of is Sister Shuman. Shen Feng's gaze nonchalantly fell on top of Zhou Shuman's sexy and hot body. Sister Shuman. Now $2 million. Is it enough? Zhou Shuman's pretty face flushed with a touch of redness and spat. In broad daylight. What's the point of saying this? Say it at night. She didn't explicitly refuse. It had even given some hints. But she quickly and shyly digressed again. You've pretty much bought your stuff already, right? Let's go back first. I did buy almost everything. Shen Feng had indeed already bought everything that he should have bought. However, he looked at the cheap clothes on Zhou Shuman again and laughed. Sister Shuman, you haven't bought yours yet. What did I buy? It's not like I'm pretty. I don't deserve such good clothes. Zhou Shuman snapped, saying so, but she still tightly wrapped her right hand around Shen Feng's arm. Shen Feng laughed. People rely on their clothes. Sister Shuman, you haven't dressed up much and your face value is already almost a big beauty. If you dress up properly, then you will definitely be able to kill a bunch of female stars. Smooth talker. Zhou Shuman gave Shen Feng a blank look. Her heart, however, was as sweet as honey. The two entered a flagship store of Huanu Tianzhou. Shen Feng picked a set of very high-grade clothes for Zhou Shuman. Zhou Shuman's bottom was very good. Both her face value and her figure were very, very high. And after she changed into that set of Huanu Tianzhou, her entire person, both in terms of temperament and face value, went straight up a notch. Her entire score went from 85 points, directly up to 95 points. It was too beautiful, and after picking out the clothes, Zhou Shuman looked at another pair of high heels. These high heels are quite pretty. Shen Feng looked at the high heels and suddenly smiled. Huanu Tianzhou's high heels, but there are sayings. What sayings? Zhou Shuman was puzzled. This kind of high heels, in the network is known as offensive shoes. Sister Shuman, do you really want to either? Attack speed shoes? Zhou Shuman first froze, not quite understanding, and then reacted, her pretty face surfacing again. What are you babbling about? What attack speed shoes? I don't even understand, she said, while her face was full of red. She put her high heels on, and then turned to Shen Feng, biting her red lips and said, tonight, I'll wear it for you. Shen Feng would smile. Good. The two left Huanu Tianzhou. This time did not buy much money, more than $100,000, because what Zhou Shuman picked were all cheaper. She even wanted to pay herself. By Shen Feng's sentence, I'm the one who's paying for you today. She was blocked back, and Zhou Shuman also completely accepted this setting of Shen Feng supporting her. To the outside, pretty face red Zhou Shuman suddenly whispered in Shen Feng's ear, what else is the attack speed set? I want to wear them all to show you. Hearing Zhou Shuman's words, Shen Feng only felt that his entire body was about to burn up. The imperial sister deserved to be an imperial sister. It was really loose. After buying the clothes, Shen Feng and Zhou Shuman came to the next goal, to buy a house. They came to the outer ring of Magic City, a villa development called Royal Dragon Bay. According to Zhou Shuman, she had a best friend who worked at Royal Dragon Bay. The villas in Royal Dragon Bay start at least $30 million apiece. You really want to buy a? Arriving in front of the luxurious gates of Royal Dragon Bay, Zhou Shuman was still a little unsure, although she knew that Shen Feng was rich, but this was a $50 million villa, and it would be difficult for Shen Feng to afford it even if he was rich. You're right to follow me. Shen Feng did not say much, and together with Zhou Shuman, he entered the sales hall of Royal Dragon Bay. Just walked in. A tall, good-looking uniformed OL beauty walked up quickly. Shuman, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you for a long time. This uniformed OL beauty was Zhou Shuman's best friend, Su Ningbing. Chapter 019, Su Ningbing, Luxury Villa. This Su Ningbing was also a beautiful woman, with a face value above 85 points. If it was paired with an OL uniform, it would have at least 90 points. After Su Ningbing greeted Zhou Shuman, she also noticed Shen Feng and asked curiously, Shuman, this handsome man is? Zhou Shuman smiled. A friend. He's coming to buy a house. Hello. Shen Feng also smiled and shook hands with Su Ningbing. After a brief chat, Su Ningbing then introduced the house types to Shen Feng and Zhou Shuman. The house types we have here are basically detached villas with 3 floors above and below. It also comes with a yard and a swimming pool. These household types are the cheapest ones we have here, about 400 square feet, about $30 million. Su Ningbing directly led Shen Feng to the cheapest household type. Shen Feng took a look. These household types were either in remote locations or had poor lighting. It definitely didn't work. How much is the most expensive household type you have here at the moment? Shen Feng directly asked. The most expensive? Su Ningbing froze. Was this guy really here to buy a house? going to the supermarket to buy cabbages. It was impossible to come up and ask for the most expensive However, she still answered truthfully. Currently the most expensive should be the one in the first district, close to the Huangpu River. You can also see the Bund night view at night. A District 1 building of more than 500 square meters, probably costs about $70 million. $70 million. Zhou Shuman couldn't help but be secretly staggered when she heard this figure. This was a figure that she had never dared to think about in her entire life. However, next to her, Shen Feng said, "This is the right building. Take us over to take a look." Su Ningbing was a bit dumbfounded. Still really want to go see it? No matter how Shen Feng looked at it, it didn't look like he could afford it. Wasn't going over to see it a waste of time? At the same time, a middle-aged man in a suit, similar to a manager, walked over. "Su Ningbing, Mr. Wang is here. You go over and accompany him to look at the rooms." But Su Ningbing was a bit entangled and said, "Manager, there's someone on my side who wants to look at properties as well." "Oh, which building is it that you want to look at?" the middle-aged man asked. "A building in the first district," Su Ningbing replied directly. "A building in District 1? The middle-aged man was a little surprised. He thought that some tycoon had come. He hurriedly looked over toward Shen Feng. Seeing that Shen Feng was young and wasn't one of those familiar cockneys from Magic City, he couldn't help but be greatly disappointed. "This guy, it is estimated that he just came over to take a look," the middle-aged man directly said. "Su Ningbing, Mr. Wang's $50 million villa, but it's been talked about for a long time. It could be bought at any time, and you haven't had a single performance since you started work. If not for those few excellent salesgirls who are not doing anything, this opportunity wouldn't have come your way. Don't blame me if you don't capitalize on it." Although the middle-aged man didn't say it explicitly, the meaning within his words was already very clear. When Su Ningbing heard this, her heart was also flustered. She looked at Shen Feng and then at General Manager Wang, who was not far away. Torn. Shen Feng, on the other hand, said indifferently, "If you leave now, we will leave Royal Dragon Bay immediately." In the entire Magic City, not much else. Villas and mansions abounded. This manager was obviously looking down on Shen Feng. Why should Shen Feng accommodate him? But the good thing was, Su Ningbing did not go forward to accompany Mr. Wang, but said to the middle-aged man, "Manager, I'm sorry, I've already promised Mr. Shen. It's your own choice. Don't regret it." The middle-aged man snorted coldly and didn't seem too happy. He was about to leave. Shen Feng, however, said coldly, "Is Manager Wang? I'll remember you. I will make you pay for what you just said." Manager Wang, however, scoffed. A person who came to see the house, why should he be made to pay for it? Funny. Unless Shen Feng was really able to buy a building in a district and become a big customer of their company, then complain about him. But was that possible? One block in one district, but it was worth more than $70 million. How could a rash young man buy it? Manager Wang left. "Let's go." Su Ningbing led Shen Feng and Zhou Shuman, left the sales hall, and came to the villa estate outside. It had to be said, this Royal Dragon Bay was really worthy of being one of the top 3 villa properties in Magic City. Inside the small area, the greening is very good. The security is also very strong, basically all retired military personnel, but also close to the Huangpu River, able to see the Bund night view. Each villa's private area is also very large. Yard, swimming pool, gym, all kinds of facilities are available. And the one area and one building that Shen Feng was looking at, it was the best location in the whole Dragon Bay, facing south, with a beautiful view of the mountains and the water. Moreover, the first district is still a well-decorated house, a district of villa. Small to tiles, big to TV sets, sofas, mattresses, all the world-renowned luxury brands. Just these furniture is worth $2 to $3 million. This is also one of the reasons why a block of one district can be sold at a high price of $70 million. Su Ningbing patiently introduced to Shen Feng Zhou Shuman. However, her mood was not high. It was obvious. She already had some regrets. Just now, on impulse, she didn't go to accompany Mr. Wang to look at the house. If Mr. Wang really bought a house today, then her intestines would probably be green with remorse. Shen Feng looked around, felt that the villa was not bad, and asked Zhou Shuman next to him, "How is it?" Zhou Shuman was already full of little stars, and was about to fall into this mansion. "This is simply my dream mansion, whether it's the living room or the kitchen, or the yard or the balcony. Every single place, it's just too good and too good. It's too perfect." Zhou Shuman did not hide it. Shen Feng, however, said with a smile, "If you could really live in it, what would you want to do in it?" "Do what?" Zhou Shuman thought carefully for a moment and laughed. That would certainly be watching the night view of the Bund from the balcony, lying on the sofa watching the stars, and sleeping in the pool, in the bathtub. Speaking here, Zhou Shuman suddenly didn't continue on. She glanced at Shen Feng with a flavorful look. Shen Feng raised an eyebrow and smiled. It has to be in the bathtub? Not necessarily. Zhou Shuman pursed her red lips and said, on the sofa, on the balcony, in the pool, even in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, in the doorway, it can be. Zhou Shuman's words only made Shen Feng feel a dry mouth. Sure enough, mature women are the ones who really let go. And at this time, Su Ningbing walked back from outside. Have you guys finished watching? It's almost time to get off work. I'm going to leave first. Su Ningbing had also never thought that Shen Feng would really buy one block in one district. Therefore, she still treated Shen Feng and Zhou Shuman with a friend's attitude. However, Shen Feng laughed. I'm very satisfied with this villa. He extended his hand towards Su Ningbing and gestured. Chapter 020, Signing the Contract. Manager Wang's begging for mercy. Su Ningbing didn't react. Satisfied is satisfied. What is the point of reaching out? Shen Feng's smile did not diminish and reminded. Bring the purchase contract over. Su Ningbing still did not understand what Shen Feng meant. She subconsciously handed the purchase contract to Shen Feng. When Shen Feng looked through the purchase contract, only then did she jolt awake and asked excitedly, Mr. Shen Feng, are you planning to buy? Shen Feng looked at the purchase contract while raising his eyebrows and said easily, or else, nonsense. What time did he come to waste if he didn't buy it? Now not only Su Ningbing, even Zhou Shuman next to him covered her mouth, her eyes full of disbelief. This was a villa of more than $70 million. Shen Feng actually wanted to buy it? Zhou Shuman felt like her worldview was about to be refreshed. The words she had just said were just picking on Shen Feng. She had never thought that Shen Feng had really decided to buy the villa. Even Su Ningbing felt as if she had fallen into a dream, her voice trembling. Mr. Shen Feng, you have to think clearly. This is a $70 million villa. You must be careful. However, Shen Feng was not concerned and just handed the purchase contract to Zhou Shuman, who was at the side. Sister Shuman, I don't quite understand many clauses on this contract. Take a look for me. Zhou Shuman was the boss's wife of an internet cafe and knew too much about contracts than Shen Feng. Good. Zhou Shuman slowed down for a long time. Finally, taking over the contract, she flipped through it for a long time, and then matched it with Su Ningbing. In the end, she nodded her head and said, there's nothing wrong with the contract. It's just that on the bank loan side, I'm afraid it will be a bit troublesome. The formalities will take a while to get. But Shen Feng said directly, no need for a loan. I'll buy it with full payment. What? Hearing this, whether it was Su Ningbing or Zhou Shuman, those pairs of good-looking eyes all widened. They even felt that Shen Feng was crazy. $70 million for a villa. Buying it with full payment? How crazy was this to say such words? What? Do you think I can't afford it? Shen Feng looked at Su Ningbing with a smile. Of course not. Su Ningbing couldn't understand Shen Feng even now. She hurriedly said to Shen Feng, Then you come with me. We'll go to the hall to sign the contract. Royal Dragon Bay, the lobby of the sales department. Shen Feng, Zhou Shuman and Su Ningbing. Just as they entered the door, they heard a burst of laughter coming from inside. Just now, Mr. Wang told me that he has already done the docking procedures with the bank side, so I guess it won't take long, and I'm sure I'm going to buy it. Wow, you're really lucky to get a share of this big client of Mr. Wang today. Really envious. Su Ningbing is now estimated to have regretted to death. Mr. Wang, a big customer, do not want, but even went to accompany their girlfriend's boyfriend. Who says it's not? Her best friend's boyfriend, at first glance, is not a rich man, a pure waste of time. Don't say it. That unlucky guy is back. A few salesgirls were gathering together, chatting and preparing to leave work. Seeing Su Ningbing come in, they lowered their voices a bit. However, from their eyes, they could still see the mockery towards Su Ningbing. However, Su Ningbing could no longer care about these people. She excitedly led Shen Feng, advancing all the way towards the interior of the sales hall. What are they going for here? It seems like they are going over to the conference hall. Could it be to sign a contract? How could it be? They're looking at a block by block today. The most expensive property in our Royal Dragon Bay. There's no way that guy can afford it. Go and take a look. A few sales ladies, unable to resist the curiosity in their hearts, hurriedly trotted over. They crowded around outside the conference hall. They only saw Su Ningbing, Zhou Shuman, and Shen Feng. Not long after they entered the conference hall, the general manager of the entire Royal Dragon Bay sales department also hurried over. There was also the previous manager Wang, who also rushed to the conference hall. Only the face of manager Wang was already becoming very ugly. And after Shen Feng and the others chatted for a while in the conference hall and finalized the final details, only to see Shen Feng took out a golden dragon card and placed it on the table. Seeing this dragon card, the crowd of sales ladies, their little mouths all opened wide. The dragon card of the Huaxia Bank. In the whole of China, there were at most 50 people who owned it. This was something that only people with assets exceeding billions of dollars were qualified to handle. At this moment, they finally realized, this youth in front of them, was going to play for real, and really want to buy a villa in a district, worth $70 million. Next, is a whole set of processes. Sign the contract, verify the funds, swipe the card, buy the house, all in one go. The last thing was the general manager shaking hands with Shen Feng. Mr. Shen Feng, thank you for your support of Royal Dragon Bay. After moving in, if you have any problems, feel free to react with us. We will absolutely, at the first time, help you solve it. The smile on the general manager's face was about to bloom. Shen Feng, on the other hand, said with a smile, there's no need to check in. I have something to solve with you right now. Oh, what is it? The general manager hurriedly inquired. Now that Shen Feng was their #1 customer of Royal Dragon Bay, no matter what problems he had to be the first to solve them. Shen Feng's gaze turned cold and looked at Manager Wang, who was sitting on the side like a needle. Manager Wang, do you have something to say? Manager Wang had already been scared to the heart, trembling, heard Shen Feng this, but directly plop a moment, kneeling on the ground, trembling said, Mr. Shen Feng, no, Master Shen, it was me who was wrong before. It was me who had eyes but no pearls. You spare me this time, please spare me this time. I can't lose this job. Now you know to beg for mercy? Too late. Shen Feng snorted coldly and looked at the general manager next to him. Manager Chen, you should know what to do, right? That general manager Chen's face was ugly. As the general manager of the sales department, he naturally knew what kind of goods this manager Wang was. If this guy didn't have a bit of connections, he wouldn't have been able to arrange it in. But now, this ungrateful thing had messed with Shen Feng, messed with this big client. Even he couldn't protect this stupid thing anymore. You don't have to come to work tomorrow. Scram! One sentence directly made Manager Wang paralyzed on the ground. And after signing the contract, Shen Feng and Zhou Shuman also left the sales department. The only thing left at the scene was the excited Su Ningbing and a group of sales ladies. The sales ladies who had just taunted Su Ningbing. At this moment, their eyes were straight with envy. Aha! 1 block in 1 district. The entire value is $70 million. Ah, such a great bargain. Unexpectedly letting Su Ningbing pick it up. Chapter 021. Little Milkwords arrived at the airport. My god, if I had known that Mr. Shen Feng was so generous, I would have just sent him straight to my door. Even if it meant accompanying him for a dozen nights, I would have been willing to do it. Hey, we thought Su Ningbing was stupid before, but now it seems that we're the ones who are stupid. That awful old man, Mr. Wang, says he wants to buy it every day, and he's still pulling the strings after a few months. People here took it straight away. Envious, really envious. And Shen Feng and Zhou Shuman, who left the sales department, didn't leave the Royal Dragon Bay directly. They first got the key to Zone 1, and went to take a look at it alone. Wow! As soon as Zhou Shuman entered the master bedroom, her entire body directly fell down on top of the extravagant Hasten's king-sized bed, which was so comfortable that she kept sighing. Shen Feng, you took my dream and turned it into reality. Being able to own this kind of luxurious villa was her lifelong dream. Now, Shen Feng had bought her out. This was too crazy. Shen Feng looked at Zhou Shuman, who was lying on the bed, and looked at her perfect body that was ripe for the picking, and a touch of scorching heat came out from his eyes. Then Sister Shuman, can you make my dream a reality? Your dream? Zhou Shuman first froze, not reacting to what it meant, but very quickly, she felt Shen Feng's hot gaze and instantly understood. A touch of intoxicating redness rose on her pretty face. She rose from the bed in a graceful manner, biting her red lips with flirtatious eyes. To be able to be in this kind of mansion, it's actually my dream. But, don't be in a hurry. I'll go change for you first. By the time Shen Feng came out of the Royal Dragon Bay Villa, it was already 3 or 4 hours later. It was already evening. Zhou Shuman hadn't come out yet, so she was told to rest in the villa first. Now Shen Feng has to find a hotel, because this villa in Dragon Bay, although it is well decorated and bought with full payment, but it was not yet ready to move in. It still needed subsequent cleaning and cleansing, as well as some formalities to be done, and it was estimated that it would take another 3 to 5 days before they could officially move in. So, in these few days, Shen Feng still had to stay at the hotel. So, Shen Feng drove a BMW X6 and left the Royal Dragon Bay Villa area. This BMW X6 was not bought by Shen Feng. Rather, it was Zhou Shuman's car. Today, Shen Feng had planned to buy the clothes, villa, sports car, all of them. Just nay, a little hiccup happened in the middle of this. It took 3 or 4 hours. This supercar did not buy, can only drive Zhou Shuman's BMW X6 first, and when Zhou Shuman wants to leave later, Su Ningbing will send her, so there is no need to worry. Shen Feng had just driven the BMW X6 away from the Royal Dragon Bay Villa. A message, then, was sent to his cell phone. Brother Feng, I've arrived in Magic City. Just send me an address. I'll go over to find you. Shen Feng took a look, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly, revealing a smirk. Just sent away a yukai. Another little goblin had come. Today, sure enough, it was the greatest test for the waista. Thinking of this, Shen Feng sent a message to Little Milk Speech. No need. You wait for me at the airport. I'll pick you up. Zhou Shuman came out of the Royal Dragon Bay Villa. She tidied up her messy hair and messy clothes to make herself look less wretched. And then, she was ready to leave alone. It was still a bit inconvenient for her to walk. Shen Feng didn't send her off because Shen Feng had already left. Zhou Shuman had just walked out of the villa. She saw Su Ningbing waiting outside the villa. Why are you here? When she ran into Su Ningbing, Zhou Shuman clearly had the appearance of a J-Love that had been crashed, and her pretty face was also flushed. Su Ningbing looked at Zhou Shuman's appearance and understood. I was waiting for you. What's your situation? How did you stay inside for a few hours? Zhou Shuman's pretty face became redder and redder as she vaguely said, helping Shen Feng look at some details. Look at details? Su Ningbing smiled playfully. Look at what details? What does it have to do with you? Zhou Shuman spat at her and hummed. Don't you think nonsense? Shen Feng and I are in a normal relationship. He is at most a younger brother of mine. Oh, a brother who is in the villa with you and stays for a few hours. This kind of brother, I want it too. Shuman, why don't you introduce me to one as well? Su Ningbing continued to flirt. Get lost. Zhou Shuman was shy. Chapter 022, Do you regret it? Magic City International Airport. Outer Square. Shen Feng drove his BMW X6 and arrived. He was about to send a message to Little Milk Speech to ask where the location was, but very quickly, he then realized that it seemed like he didn't need to send a message at all. This was because Shen Feng saw, at a glance, Little Milk Speech standing on the square outside the Magic City International Airport. She was very conspicuous. She wasn't very tall, only about 1.6 meters. Her entire body is the kind of small and delicate type. Waist is very thin, a handful, but she is also fine branch fruit, at least D, perennial exercise and waistline. Body proportion is very good. More remarkable is her wear. The upper half of the white short-sleeved shirt, covering only the upper part, revealing the belly button and waistline. The lower half of the body is a black plaid pleated skirt, not long, revealing a pair of straight and slender long legs, also covered with white silk, eye-catching. Her entire body was dripping with a petite and delicate innocence. However, she was wearing thick makeup that was not gaudy, and with her hot body, she gave off another flirtatious and enchanting aura. Being innocent and flirtatious, this was the most capable of tantalizing men. Little Milk Speech naturally became the person that the clan noticed in the square. Many men stood by her side, if anything, sneaking glances at her, as lewd as they could be. When Shen Feng drove up, there was a young man in a suit driving a Primera accosting Little Milk Speech. Beauty, you've been waiting for half an hour. Don't wait. Where are you going? I'll drive you there. This latest Primera of mine, landing at more than $1 million, can also take you for a drive in Magic City? The young man in the suit was full of confidence, and Little Milk Speech didn't even look at his Primera and said directly, sorry, I've already been asked out. It's not your turn. The Little Milk Speech in reality was still so wild. A proper little nightclub queen model. The young man in the suit was not happy when he heard this. He couldn't even get a date with his more than $2 million Primera. Who else could be so capable of getting a date with this little beauty? He would like to see what kind of god the other party was. At this moment, Shen Feng, who had just parked the BMW X6, got down from the car and waved towards Little Milk Speech. Little Milk Speech, here. Little Milk Speech and the suited youth's gazes were immediately attracted over. When the suited youth saw Shen Feng and then his BMW X6, a touch of disdain came directly out of his eyes. Looks like another rash youth. Lousy Primera didn't even get a date. You BMW X6 just want to get a date? Or second-hand? Dream on. However, the next scene made the young man in the suit drop his jaw, only to see that after Little Milkwords saw Shen Feng, her eyes lit up and she waved frantically. Brother Feng. The next second, she pushed the suitcase and ran over with small steps, and then the whole person was like a sexy kitten, and directly pounced into Shen Feng's arms. Fragrant wind pounced, a piece of softness. Shen Feng directly embraced Little Milk Speech, and the young man in the suit and the crowd of men next to him all looked dumbfounded. What the hell? BMW X6 let such a little beauty to throw herself into the embrace? This damn blood nah. The young man in the suit looked at Shen Feng holding a small milky language, and looked at his own value of more than 2 million paramila. Want to cry without tears. I should have known to buy a BMW. Boom! Shen Feng drove the BMW X6 and left from the Magic City International Airport. Little Milkwords naturally sat on the passenger side. However, she was not in a very high mood since she got on the car, because Shen Feng was too different from what she thought. Shen Feng was quite handsome, but the car he drove was indeed a bit worse. A godly man who could throw away nearly $20 million in PK. How did he drive a BMW X4? Could it really be like what many viewers in the live broadcast room said? In that PK last night, Shen Feng was putting his fortune on the line? Shen Feng actually doesn't have much money? Little Milk Words had a wild thought. Shen Feng also noticed. What? Regret? Little Milk Speech hastily adjusted her emotions, leaned against Shen Feng's arm, and said in a mushy voice, Brother Feng, what are you talking about? It's my honor to come to Magic City to accompany you, and how could I regret it? The voice of this little milky speech was really crispy to the bone marrow, a voice called Brother Feng. It was really uncontrollable. Shen Feng parked the BMW X4 on the side of the road, directly opened the door and said indifferently, there is no need to pretend in front of me. If you regret it, you can leave immediately now. This punishment, consider it over. This, Little Milk Words didn't expect Shen Feng to still do this. It was indeed quite good to leave now. She had originally thought that Shen Feng was a big godly man, which was why he had directly parachuted over. But now it seemed like Shen Feng wasn't as rich as she thought. This was her first time offline. The first time to accompany Big Brother. Very precious. But she quickly shook her head and gave up this thought. Brother Feng, what did you say? I said that on the shark fighting platform. Score is king. I've already lost, so I should be punished. It's already airborne over now. Even if you live in the slums, Brother Feng, I'll make you satisfied before I leave. Brother Feng, don't drive me away, okay? Little Milk Speech had tears in her eyes and a pitiful look. Shen Feng listened to Little Milk Speech's words and knew that she was definitely pretending. But it didn't matter. To be able to say these words, that it meant that Little Milk Speech was not quite the kind of bottomless gold-worshipping woman. This was enough. Good. Then I'll take you to the slums. The car door closed. Shen Feng drove the BMW X6, followed the streets, and headed towards the very center of Magic City. Mordor Intercontinental Garden Hotel. This was one of the top hotels in the entire Magic City. Even the most ordinary suite would start at nearly $10,000. Shen Feng drove the BMW X6 and arrived at the Intercontinental Garden Hotel. It had just arrived at the entrance. Little Milk Words was surprised to find, at the entrance of the Intercontinental Garden Hotel, there were already rows and rows of waiters, who were lined up from the periphery of the hotel, all the way to the interior of the hotel, each and every one of them standing straight, with their eyes burning, as if they were waiting for someone. That one waiter, instantly bending down and bowing his head, shouted in unison, Mr. Shen Feng, Mr. Shen Feng, Mr. Shen Feng. Their shouts were loud and clear, and their attitudes were respectful. The scene was very shocking. Little Milk Speech was dumbfounded. Although she had stayed in many hotels, when had she ever seen such a big row? Moreover, this Intercontinental Garden Hotel in front of her, at first glance, was an extremely high-end, extremely extravagant hotel. To be able to make such a big row in a hotel of this level. Chapter 023, Deluxe Garden Suite. How much money would this cost? Little Milk Words even foolishly thought that Shen Feng hadn't brought her to the wrong place. After all, just now after Shen Feng said those words, she was already prepared to live in an express hotel. But it was obvious. It wasn't. Get off. Shen Feng's face was flat as he got off the BMW X4. Little Milk Words hurriedly followed. Mr. Shen Feng, I am the general manager of the Intercontinental Garden Hotel. The room you reserved. I have personally prepared it for you. Would you like to check in now? Just after getting off the car, an OL uniformed beauty with a tall figure and a face value of at least 95 points or more directly greeted her. Lead the way in front, Shen Feng said indifferently. Okay, Mr. Shen Feng, you follow me. The uniformed OL beauties, leading the way in front, walked forward in a graceful manner. Shen Feng and Little Milk Speech then followed behind, and behind them, a group of waiters followed, waiting for Shen Feng's orders at any time. This row, as big as it was going to be, this Magic City Intercontinental Garden Hotel, the reason why it was rated as one of the top hotels in Magic City, it's because it has the only Sky Garden Suite in all of Mordor. The Sky Garden Suite, which is an entire top floor of the hotel, has been transformed into a suite with all sorts of facilities. There are swimming pools, gymnasiums, bars, saunas, bath centers, sky gardens and so on. In the Sky Garden Suite, there were more than 20 staff members alone. This was almost an all-encompassing and deathless imperial level service. And the price of this Sky Garden is also very high. 180 WA night. Even tycoons with tens of millions or hundreds of millions of dollars would find it hard to afford it. And Shen Feng directly booked 3 days, a total of 540 W. That was why there was such a big row. During these 3 days, Shen Feng was definitely the emperor-level VIP of the entire Intercontinental Garden Hotel. Under the leadership of the uniformed OL beauties, Shen Feng and Little Milk Speech, as well as a group of waiters, rode in the elevator and headed towards the top floor of the Intercontinental Hotel in Mordor with great vigor. Along the way, Little Milk Speech was as shocked as if she had entered the Grand View Garden. She saw the most luxurious hotel decoration ever. She saw famous paintings worth hundreds of millions of dollars placed right in the center of the hotel. She saw the hotel's viewing pool, which was like an aquarium with all kinds of rare fish, even though she had stayed in so many hotels. But the level of luxury of this Intercontinental Garden Hotel still refreshed her knowledge, and it was such a luxurious and extravagant hotel. When Shen Feng came, even the general manager had to come out in a low voice to greet him. Then what level of godly luxury was Shen Feng in the end? The voluminous line of people. It quickly arrived at the top floor of the hotel, 68th floor. This layer was just right for a very clear night view of the entire Bund, and even the entire Huangpu River. This entire floor, is where we are staying? Little Milk Speech's mouth was slightly open, and her eyes were full of surprise. Yes miss, anything you need, you can order them to prepare it for you, the uniformed OL beauty replied. Little Milk Words was too shocked to say a word. This garden hotel's top floor, with so many facilities and so many staff members, was surprisingly served just for the two of them. What kind of queenly treatment was this? After growing up so much, Little Milk Speech finally realized what the world of God's hoarder was really like. You guys back off first. Shen Feng waved his hand. That uniformed OL beauty and the crowd of waiters, on the other hand, retreated. Inside this large garden suite, only Shen Feng and Little Milk Speech remained. Shen Feng looked at Little Milk Speech with interest and asked, Little Milk Speech, now, do you still regret it? Regret? Little Milk Speech no longer had this word in her head. She was already excited in her heart right now, although she was the one who lost in the PK between her and Guchingi. But in the real world, she had won far too much. Because no matter how much you curry favor with Big Brother on the internet, it's still not as good as being with Big Brother in reality. Brother Feng, I've never regretted it. Little Milk Speech was like a sexy obedient kitten, shrinking into Shen Feng's arms. The corner of Shen Feng's mouth hooked into a playful smile and asked, we don't even know our names. Are you so impatient to wait? Little Milk Speech's pretty face flushed and said in a delicate voice, my real name is Chen Yinyan. I'm from Hangzhou Art University, and I'm still a senior. Oh, Shen Feng did not expect that Little Milk Speech was still a senior. Surprisingly, she was still studying art. No wonder she was able to perfectly manage both innocence and flirtatiousness. What major? Dance student. What kind of dance? Classical dance. Modern dance both. Little Milk Word's pretty face flushed, detached from Shen Feng's arms and walked to Shen Feng's front. Brother Feng, do you want to see? All the dances I learned. I can dance for you to see. Little Milk Words put her hands on top of her girdle and gently tugged. The girdle slipped off. Shen Feng's pupils dilated slightly, and then he reached out his hand and turned the lights into a ghostly mode. Soon, Shen Feng completely understood. What is called? From now on, the king does not have a morning court. Save 10,000 words here. Chapter 024, Star Road PK. 1 in the morning. Well, Brother Feng, I want to play a hand. Can you help me? Little Milk Speech asked in a milky, weak voice as her entire body shrank under the comforter. Bag you a hand? Shen Feng raised his eyebrows. Well, Little Milk Words nodded and said weakly, this PK is quite important to me. Brother Feng, you should know about Star Road, right? No. Star Path. This Shen Feng did know. In the Do Shark platform, generally, anchors with potential would go on the Star Road. After going on the Star Road, there would be 5 PKs. All of them are PKs with big anchors in big divisions. In the 5 PK, as long as you can win 2, you will be able to complete the Star Road promotion, get a lot of resources exposure, but also get into the big division of the qualification. At present, small anchors want to enter the big division, become a big anchor. There are only 2 channels. 1 is to take the division championship, 2 is the Star Path. Right now, Little Milk Speech had been defeated by Gu Qingyi in the divisional championship battle. The only thing she could count on now was Star Road. I've already lost 4 hands in Star Path. Tonight is the last hand. I want to try again. Little Milk Speech shrank in Shen Feng's arms, blowing pillow talk. Lost 4 games? Isn't that already eliminated? Shen Feng was puzzled. Not necessarily. Little Milk Speech shook his head and said, there's still a little chance. If I can beat the big anchors in the top 10 of the Star Road rankings, my points will go up much more. Maybe there will be a chance to advance. It was just spelling out a very slim chance with one hand. Shen Feng was certainly willing. Just kidding. Money-making activities, not playing for nothing. Moreover, Little Milk Speech's performance tonight was really worth a handful of swipes for him. It wasn't until the dots fell red, Shen Feng realized that Little Milk Speech, who had been rubbing the edge, would be the first time, but it is not possible to let Little Milk Speech get it so easily. Let me help you play Star Road. I can think about it. You can try to impress me, Shen Feng said with a smile. Little Milk Words came to Shen Feng's ear and said softly and sticky, Brother Feng, I also have a set of Western Region Goddess, a set of Kunlun Holy Maiden Ning Hong Yao. Do you want to see it? At this moment, the flames that Shen Feng had just calmed down once again rushed straight to his head. 1 hour later, Little Milk Speech was finally able to start broadcasting. Families, babies, I'm here. Little Milk Speech greeted the live broadcast camera. Inside the live broadcast room, the group of anxious fans, who had been waiting for quite some time, sent out pop-ups. Great! Sister Milk Speech has finally started broadcasting. I've been waiting for a long time. I thought that Sister Milk Speech couldn't broadcast today, but now it seems to be fine. No, how do I feel that Milk Speech Sister is very weak and haggard, and her hair is so messy, as if she has just been. Nonsense what? This is the reason for the camera. Milk Speech Sister went on a business trip. The camera angle is just not very good. That must be it. The fans hypnotized themselves. Until now, they still regarded Little Milk Speech as their goddess, especially that Ching Cheng. He had originally all but decided to retire from the network, but as soon as Little Milk Speech started broadcasting, he couldn't help but run back again. Milk Speech, I'll always support you. And Shen Feng couldn't help but feel very amused as he watched these licking dogs and boiling goats in the live broadcast room in his bedroom. He suddenly had some bad taste and sent a message to Little Milk Speech. Come to the bedroom. Little Milk Speech, who was already ready to go live, saw this message and couldn't care less about the fans within the live broadcast room, and directly ran to the bedroom. The pop-ups within the live broadcast room. What's going on? Where is Milk Words going in a hurry? Look at this anxious look. It seems like something's wrong. I'm going to. Milk Speech Sister, you mustn't be alright. If there's anything you have to share out, we'll help you out. Sister Milk Speech, you go and solve your matter first. We'll wait for you in the live broadcast room. And after Little Milk Speech ran back to the bedroom, she directly jumped into Shen Feng's arms. Brother Feng, Little Milk Speech delicately shouted, and then blinked her flirtatious eyes and asked, what are you looking for me for? Can't I find Goddess Milk Speech if there's nothing to do? Shen Feng wrapped his arms around Little Milk Speech, and the corner of his mouth curled up into an evil smile. Little Milk Speech's pretty face reddened and ranted, of course, but Brother Feng, where am I a goddess? I don't deserve this title. I see that all your fans call it that. Shen Feng continued, they definitely want to call me a goddess. Little Milk Speech's good-looking eyes turned, and suddenly whispered, Brother Feng, have you ever heard a sentence? What words? Shen Feng was interested. Chapter 025 Star Road Top 10. Li Xiaoshang, the poor man's goddess, the rich man's. Little Milk Words said crisply. When Shen Feng heard this, the smile at the corner of his mouth instantly showed. Then you help me again. Shen Feng whispered in Little Milk Speech's ear. Little Milk Speech instantly filled with drunken redness and said, now, well. Shen Feng nodded and suddenly said with a smile, what? No? Afraid that your fans have waited long and are not happy? Of course not. Little Milk Speech grunted. Let them wait first. Wait even longer. And they will continue to lick me and continue to treat me as a goddess. Brother Feng, your happiness is most important. And so, Little Milk Words slowly retreated into the comforter. About half an hour passed. It was only then that Little Milk Speech appeared above the live broadcast camera again. She was fixing her messy hair while brushing her teeth and said in a slurred voice, family, babies, something just happened inside the house. I went to get busy. I've kept everyone waiting. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room brushed up. It's fine. Milk Speech Goddess, we'll wait for you. That's right. I thought something had happened to you. It almost made me unable to sleep from worry. Now that I see you're fine, I'm completely relieved. Our Milk Speech group focuses on companionship. Milk Speech, if you have anything going on, you should hurry up and take care of it. We can wait until tomorrow morning. Sure enough, just like what Little Milk Speech said, this group of licking dogs, boiling sheep, were still guarding the live broadcast room. But this time, Little Milk Speech was about to get down to business as well. After brushing her teeth and fixing her hair again, she directly said, everyone should know the results of last night's PK. We lost. But everyone, don't be discouraged. Even if we don't get the division championship, we also have a chance to fight our way to the grand sectional track through Star Road. As soon as these words came out, the pop-up screen brushed up once again. Star Road? Milk Speech Goddess, I remember that you have to win 2 star paths to advance. Haven't you already lost 4? Right. Moreover, when Big Brother Maple Leaf was around before, we weren't able to beat the gang from Star Route. Now that Big Brother Maple Leaf isn't around anymore, it's hard for us to win against Star Route. Sister Milk Speech, You're not thinking of beating the top 10 people from Star Road and then rushing for the highest score to advance, are you? I'll go. If that's really the case, then Goddess Milk Speech. You're too crazy. Which of the top 10 Star Route anchors doesn't have an old man big brother? It's hard to beat them down without 2 million. The pop-ups didn't brush their pennies, but they still knew the rules of Star Road. And Little Milk Speech responded, you guys guessed it right. I do want to beat the top 10 people on the Star Road list and put up a fight. I want to fight Li Xiaosheng. We lost so badly to him last time. We need to win back. The pop-up screen exploded again. Li Xiaosheng? Goddess Milk Speech. You're crazy. How can we possibly beat Li Xiaosheng? Li Xiaosheng is the newest fresh meat on the Fighting Shark platform. Although his mouth stinks a bit, there are quite a few rich women who are good at this. We can't beat those rich women. Don't. Sister Milk Speech. Don't beat Li Xiaosheng. Last time you were humiliated so badly by him. He even wanted you to dance the G-pipe. Now that Brother Maple Leaf has retired from the net, if you go and hit Li Xiaosheng again, won't you let him have his way? The pop-ups all felt that Little Milk Speech was crazy. Although Li Xiaosheng was only the 7th in the Star Road ranking and not highly ranked, that wasn't something Little Milk Speech could beat. However, Little Milk Speech didn't actually ask the pop-ups for their opinions. She only needed the consent of one person right now. As long as Shen Feng agreed, then she could just start fighting. Brother Feng, is Li Xiaosheng okay? Li Xiaosheng, you want to beat him? Well, he humiliated me very badly last time. I want to fight back, but everything depends on your decision. Brother Feng, if you think Li Xiaosheng's ranking is too high and his strength is too strong, I can switch to a lower ranked one. Ranking too high? Shen Feng scoffed. What he disliked was that Li Xiaosheng's ranking was too low. To fight, how could he also fight the number 1 in the Star Route ranking, right? However, since Little Milk Speech wanted to take revenge, then let her go. Fine. Open the bar. Getting Shen Feng's agreement, Little Milk Speech was overjoyed and said directly, don't be afraid, everyone. I believe that our Milk Speech group is definitely cohesive. I've already connected Li Xiaosheng. Open the bar right away. This time, we must take it down hard. We must get revenge. The streak began. Not a moment later, Li Xiaosheng's image appeared on the left side of the screen. I have to say, this Li Xiaosheng is really quite handsome. His face is angular, his eyes are dark and deep, and his dress is sunny and fashionable. At first glance, he is really almost as good as a second or third tier fresh meat. But although he is handsome, but his mouth is not clean. Yo, this is not Little Milk words. The last time I even you, I almost ed you to tears. You still dare to even me. Chapter 026, Li Xiaosheng with a foul mouth. Really want to dance the G-pipe for the audience's pleasure, don't you? Li Xiaosheng's words were filled with sarcasm. Moreover, the way he looked at Little Milk Speech, there was an undisguised greed in his eyes. This was clearly a guy with a human face and a beast's heart. While Little Milk Speech was facing Li Xiaosheng's mockery, it was a direct retort. Last PK, I really wasn't your opponent, but as I said, I will definitely come back for revenge. Li Xiaosheng, let's play a big game tonight. Do you dare to take it? What's there to dare? Li Xiaosheng said contemptuously, even when your brother Maple Leaf was around. For me to beat up your Little Milk Speech would be as simple as pinching an ant to death. Not to mention that Maple Leaf has already been knocked out of the net. Your big brother is gone, and you still dare to come up and deliver. You really want everyone to watch you pole dance. You really want everyone to have a good time. Ha ha, unbridled mockery. It wasn't even PK yet. It was straight to the mouth. Little Milk Speech also didn't want to say more to this kind of mouth stinker and said directly, fine, if I lose, I'll give you a dance. But you, Li Xiaosheng, if you lose, you have to turn off your beauty face for me, and take off your makeup. How dare you play? These words came out. You, Li Xiaosheng instantly became anxious. In his live broadcast room, there was basically no big brother, and it was basically some rich women. Having him turn off his beauty face and remove his makeup was definitely his weakness. If it was a PK with another Starway anchor, then he wouldn't take it even if it was a big advantage. But now, it was PK with Little Milk Speech. He wasn't afraid of it. However, just to be on the safe side, Li Xiaosheng still asked in the live broadcast, Sister Kiki, Sister Lin Lin, are you guys there? Can you help Sang Sang win tonight? This big man, surprisingly, was asking in a petulant tone. Duke, Kiki, don't worry Sang Sang. I'll help you win if you play Little Milk words. Duke, Lin Lin who loves Shang Shang, how do you need to be so cautious to fight Little Milk words? You don't need Kiki to take a shot at it at all. I'm good enough on my own. The two Duke rich girls all responded. Li Xiaoshan was also completely energized. Little Milk Speech, I know what you're fighting for. Isn't it just that you want to beat me and then go on the Star Road and enter the Grand Subdivision? Wanting to use me, Li Xiaoshang, as a stepping stone. Are you qualified? Li Xiaoshang said arrogantly. I'll take this PK today. I'm going to beat you to your heart's content. If you lose, even if the super pipe comes and deducts points, you have to finish a pole dance for me. Got it? Seeing Li Xiaoshang take it, Little Milkwords also stopped talking nonsense. Open the bar. The PK bar quickly appeared in the center of the screen. The PK bar had just appeared. Li Xiaoshang directly played the battle song and shouted in that Cockney voice. Sisters, I cohesion go up. Together, let's give Shang Shang the upper hand. Immediately after, boom, 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 gift after gift was directly swiped. Lord, call me soft little sister. Sent out Diamond Pink Airplanes X10 in Li Xiaoshang's live broadcasting room. Baron, Lemon. Sent out a Rocket X5 in Li Xiaoshang's livestream. Baron, Piggy Doodle. Sent a Rocket X5 in Li Xiaoshang's livestream. Accompanied by the dynamic battle song, Li Xiaoshang's PK score rose all the way up. 8,540, 24,700, 57,000, 135,000. It wasn't until it rose to 130,000 points that it slowly began to pause. And Little Milk Speech's side also played the battle song and started canvassing. Families, babies, give Milk Speech points. Bring out the cohesion in our Milk Speech group. But this time, Little Milk Speech's canvassing wasn't as passionate as last time. Last time when she was piking with Gu Qingyi, she had personally danced and canvassed and had a passionate voice. Now Little Milk Speech couldn't do it. It wasn't that she looked down on the audience in the live broadcast room. Rather, it was that this night had left her too weak, and she was now not to mention dancing. Standing up was a bit of a hidden pain, and shouting a few times was laborious. So, the canvassing effect this time wasn't very good. Baron, in those years, he gave away Rocket X5 in the Little Milkwords live broadcast. Baron, Sad Life, sent out Rocket X3 at Little Milkwords live. Baron, Life is only clear and happy, sent out Rocket X3 in Little Milkwords live broadcasting room. A round of gifts came down. Little Milk Speech's PK score also went up. The PK bar was now 140,000. Li Xiaoshang versus Little Milk Speech 125,000. Li Xiaoshang was still a small head over heels. Li Xiaoshang went straight to the mouth, mocking without any concealment. Little Milk Speech, with such a small amount of money, you want to come for revenge? You're trying to send it to your door so that your brother can humiliate you, right? Why don't your brother Smiling Shang give you the room number tonight, and you can just send it straight to your door? I will definitely satisfy you well. Why bother running out to PK to humiliate yourself? Stinky mouth and insults again. Li Xiaoshang had no qualms at all. After all, no matter how much more he stunk with his mouth, his NC female fans would only think that he was true to his character and would not think that he was of low quality. The viewers in the Little Milk Speech livestream, on the other hand, were disgusted. This Li Xiaoshang, he really hasn't changed at all. What a clown with no quality. I really want to improperly and make him kneel on the ground and call his father. Hey, don't think about it. There are still several rich women on the other side of the family who have not made a move, and many of the big brothers on our side have been knocked out of the net. So how can they be Li Xiaoshang's opponent? In fact, there is a sentence Li Xiaoshang said I really do not know why the milk words to even him. This is not self-defeating? Too humiliating. If Milk Speech really lost and really danced the G-pipe dance, then it is estimated that at least a month to seal the start. It's all over. The viewers of Little Milk Speech's live room were already raising the white flag in advance. This PK was too desperate for them. There was no chance of winning at all. Halfway through, let the opposite side squat deeply. Can't stop for a minute. And Little Milk Speech received a message from Shen Feng at this time. Deep squat? When Little Milk Speech heard these two words, it felt a great pain and replied in an aggrieved manner. Brother Feng, I can't do this punishment. Why? You still pretend not to know. Humph, it's still not because of you. Teasing you. Don't worry, with me here, you can't lose. Just listen to me. Shen Feng's light words, but let the Little Milk words feel an unrivaled sense of security. Chapter 027, Invisible Big Brother. And so, Little Milk Speech said directly, Li Xiaoshang, this is a revenge game for us. Let's play something exciting halfway through as well. Deep squat. You can't stop. You have to keep squatting until it's over. Do you dare to take it? Li Xiaoshang, a little fresh meat, soft and weak, didn't exercise much, worse than even Little Milk Speech's physique. If another person were to fight PK, then Li Xiaoshang would definitely not dare to take it. It would exhaust him to death. But when it comes to Little Milk Speech, Li Xiaoshang is not even afraid. Duke, Kiki, Shang Shang, you can't squat a single one. Don't worry, Duke, Linlin who loves Shang Shang, my sister cares for you so much, there's no way she'll let you squat one. If Little Milk Speech dares to mention this kind of punishment, then let her squat until she dies. Shang Shang despite charging, sisters protect you. Shang Shang, go ahead and charge. My sisters will protect you. Shang Shang, go ahead and charge. The sisters will protect you. The sisters in Li Xiaosheng's live broadcast room brushed up one after another. Li Xiaosheng was more confident now. Good. Little milk words. I'll take it. Now that I'm ahead in points. Go squat for me. Squat hard. Li Xiaosheng originally thought that he could torture Little Milk Speech ruthlessly. But yet at this time, 4 rounds of super rockets were swiped in Little Milk Speech's live room. House Lord, Xingcheng, sent out super rockets X4 in Little Milk Speech's live room. Surprisingly, it was sent by that house manager Xingcheng from before. Lord, Xingcheng. Milk Speech. I've come to apologize to you. I was wrong before, forcing Big Brother away. I just got my paycheck today, and I immediately came to brush your rockets. I will always support you. Milk Speech, please forgive me. This Xingcheng is really a dutiful licking dog, a dutiful boiling goat. 2 or 3 times, he retreated from the net. Still, he couldn't help but return to Little Milk Speech's live room, and when Little Milk Speech saw such a humble Xingcheng, there were already no waves in his heart. To be honest, she was still a bit thankful to Xingcheng now. If Xingcheng hadn't forced Shen Feng away and made her lose, then she wouldn't have been able to take a step ahead of Gu Qingyi and send herself in front of Shen Feng to serve him well. Therefore, she already had no feelings for Xingcheng. Thank you Xingcheng. Little Milk Words returned a polite sentence, and in a certain internet cafe, Xingcheng, who was dressed plainly, with a greasy head and eating noodles, was moved to tears when he heard this sentence from Little Milk Speech. Goddess Milk Speech, forgive me. Great. And after Xingcheng's 4 rounds of Ultra Fire were sent out, the PK bar changed again. 154000 Li Xiaosheng versus Little Milk Speech, 225,000. 4 rounds of Super Fire, $10,000. 100,000 points. This put Little Milk Speech's score directly back up. She also didn't need to stand up and do deep squats, but that didn't last long. Boom, boom, boom. Duke, Xingcheng's Linlin, in Li Xiaosheng's live broadcast, sent out Super Rocket X10. Straight away, 10 rounds of Super Fire went up, a full 250,000 points. Li Xiaosheng's score once again crushed Little Milk Speech. Sister Linlin atmosphere. Sister Linlin, I'll always love you. Boo boo. Li Xiaosheng was thrilled. Duke, Linlin who loves Shengsheng, sister said, won't let Shengsheng you suffer a little bit of aggravation. Don't need Kiki sister to take a shot tonight. I'm enough by myself. No matter how many points Little Milk Speech gets on, I'll take it. This rich woman's tone is not small. Li Xiaosheng's bottom line was also sufficient, directly said to Little Milk Speech. Little Milk Speech, what are you still sitting for? Stand up for me. Deep squat. Hurry up. He couldn't wait to torture Little Milk Speech, but Little Milk Speech still didn't move a muscle and laughed petulantly. Li Xiaosheng, I can't move. The one who should move is you. The next second, boom, boom, boom. Shot after shot of super rockets directly swept through Little Milk Speech's live room. Mysterious Man has sent out Super Rocket X11 in Little Milk Speech's live broadcast room. Mysterious Man wasn't a name. Rather, it was the stealthy Big Brother. After opening the Duke, one would unlock a privilege to enter the room to be able to be invisible. After this Mysterious Man delivered 11 rounds of Super Fire, the PK bar changed once again. 414,000 Li Xiaosheng versus Little Milk Speech, 500,000. Little Milk Speech was still in the lead. Little Milk Speech looked at Li Xiaosheng with a pair of good-looking eyes and said coldly, Li Xiaosheng, what are you still sitting for? Stand up and squat deeply. Are you deaf? Getting on the mouth and face this kind of thing. Little Milk Speech could be too much better than Gu Qingyi. Li Xiaosheng wasn't convinced at all and grunted. It's just a few rounds of Ultra Fire. What's your hurry? My sister Linlin will you up in no time. He didn't stand up and squat deeply, because he knew his score would soon be reversed. Duke, Lin who loves rah-rah, that's right rah-rah. Don't stand up. You won't be able to stand up tonight. Boom. Duke, Lin, who loves sang, send out Super Rocket X10 on Li Xiaosheng's livestream. Another 10 rounds of Super Fire. Another 250,000 points. Li Xiaosheng laughed outright and said recklessly, Little Milk Speech, see, it's you who should stand up. Quickly stand up for me. Really? Little Milk Speech, however, snorted and laughed. You see again now? Li Xiaosheng fixed his eyes on it, but he found that Little Milk Speech's score, surprisingly, had once again countered. The mysterious person on the opposite side had unexpectedly sent 11 more rounds of Ultra Fire. Duke, Xingcheng's Linlin, who's on the other side? So ungrateful. Dare to bar with my Linlin. Get lost. Lin was clearly angry this time. Boom, boom. Duke, Xingcheng's Linlin, in Li Xiaosheng's livestream, sent out Super Rocket X20. This time, a whole 20 rounds were sent. A whole 50,000. 500,000 points. The rich woman was still very rich, but well, Lin had just finished sending it. Mysterious person sent Super Rocket X21 in Little Milk Speech's live room. There was one more send. Every time, this mysterious person sent, it was one more round than them. This made Little Milk Speech's score, all the time, press down on their heads. Little Milk Speech didn't talk nonsense with them anymore and directly drank at Li Xiaosheng. What are you still standing there for? Stand up for me. Deep squats, don't stop for a minute. Hurry. Little Milk Speech's milky tone also became lingering at this moment. Li Xiaosheng, on the other hand, hated his teeth. It was so close. Obviously, he was so close to overtaking. How come he couldn't catch up? Don't be arrogant. We'll soon overtake. Li Xiaosheng stood up from his position and began a deep squat. After just doing one, he started panting heavily. Chapter 028, the battle is intense. After doing two, it's just like the blower. Sister Lin, Sister Kiki, help, 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 I'm going to die. Li Xiaosheng did deep squats while pampering and begging in the live broadcast. Duke, Aixing Sheng's Lin, I don't care who you are on the opposite side. I'll fight you. Next second, boom, another round of super rockets swiped the screen. Duke, Aixing's Lin, send out Super Rocket X30 in Li Xiaosheng's livestream. Duke, Aixing's Lin, send out Super Rocket X50 in Li Xiaosheng's livestream. Duke, Aixing Sheng's Lin, send out Super Rocket X99 in Li Xiaosheng's live broadcast. Direct 99 rounds of Superfire. 25W sent out. A whole 250W points smashed out, directly exploding the entire Do Shark platform. After these 99 rounds of Superfire were sent out, Li Xiaosheng's score was also fully reversed. 344-1400, Li Xiaosheng, versus Little Milkwords, 110-0000. The score gap was as high as 2 million. Phew, Sister Lin is too atmospheric. Sisters, take Sister Lin's atmosphere and hit it above the public screen. Li Xiaosheng, who was almost exhausted, was finally able to take a breather and said contemptuously, Little Milk Speech, the mysterious person on your side, isn't it very powerful? One shot on, teasing my sister Lin, right? Why don't you keep going on now, right? 100 rounds is super hot. Fighting with my sister Lin, do you have the strength? Little Milk Words, you give me to stand up, deep. The words have not finished yet, but see the center of the screen. Another round of Superfire, directly brushed the screen. Mysterious person sent out Super Rocket X33 in Little Milk Speech's live room. Mysterious man sent out Super Rocket X69 in Little Milk Speech's live room. Mysterious man sent out Super Rocket X100 in Little Milk Speech's live room. 100 rounds of Superfire. Again, only one more round, but it was enough. Little Milk Speech's score, fully reversed. Duke, Aixing Sheng's Lin, pissed off sis. Who the hell is the mysterious person on the opposite side? Do you have the guts to show your ID? Lin was about to break her defense directly after being teased. Even the viewers of Little Milk Speech's livestream were curious. Who is this mysterious person? It's a bit strong. 100 rounds of Ultra Fire can catch it. I don't know. I don't remember Milk Speech having this kind of mysterious person. Big brother. No wonder the Milk Words goddess is so bottomless. Originally there is a big brother in. Hey, this big brother cannot each time only more than one round of Superfire, said teasing Lin's sister. I see is no money. The opposite Kiki has not yet out of hand of the Milk Speech is not necessarily beat. Right, don't open the champagne at halftime. Kiki is stronger than Maple Leaf. While the audience was talking, Little Milk Speech had already started to mouth off to Li Xiaosheng. Li Xiaosheng, are you a eunuch? Doing 2 deep squats and you're out of breath. Did I tell you to rest? Squat down for me. Li Xiaosheng was already out of breath, but he still had to continue squatting deeply. Little Milk Speech, you wait. It hurts. Li Xiaosheng was sweating profusely and screaming in agony with every deep squat he did. Finally, the Kiki rich woman still couldn't stand to watch and stepped in. Maple Leaf, don't think I won't recognize it's you just because you're doing a stealth. Last time, you fought me halfway and ran away. Now you're coming back with stealth, right? If I want to beat you up, it's a matter of minutes. Even if you're stealthy, you'll have to give me a standing start to get beaten up. The words fell. Boom. A special effect of a Lust Fire Phoenix appeared directly in the center of THE screen with a long chirp. Duke, Kiki, in Li Xiaosheng's live broadcast, gave out an Undying Phoenix X1 worth 5W, and there was more than one. Duke, Kiki, in Li Xiaosheng's live broadcasting room, gave away an Indestructible Phoenix X5 worth 5W. Duke, Kiki, in Li Xiaosheng's live stream, gave away Undying Phoenix X10 worth 5W, directly 10 Indestructible Phoenixes, a whole 500,000. 5 million points smashed up. In an instant, the PK's blood bar was violently drawn again. 844-1400, Li Xiaosheng, versus Little Milk Speech, 360-0000. This time, it crushed 5 million points. This seemed to be an insurmountable gap anyways. Li Xiaosheng, who was sitting in a deep squat, was already too tired to stand up. but he also instantly jumped up when he saw the 500 points on it. Kiki sister atmosphere. Kiki sister, you're too strong. You are my eternal goddess. Ha ha, little milk words. If you're capable, you keep flipping the game. 5 million points. Even if Maple Leaf was there, it would be hard to surpass it. Sure enough, Little Milk Speech's progress bar didn't move. That mysterious person. It seemed to have been beaten into silence. However, at this moment, Little Milk Speech's cell phone was receiving a message. If you win this Star Road PK, what is the probability that you will be able to advance? Probably only a 10% probability because Li Xiaoxing's star path ranking isn't high. 10% is a bit too low. There was a pause. Shen Feng sent again. It's not much fun for us to play like this. The opposite side will brush a million or two at most and then it's over. Not much fun. Let's put it this way. Look at the Star Road list. There are a few anchors online right now. Pull them all in. We'll fight together. Seeing this message from Shen Feng, Little Milk Speech was dumbfounded. At best, it's over after brushing 1 or 2 million. Pull in a few Starway anchors. Fighting together? This was too crazy, right? You know, in the past, when she piked with Starpath, she was violently beaten up when she fought one by one. How would she dare to think of directly beating several Starpath anchors? But very quickly, she got excited. According to the rules of the Starway ranking, the more Starway anchors you beat, the higher your chances of advancing. If she could really beat several Starpath anchors, then it would definitely be a sure thing to advance. Thinking of this, Little Milk Speech didn't hesitate for a second and directly paused the PK bar. What do you mean? Li Xiaoxing, who was already ready to torture Little Milk Speech, was puzzled. The corners of Little Milk Speech's mouth curled up slightly, revealing little tiger teeth. Li Xiaoxing, it's not much fun for the two of us to PK. How about I pull a few people together to fight? When Li Xiaoxing heard this, he thought that Little Milk Speech was thinking that he couldn't beat them. It was ready to pull in outside help, but he wasn't afraid. Now that he was ahead by 5 million points, no matter how many external helpers Little Milk Speech pulled in, they would all be beaten. The more foreign aid Little Milk Speech pulls in, the more points he can score. The more points he could score, the more money he would earn. What's not to like? Okay, I'll let you pull. I'd like to see who can save you in the entire fighting shark. Li Xiaoxing didn't care. Chapter 029, 750,000. All stand up. The audience in Little Milk Speech's live broadcast room was abuzz with talk. Goddess Milk Speech has finally realized that she definitely can't beat the Star Road ranking by herself. Yes, it's long overdue to pull someone over, but if it's a duo, in the end, the points counted for the Star Road ranking will be much less. Hey, what time is it now? Still counting a gross score. You really think that Goddess Milk Speech can beat Li Xiaoxing? Just don't lose so badly. They also thought that Little Milk Speech was going to hire foreign aid. At the same time, Little Milk Speech entered a few room numbers and directly pulled in 2 people. They were Nan Meyer, who was 5th on the Star Road ranking, and Little Nan Meyer, who was 6th on the Star Road ranking. This was a pair of sisters. Nan Meyer was the older sister and Little Nan Mei was the younger sister. Both were very pretty and had perfect bodies, and had different temperaments. Nan Meyer was the flirtatious and alluring type, while Little Nan Mei was noble and cold. They also all learned to dance. The two lived together. Their duo dances were the best in shark fighting. Little Nan Mei and Nan Meier were all surprised when they realized that they were pulled into PK. Li Xiaoxing, what's going on here? You're going to fight us with Little Milk Speech? Little Nan Meyer inexplicably asked. Nan Meier's delicate and pretty face was also puzzled. Not to mention them. Even Li Xiaoxing himself was puzzled and asked directly. Little Milk Words, who are you pulling here? Little Nan Mei and Nan Meyer. One was 5th on the Star Path ranking and the other was 6th on the Star Path ranking. If these two people helped Little Milk Speech fight, then he would definitely lose. But looking at these two sisters, they didn't seem to be familiar with Little Milk Speech at all. What in the world was this all about? And Little Milk Speech directly said, the 3 of you together. I'll fight 3 of you. Boom. Little Milk Speech's words were simply like a thunderbolt that directly exploded within the live broadcast room. All the viewers in the 3 live rooms were all stunned. 1 against 3? An anchor who hadn't even entered a major division was going to fight 3-star road anchors? Is this Little Milk Speech crazy? Or has he taken the wrong medication? How could it be so rampant? After a short silence, the pop-up screen instantly exploded. What do you mean? Little Milk Speech, are you looking down on us sister fans? My god, it's been a long time since I've seen such a rampant anchor, directly hitting 3-star road anchors, and daring to hit our southern sisters. Even the number 1 on the Star Road list, Lu Hongyan, wouldn't dare to play like this, right? This Little Milk Speech. I'm afraid she's crazy for wanting to be punished. Asterisk her. Punish her ruthlessly. Let her know how stupid she is. The fans of the Southern Sisters were all furious. Little Milk Speech was the first to look down on them like this. Li Xiaoxing's fans were even more, needless to say, and they all began to sneer at Little Milk Speech. Little Milk Speech, you can't even beat us Shang, and you still want to fight 3? This 5 million point gap. You won't be able to make up for it in your lifetime. Stop pretending. Hurry up and admit defeat. Don't waste everyone's time. The fans of Little Milk Speech's live broadcast, on the other hand, were desperate. Milk Speech goddess, what on earth have you been stimulated by that you can't think so hard? That 5 million points is a lot, but let's get it together. Big brother on. There's still a little chance. You're pulling 3-star road anchors together to PK. We're already set to lose. Let's go on the white flag group, directly waving the white flag and surrendering. Not a single person, not even Little Milk Speech's true fans, would think that Little Milk Speech would win. 1 against 3, or 3-star way anchors. It was a sure loss situation anyways. Oh, a little anchor with such a big mouth. I haven't seen it in a long time. Okay, it's just as well. There's nothing to do on a big night. I can play with you. Nan Mayer directly agreed. A punishment that was sent to the door. Don't want it for nothing. Little Southern Sister, on the other hand, said in a cold voice, if Sister is willing, then I can as well. Seeing that both Little Southern Sister and Nan Mayer were willing to join, Li Xiaoxing was overjoyed. Little Milk Speech, a Little Milk Speech. I really don't know what you think. You just have to take this beating, right? I'll fulfill you. Tonight, you definitely can't stop your deep squats. Sister Nan, you don't even have to score. I'm still ahead by 5 million points. I'd like to see what Little Milk Speech can do to surpass me. Open the bar. The suspended PK bar opened again. It was still the same score as before, only this time, there were 2 more people. 844-1400, Li Xiaoxing, 0, Nanmeyer, 0, Little Nanmeyer, versus Little Milk Speech, 360-0000. Still a gap of 5 million points. This was an insurmountable chasm. A whole 500,000. What's Little Milk Speech going to do? Nanmeyer and Little Nanmeyer all clasped their hands and put on their sunglasses. In their opinion, this one today, without the need for them to make a move, would probably end very easily. However, after the PK strip started, Battle Son's voice had just sounded. Boom! One phoenix after another, covered in lustful fire, appeared directly above the screen of the live broadcast room. The mysterious man has given away an undying Phoenix X5 worth 5W in Little Milk Speech's live streaming room. Mysterious person in Little Milk Speech's live broadcasting room sent out the undying Phoenix X8 worth 5W. The mysterious person gave away undying Phoenix X15 worth 5W in the Little Milk Speech livestream. 15 undying phoenixes rose up, $750,000 smashed down. In an instant, Little Milk Speech's score directly increased by 7.5 million, instantly overtaking everyone. What? At this moment, whether it was Li Xiaoxing who was about to get his mouth shut, or the Nan Mei heir and Little Nan Mei who were watching the show, their pupils instantly widened in disbelief. They had never expected it. Within the live broadcast room of Little Milk Speech, a small anchor, there would be a big brother of this level, to come up with $750,000. This was too ruthless, right? However, the 3 of them were all big anchors on the Star Road list and had seen the world, and although $750,000 was quite a lot, it was still acceptable. Leading again, Little Milk words went straight to the mouth. Li Xiaoxing, continue to give me deep squats. From now on, you can't stop for a moment. Nan Meyer, aren't you a big anchor, blowing all day about how good your body is and how sexy you are? Give me a squat on the ground. Frog jump, let everyone enjoy your body. And you, Little Nan Mei, high cool female CEO persona, right? Then I'll just let you twist your waist and step on the bicycle. Hurry up, get up, all of you. Don't waste my time. Little Milk Speech's face was kind of on full-on cool. In the past, she was all but dominated by this group of Starway anchors, and now she was finally able to get her revenge. These few punishments from Little Milk Speech made Nan Mei heir and Little Nan Mei's faces look very ugly. Chapter 030 Boss Strikes Out, Super Emperor. Little Nan Mei and Nanmeyer never expected that in a bureau where it was clear that it was 3 against 1. In the end, it was instead the 3 of them who had to do the punishing of the 3 big anchors. But what could be done about it? Nanmeyer and Little Nanmeyer could only stand up and start doing the punishment. Nanmeyer was always known for being sexy and flirtatious. Her body was definitely first class. 1m7, huge D, thin waist and long legs, and more importantly, she wore very revealing clothes. Vest line, long legs, low X dress, all that can be exposed. If she squatted on the ground and frog jumped, that huge place would definitely be shaking with the amplitude of her body. This is over the line in shark fighting. There was a possibility that points would be deducted by the superintendent. Sister Milk Speech, change the punishment. I don't have many points left, Nanmeyer said directly. No change. Little Milk Speech lightly grunted. What's wrong with deducting some points? This is what you told me yourself the last time I piked with you, the last time I fought you. I was deducted 12 points and was directly blocked for a week. When I begged you to change your punishment, why didn't you? Big Anchor is great. This little milk speech was not a kind man or woman. Instead it was also very vindictive and nasty. When Nan Mayer heard this, a flash of anger flashed in her eyes. Fine. You remember. She could only crouch on the ground with her hands on her head and start frog jumping. It was just as expected. Every time she jumped, that already large place would shake a little, and it was a sight to behold. Everyone get on the scoreboard. Don't let this little anchor step on our heads. We Nan Mayer fans get on the score. While dancing, Nan Mayer was also canvassing, and on the other side, the always noble and cold little Nan Mei also very reluctantly stood up and stepped on the bicycle, and Li Xiaoshang was even worse. His deep squatting was already sweating like a pig and his legs were trembling. Help! Help! Sister Kiki! Sister Lin Lin! What about the promised impossibility of letting me squat? Help! Li Xiaoshang wailed. At the same time, the 5 minutes of pushing the tower was up. This time, the tower had a 550W blood skin. That is to say, it would take at least 55W to push it off. This score was high though. However, the gain from pushing the tower was also very high, and the gift bonus would directly double. That is to say, rewarding 55W would result in 1100W points. The big brother rich women of Nan Mayer, little Nan Mayer, and Li Xiaoshang naturally won't let go of this opportunity. Duke, Kiki, Maple Leaf. The 750,000 should be all you have, right? This tower, you can't take it down. Immediately after, the special effect of the indestructible phoenix instantly surfaced. Duke, Kiki, in Li Xiaoshang's live room, gave away Undying Phoenix X6, 300,000, 3 million points. It wasn't just Li Xiaoshang's boss who started scoring points. Nan Mayer and little Nan Meyer's big brothers couldn't sit still either. Emperor, Zun, even a small anchor dares to come to Starway to act like a pussy. Kneel down for me. Emperor, Zun brother, in Nan Meyer's live room, renewed his emperor for 2 months. Another 360,000, 3,600,000 points. Little Nan Meyer's big brother also came out. Emperor, brother king, I'll let you all see the world tonight. Emperor, king, in little Nan Mei's live room, has opened a Super Emperor for a month. Super Emperor was all up. 3,800,000, 3,800,000 points. The big brothers and rich women of the three families were all on the score at the same time, and that 550W Bloodskin Tower was instantly pushed down. The scores of Li Xiaoshang, Nan Mayer, and little Nan Mayer soared upwards like rockets. 10441400, Li Xiaoshang, 3751000, Nan Mayer, 3940000, Little Nan Mei versus Little Milkwords, 1120000. The total score of these three, combined, was already over 18 million. Little Milk Speech, however, only has over 11 million. The difference is 8 million, a full 800,000. This gap, too, was one that was very difficult to catch up with. Thank you to my honored brother for renewing the emperor for a month. Nan Mayer, who was frog hopping, was already overjoyed when she saw the scene. She was already tired of jumping. It was time to rest now. Alright, everyone, don't do the punishment. Next, let's think carefully about how to toss this Little Milk Speech. Nan Mayer's eyes were already filled with hatred as she looked at Little Milk Speech, a little anchor who dared to step on her head and on it. She must be made to pay the price. But before they could stand up, instead, they saw the platform's voice suddenly ring out. Platform-wide notice. Mysterious person is in Little Milk Speech's live room, renewing the illusory god for a month. Boom! All the viewers in the 3 live rooms were stunned. What the hell was this? Surprisingly, another illusory god had been put on. This was a gift worth millions. A whole 10 million points. This mysterious man Big Brother. Who the hell is he? The PK bar is changing again. 10441400, Li Xiaoshang, 3751000, Nan Mayer, 3940000, Little Nan Mayer, versus Little Milkwords, 2120000. A small anchor that didn't even make it into the big divisions, directly crushed 3 of the top 10 anchors on the Star Road ranking. This scene was unheard of and unseen by everyone. I can't take it anymore. Milk Speech, spare me this time, I really can't squat. Li Xiaoshang was already in agony as he looked at the PK bars that had risen back up again. He now felt that every time he moved, severe pain would come from the bones in his entire body. He could no longer stand up and could only beg for mercy from Little Milk Speech. If begging for forgiveness is useful, then what's the point of having scores? If I fall behind, you Li Xiaoshang will let me go if I beg for mercy? Don't be funny, keep doing it for me. And you, Nan Mayer, don't you say you're a big anchor all day long? You can't afford to lose and do a punishment? Doing a frog jump with such small movements. Don't come to PK if you're afraid of getting points deducted. My big brother said, let go of jumping. Let my big brother appreciate your body. If you dance well and make my big brother happy, he might even order you to come over to accompany him. Then you'll be too lucky. Little Milkwords directly finished mockingly Xiaoshang and Nan Mei air, and then looked at little Nan Mei. Little Nan Meyer, letting you twist your waist and pedal a bicycle. What are you pretending by paddling so much? Really think you're a goddess and the whole world is your licking dog? And a high and mighty goddess. My big brother originally wanted to take you two sisters together, but now it seems that you're not even qualified to come and be a maid for my big brother. Chapter 031 Who the hell is the mysterious person? Pedal the bicycle for me properly. Twist me properly. Little Milkwords was directly on fire. A little anchor, directly military training 3 big starway anchors. This felt too good. On the other hand, Li Xiaoshang, Nan Meyer, and little Nan Mei were furious. Little Milk speech. You really haven't lost before, daring to speak so loudly. Nan Meyer, who was frog hopping on one side, said through clenched teeth, who do you think your big brother is? Still want me to go over and accompany him? Dream on, Zune. This little milk speech is all stomping on my face. Save me. Little Nan Mei, who was pedaling her bicycle, also grunted. Originally, I just came over to make a scene and didn't want to fight, but since you dared to say so, little milk speech, and your big brother in your family, you still dared to speak so loudly, and even wanted to take in our 2 sisters, then today, we absolutely cannot lose. Everyone, score. There was no one who suffered more than Li Xiaoshang. He felt like he had squatted his head off and directly cried out, oh, Sister Lin Lin, Sister Kiki, you guys said that you wouldn't let me squat for a bit, now where are you people? Save, save. All of a sudden the 3 big anchors were enraged by Little Milk Speech's mouth. Their fans were naturally enraged as well. Damn, who the hell is the mysterious person on the opposite side? This arrogance knows no bounds. Still wanting to take all of our Nanmeyer and little Nanmeyer. This is a damn fool's errand. The entire fighting shark. Even the top 10 divine heroes on the divine heroes list wouldn't dare to have such a big mouth. He's a stealthy one. Why would he dare to be so rampant? Asterisk 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 him to death. Little Milk speech to death. Let them know that a little anchor will always be a little anchor and will always be stepped on. The pop-ups boiled over. Not only the pop-ups, but even the big brothers of the several live broadcasts were all shaken with rage. Emperor, Zune, I've been hanging out at Doe Shark for so long. This is the first time I've seen an anchor as ungrateful as you. Today, I'm going to let you kneel down. Super Emperor, King, you're the first one who dares to think about my little Nanmei. I'll definitely torment the little milky words severely. Duke, Kiki, renewing the phantom god for a month at a time. It doesn't look like Maple Leaf, so who could Little Milk Speech's big brother be? But no matter who you are, today you made my sang so miserable. I'll fight you. 3 big brothers. All of them were enraged by Little Milk Speech and went straight for the points. Emperor, Zune's brother, opened a 3-month Super Emperor in Nan Meier's live room. 3 months of Super Emperor. 114W. 1140W points. Super Emperor, Brother King, gave out customized gifts worth 10W in Nan Meier's live room. Fallen Angel X10. 10 Fallen Angels. Total value of 100W. 1000W points. Duke, Kiki, in Li Xiaoxing's live room, sent an indestructible Phoenix X20 worth 5W. This is also 100W. 1000W points. And it wasn't just them. All of the Duke Earl Viscounts in Li Xiaoxing's, Nan Meier's, and Xiao Nanmei's live rooms had also started to score points. A few short minutes, the 3 live rooms, a whole 400W of gifts were up. 40 million points. This time, the data between the 3 anchor rooms, instantly reversed. 2120000, Little Milk Speech, versus Li Xiaoshang. 2244140, Nanmeyer. 1675100, Little Nanmei. 1840000. 3 live rooms, totaling more than 57 million points. The difference in scores was a full 30+ million, and this PK is now down to the last 2 minutes. It seemed like there was no suspense anymore. Ha ha, Little Milk Speech, what are you going to win with? Li Xiaoshang, who was already on the verge of exhaustion, was finally seeing the light of victory. There's still the last 2 minutes. Little Milk Speech, if you have the guts, steal this tower for me. Nan Meyer also raised her eyebrows. It was fortunate that a few of their big brothers were still strong enough to get on so many points. Otherwise, if the 3 of them Starway anchors were taken out by a small anchor, Little Milk Speech, it would be a real disgrace if it were to be spread out. Little Nan Mei, on the other hand, coldly grunted, my big brother still has 20 million points. You steal. I'll let you steal this tower. If you have the guts, you steal it for me. Now in their eyes, with a gap of 30 million points, Little Milk Speech was afraid that only by stealing the tower would they have a chance to take this PK, and that chance was still very, very slim. 30 million points. 3 million. There's only one big brother in Little Milk Speech's live room. Who is he to steal? What's he got to do with it? Just when everyone thought that Little Milk Speech was bound to lose, Little Milk Speech suddenly laughed contemptuously. Stealing a tower? In my big brother's eyes, there has never been a word for stealing a tower. The next second, the dazzling illusory god special effect lit up in the live broadcast room. Mysterious person has renewed his illusory god for a month within Little Milk Speech's live broadcasting room. Mysterious man renewed his illusory god for a month within Little Milk Speech's live broadcast room. The mysterious person renewed the illusory god for a month within Little Milk Speech's live broadcasting room. The mysterious person renewed the illusory god for 1 month within Little Milk Speech's live broadcasting room. Directly renewed the illusory god for 4 months. 400 W. A whole 4,000 W points smashed down. Little Milk Speech's points. Directly countered at the speed of light. 612000000. Little Milk Speech versus Li Xiaosheng. 224414000. Nanmeyer. 1675100. Little Nanmeyer. 1840000. Once again, more than 10 million points were crushed. This moment, whether it was Li Xiaosheng, Nanmeyer, Little Nanmei, or the several big brothers within their live broadcast room, all of their faces changed dramatically. What the hell is going on here? Who exactly is this mysterious person? This handwriting is also too horrible, right? My god. 30 million points can be caught. No wonder the little milky words sound so crazy. This mysterious person wouldn't be a big shot in the top 10 of the godly ho list, right? It's impossible. The top 10 bigwigs on the Divine Great ranking, Zune and King Brother, they basically all know each other. If it's them, Zune and King Brother definitely wouldn't be scoring points when they know they're bound to lose. Then who the hell could it be? This I've already played a whole 6 million a game. We're not going to witness history tonight, are we? A small anchor, defeating 3 big Starway anchors. This is crazy. No way. Definitely can't lose. Nanmeyer and Little Nanmei's big brother still have points. At least there's still 40 to 50 million left. It's definitely enough to steal a wave of towers. That's right. This mysterious person has already smashed 6 million. There's definitely nothing left to share. Little Milk Speech will still lose. Chapter 032, Shen Feng strikes. 10 million to guard the tower. And after seeing the mysterious man go up another 40 million points, whether it was Li Xiaosheng or Nanmeyer, Little Nanmeyer, they were all silent. They all didn't say anything, but they all had a very tacit understanding, because they were waiting for the last 30 seconds. This tower, they must steal it. Time passed by, reaching the last 30 seconds. Dum dum dum. A battle song instantly rang out. Brothers, sisters, family, score. It's only a 10 million point difference. We must steal it. We absolutely cannot lose. If we lose, we'll be the joke of the entire network. Score. Li Xiaosheng, Nanmeyer, and Little Nanmeyer, almost in unison, began to shout. Boom, boom. For a moment, all sorts of rockets, super rockets, indestructible phoenixes, and super sports cars were brushed out in their 3 major live broadcast rooms. Their scores, too, rose like rockets. And the main thing was, several big brothers had also stepped in. Super Emperor, Brother King, has renewed his Super Emperor for 5 months within Little Sister Nan's live room. 5 months of Super Emperor, nearly 2 million, 20 million points, and the big brother in Nanmeyer's live room followed suit. Super Emperor, Zune's brother, within Nan Mei Air's live room, sent out 10 W worth of Fallen Angels x20. 20 rounds of Fallen Angels swiped the screen. Another 20 million points. As for Sister Kiki in Li Xiaosheng's live room, she had run out of points and was completely drained. Even so, counting the gifts swiped by the other Earl Dukes, in the span of 20 seconds, the 3 live rooms, a total of 5 million gifts were up. More than 50 million points. How does this lose? Little Milk Speech, how can you keep it? Li Xiaosheng could no longer hold back his maniacal laughter. More than 50 million points. I'm afraid Little Milk Speech wouldn't be able to defend even if he sold himself. But next, a splendid pop-up screen was what caught everyone's eyes. Illusory God, Maple of One Leaf. This point, why can't we keep it? The words just fell. Boom! A lofty and magnificent palace appeared above the clouds. Countless special effects of heavenly soldiers and generals also appeared in the center of the screen. Platform-wide announcement. Illusory God, One Leaf's Maple, in Little Milk Speech's live room, gave out an exclusive customized gift worth $5 million. The Cloudtop Heavenly Palace. During the appearance of the Cloudtop Heavenly Palace, heavenly soldiers and generals will descend on all the major live rooms. When the heavenly soldiers and generals descend, all live broadcasting rooms will be banned for 10 seconds. And when the heavenly soldiers and generals leave, as long as the viewers of the live broadcasting rooms type out Maple God Atmosphere on the screen, they will be rewarded with a large amount of shark fins. Please participate. A shot of 5 million for the Cloudtop Heavenly Palace. And that wasn't all. Another gorgeous special effect appeared in the center of the screen. Another Cloudtop Heavenly Palace emerged. Platform-wide announcement. Illusory God, One Leaf's Maple, in Little Milk Speech's live room, has sent out an exclusive customized gift worth $5 million. The Cloudtop Heavenly Palace. 2 rounds of Cloudtop Heavenly Palace, worth 10 million. Hundreds of millions of points. In this last 10 seconds, it completely filled up Little Milk Speech's PK blood bar. When the PK ended, the PK score was fixed at 162200000. Little Milk Speech versus Li Xiaoshang 224414000. Nanmeyer 3675100. Little Nanmeyer 3840000. The total score of Li Xiaoshang, Nanmeyer, and Little Nanmei was nearly 100 million, but Little Milk Speech's total score was 160 million. This is a complete crush, without any doubt. At this moment, all the live broadcast rooms were silent. Little Milk Speech, a small anchor, had actually beaten 3-star road anchors, and had won so completely. After a short period of silence, the pop-ups rolled in like a flood. I'm going. Too fierce, using a whole 100 million points to guard the tower. This is ing crazy. I told you how Little Milk Speech could be so courageous. So the mystery person is actually One Leaf's Maple. Maple of One Leaf? Who is this? I don't think he's in the top 10 of the Divine Hero ranking. In front of One Leaf's Maple, the Divine Great ranking is nothing. Yesterday, Wang Meng was beaten by him. How dare you? Is One Leaf's Maple something you can call him? You should call him the Maple God. Ha ha, Maple God is too shady. If he didn't have stealth, this Starpath anchor, Come 10 wouldn't dare to fight with him. Now that he's stealthy, he's straight to 3 Starpath anchors to get down. In the future, when they see the mysterious man in PK, they're probably going to be panicked. Feng Shen atmosphere. Feng Shen powerful. In the entire fighting shark, there is only one Maple God. Only the Maple God reigns supreme. There is only one God of Feng. Only the Maple God reigns supreme. The pop-up screen directly exploded. On the other hand, Li Xiaoshang, Nan Meyer, and Little Nanmei were directly dumbfounded. This was all lost. Nearly 100 million points, and they hadn't even beaten it. This was the first time ever. At the same time, it was also the first time ever that the 3 Starry Path big anchors were crushed by a small anchor. And when the ID of the mysterious person on the opposite side was revealed, they were even more remorseful. If they had known that the opposite side was One Leaf's Maple, they definitely wouldn't have dared to come and play this PK. This time, they really lost. Super Emperor, Zune, left the live room. Super Emperor, Brother King, left the live room. 2 more big brothers were knocked back. It was estimated that they had completely closed themselves off. Duke, Kiki, surprisingly, it's Maple of One Leaf. The loss wasn't unfair. Duke, Aishingshang's Linlin, too strong, truly worthy of being the Maple God. I'm convinced. The big brothers and rich women of these families were all beaten into self-imposed isolation. And next, that was the punishment session. Both sides had played a total of more than $20 million in the game. This punishment could already be set at will. Even if it touched the bottom line, it would be hard for them to back out. The first one to be dealt with first. Naturally, Li Xiaoshang, this foul-mouthed lowly fellow, should also pay the price. Little Milk Speech said coldly, Li Xiaoshang, remove your makeup and turn off your beauty. Still not quick enough? When Li Xiaoshang heard this, he was already trembling all over. Can't turn it off. Milk Speech sister. No. Milk Speech mom. Can we change the punishment? It really can't be turned off. Please. This guy's makeup and beauty face were all pulled full. If they were all turned off, then he was done for. If I tell you to turn it off, turn it off. So much nonsense. Quickly roll to close. Little Milkwords was still very tough in the aspect of upturning his mouth. Chapter 033 Li Xiaoshang's True Face, Defeat Punishment. And this time, she wasn't the only one either. In that PK just now, Little Milk Speech had already topped the Do Shark Hot Search No. 1. With the heat breaking through 10 million, the VIPs in the live room have exceeded 50,000. And there are all kinds of big brothers and rich women, and even guild operators and platform operators have all come. If Li Xiaoshang dares to renege on his debt, he'll lose his reputation. Countless viewers have sent out pop-ups. Li Xiaoshang, remove your makeup and turn off your face. Li Xiaoshang, remove your makeup and turn off your face. Li Xiaoshang, remove your makeup. Under the strong pressure. In the end, Li Xiaoshang could only go and remove his makeup in a sorry state. When Li Xiaoshang finished removing his makeup and returned to the live broadcast camera, his face value had dropped several notches. The original angular face had become somewhat rounded. The burning eyes had also become dull, and even his eyes were much smaller. This face value of his has almost dropped to a somewhat handsome passerby look. inside Li Xiaoxing's live broadcast room. All of them were shocked when they saw this. Who is this? Is this Shen Feng? My god, how could Shen Feng's face value be like this? I remember he had live-streamed before to remove his makeup. It was quite handsome as usual. Fooled, when he live-streamed removing his makeup, he must have still put on a vegan makeup. Wow, I kind of can't accept it. But at least it's not ugly. The female fans of Li Xiaoxing couldn't believe that the person in front of them was Li Xiaoxing. The difference was too great. Of course, there was also a portion of extremely NC female fans that were still defending him, but very quickly, they were dumbfounded. Li Xiaoxing, do you think you'll get by with this? After hitting $20 million, you're just going to remove our makeup? Do you really think you're a big star? Turn off your beauty face, right now. Little Milk words didn't leave any room for maneuver. Li Xiaoxing hated it so much that he gnashed his teeth, but it was impossible for him to back out now. He could only harden his heart and turn off the beauty face. This time, Li Xiaoxing's true face was finally revealed. What with concealer, skin resurfacing, exposure, mole removal, and face slimming all turned off. Li Xiaoxing was originally still a somewhat handsome passerby, but now he was directly a somewhat clownish passerby. He had a big round face with wrinkles on the corners of his eyes, freckles on his cheeks, and his eyes had become so small that if he didn't pay attention, he would think that his eyes were closed. This is not ing related to handsome at all. Vomit. I vomited. Li Xiaoxing, you even look like this. You cheated us so badly. Damn ugly man. Give us back our gift money. Liar. You big liar. Any random person on the street is more handsome than you. Li Xiaoxing, you're Qiao Bai Luo's second. Li Xiaoxing, get out of fighting shark. The female fans directly collapsed. They had never thought that the power of technology had now reached such a point. It was a damn near a different person. Duke, Kiki, I'm withdrawing from the net. Duke, Linlin who loves Feng Shen, I'll be your fan from now on. 2 rich women. 1 betrayed. 1 retired from the net. Li Xiaoxing, completely finished. He was also directly groundless, and went off the air in disgrace. So he probably wouldn't dare to log on fighting shark in the future. Take 1 down. Next, Little Milk Speech turned his gaze to Nan Mei Air and Little Nan Mei, and directly said, your punishment. I've already said it. Aren't you sisters famous for your double dance? Then let's do a duo of string puppets. But I'll decide what you guys wear. The scale will definitely explode. But you don't need to dance in the live room. You only need to record the video of the dance and send it privately to my big brother. This punishment was definitely for Shen Feng. 2 of Do Shark Starway big anchors, sisters, dancing together as a duo, still wearing explosive scale clothes. It was exciting to think about it. A flash of anger flashed across little Southern sister's cold and pretty face. She wanted to say something, but she shut her mouth after seeing the 20 million plus scores. Got it. Nan Meyer, on the other hand, was much more relaxed than her. Nan Meyer pursed her red lips and said with a delicate smile, Little Milk Speech, thank you for giving us sisters this opportunity. We will definitely do our best to make Boss Feng happy. She also finally realized now, what was the opportunity that Little Milk Speech had mentioned before. Indeed, if they had the opportunity to serve a divine hero of the level of 1 Leaf's Maple, that would indeed be an honor for them. All the punishments had been fully decided. This much anticipated PK was finally over. Little Milk Speech had directly advanced from the star route ranking and entered directly into the middle of the Grand Division. Moreover, she won 3 of the top 10 star road anchors in 1 fight. Her personal score, too, had directly entered the top 10 of the star road ranking, squeezing Li Xiaoxing straight down. This night, Little Milk Speech was undoubtedly the biggest winner. Phew, this win was so enjoyable. Feng Shen deserves to be Feng Shen. With him here, there are no surprises at all. I just don't know why the Maple God would help our Milk Speech Goddess. Hey, there's no need to think. It must be because our Milk Speech Goddess has too much charisma, and has bowled over the Maple God. Makes sense, but Goddess Milk Speech, you haven't thanked God Feng for the gift yet. The pop-ups reminded Little Milk Speech to thank for the gift. Indeed, just now, she was so busy with PK that Little Milk Speech hadn't even thanked her for her gift. However, Little Milk Speech ignored the pop-ups and instead directly said, all the babies, everyone's families, it's getting late, I'm going to rest first, you guys rest early too, said. Little Milk Speech directly closed the live broadcast. Chapter 034, Here Comes the Punishment. What's the point of thanking a gift on the internet? After Little Milk Speech went off the air, she ran all the way and went straight back to the bedroom. Brother Feng, she said in a milky voice. Brother Feng, Nan Meyer and Little Nan Mei's video was sent over. Little Milk Speech's tone was permeated with weakness and exhaustion. Oh, Shen Feng, on the other hand, was refreshed and directly extinguished his cigarette. He took over the cell phone and took a look. Sure enough, Nan Meyer and Little Nan Meyer's double dance video was sent over. Little Milk Speech revealed her small tiger teeth and smiled. Brother Feng, You want to sign them? Well, can think about it. Shen Feng was interested. Little Milk Speech smiled and said, this might be a bit difficult. Nanmire and Little Nanmire, unlike Gu Qingyi and I, they are backed by a big guild, a big boss. The two of them have been famous in fighting shark for over a year now. According to inside information, there are quite a few bosses who want them, but the guild behind Nanmire and the girls is waiting for the price to be sold, and has been slow to sell them, so the price for them won't be too low. Little Milk Speech spoke very bluntly. It was completely like treating Little Nanmei and Nanmei as if they were commodities. This wasn't surprising either. Don't look at these female anchors as bright and shiny, but in the hands of a capital company, they were not worth mentioning at all. After all, even large entertainment companies still treated first-tier stars as commodities to be sold at will, not to mention a few female anchors. Price? This was not a problem for Shen Feng. However, he wasn't prepared to really lay his hands on the sisters. He just casually asked, what is the guild behind them? One of the top 5 guilds in the entire network. Elephant Guild. Little Milk Speech's reply made Shen Feng froze. It was this Elephant Guild again. He vaguely remembered that his ex-girlfriend, Jiang Xiyu, had also signed up with this Elephant Guild. This Elephant Guild, in the field of live broadcasting, has a long hand. Little Milk Words added. Gu Qingyi and I, in fact, also belong to the Elephant Guild, only that we are not affiliated with the Elephant Guild's headquarters. We are under the Elephant Guild, an anchor named Tianfu Guild. After I successfully advanced to the Grand Division this time, I guess I'll be transferred to Elephant soon. Shen Feng understood quite a bit after listening to Little Milk Speech's words. That is, this Heavenly Mansion Guild was the Elephant Guild's specialized chant to raise newcomers. Once the newcomers are raised, they will be absorbed into the Elephant Guild. Under the Elephant Guild, there are probably many other small guilds like this. They've monopolized all the resources for anchors. No wonder it's one of the top 5 guilds. At this moment, Little Milk Speech seemed to have remembered something and said, right, Brother Feng, didn't Gu Qingyi tell you that she's in a guild battle tonight? Guild war? Shen Feng was puzzled. What is it? It's when Gu Qingyi will be arranged to play PK against a few anchors from her guild tonight. If you win, you can advance. This matter, it's very important to her. Surprisingly, she didn't tell you about it? Little Milk Speech was a little surprised. What is there after promotion? Why does she have to say it to me? Shen Feng still didn't understand. Little Milk Speech didn't sell the story and said directly, after promotion, Gu Qingyi's contract will be changed. The contract Gu Qingyi signed now is basically a contract of sale. It's over 100 times stricter than my contract. Everything she does now is operated by the guild. That's why she ran to play PK, and why she didn't dare to refuse some of the requests I made. And if she wins tonight's guild battle, then her contract can be changed to a normal anchor contract. This guild battle is crucial to her. She should have just told you. Chapter 035 Rebate arrives. Public opinion ferments. Sure enough, just as Shen Feng had guessed before, there was definitely a problem with Gu Qingyi's contract. But such an important PK, Gu Qingyi did not even look for him. Also really strange. Is the goddess shelf still unable to let go? Little Milk Speech continued again. Brother Feng, you and Gu Qingyi are going to meet today, so you can ask her then. Ask her? Shen Feng snorted. If she really wants to change the contract, then she will definitely come and beg me. If you don't come to beg me, then forget it. Why would I need to ask her? Shen Feng didn't spoil this Gu Qingyi's goddess disease. Well, also, Little Milk Words nodded seriously, suddenly realized that Shen Feng actually watched the dancing video of Nanmire and Little Nanmei again. She revealed her little tiger teeth and whispered in Shen Feng's ear, Brother Feng, in fact, I can not only see OS Ning Hong Night, Cos Walnut, I can also see OS Sisters. Shen Feng woke up. Little Milk Speech had been tossed around all night and was exhausted, and hadn't woken up yet. And Shen Feng had just woken up from his sleep. The system's beep immediately sounded. Ding! Congratulations host. Successfully spent 1600 W bounty money. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Successfully obtained 10 times the real money rebate. $160 million. Ding! The rebate funds have arrived. Please pay attention to check. The next second, the bank card arrival message was sent over. Ding! Your tail number 9023 card October 22nd at 11:20 p.m. Wasia bank income, unknown source, $160 million. Another huge sum of money was credited. An easy PK and a direct income of $160 million. This felt too good. According to this current progress, it wouldn't take long before all 1 billion bounty money could definitely be spent. Host, Shen Feng. Level, 1. Bounty, 3500 W/1 billion. Real money, 260 million. Distance from the small goal of 1 billion. Another step closer. Shen Feng got up and washed. The hotel had already prepared the breakfast very early, and it was extremely sumptuous. with a total of more than 80 dishes, all of which were precious ingredients from all over the country. Shen Feng ate breakfast while looking at the news on his cell phone. At this time on the network, there was already a lot of news about him all over the place. Shark fighting platform surprises top divine hero, spending $10 million overnight. His background is mind-blowing. He's actually the son of the richest man in Magic City, who is One Leaf's Maple. He is said to be from a certain island country, and is the son of the island country's royal family. Shocked, the identity of One Leaf's Maple has been revealed to be the illegitimate son of a rich man in the capital. Shen Feng felt a headache after taking a look at it. These media, there is no creativity. Do they have any conscience at all? Apart from finding him a father, is there anything else they can report on? However, although he was now famous on the Do Shark platform, in the whole of China, this matter was still not very influential. After all, live streaming rewards appearing as a godly hero, this kind of thing, was already not strange. While Shen Feng was eating breakfast, Little Milk Speech had also woken up. Go out with me later, Shen Feng instructed. His current task, buy a set of clothes that could enhance his temperament. Done. Buy a luxurious villa. Done. Now there was one last task left, a supercar. Today, he happened to be free at noon, so he could just go over to the supercar club and take a look. Chapter 036 Supercar Club. After buying the car, it was almost time to go to the Magic City Financial College at night and meet Guchingi. This day today was quite fulfilling. Then again, the punishment video that Guchingi had been asked to record last time, she hadn't sent it over by now. What the hell was this woman doing? Okay, Little Milk Speech was as meek as a sexy kitten, and basically wouldn't refute Shen Feng's words. Shen Feng subconsciously glanced at her. It was okay not to look. Once he looked at the flame in his heart, he couldn't hold it down again, only to see the little milk words. This little demon, do not know if it is not get up too hastily reason, even did not wear their own clothes, wearing a white shirt of Shen Feng. The inside was empty, and the white shirt is not long, just only up to her thighs. I'm going to take a bath later. Do you want to have another breakfast? The corner of Shen Feng's mouth hooked up into an evil smile. Little Milk Words naturally knew what this referred to. Her pretty face flushed and said, good. People like the breakfast made by brother Shen Feng the most. After the two of them finished their breakfast, they directly headed towards the bathing center. 2 hours later, boom! Shen Feng drove the BMW A4 carrying Little Milk Speech and directly left the Magic City Intercontinental Garden Hotel. Mr. Shen, have a safe trip. Bon voyage, Mr. Shen. Bon voyage, Mr. Shen. When they went out, dozens of waiters chanted in unison, and that row was as big as it needed to be. After driving down the Ring Road Highway for half an hour, Shen Feng and Little Milk Speech arrived at their destination, Magic City Supercar Club. Although this place was nominally a club, it was actually a place to sell cars. The cars sold here, without exception, were all top-of-the-line supercars. Starters worth 3 or 4 million. Lamborghini CAF, Ferrari 296. This kind of sports car. This place, naturally, was also full of luxury cars. Even the parking lot was full of Rolls-Royce, Bentley, McLaren and other top luxury cars. Shen Feng drove his BMW X6 into this place, but instead, he was out of place, causing many people to look at him curiously. Shen Feng naturally did not care and took Little Milk Speech with him, heading directly towards the supercar club. Sir, please show your invitation. A stout and tall security guard directly stopped them. Only those who had accepted the invitation were qualified to enter within the Ultra Car Club. This was the rule of the Supercar Club. Shen Feng certainly wouldn't break the rules. He did have an invitation. The reason why he had come to the Ultra Car Club was because Su Ningbing had introduced him, and Su Ningbing had long told their boss that Shen Feng wanted to buy a car. Shen Feng was a big customer of Royal Dragon Bay, a godly man who threw $70 million to buy a villa. So how could the boss of the Royal Dragon Bay dare to be negligent, and got an invitation letter overnight? After receiving the invitation, the security guard directly released. Shen Feng and Little Milk Speech entered the Supercar Club. Looking around, they were all handsome men and beautiful women. These people, without exception, were basically the sons and daughters of Magic City, and their status would not be too low. And in the crowd, Shen Feng even saw a familiar face. It was a tall beauty. Her face value was also above 85 points. And she was dressed very well. Black wraparound skirt, with black silk wrapped around her long legs, and high heels. The attack set all came together. This kind of beauty was simply tailor-made for men. Su Yuan? Shen Feng remembered the identity of the other party. His high school classmate, the former class flower of their class. Shen Feng had even chased after her before, but she had rejected her. He didn't expect to meet again now. Back then, Su Yuan was still a very pure girl, especially pretty and naive. I didn't expect to become like this now. Shen Feng directly walked up. Su Yuan, he greeted. Su Yuan was drinking milk tea with her head down when she heard a familiar voice. looked up and realized that it was Shen Feng, and her eyes flashed with surprise. Shen Feng, how come it's you? Why are you here? Shen Feng smiled. Came to take a look. What about you? Su Yuan smiled lightly. I'm the saleswoman here. Saleswoman? That's just right. Shen Feng smiled. You accompany me to take a look at the car, and by the way, help me introduce how the cars are sold here. Speaking of this, Su Yuan's smile froze slightly. She vaguely remembered that Shen Feng's family background was not very good, and he had only just graduated not long ago, and the sports cars within the Ultra Sports Club all started at $3 to $4 million for the moving axle. Shen Feng definitely couldn't afford it. Going to look at cars with him would be a waste of time, but she didn't have much to do right now, so she also said, okay, then I'll accompany you to take a look. Just as classmates catching up, Su Yuan led Shen Feng in Little Milk Speech and headed to the sports car showroom. On the way, Su Yuan saw Little Milk Speech following behind Shen Feng and couldn't help but say, Shen Feng, this is your girlfriend? So pretty. Female friend, Shen Feng said indifferently. Little Milk Words naturally did not dare to deny it, and just revealed a sweet smile. Although this young girl is very pretty and has a mature body, but she looks like a naive and innocent, she is definitely easy to be deceived. It's obviously a boyfriend and girlfriend relationship, and after being denied, she can still smile. I guess she was tricked by Shen Feng. Shen Feng brought her to the supercar club. I'm afraid that he also wanted to pretend in front of his girlfriend. I just don't know where he got the invitation. Su Yuan silently added drama to herself in her mind. Chapter 037, Su Yuan's Arrogance. The three of them arrived at the sports car showroom. This one is a Ferrari F8. The landing price is around $600,000. This one is the Lamborghini Urus, the latest Lamborghini SUV. The landing price is around $400,000. This is a McLaren Artura, with a landed price of around $300,000. Su Yuan introduced Shen Feng to one of the sports cars in this outer showroom. She didn't introduce it very seriously, she just introduced the price, absent-mindedly. And these sports cars in the peripheral showroom were basically priced between $3 and $4 million, which did not meet Shen Feng's requirements at all. Just kidding. Now that Shen Feng had more than $200 million in his hand, a few $1 million of sports cars, for him, the grade was indeed low. However, among Su Yuan's introduction, Shen Feng also roughly understood the sales rules of this supercar club. In fact, there are no sales rules. It's all about giving money. As long as you have enough money, this supercar club, within one day, can help you do a good landing on the license plate insurance various procedures. The service is still very intimate. Is there a more expensive car, such as some limited edition, or top luxury cars? Shen Feng asked directly. Su Yuan's face slightly stiffened. She didn't expect that Shen Feng had brought a girlfriend to pretend to be a pussy, and even got addicted to it. A few $1 million of luxury cars were not enough to satisfy him? Still wanting to see a limited edition? Still wanting to see a top-of-the-line luxury car? Really think you can afford it? Supercar Club is one of the largest luxury car sales centers in the entire Magic City. Naturally there are top luxury cars, but the stand of the top luxury cars, the boss has instructed before, can't easily bring people in. Usually only big shots, or some of the rich second generation or white rich girls in Magic City could go in. Shen Feng, without a doubt, did not meet the requirements, but it wasn't impossible to bring Shen Feng in to take a look. Forget it, let him see the world. Also let him know how big the gap between himself and the upper class really is. Thinking of this, Su Yuan smiled and responded to Shen Feng. Good, then let's go to the showroom inside. Su Yuan brought Shen Feng in Little Milk Speech and walked in towards the top luxury car showroom inside. Inside the top luxury car showroom, only 4 luxury cars were being parked, and they were all covered with cloth, so it was not clear to see exactly what they looked like. This one on the left-hand side is a Ferrari LaFerrari, limited to 499 units globally, one of Ferrari's top luxury sports cars, with a reference value of $2,650,000, but due to the limited edition, the landed price right now is going to be $4,999,000. This one on the right-hand side is the Lamborghini Aventador, limited to 3 units globally. Acceleration per 100 kilometers is only 2.8 seconds, reference value $2,900,000. The actual landed price $5,999,000. Behind this one is the McLaren P1, domestic limited to 20 units, acceleration per 100 kilometers 2.8 seconds, reference value of $1,260,000. The actual landed price of $2,600,000. This one in the middle is the Bugatti Vitesse WRC, limited to 8 units globally, is one of the fastest sports cars in the world, reaching a speed of 408 kilometers per hour, with a reference value of $1,615,000, and an actual landed price of $2,999,000. Su Yuan briefly introduced the 4 models in this to Shen Feng. There was no doubt, These were all the top luxury cars in the whole of China, and even the whole world. It was also exactly what Shen Feng currently needed. Lift all the cloths of these 4 cars, Shen Feng signaled. Su Yuan was a bit unbearable this time. It was already a great privilege for her to bring Shen Feng into the luxury car showroom. This guy was still not satisfied, and even wanted to give an inch. If he lifted the car cover, even if he touched the car a little bit, he could not afford to pay for it even if he sold her. If she wasn't sure about the customer's situation, she definitely couldn't lift it. The way this Shen Feng looks, he doesn't seem to be pretending to his girlfriend. He's not pretending with me, is he? Could it be that he's still dead set on changing his mind? Forgot how humble he was when he was my licking dog before? Still want to pursue me? Su Yuan really couldn't think of a reason for Shen Feng to be so aggressive. This cloth can't be opened. After opening it, it's easy to cause some damage to the car. Su Yuan responded truthfully. Shen Feng felt funny and said, I came to buy a car, not to open a blind box. If you don't lift this cloth, I can't even see what the car looks like. How can I buy it? This, Su Yuan didn't have any good excuses to retort, but she also really didn't dare to gamble. If the cloth over the car was opened, and Shen Feng got the better of her and wanted to go in for a test drive, then what should she do? She was partly responsible for breaking things. I should have known better than to bring them in. It was at a time when Su Yuan didn't know what to do. Suddenly, someone shouted outside, Su Yuan, Chen Xiao is here, naming you to come over to receive him. Chen Xiao, hearing this name, a flash of surprise surfaced on Su Yuan's pretty face. This Chen Xiao, but her big customer, had been looking at the car for a long time, and might buy it at any time. Another classic multiple choice question, but Su Yuan and Su Ningbing had very different reactions. Su Yuan didn't even think about it and said directly, Shen Feng, you guys take a look for yourselves first. I still have some things to do. We'll talk later. Saying that, Su Yuan directly left the luxury car showroom, leaving Shen Feng and Little Milk Speech hanging out to dry. There was no doubt that this was a stark humiliation. Brother Feng, this woman is really pretentious enough. Not really pretty in looks. The shelf is really big enough. Really think that you can't afford it. Brother Feng, Little Milk Word said nonchalantly, and Shen Feng was not angry, calmly said, it's fine, it's her loss to go away. He knew very well that in Su Yuan's heart, he probably still always thought that she was a goddess and Shen Feng was her licking dog. That was why she dared to be so overbearing. Unbeknownst to her, the current Shen Feng would not even give her a second glance. Call your manager over. Shen Feng turned towards the security guard of the luxury car showroom and directly waved his hand and said, just say that I'm the person introduced by Boss Li of Royal Dragon Bay. It didn't take a moment. A middle-aged man in a straight suit hurried over from outside. Shen Xiao, Xiao Shun, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you for a long time. When this middle-aged man saw Shen Feng, the smile on his face bloomed like a chrysanthemum. He was the sales manager of the Supercar Club. He had already received a call from Boss Li last night, saying that he had arranged a big customer for him today. This big customer, who had just bought a $70 million villa in full payment in Royal Dragon Bay yesterday, was definitely a super rich second generation. He has been waiting for a morning, and finally Shen Feng has come. Looking at the respectful sales manager, Shen Feng said indifferently, take the masking cloths of these 4 cars and lift them all. Chapter 038 Lamborghini Aventador. Yes, the sales manager didn't dare to be slow and waved his hand. 4 tall female salespersons quickly stepped forward and directly lifted the car coverings of the 4 luxury sports cars. In an instant, 4 top-class sports cars appeared in front of Shen Feng. Ferrari La Ferrari, streamlined body, big red, butterfly wing doors, every design, all through the super sports car should have the cold, is simply tailored for boys' dream car, Lamborghini Aventador. Compared to the Ferrari La Ferrari, Aventador's body, a more futuristic sense of science fiction, bullet head, huge air intakes, large tail, open butterfly door design, is filled with science fiction movie romance. The whole car seems like it just came down from the alien spaceship. Very cool. The back of the McLaren P1 and Bugatti Vitesse WRC compared to Ferrari LaFerrari and Lamborghini Aventador. The appearance of the value of the difference is very much, but the performance of these 2 top sports cars is the biggest selling point, especially the Bugatti Vitesse WRC. As the fastest supercar in the world, it has a very clear advantage over these 4 cars. It's just a pity that Shen Feng, a person who was naturally interested in being fast, wasn't very interested. Moreover, buying a supercar is for pretending. Appearance is naturally the top priority, and among these 4 cars, there was no doubt that the Lamborghini Aventador's face value was definitely the highest and most eye-catching. Lamborghini Aventador it is, Shen Feng said to the sales manager. Yes, the sales manager was ecstatic in his heart. Shen Hao deserved to be Shen Hao. The one he chose on the way up was the most expensive one. Mr. Shen, Do you want to learn about the car's performance advantages first, as well as regional aftersales in these things? A $50 million car. Do these still need me to personally understand? Shen Feng asked playfully. Understood. I will help you arrange all these things. The sales manager asked carefully again. Then Mr. Shen, you can test drive the car first. A test drive was still necessary. Shen Feng sat in it, worthy of being a supercar worth $50 million. Sitting in it, whether it was the comfort of the chair or the softness of the leather, it was very good and there was no odor. Very good. Shen Feng drove the Lamborghini Aventador and ran a few laps in the supercar club. Supercar deserves to be a supercar. The driving feel was just too good. Whether it was speed or sound waves, it was very enjoyable. After a few laps, Shen Feng was already somewhat intoxicated. This is the joy of the rich. After the test drive back, Shen Feng directly let the sales manager to prepare the contract. She and Little Milk Speech, on the other hand, were in the VIP restaurant, eating while waiting. While waiting, a loud noise came from inside the restaurant. J-Man, do you really consider yourself a person? Trying to sell your car, trying to borrow money from this young man, and not paying at all? This young man just wants to have a drink with you tonight, and you're going to refuse? Do you really think you're pretty? This young man has seen too many gold-digging women like you. Shen Feng and Little Milk Speech were attracted by the commotion and looked over. They only saw a young man in a suit, who was drinking and cursing at a tall beauty. This suited youth, Shen Feng and Little Milk Speech did not recognize, but this tall beauty, they did recognize. Wasn't this Su Yuan? Su Yuan seemed to have been slapped. Her cheeks were flushed and there were still tears in the corners of her eyes as she said in a trembling voice, Young Chen, don't be angry. I'm really physiologic recently. I can't accompany you. When my physiologic period is better, I will definitely accompany you every day to drink. My family is also sick recently. Really short of money. Just a few $100,000. Chen Xiao, really? You've been looking at the car for a few months now. We can almost sign the contract, right? Sign you. The suited youth was furious and gave Su Yuan another slap, cursing. Physiological period. UING physiological period every day, right? I think you just want to play with me. I won't play with you. Scram, said. The young man in the suit directly tore the contract on the table and angrily turned around and left. Only the wretched Su Yuan was left, sitting paralyzed on the ground and continuously sobbing. Brother Feng, aren't you going to comfort your old classmate? Little Milk Speech snickered and asked. It's self-inflicted. Why bother comforting? Shen Feng said carelessly while eating. That Shen Xiao is actually right. Wanting money and not willing to pay. Where in this world is there such a good thing? Shen Feng now had no feelings for gold-digging women like Su Yuan. Go for a test drive. After eating, Shen Feng was ready to leave. He also had to go test drive the car now. A test drive was different from a test drive, which was conducted within the club, whereas a test drive was to be driven outside. Only a test drive could test how the performance of this Lamborghini really was. At this time, Little Milk Speech suddenly blinked her pretty eyes and seemed to have thought of something. Brother Feng, do you want to play something exciting? What do you mean? Shen Feng didn't quite understand. Little Milk Speech snickered and didn't say much, just said, you give me the contract first. Shen Feng didn't know what Little Milk Speech meant, but it didn't matter, so he handed her the contract. Brother Feng, you go for a test drive first. I'll go to the restroom. After Little Milk Speech took the car purchase contract, she trotted away. Shen Feng looked at her delicate back and was also speechless for a while. This little goblin, it was really eccentric. He didn't think much about it and, alone, returned to the luxury car showroom. And after taking the car purchase contract, Little Milk words came straight to Su Yuan. Sister Su Yuan, let's have a chat. Little Milk Speech revealed her baby tiger teeth. Her smile was sweet and she had an innocent look. Su Yuan wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, and after seeing Little Milk Speech, she first froze before nodding. What do you want to talk about? The two sat opposite each other. Little Milk Speech pursed her lips and smiled. I heard that you and Brother Feng had a past, and that you are Brother Feng's goddess? Mentioning this, a touch of pride also came through among Su Yuan's complexion. He did pursue me when he was in school. Do you think that Brother Feng is your licking dog? Little Milk Speech was straightforward. Ha! Su Yuan did not expect Little Milk Speech, such a naive girl, to ask this. He was indeed my licking dog at that time, and in our class, there are also many people who are my licking dogs. Chapter 039 Naive Little Milk Words. Honestly, if we hadn't met today, I would never have thought of him. As she said this, Su Yuan had a condescending sense of superiority, even though she was humiliated today. But in front of her Shen Feng, she still felt like a goddess. She still felt that she was head and shoulders above Little Milk Speech. So, she continued, actually, sister, you're very pretty, but you've experienced too little and too little. You've already been cheated by Shen Feng. Haven't you realized it yet? Oh, how did you cheat? Little Milk Word showed her little tiger teeth again, like a good girl. Listening to Su Yuan, Su Yuan said coldly, "That guy Shen Feng, he brought you to Supercar Club today. Do you think he really came to buy a car? He just wants to pretend to be a rich man. If I'm not wrong, he must have pretended many times before, and you must have been cheated by him many times. Hey, sister, you're too stupid. You're so pretty, why should you follow such a liar? He's not a rich second generation at all. He doesn't have any money at all." Little Milk Words pretended to be surprised and said, "It can't be? Sister, don't lie to me. I'm already living with Brother Feng. We are all together every day. Now you're telling me that Brother Feng is lying to me. You're too scary." "What?" Su Yuan was shocked and said, "You've already been cheated S-bed by Shen Feng? This Shen Feng is also too shameless." There was a pause. She added, "But sister, you are indeed too simple and too easy to cheat. It's different for me. Back then when Shen Feng was my dog licker, I didn't even look at him squarely. Until now, I'm afraid he's always treated me as a goddess. Just now, when he asked me to bring you guys in to see the luxury cars, wasn't he just trying to pretend in front of me? Trying to attract my attention? I know this point of a man's mind too well." Su Yuan looked like she had a lot of social experience and educated Little Milk Speech. Little Milk Speech, however, covered her mouth and laughed lightly. "Sister Su Yuan, you are really awesome. I should learn from you, but when I think about it, if Brother Feng is really lying to me, then I'm not losing out. After all, Brother Feng has taken me to stay at the Intercontinental Garden Hotel of over $1 million for one night, rewarded me for over $10 million in my live broadcast, and now he's about to buy a car of over $50 million. Brother Feng can put down such a huge amount of blood to cheat me, then it's worth it for me to let him have some fun." Hearing these words from Little Milk Words, Su Yuan directly froze. Over $1 million a night for the Intercontinental Garden Hotel? A reward of over $10 million in the live broadcast? And also preparing to buy a car of more than $50 million? What the hell is this? Was this really talking about that poor student she remembered? Shen Feng? What do you mean? Su Yuan was all a bit confused. Are these all true? Of course, Little Milk Words said in a milky voice. "Sister Su Yuan, I'm such a naive girl, how could I lie to you? Here, look, this is the car purchase contract we just signed. Lamborghini Aventador more than $50 million. Brother Feng has already paid a deposit of $15 million and is already ready to test drive the car. After I come back from the test drive, I'll take it in full. I can ride around in a nice car again tonight." Little Milk Words said while pushing the car purchase contract in front of Su Yuan. The more Su Yuan listened, the uglier the expression on her pretty face became. She took the car purchase contract in a panic. With just a glance, she directly trembled all over. Really? This car purchase contract, without any problems, was from their supercar club? The car to be bought above is really a Lamborghini Aventador worth $49.99, and the person who signed it is really Shen Feng. This moment, she felt cold all over her body. She felt like her entire worldview had been refreshed. Shen Feng really had money. Shen Feng really came to buy a top-class luxury car, not to find her pretending. Her heart felt gripped all of a sudden. She regretted to the extreme. If she had accompanied Shen Feng to choose a car at ease and didn't come to accompany this bull ******* Shen Xiao, then wouldn't this commission of at least $2 million be hers? Cough cough. Su Yuan had a hard time coughing violently. She looked at Little Milk Speech again. At this moment, she finally realized that the reason why Little Milk Speech was chatting with her about all this was just watching her laugh. This apparently innocent girl had a heart that was much deeper than she had imagined. "Then you're not accompanying Shen Feng to test drive the car. Why did you come to me?" Little Milk Speech sneered. "First, I'm Brother Feng's woman, and you insulting Brother Feng is equivalent to insulting me, so I'm definitely coming to get back at you. Second, I just heard the argument between you and Chen Xiao. Your family is sick and you're short of money lately? What do you mean?" Su Yuan had a vague sense of foreboding in her heart. Little Milk Words said with a smile, "Sister Su Yuan, don't be so nervous. To be honest, I'm a person whose sympathy is overwhelming. I'm here to help you. Aren't you short of money? Brother Feng's this contract. The beneficiary hasn't signed it yet. You still have a chance. For this test drive, I would have wanted to sit in the co-pilot's seat, but I have a bit of a stomach ache right now, so I can let you give it. Hopefully, you'll behave." Little Milk Speech said this in a very subtle way, but what it actually meant, Su Yuan understood as soon as she heard it. "You want me to accompany Shen Feng?" Su Yuan gritted her teeth. There was no way she could accept it. Shen Feng was her licking dog. She had always been looking down on Shen Feng with an elevated posture. In front of Shen Feng, she considered herself a goddess. Now she, a goddess, was going to lick a mortal. Was she crazy? "What? You don't want to?" Little Milk Speech's smile grew cold. "It's true that your looks are still pretty, but not to the point of being a country-dominating woman. Do you really think of yourself as a goddess? To tell you the truth, Brother Feng bought a $70 million villa in Royal Dragon Bay, and another $50 million luxury car in the Supercar Club. He is now the VIP of the Ultra Car Club. He has just spoken about you in front of your manager, Su Yuan. Your job. You're already on the verge of losing it. In Brother Feng's eyes, you're not even as good as the welcome lady at the door. You still consider yourself a goddess? Little Milk Speech spoke without any emotion, bluntly. Her voice was soft and sticky though. However, each of her words was like a knife that pierced Su Yuan's heart. Su Yuan's pretty face became pale for a while. If what Little Milk Speech said was true, Chapter 040, this should work. Then once she lost her job and her creditors caught up with her, it would be a total disaster. And at this time, Little Milk Speech made one last cut again. I'll give you one last chance, Sister Goddess. You don't want to lose your job either, right? Su Yuan bit her red lips and hesitated for a long time. In the end, she still trembled and placed her hand on top of that contract. I know, I will behave well. Hearing this, Little Milk Speech then revealed a sweet smile. Then, I'll work hard for Sister Su Yuan. And Su Yuan glanced at Little Milk Speech again and asked with complicated eyes, You're Shen Feng's woman. Why are you helping him do this? Shouldn't you be jealous? Little Milk Speech snorted and laughed. I'm not qualified to be jealous of Brother Feng. Brother Feng is my boss. I'll do whatever he tells me to do. I sometimes, naturally, share my boss's worries, help him out a little bit, things he's not comfortable stepping up to. Inside the Lamborghini Aventador, Shen Feng, who had already made all the preparations, found that Little Milk Speech had not returned for a long time, and his heart vaguely guessed something. This little goblin. Shen Feng revealed a teasing smile. Sure enough, not a moment later, Su Yuan, who was wearing a black wraparound skirt, long black silk legs, and stepping on high heels, sat on the passenger side. Su Yuan, how come it's you? Where's Little Milk Words? Shen Feng asked in feigned surprise. Su Yuan's pretty face flashed a touch of intoxicating redness and whispered, Little Milk Speech, she has an upset stomach and asked me to come and accompany you to test drive the car. Aha! Shen Feng didn't ask too many questions and directly said, let's go then. Boom! A foot on the gas pedal, the Lamborghini Aventador, with a gorgeous exhaust from its huge lower exhaust port, directly rushed out of the Supercar Club. Boom! 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 The Lamborghini Aventador traveled on the streets and alleys of Magic City, frantically spewing out a wave of air with a deafening roar. On the streets, countless passers-by cast envious and jealous eyes. Even while waiting for the traffic light, a single woman in revealing clothes had to rush up to accost them. It is really a card face pulling full. Shen Feng driving a Lamborghini Aventador, whether it is the feeling or experience, all full. This top luxury car really is not the same. The only thing that is not happy is that Su Yuan, the co-pilot, does not talk much, until Shen Feng drove the Lamborghini Aventador to the outskirts of Magic City. Only then did Su Yuan open her mouth. Shen Feng, stop next to it. Aha! Shen Feng parked the Lamborghini Aventador next to a small forest off the beaten path. Su Yuan glanced at Shen Feng and pursed her red lips. I'm sorry that I didn't serve you guys well just now. Shen Feng smiled playfully. In the world of adults, do you think it's useful to be sorry? Su Yuan didn't know what to say. She suddenly clenched her teeth, as if she had made some kind of decision. It should work. Boom! Evening. The Lamborghini Aventador returned inside the Supercar Club. The butterfly wing doors had just opened. Su Yuan then quickly stepped down from the car door. Shen Feng, my phone number, I've left it with you. Anytime you want, you can contact me at any time, and no matter where you are, I will go over directly. You don't have to be polite to me. See you next time. After saying these words, Su Yuan then carried the only remaining high-heeled shoe and left with a pair of white tender little feet. Looking at Su Yuan's delicate back, looking at this former goddess of his, but now she was obedient and submissive to him. In Shen Feng's heart, he felt an unparalleled sense of euphoria. Was this a godly man? Money, really do whatever you want. Little Milk Words also sat on the passenger side at this time. Chapter 041, Returning to Campus. Yeah, what's the smell in this car? It's so familiar. The Little Milk Words revealed her small tiger teeth and laughed sweetly. Shen Feng wrapped his arms around her slender little waist and took her into his arms. Little goblin. This matter, you did a good job. Next time PK, I'll pack you a game. Reward you well tonight too. Little Milk Speech was lying in Shen Feng's arms, and when she heard this, a touch of surprise came out in her eyes. Many thanks to Brother Feng. Milk Speech is also waiting for Brother Feng's reward. After finishing the test drive, Shen Feng completed the final payment, the Lamborghini Aventador worth $49.99 and took it directly, and the formalities of the Supercar Club were done quickly. Shen Feng just made the payment in less than half an hour. License plate, insurance, and all kinds of reporting, all completed. Shen Feng directly drove the Lamborghini Aventador and left the supercar club. However, he did not leave with Little Milk Speech, because Little Milk Speech had just come to Magic City and wanted to stroll around and have fun in Magic City. In fact, this was just superficial talk. Little Milk Speech knew. Tonight, Shen Feng was going to meet Guqingyi. That's why it didn't follow. This little goblin, her emotional intelligence was quite high. Shen Feng was driving the Lamborghini Aventador on the roads of Magic City when suddenly a system voice sounded. Ding, the side mission has been completed. Ding, the rewards for the side mission have been issued, and the host has been given a chance to draw a lottery. Lucky draw? Shen Feng froze, not understanding what this was. But very quickly, a big carousel appeared in his mind. He used his mind to maneuver the big carousel and turned it. After the big carousel spun back and forth a few times, it finally stopped at the B rank reward. Ding, congratulations to the host. You have successfully drawn a B-level reward. 60% of the equity of the Heavenly Mansion Guild. Heavenly Mansion Guild. 60% equity? Hearing this system tone, Shen Feng instantly just lit up. Tianfu Guild, although different from the Elephant Guild, which was one of the top 5 guilds in the country, was also a large guild with influence, with many small anchors signed under its banner, and the total market capitalization of the entire guild was several $100 million. Now, Shen Feng directly obtained 60% of the equity of Tianfu Guild. That would directly become the largest shareholder of the Tianfu Guild. It was equivalent to the system directly giving him a guild. And this is only a B-class reward from the system? If it was an A-ranked reward, S-ranked reward, SS-ranked reward, SSS-ranked reward, what would it give away? This system, it was really strong. If you want to keep spending bounty money, you'll definitely need to slowly cultivate a guild in the future and raise a few big anchors. This Tianfu Guild is the best starting point, Shen Feng thought silently. Only by making the Heavenly Mansion Guild would his bounty money not go to waste. After all, rewarding like he was doing now, although he could face many anchors, a large portion of the income would flow into the hands of the major guilds. He was also equivalent to supporting the guilds, which was definitely not worth it. Only what was clutched in one's own hands was the best. At the same time, Shen Feng suddenly saw a piece of news. Elephant Guild has successfully signed a potential emerging female anchor, the goddess of dance and music, Jiang Xiyu. She will be stationed on the Do Shark platform tomorrow, and will sing wonderfully for all viewers. Please pay more attention to the Fighting Shark platform. Seeing this message, a cold color came out of Shen Feng's eyes. Jiang Xiyu, have you finally come? It seems like I have to take good care of this ex-girlfriend tomorrow. Half an hour later, Shen Feng then drove the Lamborghini Aventador to the Magic City Financial College. This was also his alma mater, filled with memories everywhere. After parking the Lamborghini Aventador in the parking lot, Shen Feng then entered the campus on foot. What's going on with Guqingyi? This woman didn't take my words to heart. Where's her punishment video? Why didn't you send it over? Shen Feng's face was a little less than favorable. Guqingyi, this was the only woman that didn't take his punishment to heart. Even the two big Starway anchors, Nanmeier and Little Nanmei, didn't have such a big stance. Returning to the familiar campus, Shen Feng only felt that it was like a lifetime ago, and the bits and pieces that he had once shared with Jiang Xiyu came to his mind. At that time, Jiang Xiyu was so innocent and touching. Who would have thought? Just 4 years later, she had turned into a downright gold-digging woman. Society is worthy of being a big die bull. Forget it. I don't want to think about it. It was now 19:30 in the evening, and there was still half an hour before the appointment between Shen Feng and Guqingyi. Shen Feng planned to take a stroll inside the Magic City Financial College, walking through the main road of the campus, listening to the rustle of the willow trees, looking at the sight of a pure and tender college students. Shen Feng felt very cozy. This kind of slow-paced life seems to be quite good. However, when Shen Feng walked to the meditation lake located next to the playground, but he saw the shore of the meditation lake, there is a group of men and women, are gathered together, chattering, do not know what is being discussed, with the mentality that it is a fool not to see something lively. Shen Feng directly walked over. Just as he got closer, he heard a cry of alarm coming from him. Wow! School sister Qingyi is really as pretty as the campus legend. Senior sister Qingyi really deserves to be the only school flower of our Romi Academy in the past few years. Too beautiful. Miss Qingyi, can I take a picture with you? Sister Qingyi, I want one too. From among the noisy voices, Shen Feng was able to hear that the one who was surrounded by the crowd was, without a doubt, Guqingyi. When he went up, sure enough, he saw the stunningly beautiful Guqingyi, standing in the middle of the crowd, showing her trademark goddess smile, taking pictures with the students in front of her. Today's Guqingyi was beautifully dressed, the upper half of wearing a black fitted cotton jacket, through the outline of at least D, the lower half is wearing loose blue pants, surrounded by a white scarf, stepped on a pair of black boots, draped in a purple coat. The overall outfit was like that of a Korean actress, very fashionable, making her goddess temperament even more intense. Gu Qingyi's outfit is good in every way. The only bad thing is, wearing too much. Shen Feng silently gave his evaluation in his heart. He also didn't intend to go over to join in the fun, so he would meet up again when the time came. Being at this time, suddenly, someone tapped Shen Feng's shoulder. Brother Feng, why are you here too? A familiar voice came. Shen Feng turned around and looked. It was indeed a familiar person. A young man wearing a white suit and gold-rimmed glasses, meticulously dressed with a few handsome touches, was looking at Shen Feng with a smile. Chapter 042 The Difficult Shen Baiji. Xin Yang, Shen Feng's college roommate, is considered a small rich second generation. The family is engaged in catering company. There is a market value of more than 100 million. At the same time, he is also one of Gu Qingyi's suitors, said to be a suitor. In fact, he is a dog licker. All day long, Gu Qingyi came to her side, but Gu Qingyi never looked at her. Why are you here? Seeing his old classmate, Shen Feng was also a bit surprised. Goddess Qingyi went back to school. Can I not be there? When I got the news, I immediately rushed over. Xin Yang said very proudly. Shen Feng was speechless. This guy really was still the same as before. When licking dogs also licked so brightly. What about you? Also came to see Goddess Qingyi? Xin Yang asked. I'm just passing by. Shen Feng said casually. Don't be a tough talker. Xin Yang grunted. Just now you were peeking at Goddess Qingyi. I noticed it. Back then, when you were in the dormitory, you also flushed at Goddess Qingyi's picture. I still remember it. Shen Feng's old face blushed. Back then, he didn't know any better and did do such things. However, at that time, Gu Qingyi was the flower of the entire finance college, the dream goddess of countless men, and many people had done so, and it wasn't embarrassing. Brother Feng, let's not peek here either. Gu Qingyi and I are friends. I'll go over and introduce you too. Xin Yang said in a very righteous manner. He wasn't afraid that Shen Feng would snatch his goddess away after he got to know Gu Qingyi, because in his opinion, Shen Feng did not have this kind of strength. There was no choice. Shen Feng could only follow Qin Yang over. Goddess Qingyi. Qin Yang shouted loudly. Gu Qingyi also looked over. Seeing Shen Feng and Qin Yang, her gaze directly swept over Shen Feng and landed on Qin Yang's body with a faint smile. Qin Yang, long time no see. Seeing that Gu Qingyi still remembered him, Qin Yang was touched, and hurriedly said, long time no see, long time no see. Goddess Qingyi, I didn't expect you to still be so beautiful after graduation. A rainbow fart boasted out. Qin Yang directly put the matter of introducing Shen Feng to Gu Qingyi's acquaintance to the back of his mind. It was only when Gu Qingyi noticed Shen Feng later that she asked, Qin Yang, who is this? This is my good brother, Shen Feng. Qin Yang pulled Shen Feng over to introduce him and smiled. Although you don't know him, he's liked you for a long time, and he hasn't dared to talk to you, so I brought him here to get acquainted with you. Gu Qingyi listened to Qin Yang's introduction and revealed her trademark goddess smile. Hello, she gave a polite greeting. Hello. Shen Feng also returned a greeting. Afterwards, the two did not exchange words. It was obvious. In Gu Qingyi's eyes, there were too many men like Shen Feng who liked her. Shen Feng couldn't be ranked at all. Goddess, worthy of being a goddess. The corner of Shen Feng's mouth hooked up a teasing smile, and he didn't say anything more, but continued chatting with them. Goddess Qingyi, I heard that you've passed the interview for Magic City TV. Are you going to enter Magic City TV next? Xin Yang asked. This question caused Gu Qingyi's face to change slightly, revealing an awkward smile. She hadn't said anything yet. Next to her bosom friend, Shen Baiji was humming. That's for sure. My sister Qingyi. Not only does she have a high face value and a good figure, she is also very knowledgeable and sings beautifully. Her future is definitely a star-studded big stage, and it's only a matter of time before she enters a TV station. Chen Baiji's tone was full of confidence and pride. Starry big stage? Shen Feng heard Chen Baiji's words, but he couldn't help but snort and laugh. By taking care of Qingyi's current situation, the contract was stuck in the hands of Heavenly Mansion and Elephant, and could never be taken out. If she dared to break the contract, she would at least have to pay out tens of millions of dollars to start with. She would also be blackballed by the major guilds. The rest of her life, completely cold. If she didn't breach the contract, according to the guilds, then she would be reduced to the plaything of a godly hero like Wang Meng. Her future was dim. There was no such thing as a bright future. Gu Qingyi's fate right now was still in Shen Feng's hands. This guild battle tonight was what was crucial. Shen Feng, you seem to disdain my words? Chen Baiji noticed Shen Feng and said with dissatisfaction. This Chen Baiji. Shen Feng also had an impression. A bratty princess, often following Gu Qingyi's side. She often disliked the men who pursued Gu Qingyi. Shen Feng had been disliked by her before. This Chen Baiji used to clearly be Princess Taiping. How come it's so well developed now? Fine branches bearing fruit. Shen Feng thought about all this in his mind. but on the surface, he didn't move. I just thought of happy things. Chen Baiji did not believe Shen Feng's bull at all, but she was not familiar with Shen Feng and could not say anything more. The four of them walked together on top of the campus road. Shen Feng and Qin Yang chatted. Gu Qingyi and Chen Baiji chatted. The scene was a bit awkward. Brother Feng, what's wrong with you? Weren't you quite chatty in the past? How come the moment you ran into Gu Qingyi, you wilted and didn't say a word? Are you that afraid of Gu Qingyi? You make me lose face. Qin Yang complained about Shen Feng in a low voice. Why should I talk to her? She will take the initiative to talk to me, Shen Feng said indifferently. Qin Yang directly opened his eyes wide in disbelief. Who do you think you are? Andy Lau or Aaron Kwok? People's goddess Qingyi's suitors are all over the streets. Why would they run to chat with you? I've created this opportunity for you, and you're surprisingly not cherishing it. Still delusional. Brother Feng, you disappoint me too much. On the professionalism of licking dogs. People Gu Qingyi wasn't even in a hurry, but Qin Yang was in a hurry first. Shen Feng couldn't help but shake his head even as he looked at this licking dog's anxious appearance. Licking dog, licking to the end, always nothing. At this time, suddenly a few students rode their bicycles and quickly rushed over from the front. Get out of the way, get out of the way. Shen Feng and Qin Yang just happened to be in front of them. The two of them had no choice but to sidestep to get out of the way. It was this effort of avoiding. Shen Feng's hand inadvertently touched a piece of softness. His hand, surprisingly, slapped on Gu Qingyi's erect tun. Ah! Gu Qingyi subconsciously screamed. Chen Baiji also saw Shen Feng's hand, and instantly became furious and directly slapped Shen Feng's hand away, staring angrily at Shen Feng. What are you doing? Taking advantage of my sister Qingyi? Shen Feng said helplessly. You should have seen the situation just now. I only accidentally touched it to avoid the bicycle. Heaven and earth. He really didn't do it on purpose. Besides, if he wanted to touch Gu Qingyi, did he need to use such a dirty trick? You shut up. You definitely did it on purpose. I've already found out a long time ago. From the moment you started walking with us, you've been stealing glances at Goddess Qingyi from time to time. This kind of look from you is the look of a dirty, shameless, underhanded man. You must have just found an opportunity to take advantage of Goddess Qingyi. I poo. Chen Baiji's spiteful character was revealed at this moment. Chapter 043. What can you do to me? This woman, after so many years, she really hasn't changed at all. The only thing that has changed is probably the additional title of having big boobs and no brain. And Gu Qingyi's connotation was definitely much higher than Chen Baiji. She knew very well that Shen Feng definitely didn't do it on purpose. Gu Qingyi hurriedly said to Chen Baiji, Baiji, don't say it, Shen Feng, he should have just accidentally touched it. However, Chen Baiji, this bratty and arrogant young lady, didn't care about this. She also knew that Shen Feng definitely didn't do it on purpose, but she just looked at Shen Feng with displeasure and wanted to find trouble with him. Sister Qingyi, what do you mean by this? I'm speaking up for you. Why are you acting as if I'm falsely accusing Shen Feng? Didn't you notice Shen Feng's unsuspecting eyes before? He's been trying to plot against you for a long time. Once the spiteful personality of Chen Baiji came up, no one could stop it. Gu Qingyi was also silent. Indeed, the way Shen Feng had looked at her before was a bit odd. It wasn't the kind of adoring eyes that often appeared when a licking dog saw her, but a kind of naked possession, as if Gu Qingyi had to obey him. At the same time, Chen Baiji looked at Shen Feng again. Her eyes seemed to carry knives, and she aggressively said, Shen Feng, I am now asking you to immediately, apologize to Sister Qingyi, and you not only have to verbally apologize, you also have to write a written review and post it on top of our Unity Academy's forum. I want all the girls in the Unity Academy to know the ugly face of this guy of yours. This Chen Baiji was really ruthless. Sending a review to the Unity Academy's forum? This is a damn thing to make Shen Feng lose his reputation. Qin Yang on the side couldn't stand it anymore and defended Shen Feng. Angela Chan, are you crazy? Brother Feng just accidentally touched it. Why such a big reaction? Why not too? Chen Baiji said coldly. Then in the future, on the subway, in the public transportation, the people who take advantage of it, all say that they accidentally touched it. Then what should we do? Shen Feng, do you apologize or not? In fact, originally Shen Feng did not want to talk to Chen Baiji, this stupid woman in general. But Chen Baiji being so aggressive had also stirred up Shen Feng's fire. The corner of Shen Feng's mouth hooked up a cold smile and said, then I did it on purpose. What? The words came out. Whether it was Chen Baiji, or Qin Yang, or even Gu Qingyi, all of their faces changed greatly. Deliberately? Wasn't this just being a hooligan? Brother Feng, what are you talking about? Qin Yang was dumbfounded. Gu Qingyi's pretty face also instantly climbed up to a touch of frost. Chen Baiji's anger, on the other hand, was directly ignited. Good. Playing a hooligan and still dare to be so arrogant. If you apologize to Sister Qingyi right now and write an internet-wide review, I can still give you a chance, otherwise I'll contact the campus security office right away. Shen Feng was not afraid in the slightest to sue for molestation. It was necessary for the person who was molested to personally report it. Chen Baizhi was screaming even more fiercely now. As long as Gu Qingyi denied it, then Shen Feng wouldn't have anything at all. So, there was no way Shen Feng would be afraid. He even took a step forward and grabbed Gu Qingyi's small white hand as he teasingly looked at Chen Baizhi. I'm just so arrogant, and I won't apologize. It's impossible to write a review. Can you do anything about it? Shen Feng's move was undoubtedly a barefaced T-play on Gu Qingyi. Chen Baizhi was furious. She was about to open her mouth to reprimand Shen Feng. However, Gu Qingyi interrupted him. Enough! Gu Qingyi shook off Shen Feng's hand. Her pretty face was full of cold colors. Her goddess posture was undoubtedly obvious. Shen Feng, what just happened was really Baizhi's fault. It was she who was overbearing, but by doing so, you also violated my bottom line. I can totally hold you accountable now. After a pause, Gu Qingyi said in a cold voice. But, forget it. I still have things to do right now, and I don't want to get entangled with you. Shen Feng, Xin Yang, in the future, we will no longer be friends, and it's best if we never see each other again. After Gu Qingyi finished this paragraph, she pulled the furious Chen Baizhi away. Goddess Qingyi. Xin Yang felt his heart breaking. It was so hard for him to get his relationship with Gu Qingyi right. Even though they were just ordinary friends, there was at least a glimmer of hope. But now, it was all over. Completely finished. My goddess. Oh, Brother Feng, it's all your fault. What the hell are you doing? Xin Yang was about to die of anger, and Shen Feng simply ignored Xin Yang. Looking at Gu Qingyi's marvelous back, he sneered. It really reflected the words of Little Milk words. The poor man's goddess, the rich man's. The more goddess and arrogant Gu Qingyi was now in front of Xin Yang and Shen Feng. The more interesting things would be later. Goddess? Okay, let's try today. Gu Qingyi, how much of a goddess you really are. Shen Feng directly took out his cell phone and sent out a message. Sister Qingyi, what the hell are you doing? He's already molested you. Why do you still want to let him go? Chen Baizhi was completely unable to understand. Gu Qingyi, on the other hand, said unhappily. It's not all because of the trouble you caused by being unreasonable, and you still have the nerve to say so. What can we do if we don't leave? Really call the police to arrest them? That intersection has surveillance video. If the video is uploaded to the internet, do you really think people will think we are justified? Gu Qingyi was still relatively calm. Chen Baizhi was still unhappy and said, then at least make those two smelly men pay. How can we let them off so easily? Gu Qingyi sighed. Baizhi, you're too capricious. I've met too many men like Shen Feng Qinyang. There are many of my suitors who are even more extreme than them. In the face of them, what I should do most is to keep my distance and not get entangled with them, because they are not even in the same world as us. Between us and them, whether it's our values, our outlook on life, or our worldview, they are all very different. They are just passers-by in our lives. Why bother being so attached to every passerby? As Gu Qingyi spoke, her pretty face couldn't hide her condescension. It was as if she was a white swan that stood tall. Shen Feng and Xin Yang were just like toads lying on the ground. The goddess temperament was undoubtedly evident. Chen Baizhi was also listening with glowing eyes. Wow, Sister Qingyi, I get it. You're right. Shen Feng and Xin Yang, for the rest of their lives, will be our licking dogs, and will never be able to taint us in the slightest for the rest of their lives. There's really no need for us to entangle ourselves with them. This will only waste our lives. Chapter 044, Gu Qingyi's struggle. Chen Baizhi also figured it out and directly hugged Gu Qingyi's arm, pouting. Sister Qingyi, you said it so well. No wonder everyone says you're a goddess. Our goddess sister is so beautiful. Her temperament is so elegant, and her figure is so good. I really don't know what other man in this world could be worthy of you. Stop it. Gu Qingyi spat at Chen Baizhi. It was at this moment. A message came from her cell phone. Come to the staircase classroom in building C302. I'll be waiting for you. The person who sent the message was none other than One Leaf's Maple. When Gu Qingyi saw the message, a complicated look surfaced above her pretty face. It was time to come. Finally, is it still here? Magic City Financial College, Building C Teaching Building. It was now 10 o'clock in the evening break time. Inside the entire teaching building, the lights were basically turned off, leaving only a few corridor lights still on, while the people were non-existent and cold. Ta, ta, ta. Footsteps sounded. Gu Qingyi, who was tall and had a pretty face, walked all the way from the long corridor of the teaching building with a nervous and apprehensive mood, walking towards the 302 classroom in Building C. When she walked to the door of classroom 302, Gu Qingyi held the door handle, but was hesitant to open it. Her delicate body had already begun to tremble as if she couldn't stop. She knew what she would face after opening the door. Goddess? The school flower? the most beautiful woman in the entire finance academy in the last few years? All of this goddess persona created in front of outsiders was so fragile in front of money. Gu Qingyi really wanted to continue to be her lofty goddess, to continue to be the object of many men's pursuit. But she couldn't do it. If she didn't go in today, then her end would be even more miserable. Hope, maple of a leaf, not an old man, or a middle-aged man with a big belly. In the end, Gu Qingyi gritted her teeth and directly pushed open the door of the 302-step classroom. After the door was pushed open, inside the large staircase classroom, it was empty, and only on the podium stood a man. He had a straight figure and a handsome face, with a playful smile at the corner of his mouth as he quietly looked at Gu Qingyi, who had pushed the door open. Goddess Qingyi, we meet again. Gu Qingyi's pupils dilated violently, her pretty face filled with shock. How could it be you? Standing on the podium was none other than Shen Feng, who had just been compared to a lazy toad by Gu Qingyi. Why wouldn't it be me? Shen Feng's smile did not diminish, and he directly sat on the podium teacher's seat, his eyes burning as he looked at Gu Qingyi. Maple of a leaf. Shen Feng, isn't it easy to guess? Gu Qingyi's petite body trembled dramatically. At this moment, she also finally realized Shen Feng's identity. She also finally realized why Shen Feng had just flirted with her so recklessly just now. Goddess Qingyi, you seem surprised. Do you think that I, a person who was a hooligan on the street, shouldn't be goddess Hao Yi Shi Feng? I'm only worthy of being your licking dog? Shen Feng sneered. I'm sorry. Gu Qingyi's pretty face went pale for a while. I didn't know. I really didn't know it was you. Her goddess posture was gone at this moment. If she had known that Shen Feng was the maple of one leaf, then just now, not to mention letting Shen Feng touch it, even if she let Shen Feng take advantage of it, she wouldn't dare to have any opinions. Actually, you don't have to be so afraid of me. Shen Feng looked at Gu Qingyi's tall and delicate figure and pulled a chair next to her. Sit down first. Gu Qingyi didn't dare to have the slightest disobedience to Shen Feng's words, and obediently sat down beside Shen Feng. She had not yet calmed the surprise in her heart, biting her red lips and pinching her slender jade fingers. Very nervous. The current Gu Qingyi was not at all like the towering goddess she was just now. Instead, it was like a docile kitten ready to be kneaded by its master at any time. Shen Feng said indifferently. Actually, between us, there was nothing in the first place. The reason why I helped you, it's also just for the sake of slapping the face of Little Milk Speech's group of boiling goat house managers. We met offline. You don't need to bend to me for anything at all, much less need to fear me, and I won't force you. Now you can just leave. After you go out, you will still be goddess Gu Qingyi Gu, and I will still be one of your licking dogs. When Gu Qingyi heard Shen Feng's words, her pretty face went pale. No, brother Shen Feng, everything I did was voluntary. What just happened was my fault. Brother Feng, I can make amends, at any cost. Right now, Shen Feng was Gu Qingyi's only savior. How could she dare to leave? Oh, Shen Feng raised his eyebrows and suddenly his voice turned cold. Since you volunteered, then what about the punishment video I asked you to send before? Where did it go? Do you simply not understand the rules of PK? Or did you simply not take my words to heart? Gu Qingyi's goddess frame was too big. Although Shen Feng had bound the divine hero system, he wanted every penny he spent to be valuable. For example, buying a villa, buying a sports car. He had spent nearly $20 million on Gu Qingyi. He hadn't asked Gu Qingyi to give him any feedback, just a punishment video. It was still sent out privately. Gu Qingyi couldn't even record it. $20 million and not even a single video to get. Gu Qingyi really thought she was a goddess? She really thought that Shen Feng was her lickspittle? That was why Shen Feng was so angry. Gu Qingyi, however, was quick to respond. No, brother Feng. Video I've recorded several times, but after I watched it, I was very dissatisfied. I think brother Feng you shouldn't like it either. Then you won't record it? Shen Feng's eyes burned. Chapter 045, The Fragile Gu Qingyi. It turned out that Gu Qingyi had prepared everything before coming to see Shen Feng. Shen Feng saw this scene. The original anger instantly dissipated, and what replaced it was another scorching heat. Then I have wronged you. He really didn't expect it. Gu Qingyi actually had such a liberal side. Then you change now and do a punishment to see. Shen Feng was interested. Is it here? Gu Qingyi's pretty face was flushed with an intoxicating red color. She had thought that this kind of thing would at least go to a hotel. Inside this staircase classroom, it was time to start changing clothes. This latter classroom, there was still surveillance. However, Shen Feng got up and locked all the doors of the latter classroom, closed the windows, and closed the curtains. He pointed at the surveillance again and said, "Don't worry, before letting you in, I've already prepared everything. This latter classroom's surveillance. I've already had the people from the security office take it down and have them replace it with a new one tomorrow. This kind of thing, as long as there was money, it could be done very easily. Now this latter classroom, it's absolutely private." Gu Qingyi was a great beauty of this level. Shen Feng definitely wouldn't be that generous and let everyone see it. After Gu Qingyi heard Shen Feng's words, she was much more at ease, but above her cheeks, she was still blushing all over. After all, this was the latter classroom. It was the place where she had once studied, letting her change her clothes here, and Shen Feng was still watching. For a while, she couldn't accept it. Shen Feng still said the same thing. You can go. I won't stop you. Today, he must strip Gu Qingyi of this goddess's coat. Let her know that she was merely an ordinary woman. A relatively pretty-looking woman. Gu Qingyi hesitated in place for a long time. In the end, she bit her red lips and said with an almost trembling voice, No. The next second, the purple coat slipped off Gu Qingyi's shoulders, and then, one piece of clothing kept slipping down. About 10 minutes had passed. Gu Qingyi, who had already changed into her black JK uniform, wearing black silk and stepping on Huanu Tianjiao high-heeled shoes, stood on top of the stage, propped up the stage with one hand, and twisted her waist/limb that was strong enough to kill people with a face full of redness. This was pedaling a bicycle. Her golden proportioned body was twisting along with the rhythm. The scene was as sexual as it could be. Gu Qingyi was inside the staircase classroom, performing for only one person. That was Shen Feng, who was sitting below and was holding Gu Qingyi's changed clothes. Watching Gu Qingyi's provocative performance, Shen Feng's heart throbbed with anxiety. The way Gu Qingyi pedaled her bicycle, although it wasn't the most standardized, it was certainly the sexiest in all of Du Shark. Gu Qingyi's body and face value were too perfect. She was a 95+ point stunning beauty. Much prettier than the likes of Little Milk Speech and Su Yuan. Moreover, the temperament she had cultivated since childhood was a very high and proud goddess temperament. But now, she was doing such a sexy rubbing action that possessed a huge sense of contrast, especially with her unskilled, yet shy look. Again, there was a feeling of wanting to reject. Gu Qingyi was simply an absolute beauty. Shen Feng admired Gu Qingyi from below. After she finished pedaling the bicycle, she started twisting her waist again, and ended with a spoiled 8 company. Gu Qingyi's voice was also very nice. When she was pampered, there was also an imperial voice. It was also full of contrast. And after Gu Qingyi's punishment, all of it ended. Shen Feng waved his hand. Come here. The black/silk tall big imperial sister Gu Qingyi, at this moment, like a little girl who was afraid of being punished, ran to the front of Shen Feng, tugged at her own clothes, and said nervously, Brother Feng, did I do a bad job? Well, Shen Feng stroked his chin and was thinking about what to comment, but suddenly, Gu Qingyi's emotions seemed to have collapsed and she directly cried out. Her entire body flung into Shen Feng's arms. She cried, crying with pear blossoms. Crying was heartbreaking. Oh, Brother Feng, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I didn't do enough. I'm not as sexy as Little Milkwords. I'm not as high and cold as Little Nan Mei. I'm not as good as they are at making you so happy, Brother Feng. But Brother Feng, I really try my best. Oh, Brother Feng, what just happened? I know I really did wrong. I don't know why I would look down on so many people. I don't know why I always feel like everyone is to look up to me. I really don't know. Brother Feng, don't be angry, please. She was begging. She was being scared. At this moment, Gu Qingyi was like a helpless little girl. Shen Feng gently stroked the soft Gu Qingyi in his arms and listened to her crying, but he was slightly stunned. He did not quite understand why Gu Qingyi would be so fragile. Emotions broke down so easily. She had actually always been a very strong woman, right? You've done very well. I'm satisfied. Shen Feng revealed a smile. Chapter 046, Once a Goddess. Only then did Gu Qingyi wipe away her tears, raise her head, and with those peach blossom eyes, look at Shen Feng in surprise. Brother Feng, really? She seemed to be in a bit of disbelief. Well, Shen Feng nodded, although you are not too skillful, I can see that you have tried your best to learn. Not bad. The current Gu Qingyi made Shen Feng very satisfied. A beautiful, sexy, and obedient goddess Gu Qingyi was the best. Many thanks to Brother Feng. Gu Qingyi's emotions then stabilized. She looked at Shen Feng, struggling in her peach blossom eyes. She seemed to want to say something, but when the words reached her mouth, she couldn't get them out. Shen Feng stroked Gu Qingyi's soft hair and asked with a smile, I heard that you have a very important guild battle? Talking about this, Gu Qingyi's expression fell quite a bit and nodded her head. Well, it's very important to me. If I can't win, I might enter the Elephant Guild, and in the future, I might just. She couldn't say any more. Once she was placed into the Elephant Guild, then what she signed would definitely be an even more ruthless selling contract in the Heavenly Palace Guild. At that point, she would become the plaything of various upper-class celebrities. At that time, what she would encounter would not be like Shen Feng, a man in his 20s, who was still a little handsome, but a guy who was like a jackal, wolf, tiger or leopard. This was why Gu Qingyi was so desperate. Why didn't you tell me? Shen Feng asked bluntly. A touch of gloom came through Gu Qingyi's eyes and said, in this guild war, the elephant side will definitely send quite a few big brothers over, and there will even be people in the top 10 of the Divine Magnificence ranking. If you help me fight, I'm afraid that you'll be too consumed. Gu Qingyi still hadn't truly become a network anchor. It still would think about her big brother. Shen Feng, however, hummed, as I said before, I'll cover all your future guild battles, starlight battles, and annual battles. Do you think I'm joking with you? Or do you think that I can't beat the Elephant Guild? To be honest, even for a top-tier divine hero, it was very, very difficult to beat a guild. But it was just a pity that Shen Feng was not a top-tier divine hero, but a super divine hero. If the Elephant Guild really wanted to fight, then Shen Feng was naturally happy to accompany them. No, not really. Gu Qingyi was flustered like a little rabbit and hurriedly explained. I just think that if I really fight with the Elephant Guild, the expenses are really too big and too big. You're just a network anchor. Is this something you should care about? Shen Feng raised an eyebrow and continued. What you should be thinking about is that big brother spent so much money, consumed so much, and after it's over, how do you compensate? How do you make big brother happy? That's what you, a network anchor, should do. Got it? Gu Qingyi was originally a very smart woman. It was just that she had been unable to accept the identity of a network anchor before, so she was confused. Now this sentence from Shen Feng directly woke up the dreamer. Right. Playing PK was a match between the anchor and big brother. The task of the anchor is to make big brother happy. Whether or not you can brush, whether or not you have points, that's big brother's own thing. And how can you let the anchor worry about it? She only needed to do her part. She only needed to serve Shen Feng. Brother Feng, I understand. Thinking of this, a tantalizing blush appeared on Gu Qingyi's pretty face. Lying in Shen Feng's embrace, exhaling like orchids. Then you are trying to, just inside this staircase classroom? What? Not willing? Shen Feng asked teasingly. Not, as long as Brother Feng is happy. Anywhere will do. Gu Qingyi shyly responded. Shen Feng had a heart attack and suddenly laughed. Do you know why I brought you to this step classroom? No idea. Gu Qingyi shook her head. Shen Feng looked around the latter classroom and sighed. Because this is where we first met. But you probably don't remember. At that time, you were starstruck, and even the teacher invited you to speak at the podium. You were so pretty, so beautiful. Gu Qingyi let out a light laugh. She suddenly left from Shen Feng's arms and walked on top of the podium, saying, Brother Feng, at that time, it seems that I was standing on this to give a speech. There were also students who took pictures of it and sent them to the campus forum, and I was even called, at that time, the most beautiful female student on campus. Shen Feng also recalled and laughed. Yes, to be honest, at that time I took you as a goddess, and was my goddess for 4 years in college. Even after I had a girlfriend, I would often look at your pictures. So, I want to bring you back to revisit your hometown. Goddess? Gu Qingyi suddenly snickered. Not anymore. Chapter 047, The Self-Cultivation of a Licking Dog. By the time Gu Qingyi and Shen Feng came out from within the staircase classroom, it was already 3 hours later. Brother Feng, doesn't clean it up? Is it really okay? Gu Qingyi leaned on Shen Feng's body. Her pretty face flushed and asked somewhat shyly. It's okay. Shen Feng comforted. But, there are still bloodstains on the ground. Speaking of this, Gu Qingyi's cheeks became even redder. Yes, it was her first time. As a former school bully with outstanding grades, she had never fallen in love early, and she had never imagined that her first time would be within the university's staircase classroom. The feeling was so shy and exciting. Don't worry, Auntie Clean has seen a lot more of the world than you have. This is nothing at all. It will be cleaned. Shen Feng was unimpressed. Just kidding. Auntie Cleaning was the king of the university. What exaggerated things hadn't she seen before? A mere staircase classroom. It was too trivial. Good. Gu Qingyi also finally felt relieved and meekly nodded her head. The two went outside. They snuggled together and followed the campus road, preparing to leave the Magic City Financial College. Throw away the JK in your bag and the black silk. It's all torn up. No, can't lose it. Why? Because, it's my memories with you. Feng brother, I'll keep it. The two of them walked halfway. Gu Qingyi, however, suddenly said that she had left something over at the girls' dormitory and needed to pick it up, telling Shen Feng to go to the gate and wait for her. Shen Feng was also ready to go to the parking lot first and drive over, so he directly agreed. But Shen Feng just walked to the gate. But he found that Qin Yang was sitting at the gate of the finance college, drinking mulled wine alone, and from time to time, he also looked out inside the college, seemingly waiting for someone. In the middle of the night, what are you doing here if you don't go home? Shen Feng went over and kicked him. Qin Yang drank his face red, but was not drunk, saw Shen Feng and complained. It's all because of you. It's making it hard for me to die. Do you know how high and cold Goddess Qingyi is? Do you know how long it took me to get on good terms with her? And tonight it was directly ruined by you. It's so infuriating. Qin Yang's tone was filled with depression. When Shen Feng heard this, he was happy. Feelings of this kid has been grudging it. So what if we make good relations? Gu Qingyi has a lot of good friends. It's not like she's going to look at you. Shen Feng fell on his sword. I don't expect Goddess Qingyi to look at me. Qin Yang reddened his neck and said, I know that people like us are not worthy of Goddess Qingyi, so I just want to look at her from afar and be good friends with her, and I'm already very satisfied. Shen Feng had a black line on his head. My god, this is the ING fighter among dog lickers. Also, you. Don't bring me along. You're Goddess Qingyi, just now in the staircase classroom. But, Shen Feng recalled the wonderfulness of just now, but he also didn't say it to zap Qin Yang's heart, saying, then what are you doing squatting at the door now? I'm waiting. Qin Yang took a sip of wine and said, I've been waiting for Goddess Qingyi to come out. I want to apologize to her. I want to beg her to forgive me. It's just that Goddess Qingyi is too busy. It hasn't come out until now. I'm going to. This guy squatted at the door for 3 hours? What a ing cow. Is this the determination of a dog licker? Blame me for not being fast enough. Shen Feng muttered silently. He chatted with Qin Yang a few more times and was ready to go and drive out. But at this moment, Qin Yang suddenly brightened up and said excitedly, Coming. Goddess Qingyi is finally here. Shen Feng turned around and looked. Sure enough, Gu Qingyi had already finished picking up her things and was walking this way. She wasn't walking very well right now and was walking quite slowly. Qin Yang directly walked up. Goddess Qingyi, what's wrong with you? Injured? Being asked about this, Gu Qingyi's face was full of blush as she blankly glanced at Shen Feng, who was not far away, and said in a low voice, I that came. Oh. Qin Yang quickly said, then Goddess Qingyi, you must drink more hot water and rest more. The daily care of a licking dog. All arranged. Gu Qingyi didn't really want to pay attention to Qin Yang. She only wanted to walk to Shen Feng's side now and lean on Shen Feng's warm embrace. But at this time, another episode appeared. Qin Yang, you lewd man. I didn't think you would dare to pester Sister Qingyi. You get lost. Surprisingly, Angelica Chen didn't leave either. She and a guy walked out from the direction of the school entrance. Seeing Qin Yang pestering Gu Qingyi, she hurriedly ran up and directly scolded Qin Yang. I just want to apologize to Goddess Qingyi. I'm really not to blame for what happened today. It's all Shen Feng's own doing. Qin Yang had an aggrieved look. Shen Baizhi also saw Shen Feng not far away and said coldly, both of you are all the way. Sister Qingyi, let's go. I've been waiting for you for a long time. My friend drove you home. As soon as she was about to grab Gu Qingyi's small white hand, but Gu Qingyi, however, broke away directly and said in a low voice, Baizhi, you go back first. Shen Feng and I have something to say. Chapter 048, Shen Baizhi's shock. You and Shen Feng have something to say? Shen Baizhi directly widened her eyes and said, Sister Qingyi, are you crazy? Shen Feng is the one who took advantage of you. What else do you have to say to him? Her words had just finished, but she heard Shen Feng in front of her directly say, taking advantage? Is this taking advantage? Shen Feng pulled over Gu Qingyi, wrapped his arms around her slender waist, and held her tightly in his arms. This scene instantly left Shen Baizhi and Qin Yang stunned. Qin Yang looked at Shen Feng as if he wanted to kill Shen Feng and said angrily, Shen Feng, what are you doing? Quickly let go of Goddess Qingyi. Shen Baizhi also transformed into a tigress and said in a petulant rage, Shen Feng, I will definitely not let you go tonight. I will definitely send you to jail. Both of them thought that Shen Feng was molesting Gu Qingyi, but Gu Qingyi, however, was directly leaning in Shen Feng's arms, allowing Shen Feng's big hands to caress her body, and directly said, I and Shen Feng's matter. You guys don't have to care. Baizhi, I don't need you to send me home tonight. Shen Feng will send me home. Also, I probably won't be able to go to the morning tea appointment with you tomorrow, so let's do it next time. Gu Qingyi's sentence simply made Shen Baizhi and Qin Yang, as if they were struck by lightning. What is this situation? Gu Qingyi, this is accepted? She also wanted Shen Feng to send her home. Tomorrow's morning tea can't come. What the hell is this implying? What's going on here? This world is crazy, right? Shen Baizhi and Qin Yang felt like their worldview was about to be turned upside down. Qin Yang only felt dizzy. He couldn't even speak and directly fainted. The scene in front of him was for him, a licking dog. It was too big. On the other hand, Shen Baizhi covered her mouth, her eyes full of disbelief. Sister Qingyi, are you crazy? She simply couldn't believe her eyes. But Gu Qingyi ignored Shen Baizhi and said to Shen Feng, let's go. Shen Feng nodded, put his arm around Gu Qingyi, and walked out directly towards the school entrance. Shen Feng went to the parking lot to drive. Gu Qingyi waited alone. Next to her, Shen Baizhi had already chased after her. Sister Qingyi, what's going on here? How come you're with Shen Feng? Can you stop asking? This is my personal matter. Gu Qingyi was a bit annoyed by the chasing questions. Anyway, I'm already with Shen Feng, and now I'm his woman. No matter what Chen Baizhi said, this, all of it, would not change anymore. You clearly just said that Shen Feng and you are not from the same world. Feeling puzzled, Chen Baizhi added, why on earth would Shen Feng suddenly make you change? He does look a bit handsome, but he doesn't have money. He is just before is a poor student one. Family background is not strong. Why in the end Gu Qingyi did not respond. Instead, the youth standing next to Chen Baizhi, who hadn't said anything, opened his mouth. Sister Qingyi, I'm Li Yang, you should still remember me. In my impression, senior sister Qingyi, you have always been a very smart woman. You should understand quite well about those little tricks of men. What Shen Feng said to you should all be ruses. Don't trust him, only things that are real are real. Speaking of this Li Yang walked to the side of the road, patted a 300W Lamborghini Urus parked on the side of the road, and laughed. This is my car, more than $3 million. I feel that only a man like me is worthy of you. Senior sister Qingyi, school sister Qingyi, let me send you home tonight. This guy felt sure that Shen Feng had cheated Gu Qingyi. Thinking about it was also true. This was the most likely thing at the moment. Chen Baizhi also chimed in. Yeah, sister Qingyi, don't believe Shen Feng's sweet words. Like schoolboyly, this is the man who is truly worth relying on. His family owns a decoration company, with a market value of more than 100 million. A proper rich second generation. With his wealth, Shen Feng won't be able to catch up in a lifetime. I brought him here today because I wanted to introduce him to you. Sister Qingyi, Shen Feng is just a poor hanger-on. What are you doing following him? Isn't he going to drive now? I guess I'll drive a shared bicycle over here. And if I'm better, I'll just drive an Alto. Compared to schoolmate Li, it's not even a fart. Chen Baizhi's tone was full of contempt. But at this moment, suddenly, boom, 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 a roar of a supercar resounded throughout the entire street. Only to see that in the direction of the parking lot, an extremely futuristic sci-fi supercar directly rushed over and stopped at the entrance of the Magic City Financial College. When the pedestrians on the street saw this supercar, they were all talking. This sports car is so handsome. What style is it? This is a Lamborghini, but this sports car has never seen such a handsome sports car. How to 2 or 3 million, right? 2 or 3 million? This is a Lamborghini Veneno. The landing price is at least $50 million or more. $50 million? When this figure was said, the passers-by on the street, all of them were stunned. A supercar that was worth $50 million. This was something they couldn't even think about. Even Chen Baizhi couldn't help but cast a hot gaze towards the supercar. She also wanted to take a look inside this $50 million supercar. Who exactly was sitting inside? But the next scene, it made her jaw drop, only to see the windows of the Lamborghini Veneno lowered, and sitting in the driver's seat was the very person she despised the most. Shen Feng. Shen Feng directly beckoned towards Gu Qingyi. Qingyi, get in the car. Gu Qingyi was also stunned and a bit confused. Although she knew that Shen Feng was rich, she never thought that Shen Feng would be rich to such an extent. A $50 million supercar. It was limited to 3 units worldwide. This was simply unrivaled. Gu Qingyi sat on top of the co-pilot in the eyes of shocked, envious and jealous passers-by. At this moment, she suddenly felt her own choice was indeed right. Shen Feng was worth her effort. Boom! The Lamborghini Veneno spewed out a gorgeous exhaust and disappeared into the street. The passers-by also dispersed. Only Chen Baizhi and Li Yang remained in place. Li Yang's face was as ugly as if he had eaten. It was as if he had been slapped several times by Shen Feng so hard that his face was swollen. You stupid woman. Gu Qingyi has a godly boyfriend of this level. Why are you still looking for me? Chapter 049, Gu Qingyi's home. Humiliate me? Li Yang was furious, and after scolding Chen Baizhi, he directly drove away. As for Chen Baizhi, her entire body sat paralyzed on the ground. She felt like she was not in reality, but in a dream. Everything was so unreal. Shen Feng, who was obviously a poor student, obviously a hangman, how did he change and be able to drive a luxury car of more than $50 million? This world, too crazy. Boom! The Lamborghini Veneno left the Magic City Financial College. Brother Feng, the guild has just notified that tonight's guild battle will be postponed until tomorrow night. Gu Qingyi, who was sitting on the co-pilot, looked at the notification on her cell phone and spoke. Why? Shen Feng inquired in puzzlement. This kind of big PK, by all rights, should be arranged at night or in the early hours of the morning. Only at those times was the heat the highest. Because Jiang Xiyu, Gu Qingyi asked. Brother Feng, do you know her? Jiang Xiyu? This name, Shen Feng could be too familiar with it. Wasn't it his sexy and beautiful gold-digging ex-girlfriend? No, a little. Shen Feng replied indifferently. Didn't she just sign up with Elephant Guild? What does it have to do with your guild war? Gu Qingyi pulled her drooping hair inside. Jiang Xiyu is a very tactful new female anchor. And in just a few months of live broadcasting, she has quite a few big brothers. It's also the only new female anchor that entered the top 20 of the Tiger Ya Live Star Show ranking in the live rookie period. The Elephant Guild dug her up from Tiger Ya Live as a key newcomer to train, to give lots and lots of resources. Tomorrow when she premieres, she is preparing to use my guild battle heat to be a stepping stone, so that her premiere will directly soar. With this explanation, Shen Feng understood. Gu Qingyi's guild battle tomorrow. It was a divine grade battle between Shen Feng and the Elephant Guild, and the amount of money that both sides were going to slam down was definitely 10 million to start with. The traffic of this godly magnate battle must also be very high. Once the Elephant Guild won from this divine great war, then the Elephant Guild's popularity will explode in the entire Do Shark, and even the entire internet. And taking advantage of this wave of high traffic, Elephant Guild directly launched this most promising new female anchor, Jiang Shiyu. The amount of traffic that Jiang Shiyu would enjoy would be unimaginable. Jiang Shiyu could become famous in one battle. No wonder you're in such a hurry to dump me. A cold light came out of Shen Feng's eyes. The Elephant Guild had played this calculation very well, but the only thing they hadn't counted on in all their calculations was, if the person who wins is Shen Feng, then the flow. Is there still a part for them Elephant Guild? This big battle tomorrow. Interesting. At the same time, Brother Feng, are you going to send me home now? Gu Qingyi suddenly asked. Well, it's too late, and you're so weak now, you can't be allowed to go back by yourself, Shen Feng said calmly, but Gu Qingyi was biting her red lips. A flash of gloom flashed across her pretty face, and after hesitating for a moment, she said, actually, Brother Feng, you don't need to send me, I can go home by myself. Shen Feng was a smart person. From Gu Qingyi's tone of voice, he was able to tell that Gu Qingyi must have something difficult to say. He also associated it with the fact that she used to be from a very good family, but she had fallen into becoming a network anchor. Perhaps it was because her family had a change of heart. This rather made Shen Feng quite curious. What exactly was it that had pushed Gu Qingyi to the point where she had to sign a selling contract with the Elephant Guild? You don't trust me? Shen Feng's face turned cold directly. No. Gu Qingyi hastily shook her head and said, it's not. Just that it might not be convenient for my family right now. What if I have to go? Shen Feng said forcefully, everything is up to Brother Feng. Gu Qingyi was now a kitten that was obedient to Shen Feng, so how could she dare to refute Shen Feng? It was just that her face was still unsightly. Her family must have had a big change. Shen Feng was also too lazy to ask. Boom! Shen Feng drove the Lamborghini Veneno to the Baihewen Villa area located on the outskirts of Magic City. Gu Qingyi's home was inside. It was located in Building 301 of District 3 of Baihewen. It was a detached villa. It could be seen that Gu Qingyi's family was still very wealthy. Ooh, your home is decorated well enough. Shen Feng parked the Lamborghini Veneno into the parking lot of the detached villa. Just after getting out of the car, he saw the grandly decorated villa of Gu Qingyi's house and couldn't help but sigh. According to the current market price in Magic City, such a luxurious villa, even though it was in the suburbs, the price would have to be at least around $20 million. And to be able to afford a $20 million villa, Gu Qingyi's family has at least hundreds of millions of assets. Gu Qingyi is a rich white beauty, and she was constrained to become an anchor? Shen Feng was still full of doubts. When Gu Qingyi heard Shen Feng's words, she smiled miserably and walked to the door of the villa, holding the handle of the villa door. Gu Qingyi's small, white and tender hands couldn't help but tremble. She didn't know what had come to her mind, and it seemed that she didn't dare to open the gate of the villa, after hesitating for a long time. In the end, she clenched her teeth, and only then did she open the villa's gate. Crunch! The gate of the villa opened. Shen Feng first smelled a musty odor that came to his face, and afterward, he looked towards the interior of the villa. The scene in front of him was what made him freeze in place, only to see that in the interior of the gorgeously decorated villa, it was unusually dilapidated, and the tiled walls inside were blackened because they hadn't been maintained for too long. Inside all the furniture, then all covered with white cloth, all covered. In many places, a thick layer of dust had accumulated. Obviously, this villa hadn't been maintained and cleaned for a long time. This villa, it didn't look like it was inhabited at all. This is your home? Shen Feng froze. If Gu Qingyi hadn't said that this was her home, then Shen Feng would have thought that they had come to rob a tomb. Gu Qingyi's face grew darker and darker as she nodded silently. She walked towards the inside of the villa. Shen Feng also followed closely behind. When they entered the interior of the luxurious villa, the musty smell became even heavier and pungent. It was very that imagined that this kind of environment was livable. Why don't you turn on the lights? Shen Feng asked. There was only moonlight coming in through the windows in the villa. Other than that, there were no lights on. The water and electricity have been suspended by the property for a year, Gu Qingyi said in a low voice. Then these furniture. Shen Feng looked around at the furniture covered with white cloth and asked suspiciously. Gu Qingyi shook her head and said, this is no longer my furniture. these are all foreclosures, just temporarily placed in the villa. This villa is also a foreclosure. Chapter 050, Gu Qingyi's family changes. Hearing Gu Qingyi's words, Shen Feng was silent. He could guess that Gu Qingyi's family had changed. However, he didn't expect that the change would be so big that even the furniture had become foreclosed. Then where do you live? You come with me. Gu Qingyi pursed her lips and led Shen Feng up to the third floor of the villa. At the end of the aisle on the third floor, there was a very, very small room. This room, it should have been changed from a balcony. It was very small. Gu Qingyi opened the door of the small room while saying, since the entire villa has been foreclosed, so, I can't live in the master bedroom, nor can I move anything in the villa, and the only place left for me, where I can live, is here. This is the nanny room. Gu Qingyi pushed open the door to the small room. The decorations inside were clearly visible, only to see that this room was very small, barely able to put down a bed and a table, and due to the lack of electricity, the lights couldn't be turned on. Only the table lamp on the table was still faintly lit, and this small room was piled with all sorts of things. Due to not being able to put the closet, many of Gu Qingyi's clothes could only be placed on the floor, and many things could only be placed in a messy manner. The entire small room was crowded and messy. Shen Feng walked in and even saw a few small pots on the floor. Still leaking? Shen Feng looked up. There were still a few small holes on this ceiling. Well, Gu Qingyi smiled bitterly and said, when I was being chased by people for debts before, they threw stones and never fixed it. Shen Feng was silent once again. He looked at the stunningly beautiful Gu Qingyi in front of him, looking at her shining outside, feeling her temperament like a goddess, suddenly felt that it was very absurd. Who would have thought that being considered a dream goddess by countless people, Gu Qingyi, who was considered by countless people to be a big star in the future, actually lived in such a humble, so shabby place. Underneath the bright and shiny exterior, it was actually so wretched. At this moment, Shen Feng also finally understood why the apparently strong Gu Qingyi was so fragile, so easy to collapse. She had, perhaps, endured too much. What exactly happened? Shen Feng sat beside Gu Qingyi and asked softly. When it came to this, Gu Qingyi couldn't hold back her emotions once again. Crystal tears flashed out of her eyes, and she leaned on Shen Feng's shoulder and stammered. My family went bankrupt. My dad got addicted to gambling and lost all the assets of the company and the family. All of them. He also owes tens of millions of high LI loans. He has now run abroad to avoid debts. And my mom, after the bankruptcy, also left, said to go back to the countryside to avoid debts, and soon came back to pick me up. But after a whole year, but simply no news. They are all gone. Only I am left by myself. When she said this, tears had already fallen from Gu Qingyi's eyes. A few short words, but it was something that made Shen Feng feel endless sadness. Originally such a happy and fulfilling family was buried like this. Gu Qingyi, who should have been a bright star with a bright future, had also completely fallen into darkness because of this incident. Shen Feng sighed. Then why don't you move outside? I don't have any money. Gu Qingyi was embarrassed and whispered. No money? Shen Feng frowned and asked suspiciously. Didn't I swipe over $10 million for you before? Even if it's a 20% share, it's still a few $1,000,000. And the gifts you received before are also quite a lot. Where's the money? Gu Qingyi said bitterly. It was stuck by the guild. I haven't even been live streaming for a month, and I haven't had a guild battle yet. They stuck my income. Only next month, after I pass the guild war and change my contract, I can get my share of the income. When Shen Feng heard this, a cold light flashed in his eyes. It was obvious. This guild was already not prepared to send Gu Qingyi the split income, because Gu Qingyi's guild battle definitely could not pass. All of Gu Qingyi's income would be held in the guild's hands. Gu Qingyi had already been taken to death. No matter what, she won't be able to turn around. This is really a cannibalistic contract of sale. Shen Feng really didn't expect that Gu Qingyi, who was so bright and shiny outside, was living such a miserable life. The life of a wavering, like a puppet on a string, at any time may be reduced to someone else's plaything. Shen Feng gently stroked Gu Qingyi's hair, not knowing what to say. Gu Qingyi enjoyed Shen Feng's caresses, and suddenly the whole person hugged Shen Feng's arm and begged in a low voice. Brother Feng, don't go away tonight. Stay with me. I live alone in the villa for so long. I'm scared every night. I can't sleep well every night. Brother Feng, you stay, okay? She looked as if she was a helpless little girl looking for something to lean on. Okay, I'm not leaving tonight. Shen Feng was like catching a small rabbit, building Gu Qingyi into his arms, and suddenly laughed badly. But, tonight I want to not sleep. Gu Qingyi's pretty face is again red, looked around the narrow nanny room, whispered, Brother Feng only needs to stay with me. Whatever you want. It's just that. Brother Feng, my room is too small. It might be a little hard for you. Then I'll rest for a while. You take the initiative. Good. Chapter 051, Wang Biao. How could Shen Feng and Gu Qingyi be satisfied with that tiny nanny's room? They soon couldn't help but get out of the nanny's room and made their way outside to the living room. Shen Feng carried Gu Qingyi up inside the TV station in the living room and made her lean against it. Boing. Brother Feng, don't. This outside. Can't touch. Mustn't touch. Have to lose a lot of money. At this moment, Gu Qingyi's eyes were mesmerized. But seeing those furniture covered with white cloth was still filled with fear. She had lived here for a whole year. Every day, she had to be careful and only dared to nestle inside the nanny's room, not daring to touch anything for fear that if she touched it and broke it, she wouldn't be able to pay for it. This had already given Gu Qingyi a psychological shadow. Therefore, even at such a time, she also still did not dare to let Shen Feng act recklessly. But Shen Feng didn't care so much. Shen Feng violently pushed the television set in the living room, which was worth more than $100,000, directly to the ground. Snap! The TV set shattered. Shen Feng whispered in Gu Qingyi's ear, "Everything in this villa tonight, including the entire villa, is ours. You can do whatever you want, got it?" Listening to Shen Feng's words, Gu Qingyi gradually released the shackles in her heart. She had lived with her hands tied for so long. Today, it was time for her to be reckless for once. Good, Brother Feng. Tonight then, let's go crazy for once. The movement continued until 4 or 5 in the morning. Gu Qingyi was tired, too tired. The two of them, she and Shen Feng, stayed in the nanny's room. It wasn't that they didn't want to sleep in the master bedroom. Rather, it was because the master bedroom hadn't been cleaned for too long, and there was too much dust. She was like a sexy kitten, shrinking in Shen Feng's arms and breathing evenly. Brother Feng, we destroyed so many things. Is it really okay? Gu Qingyi was still a little worried. It's just a little bit of money. Don't worry about sleeping. Shen Feng gently stroked her smooth back and said in a breezy manner, "Those furniture, even brands new, counted down to just a few $1,000,000. It was not worth Shen Feng's attention at all." Listening to Shen Feng's words, Gu Qingyi felt an unrivaled sense of peace of mind. She closed her eyes, was about to fall asleep. It was at this moment. Suddenly, boom, a loud crash came. Ah! Gu Qingyi reacted greatly and directly screamed in fear, and the whole person shrank in Shen Feng's arms, trembling. Shen Feng, on the other hand, immediately became alert and looked in the direction from which the commotion came. It was the window of the nanny's room, which seemed to have been smashed by something, leaving a mark. Shen Feng put on a piece of clothing and walked to the window to take a look outside, only to see that on the road outside the villa, 2 or 3 run-of-the-mill youths were raising their middle fingers towards the place where the nanny's room was. One of the yellow hairs even made a neck-wiping gesture when he saw Shen Feng appear at the window. That look was arrogant. The commotion just now should have been made by them smashing rocks. However, they didn't do anything crazy, and after provoking them, they rode their motorcycles and left directly. At the same time, Gu Qingyi's sobbing sounded from behind. "Oh, Brother Feng, are you still there? Brother Feng, I'm so scared, don't leave me behind." Gu Qingyi was obviously frightened. The whole person shrank in the quilt, her delicate body shivering, and she didn't even dare to poke her head out. Shen Feng hurriedly walked over and took this beauty who was so scared that her pretty face turned white into his arms. "It's okay, they're gone." The moment she heard Shen Feng's voice, Gu Qingyi directly cried out. She cried with pear blossoms, crying in a moving way, simply like a helpless little girl. Heartbreaking. Shen Feng gently comforted her for a few moments, then asked, "What are those people just now?" Gu Qingyi wiped away the tears in the corner of her eyes and stammered, "They are Wang Biao's people. They are staring at me." Wang Biao? Shen Feng frowned and did not listen to this name. Gu Qingyi trembled and said, "Wang Biao is the one who runs a real estate company in Magic City. But it is only a real estate company on the surface. But it is actually a group of moneylenders. The more than $10 million that my father owed before was lent by them. Now they often come to collect debts, and keep an eye on me, trying to get me to cover the debt." The more Shen Feng heard, the more he felt that this matter was very serious, and asked in a deep voice, "Then they didn't do anything to you?" "No." Gu Qingyi shook her head, bit her red lips, and said, "Because the people from the Elephant Guild paid to bail me out. It was one of the conditions of my signing with them." Elephant Guild? Shen Feng didn't expect this Elephant Guild to be so powerful that it could reach its hand down the line, but it wasn't strange to think about it. The Elephant Guild was not a simple guild. It was also a large entertainment company with a market capitalization of billions. There were countless stars, anchors, and artists under its banner, and it was not a strange thing to be able to influence offline. Chapter 052 Branch Quest triggered again. "I'm afraid that the Elephant's people have other plans for bailing you out," Shen Feng said directly. "Well," Gu Qingyi nodded and said miserably, "My operations have all been made clear to me. The senior management of Elephant is already looking for the boss. As long as tonight's guild war ends and I'm signed inside the Elephant Guild, then I'll be sold outright." "Then have you ever planned to call the police?" Shen Feng continued to ask. It's useless. Gu Qingyi shook her head. It's not that the Elephant Guild has reached the point where they can just cover the sky. It's just that they're stuck with a very strong contract. If the police are called, they will use the normal channels to sue me, counting me as a breach of contract. Once I'm in breach of contract, I'll have to pay out whole tens of millions of dollars in damages, and they won't continue to bail me out in front of Wang Biao. At that time, I'll end up in an even worse situation. Gu Qingyi's words were already permeated with a sense of despair. In this situation, it seemed like no matter which direction she went, it would be a desperate situation. It was no wonder she would have resolutely thrown herself into Shen Feng's embrace. After all, whether it was Wang Biao or the Elephant Guild, once Gu Qingyi fell into their hands, the end would definitely be very miserable. Therefore, it is better to follow Shen Feng. At least Shen Feng, young and handsome. Shen Feng was silent once again. He really didn't expect that this Qingyi goddess, who was adored by countless boys in the Rongyuan Academy, would have such a miserable side. At this moment, Shen Feng also finally understood why Gu Qingyi had been unable to let go of her goddess persona. Perhaps this was already her last dignity. At the same time, the expression on Shen Feng's face also flashed with a touch of ruthlessness. Now, Gu Qingyi was already his Shen Feng's woman. His Shen Feng's woman. It didn't matter if it was Wang Biao or the Elephant Guild. No one could move. Ding. Triggering side mission. Hire a group of bodyguards. Mission description. As an emerging tycoon, the host's safety needs to be guaranteed. Mission requirements. Hire a group of bodyguards with more than A ability. Mission reward. 200% increase in attributes. One chance to win a lottery. The branch line mission had come again, and it was still the one that Shen Feng currently needed to do the most. Although he was very rich right now, being rich alone was definitely not enough. Neighbors hoard food and I hoard guns. Neighbors are my granary. Shen Feng definitely wouldn't let this happen. Therefore, he wanted both guns and food, especially when negotiating with a local snake like Wang Biao. Strength was even more important. Brother Feng, sorry for scaring you. Gu Qingyi also came up at this moment and said with apologies, I'm in too much trouble. Brother Feng, after you've compensated me for tonight, you can just leave. I don't want to involve you. A night of lingering, a night of companionship. It had already moved Gu Qingyi's heart. She now no longer had the luxury of asking Shen Feng to save her. She now only wanted Shen Feng not to have an accident because of herself. After listening to Gu Qingyi's words, Shen Feng gently stroked her hair and said in a deep voice, have you forgotten what I said before? You are just an anchor. What to do and whether to help you or not is Big Brother's business. It has nothing to do with you. You only need to serve Big Brother. Got it? Although Shen Feng's sentence did not guarantee anything, but it was what gave Gu Qingyi a strong sense of security. Got it. Gu Qingyi suddenly like a beautiful snake, tightly wrapped around Shen Feng, spitting like an orchid and said, Brother Feng, after they leave, they shouldn't come back tonight. I'm a little weak right now, but Brother Feng, as long as you're still okay, I can continue to be a companion. How could a man say no? Shen Feng rolled over with a flip. The next scene, it was Fa Hai angrily descending the beautiful snake. When it was time to wake up again, it was already noon. Boom! Today wasn't a good day. Thunder rolled outside, pouring down rain, and inside the babysitting room, it was dripping. It was like a waterfall cave, leaking everywhere. Shen Feng was woken up by the noise, and this nanny's room, really crowded and small, did not sleep well all night. This hell of a place. It is more simple than the previous rental room. How can I sleep? Shen Feng complained in his heart. However, when he looked at Gu Qingyi, who was lying in his arms, he realized that she was sleeping soundly. It was as if this waterfall cave was a simple place. She had already gotten used to it. Hey, Shen Feng sighed. He now felt a little bit unreal. He could no longer believe that the Gu Qingyi in front of him was the goddess Gu Qingyi that everyone envied. The real her was more like a poor little woman. Fragile, helpless, desperate. The things she had endured over the past year were too much. It was saddening to see that a former high and proud rich white woman had been forced into this state. However, it was not the time for Shen Feng to lament these now. Little Milk Speech, get up. Shen Feng directly called Little Milk Speech over. This woman. It was almost 12 noon, but she was still sleeping. Little Milk Speech took the phone in a daze and said in a milky voice, Brother Feng, you don't yell so loud. You don't come back for a night. People waited for you for a night. I also know that you are overworked. Specially cooked a functional soup for you. Want you to make up for your body. The soup is hot. So what's hot? And yet you didn't come back all night. It's not easy for people to sleep for a while. And you're still mean to me. Little Milk words this milky voice pettiness. Listen to people's bones are about to fall off. However, Shen Feng couldn't bring up any thoughts. Last night was really too crazy. Don't look at Gu Qingyi as a goddess. But when it came to bed, there was a huge contrast. Her ability to withstand it was much stronger than the beaker that was Little Milk Speech. This night tossed and turned. Shen Feng's waist couldn't even hold up. Don't engage in this in the morning. I have something for you to do for me, Shen Feng said in a serious tone. You say. Little Milk words also got serious. You'll go to the stock exchange center later. I have something for you to do. Shen Feng instructed Little Milk speech a few sentences, and then he hung up the phone. Is it Little Milk speech? At this time, Gu Qingyi also woke up and was staring at Shen Feng with those good-looking eyes. Aha! Shen Feng also had the need to hide it and directly admitted it. She lost in PK a few days ago, and I let her parachute into Magic City. She is now living with me. The meaning of Shen Feng's words was already obvious. Little Milk speech, too, was one of Shen Feng's women. What was out of Shen Feng's expectation was, Gu Qingyi surprisingly did not show any resentment. Lying in Shen Feng's arms, she laughed softly and said, when you have time, arrange for us to meet. I think she's quite interesting. You can accept it? Shen Feng raised his eyebrows. He had thought that Gu Qingyi, who had received higher education and had been the school flower, could not accept this kind of thing. Can't accept it. Gu Qingyi shook her head, but then looked at Shen Feng with love and said, but for Brother Feng I'll do anything. Chapter 053, Chaos in the Heavenly Palace Guild. Afternoon. Shen Feng and Gu Qingyi, who had prepared everything, left the Bayside Villa. Shen Feng's Lamborghini Veneno, following the ring road, came to the center of the Magic City Avenue, next to the City International, Tianfu Mansion. This was the headquarters of the Tianfu Guild. At the same time, Gu Qingyi's studio was also here. It was now 4 o'clock at noon, and there was still half an hour before the guild battle started at 7 p.m. Gu Qingyi had to get ready first before she could do so. You're a music anchor. Why don't you pick a daytime time to go live? Shen Feng and Gu Qingyi walked side by side inside the Tianfu Mansion, chatting with each other. Usually only dance anchors, or PK anchors, would anchor at night. This was not because big brothers were all-night owls. Rather, it was because relatively speaking, the auditing of the platforms at night, or the country's security scrutiny, would be a bit more lenient. I did originally want to pick daytime. Gu Qingyi pulled back her falling hair inside, but I heard them say that the culture of the Heavenly Mansion Guild is not good, and that those executives, often in various names, would enter the rooms between the anchors and harass the female anchors, taking advantage of them and whatnot. So, a lot of female anchors will pick the evening, this off-duty time to broadcast live. A simple sentence, but it was permeated with incomparable heartache. Once the school flower, the goddess of countless men, now even fell into the hands of this kind of rogue company. And after Shen Feng heard Gu Qingyi's words, his eyes were permeated with a touch of coldness. After obtaining 60% of the equity of Tianfu Guild, he was now the largest shareholder of the entire Tianfu Guild. It was no exaggeration to say that the current Tianfu Entertainment was his company. Shen Feng, this bunch of losers left behind by the Elephant Guild. It was time to roll as well. The two of them entered the interior of the Tianfu Mansion and got on the elevator. Inside the elevator, Gu Qingyi pursed her red lips and suddenly said, actually, Brother Feng, there's no need for you to help me fight this guild war. Why? Shen Feng raised an eyebrow. Gu Qingyi looked downcast and said, because if you want to win, you need to pay a big price, and even if we do win, the Heavenly Mansion Guild will definitely not be willing to upgrade my contract. They have many ways to stall my contract. As long as I can stall until the next guild battle, once I lose, that contract treaty will still take effect immediately. The Elephant Guild will still sign me up through the Tianfu Guild's contract. Shen Feng suddenly understood as he listened to Gu Qingyi's words. So, regardless of this guild, whether you lose or win, it's impossible for you to break away from the Heavenly Mansion Guild? That's right. The more Gu Qingyi spoke, the less she felt in her heart, and said bitterly, this guild war, no matter how it's fought, whether you lose or win, as long as the Elephant Guild is deadlocked on the contract, it's impossible for me to leave Tianfu. So, Brother Feng, there's really no need for you to waste money for me. Gu Qingyi was speaking from the heart. This was also the reason why she had hesitated to find Shen Feng to fight the guild war before. If this guild war was won, there was indeed a slight possibility of changing the contract and breaking away from the control of the Heavenly Mansion Guild. But this hope was too slim. The Elephant Guild, for sure, would not easily let Gu Qingyi, the money tree, leave. Shen Feng heard Gu Qingyi's words, but he let out a cold smile. Indeed, if it was someone else to fight, it was just like what Gu Qingyi said. Then this guild war, fighting it was just a waste of money. The decision was in the hands of the Heavenly Mansion Guild, but Shen Feng came to fight. That's different. Shen Feng owned 60% of Tianfu Guild and was one of the largest shareholders. He had the right to help Gu Qingyi modify the contract. As long as Gu Qingyi could take this guild war, then Shen Feng would be able to legitimately make her contract from a sellout contract to a normal contract. It would also allow her to break away from the Elephant Guild's control. Stay in Tianfu. It's actually quite good, Shen Feng said silently. He already had a conception in his mind that he might be able to turn the Heavenly Mansion Guild into a real entertainment group. Female anchors like Gu Qingyi and Little Milk Speech all had the potential to be cultivated. However, Gu Qingyi did not know Shen Feng's thoughts. After she heard Shen Feng's words, she was a lot more depressed. In her view, Tianfu Guild was a fire pit. Shen Feng's words were undoubtedly that he had completely given up on her. But this was also normal. How could one person's strength be able to fight against an entire guild? Shen Feng gave up. It was a wise move. Gu Qingyi gathered herself and suddenly wrapped her arms around Shen Feng's arm and said with a smile, "Brother Feng, actually, even if you don't help me fight this guild war, what happened last night, I will also willingly." The further she spoke, the more red Gu Qingyi's pretty face became, and she whispered, "And it's not just tonight. Whenever you want, just a phone call, I can accompany you. Even if I'm really sold by the Elephant Guild in the future, and I become those rich men's wives' mistresses, I'll still find a way to sneak out to find you. You are my first man. I will always remember you." Gu Qingyi was clearly desperate for her life. She didn't know how miserable and dark her future would be. All she wanted to do now was to serve her Shen Feng and enjoy her current life. Shen Feng was silent, just for Gu Qingyi's words. He wouldn't let Gu Qingyi fall into the hands of the Elephant Guild or Wang Biao no matter what. This big battle, it was inevitable. At the same time, Magic City, Elephant Entertainment headquarters, inside the general manager's office. "I'm going to see Gu Qingyi strip/naked and immediately crawl into my bed tomorrow. I'm going to make Ye Jifeng watch me toy with his woman. I'll make Ye Jifeng regret it. Understand?" On the other end of the phone, a low, angry voice came out, and Chen Chaoyang, the general manager of Elephant Entertainment, hurriedly nodded his head. "Brother Meng, don't worry, we will definitely arrange it in place. It ends tonight. Gu Qingyi is your woman. Good. Remember what you said. I've already credited $30 million to your Elephant Guild's account. If you fail to deliver Gu Qingyi, then wait and see." After those words, the phone hung up. Being defeated by Shen Feng that night had already caused him to lose face across the entire network. And now the entire fighting shark knew that he was Shen Feng's defeated man. As long as Gu Qingyi was accepted as a forbidden/family, and ruthlessly ravaged, only then could this shame be completely washed away. That was why Wang Meng's fire was so great. Chapter 054 Guild War begins. Ultra Imperial Regiment. Chen Chaoyang, on the other hand, was not afraid at all, but instead was somewhat relaxed, because he was already somewhat victorious. Tonight, Elephant Guild had two crucial PKs. The first, Gu Qingyi's guild battle, was also the most important PK. The higher-ups attached great importance to this PK of Gu Qingyi's. That was why the PK funds given were as high as $50 million. Of course, this also included Wang Meng's $30 million. The senior management of the Elephant Guild wanted to use this PK tonight to make the entire Elephant Guild's popularity the #1 on the entire network. At the same time, they also wanted to bring down One Leaf's Maple. Let the anchors on the leaderboards take a good look at what happens when you go against the Elephant Guild. And the second PK was Jiang Shiyu's premiere. At that time, Jiang Shiyu would directly connect to the 4-star route anchors and PK together. The money for this PK would be much less. It would probably only be around $10 million. But even so, the total amount of money that the Elephant Guild would have to invest in tonight's overall calculation was already as high as $60 million. This was already fully capable of hitting the Fighting Shark annual ranking. At $60 million, there was no problem taking down Gu Qingyi. $30 million for a lower middle-tier anchor. It's really blood money. Chen Chaoyan was complacent and asked, "Have you finished checking the data of One Leaf's Maple?" An assistant beside him hurriedly replied, "All investigated clearly. The basic data of the account is similar to the one given by Fighting Sharks. It hasn't been recharged in 5 years, and the active time is not short, ruling out the possibility of it being a small number. And his IP address shows that it's in Mordor. I've also investigated these eunuchs in Mordor. Basically those who play live broadcasts don't have any relationship with One Leaf's Maple. He should belong to the type that gets rich overnight." "Overnight rich?" Chen Chaoyan lit a cigarette, tapped the ash in the ashtray, and sneered. "His assets, then, are around tens of millions at most. The PK the day before yesterday, he spent nearly $20 million, and yesterday's PK also spent more than $10 million. Then he's estimated to only have between $10 and $20 million left." Chen Chaoyan was able to be the general manager of the Elephant Guild. He must have also been in the live broadcasting world for many years, and he had seen many of these overnight rich tycoons like Shen Feng. Some were those who got rich by demolition. Some are accountants and evade taxes. There are also those who won the lottery. All of these people would have a revenge spending mentality after getting rich overnight. It is also exactly the same as the current Shen Feng, spending millions to reward female anchors and tens of millions to play PK. This kind of person usually doesn't have a lot of assets. At most, they have tens of millions of dollars, and they disappear after a few days of activity. Chen Xiaoyang also thought that Shen Feng was this kind of person. $50 million for tonight. It should be enough. Take your time first. Introduce One Leaf's Maple into the set, and after milking him of all his money, fatten him up and kill him directly. Got it? The assistant nodded. Understood. 7 o'clock in the evening. Gu Qingyi prepared everything in the studio and started broadcasting. The anchor you've been following, Gu Qingyi, is on the air. Click the jump to watch. The news that Gu Qingyi was on the air quickly spread throughout the entire Fighting Shark. Countless viewers flocked to Gu Qingyi's live room. The heat of Gu Qingyi's live room instantly broke through 1 million. And the number of VIPs was as high as 50,000 to 60,000, and it was still rising. Goddess Qingyi is finally on the air. The Guild War is finally coming. Right now, almost the entire Fighting Shark is waiting for Goddess Qingyi to start broadcasting. This Guild War, it's too lively. Elephant Guild versus Maple God. This is too much fun. Hee. I actually don't think there's much suspense. Although One Leaf's Maple won a few PKs before, in front of the Elephant Guild, it's still too small and not worth mentioning at all. That's right. Moreover, One Leaf's Maple is the same as those thugs before, such as Tiger and Overlord. All of them have huge handfuls of money but not much fame. This kind of thugs usually don't have much money and disappear after spending it, and One Leaf's Maple is probably similar. If Shen Feng really beat the Elephant Guild, it would really be a battle that sealed the deal. After the 2 previous PKs, Shen Feng's fame on the Fighting Shark platform was already very loud. Many viewers had come specifically for Shen Feng. This guild battle, Shen Feng was also one of the biggest attractions. Hello, everyone in the live broadcast room. Today, because something happened in the middle of the day, so the live broadcast is a little late. Sorry everyone. Gu Qingyi chatted with the viewers first as usual. She was still maintaining her goddess appearance. This was what she had agreed with Shen Feng. In front of outsiders, she would still be the haughty goddess Qingyi, but in front of Shen Feng, she was a meek girl who let Shen Feng take this huge contrasting persona. Whether it made Shen Feng or Gu Qingyi, both had a feeling of excitement. At the same time, a gorgeous special effect appeared in Gu Qingyi's live broadcast. Super Emperor Zun, riding on the Supreme 5-clawed Black Dragon, descends into the live broadcast room. Super Emperor Brother King, riding on the Rue Beast Qilin, descending into the live broadcast room. Super Emperor, God's right hand, traveling on the space mothership, descends to the live broadcast room. Super Emperor, life is like a dream in spring and autumn, riding the Cloud Dragon Heavenly Horse, descending to the live broadcast room. A single notification directly brushed the entire Gu Qingyi live streaming room. A single Super Emperor, in a state of no invisibility, appeared in Gu Qingyi's live room. The viewers were all shocked. 6 Super Emperors, 12 Emperors, what's going on here? Are they here to support Goddess Qingyi? Support my ass. This is the Elephant's Ultra Emperor Regiment. They've come to provoke Goddess Qingyi. The Super Emperor group? What the hell is this? At a glance, you don't watch much PK. The godly heroes of various platforms actually hold groups, such as the Elephant Guild's Ultra Emperor Group, Emperor Group. Even the Logging Guild has the Illusory God Group, and some smaller guilds have Duke Groups and Earl Groups as well. Because if one were to fight the Annual, to fight Starlight, one person's strength would definitely be far from enough. If a few divine heroes help an anchor fight the Annual, then the probability of success will be much higher. And generally large guilds, they will also often maintain the relationship of these divine hero groups, such as sending some gifts on New Year's holidays, or even returning 10%, or 20% of the gift proceeds. The bold guilds will even send female anchors directly to the door. So, the divine heroes and the guild are also deeply bound. This time, Qingyi Goddess and the Elephant Guild are going to fight a guild war. This group of divine heroes will definitely support the Elephant Guild unconditionally. Chapter 055 The Arrogant Super Emperor Corps. There was Brother Understanding who directly explained it clearly. There were many viewers who had rubbed their shoulders over and hadn't understood PK, but they also understood. So does Maple God have a Divine Emperor group? Definitely not. Maple God has only been active for a few days. How can there still be a God's Deluxe group? That's not the end of the story. Maple God alone to beat the opposite side of a dozen heroes? He'll just throw himself in. The White Flag group should go straight to the field. The pop-ups all felt that there was little hope of victory. And at this moment, a conspicuous pop-up screen floated by. Duke, Maple God's female fan group leader Linlin. Although Maple God doesn't have a divine hero group, it does have a female fan group. Maple God's female fans are coming to add me to the troop. Go Maple God. The pop-ups were hilarious. Suddenly, boom, 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 boom. A single Undying Phoenix special effect appeared on top of the screen. Super Emperor, Brother Zun, within Gu Qingyi's live broadcasting room, gave away Undying Phoenix X1 worth 5W. Super Emperor, Brother King, within Gu Qingyi's live broadcasting room, gave away an indestructible Phoenix X1 worth 5W. Super Emperor, God's right hand, in Gu Qingyi's live broadcasting room, sent out undying Phoenix X1 worth 5W. The big brothers of this Elephant Guild's Super Emperor Corps, one after another. They directly gave away an undying Phoenix worth over $400,000. If this hit the PK bar, it would be over 4 million points. The audience all didn't understand what they were doing. Very quickly, they sent out pop-ups one after another. Super Emperor, Brother Zun, this is an early YYF for you. Keep it. Super Emperor, Brother King, Gu Qingyi, don't say that our Super Emperor group is bullying you. If you want to blame it, you can only blame it on your big brother, Ji Feng, who doesn't have the strength and still insists on pretending to be a bully. Now that our YYF has been given, behave yourself. Super Emperor, God's right hand, didn't you say that there's only one maple god in the entire fighting shark? Today, in this guild battle, I'd like to see if he dares to take it and fight us. YYF. It was the abbreviation for medical fee. A medical fee is when after a PK, the winning party has to give comfort to the losing party. Usually it was an airplane, a rocket, and at most a super fire. Now this super royal group is coming up with an indestructible Phoenix, and it's a PK that hasn't even ended yet, and it's running over to brush it. This is no longer a medical expense. This was humiliating Gu Qingyi, and after giving YYF, the Ultra Emperor group exited Gu Qingyi's live room one after another. Damn, too crazy. Do these guys think they're going to win? This is not putting Goddess Qingyi or God Feng in their eyes at all. Too arrogant. Just wait, God Feng will definitely you all up. I also believe in the Maple God, but why hasn't the Maple God arrived yet now that the guild war is about to start? Yeah, where's Feng Shen? It was only then that the viewers of Gu Qingyi's livestream reacted. The Maple of One Leaf did not appear in the live broadcast room, and Gu Qingyi sighed at this moment. Actually, Shen Feng was right behind her studio. It was only that Shen Feng wasn't watching his live broadcast, but was checking out the little anchor woman's room. It seemed that Shen Feng really had completely given up on Gu Qingyi. Although this was indeed a wise move, there was no need to waste money on tonight's guild war, but in Gu Qingyi's heart, it was inevitable that she would feel a pang of loss. At the same time, the time for the guild war had arrived. Open the bar, Gu Qingyi said directly. PK started, and at the Elephant Guild headquarters, inside the makeup room, Jiang Shiyu, who had already drawn exquisite makeup, was being served by several female staff members, changing into a set of noble and incomparable clean white-colored long dress. At this moment, she was completely detached from the cheap aura of the rental room. In its place was an unrivaled confidence and pride. She had already transformed from an ugly duckling into a white swan. At the same time, she was looking at Gu Qingyi's live broadcast with a cold splendor in her eyes. Gu Qingyi, if it wasn't for being dragged down by Shen Feng in college, the position of school flower definitely wouldn't have been your turn. You wouldn't have been able to keep stepping on my head. Now, Shen Feng has already been kicked by me, and you, tonight, have become a stepping stone for me? Jiang Shiyu, I've been dragged down by Shen Feng for so many years. It's time for me to bloom. Jiang Shiyu was also from the Magic City Finance Academy. In her freshman year, she had also been selected as the houseflower, but had been squeezed out by Gu Qingyi. Later, when she fell in love with Shen Feng, she didn't bother to compare these. However, this matter had always made Jiang Shiyu grumble. The position of courtyard flower should have been hers. Tonight, it should be returned to its rightful owner. In addition to Gu Qingyi, Jiang Shiyu also noticed the name that appeared the most in Gu Qingyi's live broadcast. Maple God, Maple of One Leaf. Maple of One Leaf? If it's a real God master, maybe we'll get to know each other. But if you're just a thug, then you don't deserve it. Jiang Shiyu's eyes were glazed over before she mumbled an additional sentence. Maple of a leaf. Shen Feng. The difference of a few words, but it's a world of difference. One Leaf's maple throws millions of dollars in a PK. Shen Feng's whole life, he can't even earn $1 million. And when Gu Qingyi's guild battle PK, which was in the spotlight of the entire Duel Sharks, started, Shen Feng's side was quiet. He was leisurely checking out his room. A female anchor named Little Sweet on the drum kit attracted Shen Feng's attention. This little sweet person is very good looking, beautiful 36D, tall and sexy, about 90 points of face value, and there is also talent, is said to be some kind of drum master, but she wasn't very good at chatting. There weren't a lot of people in the live room, only a few. Families, send free gifts, help the anchor pass the 1-star quest. Little Sweet has been live streaming for a year, and has never had a 1-star mission. Everyone give your support. Little Sweet will knock a paragraph for you guys. Little Sweet pathetically begged. When Shen Feng heard this, he was a bit surprised. I didn't expect that this Little Sweet had already been live for a year, and the popularity of the live room was still so low, although she is not very good at talking, but the face value and talent are very capable. It should not be but when Shen Feng flipped through her homepage, He understood. Little Sweet had not signed up for a guild. No wonder. A whiteboard number. Surely cannot mix up in fighting sharks. Shen Feng took another look at her 1-star quest, which was only $6 for a card. This is also too shabby. Little Sweet waited for half a day without waiting for a pop-up screen, and looked lost. Maybe she really wasn't suited to be an anchor. It's okay if everyone doesn't vote. I'll also give you a paragraph. Little Sweet was about to turn around and prepare to play a section of drums. Chapter 056, Guild War begins. Yet at this moment, a pop-up screen floated by. Mystic, come to a section of the Ascension Realm and put an Undying Phoenix on you. Little Sweet was ecstatic to see a pop-up. However, after seeing the Undying Phoenix, she beamed and said, Big brother, what do you want to hear? Just send a pop-up for Little Sweet to knock. There's no need to lie to Little Sweet. Undying Phoenix. That was a gift worth an entire $50,000. Little Sweet felt like she would never be able to see it in her lifetime, but she was still happy that at least someone had swiped the pop-up screen. She turned around and went straight back to banging the drums. A song for this big brother from the Ascending Realm. Next up was Sweet's deep performance. She performed with great dedication, and her drumming was very pleasing to the ears. This talent could be at least 90 points or more. After the first song Dengfeng Jiqi Realm was finished, Little Sweet was about to ask her big brother what else he wanted to hear, but saw an indestructible phoenix spread its wings from within the screen of the live broadcast room. Illusory God, Maple of One Leaf, within the live broadcast room of Little Sweet on the drum kit, has given away an indestructible phoenix worth 5W. In an instant, Little Sweet was directly frozen. It was really given away. The Undying Phoenix worth 50,000 was really given away. That big brother surprisingly really didn't lie. Little Sweet hurriedly wanted to thank, but realized that the big brother had already left the live broadcast room. But a few moments later, there were entire tens of thousands of people that flooded into Little Sweet's live broadcast room. Phone God, where is everyone? Where is God Feng? Goddess Qingyi is in danger. Save her quickly. Why did God Feng reward such a small anchor? Does God Feng think she has potential? I'll go. This anchor woman is quite pretty, and her talent is also good. She's really good. Tell Goddess Qingyi that I can't go back. While Little Sweet was frozen, 2,000 to 3,000 viewers had been left in the live broadcast room. A simple check-in. A racket drum goddess, rising up in Du Shark. At this time, Shen Feng had already roamed several live rooms and sent out several indestructible phoenixes, but he did not go to Gu Qingyi's live room. The pop-up screen was abuzz with discussion. What's the situation? Does Feng Shen not want to fight anymore? Most likely. This just started. It's about to surrender. Feng Shen is also too fast, right? Feng Shen? Maple God my ass. This guy is probably just a thug. He spent all his money and doesn't dare to come over anymore. From now on, the Maple God will be the leader of our white flag team. Brothers, paint the white flag on the public screen. The audience had all given up. Even One Leaf's Maple wasn't coming over. So what was there to fight in this guild war? One could just surrender. And at the same time, Gu Qingyi's PK had also pulled in the good guys. On the opposite side, there were still familiar faces, Nanmeyer and Little Nanmeyer. Today, Gu Qingyi was going to fight 2 for 1. Gu Qingyi, don't blame your sisters for teaching you a lesson. Last time, your big brother beat up your sisters and lost face, and in the end, made them send that kind of video. Today, it's time for you to take a beating for once. Nanmeyer was in a fiery red cheongsam today, outlining her sexy and delicate figure to the fullest. Last time PK, Shen Feng tortured their sisters. She could remember it all very clearly. It was time for revenge today. The little southern sister remembered it even more clearly, and almost gritted her teeth and said, Gu Qingyi, I'm going to let you have one of those videos too. That video that was sent to Shen Feng was regarded as an eternal shame by little Nan Mei. It was practically no different from being defiled by Shen Feng. The smell of gunpowder filled the air at once. Gu Qingyi didn't have that much nonsense and directly opened the PK bar. Fight! The PK bar opened. This time's PK wasn't like those previous PKs, where it was an even fight first, and in the end, Big Brother would strike again. This time, the PK bar just opened. Nanmeyer and Little Nanmeyer's Big Brother then began to score directly. Boom! Super Emperor, Zun's Big Brother, in Nanmeyer's live room, gave out Undying Phoenix X20 worth 5W, 20 Undying Phoenixes, a total value of 1 million, a whole 10 million points, directly hitting the PK bar, and that wasn't all. Immediately after that, Super Emperor, Brother King, in Sister Nan's live room, has given away Fallen Angels X20 worth 10W, 20 Fallen Angels, 2 million gifts, 20 million points, coming up with such a large amount of money. This was undoubtedly to give Gu Qingyi a hard time. It wasn't just Big Brother who made a move. The emperors, dukes, counts, and viscounts in Nanmeyer's and Little Nanmeyer's live rooms also started swiping gifts. indestructible phoenix, super rocket, super sports car, diamond powder rocket, rocket, airplane. All kinds of gifts completely brushed the screen. In just a minute's time, the 2 live broadcasts went up into the 10 million points again, directly smashing millions into it. And the PK scores of Nanmeyer and Little Nanmeyer directly reached a terrifying 4,000 points. 0, Gu Chengyi, Vis, Nanmeyer, 156210000, Little Nanmei, 2446700. This difference in scores was simply a world of difference. And this is just the beginning. Super Emperor, ZUN, tonight, whoever dares to score Gu Chengyi is going against our Super Emperor group. I don't care whose big brother you are. In the future, the anchor you support will be blocked forever by the Elephant Guild. And it will never be possible to beat the annual, and never make it to the top list. Super Emperor, Brother King, that's right, this PK tonight, we wrapped it up. Whoever is not afraid of death, can also despite the score, how many come, how many we take. The words of the 2 Super Emperors directly controlled the field. This was already a clear-cut threat. This PK tonight was too important for the Elephant Guild. No matter what means were used, they definitely had to take it. And both Ultra Emperors had spoken. On Gu Chengyi's side, even if there were emperors and dukes who wanted to score points before, they didn't dare to go up at the moment. There was actually no need to go hard, no need to waste money, without the Maple God around. This was a PK that was bound to lose, so what was the need to go up and score? Gu Chengyi's score was still 0. There's not going to be someone who didn't come out to play PK for a single point, is there? This is too ridiculous. Nan Mayer sneered and continued. I'm afraid that this PK today is going to set the most disparate score difference ratio in shark fighting. Gu Chengyi, your name as the 0 Yuan War God is going to circulate forever in the fighting sharks. Little Nan Mei also said coldly. Gu Chengyi, you still have 2 minutes. If you don't score any points within these 2 minutes, then don't blame us sisters for not being polite. With such a big score difference ratio, we can make you do anything. You get ready. Little sister Nan had even thought about how to punish Gu Chengyi. Last time, Shen Feng had humiliated her. This time, she must ruthlessly humiliate Gu Chengyi. Chapter 057. Going to the Western Heaven to invite the Maple God Elder Ancestor. While listening to their words, Gu Chengyi closed her eyes in despair. This day, she had already imagined it long ago. The miracle still hadn't happened. The final outcome of this guild war was still going to be a complete failure. She was already prepared to accept all the punishments. The pop-ups, on the other hand, exploded. How come there isn't a single person who scored? It's too tragic, isn't it? The opposite side is too strong. There's no way. Feng Shen was too wise to run away early. If he came over to fight, I'm afraid he'd be the one person that would have to face the entire Ultra Imperial Corps. Don't say it. If Feng Shen was here, there might still be a little chance. Everyone, go to the Western Heaven and invite Elder Feng Shen. Everyone go to the Western Heaven and invite the Feng God's ancestor. Everyone quickly go to the Western Heaven to invite Elder Ancestor Feng Shen. The pop-up screen exploded. The 100,000 or so viewers in Gu Chengyi's live broadcast room all began to frantically search for One Leaf's Maple within the fighting shark at this moment. One Leaf's Maple really doesn't dare to come. Gu Chengyi is defenseless. This PK tonight, I guess it will end very quickly. Jiang Shiyu also shook her head in disappointment when she saw the result of this PK. The more intense this Gu Chengyi guild battle was, the more intense the fight was, the more traffic she received, then the greater it would be. Therefore, she very much hoped that One Leaf's Maple would enter and put up a good fight. After all, the end result would definitely be a defeat for One Leaf's Maple, and the Elephant Guild would definitely not be able to lose. But now, it seemed that this godly hero battle was probably not going to happen. One Leaf's Maple, he's really just a thug, and he's probably out of money. I'm afraid this PK will end hastily tonight. Inside the operations room of the Elephant Guild, Chen Xiaoyang and a group of Elephant Guild's operations were also paying attention to the live broadcast. Seeing that Gu Chengyi hadn't moved a single point, Chen Xiaoyang's face grew cold and said, "Where is One Leaf's Maple? Where the hell is he? Why hasn't he come over yet?" An assistant from the Elephant Guild hurriedly said, "One Leaf's Maple is still checking in." Looking at him, it seems like he really doesn't want to come and fight. Not entering the set? Chen Xiaoyang had a glint in his eyes. No way. There's at least $10 to $20 million of assets to be squeezed out of One Leaf's Maple. Definitely can't let this big fish get away. You operations, no matter what you think of, you must force One Leaf's Maple back to me. Let him enter the set. Understand? Understood. The Elephant Guild's operations responded. At the same time, Shen Feng was enjoying the dance of a female anchor who was known as the No. One waist of dough shark. Brother, you can make me dance however you want. Do whatever you want with me. This woman was truly a beaker. After sending 2 or 3 rockets, she had already started to constantly hint at Shen Feng. However, Shen Feng had just checked in to see a Joy and didn't chat with her much. But at this time, suddenly, tens of thousands of viewers flooded into the live broadcast room, and then, the pop-ups began to brush more than wildly. Elder Feng God, save Goddess Qingyi. Elder Ancestor Feng God, quickly save Goddess Qingyi. Elder Ancestor Feng God, quickly save Goddess Qingyi. A group of viewers with Gu Qingyi's fan tags began to swipe the screen and send out pop-ups, while the other group, the people from the Little Elephant Guild, were directly brushing. Maple of one leaf, you goon cannon. Where's the cocky tone of the other day when you wanted to crush the entire fighting shark? Now it's gone? Maple of one leaf, your woman is being taught by our big brother T. Why don't you go back and take a look? One leaf's Maple, your woman will be our big brother's woman from now on. Ha ha, Maple of one leaf, the first goon of fighting sharks. Two waves of rhythms, almost at the same time. The first wave of rhythm, Shen Feng was not moved. The second wave of rhythm, on the other hand, made Shen Feng snort. Excitement? Elephant Guild even used such a ridiculous tactic to try to force him to enter? But, the time seemed to be almost up. Indeed, it was time to start. At this time, Shen Feng received a call from Little Milk Speech. Brother Feng, Seed Capital's side has gone soft. They have agreed to sell 35% of the equity of Tianfu Guild at a price of $80 million. The contract has been successfully signed. Tomorrow when the securities center opens, we'll be able to gradually complete this deal. Message, it finally came. $80 million, successfully bought 35% of the equity of the Heavenly Mansion Guild. Shen Feng's shareholding in the entire Tianfu Guild had also directly soared to as much as 95%. He became the absolute controller, the sole shareholder of the Tianfu Guild. This was also the reason why he had waited. If he had struck early, when he started a direct fight with the Elephant Guild, that would have caused the popularity of the Heavenly Mansion Guild to directly soar, and thus would have also caused the stock price of the Heavenly Mansion Guild to rise drastically. To acquire it at that time would definitely be more than worth it. And once Shen Feng didn't make a move, and put out the news that one leaf of maple wasn't going to continue to support Gu Qingyi, then the stock price must have dropped a fortune, and the acquisition price would have been much lower. Now that the acquisition has been completed, then Shen Feng could let go. He wasn't afraid now that he was making money for the guild after he made the reward, because even the guild was his now. 2 minutes passed. Gu Qingyi still hadn't gone up a single point. Still 0 points. 4000 WVS 0. This was, I'm afraid, the most lopsided point difference ratio in the entire Fighting Sharks. The most terrifying thing was that this wasn't just the beginning. The true strength of the Super Emperor group had yet to be revealed. Right now, the big brothers in the entire Gu Qingyi live broadcast room. No one dares to score. Anyone who scores points is going against the Ultra Emperor group. All of Gu Qingyi's fans were feeling stifled, and the 2 minutes ended. Seeing that Gu Qingyi hadn't had anyone score yet, Nan Mayer's red lips curled slightly as she sneered. Gu Qingyi, what are you still struggling for? Hurry up and do the punishment. Today, I want you to change into a teacher's black silk OL uniform and come out to frog dance for me. And it can't be a simple frog jump. You have to hold a cup of water on your head for me. And when you jump, you absolutely can't let the water fall. Got it? Last time, Shen Feng made Nan Meyer frog jump and tired her out. This time Nan Meyer could finally take revenge. And she had an ulterior motive for this frog jump. Jumping against a cup of water. Once the water poured, then Gu Qingyi's whole body would be wet. And what Nan Meyer made her wear, again, was that kind of teacher's white shirt OL uniform. Once wet, that is a great benefit. But this request, it was definitely bursting the scale. And if the superintendent saw it, it would definitely deduct points. Nan Meyer didn't care so much. Chapter 058, you guys together? I'm going to beat 10 of you. Tonight, in this battle for the spotlight, she was going to beat all of Gu Qingyi's live scores. If we play like this, Goddess Qingyi's image will be completely ruined. Maybe she'll also be deducted from the live points. And once she's done with the 20 live points, it's a breach of contract in terms of the guild's contract as well. I can only say that Nan Meyer's move is too ruthless. Who can come and save Goddess Qingyi? Has the Maple God Elder Ancestor been invited yet? Quickly save. Don't invite it. With a gap of 40 million points, it's useless to invite anyone. The audience was already desperate. Gu Qingyi, it's hopeless. Even Gu Qingyi herself, a glint of gloom flashed in her eyes as she slowly stood up from her position. In fact, she had already prepared all sorts of revealing clothes. It was because she knew that she would definitely lose in this PK tonight. Nan Meyer and little Nan Meyer would definitely make her all kinds of punishments all over again. However, when Gu Qingyi was about to change her clothes, a dazzling special effect, however, appeared in the live broadcast room. Illusory God, Maple of One Leaf, stepped down from the long steps of the Ascending God and descended into the live broadcast room. The next second, conspicuous pop-ups directly floated by. Illusory God, Maple of One Leaf, just went to amuse myself for a bit, didn't look over here. How can someone with 40 million points come out to play PK? How can someone with 40 million points dare to get on the mouth and face? Ha! Next second. Boom! One by one, the fallen angels crashed down from within Guqingyi's live room, completely brushing the screen. Illusionary god, Shen Feng, within Guqingyi's live room, gave out an exclusive customized gift worth 30W. Fallen Angel X1, Illusion God, Maple of One Leaf, within Guqingyi's live broadcast room, gave out an exclusive customized gift worth 30W. Fallen Angel X10, Illusionary God, Maple of One Leaf, within Guqingyi's live broadcasting room, sent an exclusive customized gift worth 30W. Fallen Angel X20, 20 Fallen Angels, 6 million, 60 million points. With this, Guqingyi's score instantly skyrocketed, directly surpassing Nan Mei Air and Xiao Nan Mei. 60, 000, 000, Guqingyi versus Nan Mei Air, 15. 721, 000, Little Nan Mei, 25. 467, 000, crushing, a direct lead of 20 million points. Boom! This time, the entire fighting shark was sensationalized. The Maple of One Leaf, it's really here, and it was as crazy as ever. He came up with 60 million points. It's a trenchless ah! Even under the threat of the Ultra Imperial Core, One Leaf's Maple still dared to give Guqingyi points. Is One Leaf's Maple trying to challenge the entire Ultra Imperial Core? After a short period of silence, the live pop-up screens on the entire Fighting Shark platform all exploded. Maple God, you're my God, you're the entire Fighting Shark, the only true God. Feng God, you're my God, you're the entire Fighting Shark, the only true God. Maple God, you are my God, you are the entire Fighting Shark, the only true God. Fighting Shark Live, only I. Maple God, Fighting Shark Live, only I. Feng God, Fighting Shark Live, only I. Feng Shen, Maple God Ancestor, the wealth is limitless. Feng Shen's old ancestor, his wealth is boundless. Feng God Old Ancestor, the wealth is boundless. Various pop-ups were like a flood, frantically brushing the screen. It wasn't just the viewers. Even Nanmeier and Little Nanmei were dumbfounded. They already had a heartfelt fear of the idea of One Leaf's Maple. It was as if as long as One Leaf's Maple made a move, there was no PK he couldn't take down. But very quickly, they adjusted. It was true that One Leaf's Maple had been able to win the previous PKs, but tonight, she definitely couldn't win. Good show. It's finally about to start. The corners of Nan Meier's mouth hooked into a flirtatious smile, full of confidence. At the same time, Jiang Shiyu, who had originally been ready to close Guqingyi's live room and focus on preparing for the premiere broadcast, after seeing One Leaf's Maple appear, she also brightened up. Have you finally appeared? Very good. One Leaf's Maple, Guqingyi, the two of you, you're my Jiang Shiyu's stepping stones tonight. Tonight, the ultimate winner will definitely be me. Jiang Shiyu. Jiang Shiyu's eyes flashed with a bright light, as if an incomparably bright avenue of stars had appeared in front of her, and even more excited than them. Naturally, it was Guqingyi. She looked at the Maple of One Leaf who had swiped $6 million, looked at that familiar ID, and was already trembling in her petite body at this moment. Brother Feng hadn't given up on her. Brother Feng really came. At this moment, Guqingyi, who had experienced betrayal and pain, felt an incomparable warmth, a sense of security that directly surrounded her. She had silently made up her mind. No matter if she lost or won tonight, she would always be Brother Feng's woman. Inside the Elephant Guild's operation room, the moment they saw the appearance of One Leaf's Maple, all the operations of the entire Elephant Guild, including Qin Chaoyang, all of them rose violently and cheered. Coming! It's finally here. One Leaf's Maple finally couldn't hold back and came to deliver the head. Ha ha, the fish has taken the bait. Chen Xiaoyan was also incredibly energized and said into the microphone, inform everyone, raise 100% spirit tonight. We must drain the Maple of One Leaf. As if at this moment, in front of Chen Xiaoyang, One Leaf's Maple was a money tree, an incomparably tantalizing money tree. And after Shen Feng appeared, the people from the Super Emperor Corps also began to strike back one after another. Super Emperor, Brother Zun, Maple of One Leaf. You have to think clearly. Right now in the entire Fighting Sharks, no one dares to help you. Do you really think that with just you alone, you can beat our Super Emperor Corps? Super Emperor, Brother King, Shen Feng. If you go now and directly exit Guqingyi's live room, then we won't settle the score with you. But if you persist, then we're definitely going to beat you until you exit the net. The Super Emperor group was already making a naked threat. This was also a kind of challenge between the divine magnates. Whoever lost, whoever retreated from the net. All the spectators all looked at Shen Feng. They all wanted to know whether Shen Feng dared to take this challenge, whether he dared to single-handedly challenge the entire Ultra Emperor Corps with the strength of one person. In the face of the provocation and threat of the ultra-imperial regiment, Shen Feng was scoffing. Is it useful to talk such nonsense? Shark fighting platform. Score is king. It's better to score points if you have the effort to be clever. And the Super Emperor group? The name is quite arrogant, but when a bunch of S get together, isn't that a bunch of S? You guys go together. Tonight, One Leaf Maple, will fight 10. Chapter 059, Strength of the Super Emperor Regiment. Boom! Shen Feng's sentence was incomparably arrogant and cocky. Fighting 10 Super Emperors. This damn thing, even the number 1 on the Divine Greatness ranking wouldn't dare to say such big words. Too crazy. After Shen Feng said this, the emotions of the major live broadcast rooms were also exploded. What a big mouth. Zune Emperor, King Emperor, dry up One Leaf's Maple. Tonight, make sure to knock this arrogant guy, One Leaf's Maple, off the net. The pop-ups boiled over. Super Emperor, Zun, good. You asked for it. Super Emperor, Brother King, a thug, fighting us for financial power. Are you worthy? Brothers, score together and him to death. An order was given. Inside Nanmeyer and Little Nanmeyer's live room, gifts instantly flew wildly. Super Emperor, Zune, within Nanmeyer's live room, gave out Fallen Angel X20 worth 10W. Super Emperor, Brother King, within Little Nanmeyer's live room, renewed his Super Emperor for 5 months. Super Emperor, God's right hand, within Little Nan May's live room, gave out an exclusive customized gift worth 100W. Supreme Heavenly Dragon X2, Emperor, Damn Tenderness, within Little Nan May's live room, gave out Undying Phoenix X10 worth 5W. Various gift special effects dazzled the eyes, and the PK scores of Nanmeyer and Little Nanmei were flying wildly as if they were hung up. 40 million points, 60 million points, 80 million points, 100 million points. It eventually reached 110 million points before stopping. In this wave, the Ultra Emperor's Corps had directly given over 7 million gifts, directly hitting 70 million points. This was undoubtedly a terrifying number. They had thought that this number was already very stable. They were about to taunt Shen Feng. However, they saw that in Gu Qingyi's live room, one by one, the gifts were also brushed up. Unlike Nanmeyer and Little Nanmei's live room, the gifts in Gu Qingyi's live broadcast room had only one special effect. That was the special effect of the Fallen Angel, Illusory God, Maple of One Leaf. In Gu Qingyi's live streaming room, gave out an exclusive customized gift worth 30W, Fallen Angel X5, Illusion God, Maple of One Leaf. In Gu Qingyi's live stream, gave out an exclusive customized gift worth 30W, Fallen Angel X10, Illusory God, Maple of One Leaf. In Gu Qingyi's live stream, gave out an exclusive customized gift worth 30W, Fallen Angel X25. This time, it was 25 Fallen Angels. The total value was $7.5 million. 75 million points. Gu Qingyi's PK Blood Bar, once again, skyrocketed and once again gained the upper hand. 135 million, Gu Qingyi versus Nanmei Air, 457210000, Little Nanmei, 654670000. Still crushed by 20 million points. Crushed 2 million gifts. Shen Feng directly mocked. Is this the strength of your Super Emperor Corps? Screaming quite fiercely. When it comes to scoring, one by one, just this many points? If you can't afford to play, go back and wash your hands. The score lead. Shen Feng's words changed and directly said, Xing-yi, get on mouth and face. Good. Gu Qingyi didn't go soft this time like before, but as if she had changed her face, she said coldly, Nanmeyer, are you still qualified to sit? Didn't you just want me to jump on the frog in the top water? Now you go sit for me. And you can't wear a cheongsam. You change into a white shirt and come over here. I'm going to watch you take all the points off tonight. She looked at Nanny again. And you, Little Nanmei, the video you sent to my brother phone last time. My brother phone liked it a lot. You now continue to change your clothes for me. Cos Kanan, Cos Selfany, and go make videos for me. You don't have to jump in the live room. You send the videos, all of them, privately to my brother phone. Gu Qingyi's mouth and face, although it was still no match for Little Milk Speechfishes, but the progress was already very, very big. As for the punishment for Little Nanmei, that was remotely guided by Little Milk Speech. It was a very mischievous punishment, not dancing in the live room to record a video. Then the pop-ups, the viewers would be in reverie, and would think that the video recorded by Little Nanmei was the kind of video that Big Brother had privately ordered. This was enough to knock down Little Nanmei's persona. A flash of anger came out of Little Southern Sister's cold eyes. She also didn't expect that Gu Qingyi would engage in such a devious punishment. But today, this PK had already hit over 10 million gifts. This punishment, even if it was excessive, she still had to take it. Thus, Little Nanmeyer could only grit her teeth and go to the backstage to change her clothes. And Nanmeyer also went to change her white shirt, topped off with a cup of water, and started frog jumping in the live broadcast room. just jumped one. The cup of water fell down. The water lathered her white shirt, and soaked it all. The place that was so full and large, as if it was about to cry out, was clearly visible. The large swaths of snow/white were even more visible. This was truly a heavenly benefit, but the viewers hadn't even looked at it for a few moments before the super tube came. Warning anchor, please don't make too revealing moves in the live broadcast room, or you will be penalized by points deduction or even suspension. The warning from the super pipe came. Nan Meyer wanted to terminate, and Guqingyi had been a bit soft-hearted, but remembered what Shen Feng had said to her earlier. If she was the one who was behind in PK right now, Nan Meyer and little Nan Meyer would definitely not let her go. Thus, Guqingyi clenched her teeth and said sternly, "Isn't it just a point deduction? What are you afraid of? Keep dancing for me, you." Nan Meyer was petulantly furious. However, she was unable to snap. This PK, both sides combined, had already hit over 20 million, a whole 200 million points. Under this kind of terrifying score, she couldn't resist any punishment Guqingyi asked her to do. Nan Meyer continued to frog jump. The white shirt that had gotten wet was already completely plastered on top of her petite body. The benefits were full. The warnings from the superintendent kept coming as well. Nan Meyer was constantly getting points deducted. Brothers of the Ultra Emperor Corps, save Nan Mei. As long as all the brothers can save Nan Mei. After this PK, Nan Mei will definitely send a private video to all the brothers and will definitely satisfy all the brothers. Privately sent video. Without a doubt, it must be a rubbing. This sentence undoubtedly motivated the group of big brothers within the Super Emperor Corps. Super Emperor, Brother Zun, the money in the hands of One Leaf's Maple is estimated to be running low. He's already at the end of his rope, so let's all charge another wave and him up. Super Emperor, Brother King, charge. Let's go together as the Super Emperor Corps and beat this Maple of One Leaf until he retires from the net. The cohesion of the Super Emperor Regiment erupted once again. Super Emperor, Zun Brother, within Nan Mei Air's live broadcast, has renewed his Super Emperor for 10 months. Chapter 060, Fattened Up, Time to Kill. Super Emperor, Brother King, in Nan Meier's live streaming room, gave out Undying Phoenix X60 worth 5W. Super Emperor, God's Right Hand, in Nan Mei Air's live room, sent out an exclusive customized gift worth 100W. Supreme Sky Dragon X2. Another wave of gifts went wild, and this wave of gifts was much, much more. Super Emperor, Zun and Super Emperor, King, each swiped a whole 3 million gifts, totaling 6 million. Plus, Super Emperor, God's Right Hand's 2 Supreme Heavenly Dragons, 2 million. There were also gifts swiped by some emperors, dukes, and counts. This time, the cohesion of the Super Emperors group went straight up to a total gift value of 10 million. A whole 100 million points. Boom! At this moment, the entire Fighting Shark shook, throwing away $10 million. This was rare in the Fighting Sharks, and even all the major platforms across the net. The strength of the Super Emperor group had completely refreshed their cognition. Too horrible. 2 minutes of time, brushing a whole 10 million gifts. Is this the strength of the Super Emperor group? Just kidding. The Ultra Emperor Regiment is the second most powerful group of the Fighting Sharks after the Illusory God Regiment. It's definitely trenchless. Ha ha, One Leaf's Maple is probably dumbfounded right now, isn't he? Still presuming to challenge the entire Super Emperor Regiment with the power of one person. What madness, directly crushing 100 million points. This thug, One Leaf's Maple, just surrender. One Leaf's Maple, kneel down for the Super Emperor Corps. One Leaf's Maple, kneel down for the Super Emperor Corps. One Leaf's Maple, kneel down for the Super Emperor Regiment. Countless pop-ups brushed the screen, directly suppressing all of Shen Feng's pop-ups. And after the 10 million swipes from the Ultra Imperial Regiment, they had also completely played dry. This was already the last of their battle power. Super Emperor, Brother Zun, One Leaf of Maple. I'm not afraid to tell you that this is already the limit of our Super Emperor Corps. If you still have points, you just go ahead and give it to me. As long as you can overtake us, our Super Emperor Corps will retire from the net on the spot. Super Emperor, Brother King, right, Maple of One Leaf, can you still get on? Aren't you going to single-handedly take on our entire Super Emperor Corps? Keep going, come on. Super Emperor, God's Right Hand, One Leaf's Maple. Who are you to fight our Super Emperor Corps? Ah, the Super Emperors group was already arrogant, thinking that they were sure to win. They were originally some rich second generation, unruly and untamed, and before, Shen Feng had abused them for a round in Little Milk Speech's live room, beating them 1-on-3. They had already lost face. Now, I'm afraid that they've gotten it back. They naturally wanted to make a good mockery. It's just a pity that, if this group of Ultra Emperor Corps were really facing a mob, this 100 million points, I'm afraid they wouldn't really be able to go up. But now, they were challenging Shen Feng, the true super god's hero, the Maple of One Leaf, a mere 100 million points, and you have the guts to get on the mouth? Shen Feng snorted and said, Super Emperor Core, ridiculous things. I never thought of you guys as opponents, because you guys don't deserve it. The next second, gorgeous special effects lit up in the live broadcast room. Illusion God, One Leaf's Maple, within Gu Qingyi's live room, has renewed his Illusion God for a month. Illusion God, Maple of One Leaf, within Gu Qingyi's live broadcasting room, has renewed his Illusion God for 6 months. God of Illusion, One Leaf's Maple, in Gu Qingyi's live room, renewed his Illusion God for 12 months. 12 of the illusory gods, 100 W a month, 1200 W. Silence, a blanket of silence. When the countless viewers of the Fighting Shark platform saw this 1200 W reward, they only felt as if a heavy bomb had exploded in front of their eyes. All the viewers of the Fighting Shark platform were all stunned. 1200 W. To say smashing is to say smashing. Is this the superhero? Are they really living in the same world? The Super Emperor Group's heroes, whether it was Brother Zune or Brother King, were all silent. Their expressions were all just as dumbfounded as the audience of Shark Fight. They thought that they were already considered to be divine greats, but now, One Leaf's Maple had directly swollen their faces. On the other hand, Nanmire and Little Nanmire all covered their mouths, their delicate bodies trembling one after another. They were big anchors in the top 10 of the Star Road ranking. They had seen a lot of big worlds, and they also knew many godly heroes. But like One Leaf's Maple, one person had single-handedly challenged the entire Ultra-Imperial Regiment and crushed it. This was really the first time they had seen it. At this moment, they felt a kind of fear from the bottom of their hearts. Tonight's PK, it wasn't really going to be taken down by One Leaf's Maple, was it? If One Leaf's Maple really took it and wanted to punish them, the several 100 million PK points would be enough for them to do anything. But very quickly, the girls vetoed this absurd idea. Impossible. The guild was personally sitting in tonight, so they definitely couldn't lose. And Gu Qingyi couldn't remain calm after seeing this gift worth 1200 W. She couldn't wait to go straight back now and jump into Shen Feng's arms, so that she could vent her frustrations and thank her fiercely. However, she is not a little milkwords, still can't do this kind of live broadcast to half run back to let Big Brother. Well, this kind of thing. At the same time, she also vaguely had a hint of worry. This guild battle tonight was crucial for the Elephant Guild. 1200 W is a lot though, but can it really end this PK? Inside the Elephant Guild's dressing room, Jiang Shiyu, who had already put on her makeup and was preparing for the premiere, was also watching this live broadcast intently. When Maple of One Leaf smashed out 12 months of Illusory God in 1200 W gifts, instead of any anger, she revealed a playful smile, because after One Leaf's Maple gave out 12 months of Illusory Gods, the heat of Gu Qingyi's live broadcast room had exploded. It had directly entered the top 3 of the Fighting Sharks. The VIPs in the live broadcast room had also skyrocketed to more than 200,000, all of whom had come to pay attention to this battle of the Divine Greats. This was exactly what Jiang Shiyu wanted. Very good. Tonight's traffic. It's coming soon. Maple of One Leaf. It's been fattened up. Now, it's time to kill. Inside the operations department of the Elephant Guild, after seeing Shen Feng strike, all the operations couldn't help but laugh out loud, and their taut hearts were finally put down. What they were most afraid of tonight was not Shen Feng making a move. Rather, it was Shen Feng not making a move. Under the provocation of the Super Emperor Group, Shen Feng had already swiped more than $20 million tonight. This was already estimated to be Shen Feng's limit. Chapter 061 Shen Feng has taken the bait? Shen Feng had already been completely drained by them. This fish no longer had any remaining value. It was time to kill it. The mission of the Divine Heroes Group has been completed. Notify K-God and go in this PK. Chen Chaoyang spoke gently, as if he was the big man behind the scenes, deciding Shen Feng's life and death with a single word. And then, he turned towards his colleagues in the operations department and said, everyone did a good job tonight. After work, let's go to Dragon City KTV, and the entire consumption will be covered by me, Chen Chaoyang. For a moment, the entire operations department cheered. It was as if they had already won this godly ho battle tonight. And while the dark currents were surging behind the scenes, the viewers at the front, on the other hand, didn't know any of this at all as they sent out pop-up screen after pop-up screen. Feng Shen is awesome, drawing out the Ultra-Imperial Regiment all by himself. Ha ha, is this the strength of your Ultra-Imperial Regiment? It's not enough to look at. Usually on all the major live platforms, they act like they're the top godly heroes of Fighting Shark, but now they're not even a hair on Feng Shen's head. Feng God is the true god forever. Ultra Emperor Corps, kneel down for the Feng God. Ultra Emperor Regiment, kneel down to the Feng God. The endless taunts and pressures directly all shifted back to the Super Emperor Regiment. The big brothers of the Ultra Emperor Regiment, one by one, were silent and pretended to be dead, not responding. However, Nan Mayer, who was already soaked to the bone, said directly, Gu Qingyi, you're strong. I'm convinced by your big brother, but I still won't admit defeat. I'm going to raise the stakes now. For this PK, if we win, you Gu Qingyi will immediately be parachuted into the capital overnight. And if our sisters lose, we can also promise you and your big brother anything you want. Dare to take it? Another life and death pact. Another airborne request. The current PK score was 240 million, Gu Qingyi versus Nan Mei Air, 100 million, Little Nan Mei, 110 million. Gu Qingyi was ahead by around 30 million points. This difference in points, although it didn't seem like much, Nanmeier and Little Nan Mei's Ultra Emperor Corps had long since played dry. It was impossible for them to fight their way up these 30 million points anymore. Therefore, for Nanmeier to mention this kind of request at the present time was undoubtedly sending their sisterhood into Shen Feng's arms. I go. There's this kind of great thing. Sisters parachuting together? It's too exciting. Ha ha, the southern sisters are really beaten mad. This kind of request also dares to put forward. She doesn't really think that her Super Emperor regiment can still fight and win against the Maple God, does she? Naive woman. Let her send it in a hurry so that the Maple God can experience the ultimate happiness on Earth. The viewers all fought. Nan Meier was undoubtedly making a fool of herself by making such a request now, but Gu Qingyi didn't dare to decide. She could only ask Shen Feng. Promise her. But, I don't need them to parachute in. I need them to break away from the Elephant Guild and sign up for the Tianfu Guild. Shen Feng's words completely baffled Gu Qingyi. She didn't understand what the significance of this move was. Nanmeier and Little Nanmeier were from the Elephant Guild, and the Heavenly Mansion Guild was a small guild under the Elephant Guild. So if they broke away and joined the Heavenly Mansion, they were still people of the Elephant Guild? This hand operation. What is the point? However, Shen Feng did not explain to Gu Qingyi. Gu Qingyi also did not dare to ask more, and could only directly agree. As for this request inside, letting her parachute into the capital, she had never thought about it. Everything she had now had been handed over to Shen Feng. If Shen Feng asked her to parachute in to accompany someone else, then she would never go against Shen Feng's wishes either. Shen Feng had become the man she trusted the most. Good. I accept this challenge. Gu Qingyi directly agreed, and she had just expressed her agreement. The pop-up from the always silent leader of the Ultra Emperor troop, Super Emperor, Zun Ge, directly sent out. Ha ha, Gu Qingyi, you've taken the bait too. Do you really think that our Super Emperor regiment has lost? Actually, our mission has already been accomplished. You think we've been beaten dry, but unbeknownst to you, your big brother, One Leaf's Maple, is the one who's really been beaten dry. This thug, it's impossible to score anymore. Tonight, you're finished. And after, Super Emperor, Zuni posted this pop-up. All the members of the entire Super Emperor regiment began to swipe their screens one after another. Super Emperor Corps, welcome K God. Super Emperor Regiment, welcome K God. Ultra Imperial Regiment, welcome K God. Immediately after that, boom, within the live broadcast room, a cloudy special effect surfaced. In the midst of the hazy clouds, a roaring five-clawed golden dragon appeared and rushed into the live broadcast room. Afterward, the platform's beep sounded. Illusionary God, K of Spades, transformed into a five-clawed golden dragon, has descended into Nan Meier's live broadcast room. God K has descended. Nan Meier's live broadcast room will receive 1 million heat additions. Just an entrance alone was able to increase the heat by 1 million. From this, it could be seen that this K God's influence in Do Shark was already unimaginable. The countless viewers in the live broadcast room were all even more shocked after seeing K God appear. K God actually came. The big brother behind Nan Meier is actually K God? No, K God isn't Nan Meier's big brother, but the big brother behind the Elephant Guild. Many of the Elephant Guild's crucial annual battles, guild battles, were all won by K God's hand in the end. The last time he appeared, it was in the much-anticipated annual Divine Hero battle last year. He threw away $20 million and directly defeated the dazzling Emperor Guild, allowing the Elephant Guild to successfully squeeze into the top 3 positions on the entire network. I'm going to. This K God so fierce? One of the Elephant Guild's top 3 godly heroes, and the 5th person on the Fighting Shark's annual godly hero list. Do you think it can't be fierce? K God shot. Gu Qingyi finished. Ha, so the Elephant Guild is setting Gu Qingyi up. Gu Qingyi won't be able to run away this time. The PK bar hasn't ended yet. Everything is not easy to say. You don't still think One Leaf's Maple can win, do you? Don't be ridiculous. K God is a real godly man. One Leaf's Maple is just a thug at best. There's no comparison at all. Let's not even talk about whether or not One Leaf's Maple is a match for K God. Let's just say that behind K God is the Elephant Guild. Could One Leaf's Maple, all by himself, beat an entire guild? It's impossible. Maple of One Leaf. It's a lost cause. It was only after K God appeared that countless viewers came to their senses. It turned out that everything the Ultra Imperials had done was just to lure Gu Qingyi and One Leaf's Maple into a trap. after the capital of One Leaf's Maple was completely drained. Only then did the real God's Heroes begin to make their debut. This game of God's Heroes has only officially begun. Soon after God K appeared. Chapter 062, King of Spades. It turned out that everything the Super Emperor group had done was just to lure Gu Qingyi and the Maple of One Leaf into a trap. After the Maple of One Leaf's capital was completely drained, the real heroes of the gods will only begin to appear. This game of God's Heroes has only officially begun. Soon after God K appeared. Boom, boom. One special effect after another surfaced within the live broadcast. One could only see countless cards falling from the sky, and then in the center of the scattered cards, stood a person holding up a long sword, resembling a king. This king, mighty and extraordinary, with a burning gaze, it was the K of Spades in the deck. Subsequently, a platform-wide gift notification rang out. Illusory God, K of Spades, in Nanmir's live room, gave out an exclusive customized gift worth 200W. King K of Spades, Illusion God, Spade K, within Nanmir's live room, sent an exclusive customized gift worth 200W. King Spade K, Illusory God, Spade K, in Nanmir's live room, sent an exclusive customized gift worth 200W. King Spade K, a total of 5 special effects appeared. Up came 5 direct gifts worth 200W. The total value was over 10 million. The score of Nan Mayer's live broadcast also instantly increased by 100 million. She surpassed Gu Qingyi by more than 70 million points. After K God joined, the situation was instantly reversed, and Gu Qingyi once again became the laggard. Illusory God, K of Spades, Maple of One Leaf. Honestly, you've surprised us enough, but by now, it's time for this to end. I know, you probably still have around 10 million in your hand, but as a word of advice, there's no need to continue scoring. This is the last of your funds. Keep it for a good life. Don't presume to let your stature challenge me. K of Spades was worthy of being the 5th-ranked godly hero of fighting sharks. His temperament was very different from those of Zun and King before him. It was as if he was born with a noble arrogance in his bones. This kind of person, I'm afraid that when he was just born, he had already reached the end of the line that all people could never reach in their entire lives. He is a true top-tier divine hero, and at this moment, the gazes of the hundreds of thousands of people in the room turned in unison to Gu Qingyi's live room. To One Leaf's Maple, God K has made a move. Can One Leaf's Maple continue his myth? Chen Xiaoyan was also paying attention to all of this and sneered. One Leaf's Maple, now should you know how small you are in front of our Elephant Guild? And you want to challenge our entire Elephant Guild all by yourself? Seek death. All the glory of this night all belonged to their Elephant Guild. Everyone thought that K-God's appearance could make this godly battle a final decision. One Leaf's Maple's pop-up screen floated out once again. If you want me to stop talking, then put me on 50 million, on 500 million, a mere $10 million. Do you have the qualifications to scream? The pop-up screen hadn't even fallen yet. A gorgeous special effect once again appeared from within the major live broadcasting rooms. Countless clouds surrounded. Countless heavenly soldiers descended. Illusory God, Maple of One Leaf, within Gu Qingyi's live broadcasting room, sent out an exclusive customized gift worth 500W. Cloudtop Heavenly Palace, $5 million sent. And that wasn't all. Immediately after, another special effect surfaced. Illusion God, Maple of One Leaf, within Gu Qingyi's live room, gave out an exclusive customized gift valued at 500W. The Cloudtop Heavenly Palace, Illusion God, Maple of One Leaf, within Gu Qingyi's live streaming room, gave out an exclusive customized gift worth 500W. The Cloudtop Heavenly Palace, X3 Henteing Heavenly Palace worth 500W. 15 million gifts were sent. Another full 150 million points. In this instant, the hundreds of thousands of viewers within the major live streams all exploded. It's crazy. This is crazy. One Leaf's Maple even dared to make a move knowing that K-God had made a move. Is he really not afraid of losing? First, he ed over the entire Super Emperor Corps, and now he's challenging K-God. One Leaf's Maple, this is wanting to seal the gods in one battle. If One Leaf's Maple really wins and succeeds in challenging the entire Elephant Guild with one person, that would be too much. The audience was stunned. They had originally paid attention to this guild battle, and at best, they thought that they would just make a hit of over 10 million, which was probably the limit. But now, the financial power of One Leaf Maple had completely exceeded their imagination, and this time, the pressure returned to Spade K's side. K of Spades was silent. It was slow to speak. At the same time, PK time had finally passed the halfway point, and it was about to come to the tower pushing session. All the spectators held their breath. They knew very well that this tower push battle was the most important. This should be the most important moment of this PK. Whoever can push the tower, I'm afraid that will be the winner of this PK. $15 million? Chen Xiaoyang's eyes flashed with greed as he laughed. Very good. I didn't expect to be able to squeeze so much money out of One Leaf's Maple's hands. This battle tonight is so worth it. But by now, it's time to end it. Contact K-God and push the tower. One Leaf's Maple is definitely out of money. Don't play with him. Although continuing to fight was able to squeeze out more of One Leaf's Maple's remaining value. But this PK tonight was a top priority for Elephant Guild. They absolutely could not lose. Therefore, they were going to use simpler, more brutal means to kill this PK outright. The tower push began. This tower push, the blood level of the double fat tower, was as high as 120 million. In other words, at least 200W would need to be used in order to push this tower down. This is no longer a tower. This was the ING Great Wall of Miles. However, the audience was still concentrating, all of them holding their breath. They knew very well, even if it was really the Great Wall of Miles, in front of these two super gods, I'm afraid it would be killed in a second. 10 seconds passed, 20 seconds passed, 30 seconds passed, still no one made a move. 40 seconds have passed, still quiet, until 50 seconds. Finally, someone made a move, but this one who made a move wasn't Maple of One Leaf, but K-God, Illusion God, K-Spades, in Nanmier's live room, gave out an exclusive customized gift worth 200W. The King Spade K, Illusory God, Spade K, within Nanmier's live room, gave out an exclusive customized gift worth 200W. King Spade K. 10 messages of King Spade K swiped the screen in direct succession. Chapter 063, Ichio no Maple. Lost? God K actually directly swiped 10 Kings of Spades. A total of $20 million worth of gifts. At this moment, the tower that was as strong as the Great Wall of China was instantly killed. The 120 million tower pushing points were directly doubled to 240 million. Plus, the reward of 8 million, 80 million points. With this wave of tower pushing, the Nanmire and Little Nanmire side increased by a full 320 million points. This was a number that was enough to make countless people's jaws drop. And after the tower push ended, the PK scores changed again. 240 million, Gu Chingyi versus Nanmei Air, 420 million, Little Nanmei, 110 million, 550 million versus 240 million. The difference in score is exactly 300 million, a difference of 30 million gifts. This is already an extremely wide difference in score ratio, especially now. Both Shen Feng and K-God have basically played dry. How can this $30 million difference make up for it? Illusory God, K of Spades, Maple of One Leaf. I've let you go for a full 50 seconds, but you can't blame me for not pushing. You're really like I guessed. The last 10 million or so, smashed and gone. Why are you doing this? For the sake of a breath, smashing through your body. You ended up losing. Don't you feel yourself humble and ridiculous? K of Spades felt that he had completely pinned Shen Feng. There was a condescending sneer in his tone, and countless viewers, seeing that the tower had been taken down by Spade K, knew that tonight PK, the winner had already been divided. Maple of One Leaf, defeated. Hey, Maple God's legend, really still can't continue, or K-God's vision is poisonous. A glance to see through the Maple of One Leaf is a profiteer. Even how much money he has left, can see, too strong. There are a lot of rich people in this world, but there are only a handful of superheroes, and for One Leaf's Maple to challenge God K is really a fool's errand. It's over. Gu Chengyi, you should surrender too. All the spectators felt that Shen Feng had lost all possibility of victory. Not only them, even Jiang Xiyu, at this moment, also put down her cell phone and said faintly, "It's over." For the rest of the time, there was no need to watch it anymore. This already belonged to garbage time. There was no more possibility for Shen Feng to turn the game around. Change your clothes and prepare for the premiere, Jiang Xiyu directly ordered. And Shen Xiaoyang's attitude at this time was the same. Phew, it's finally over. Everyone prepare for tonight's party. Tonight, the Elephant Guild was able to send out their godly heroes, K-God plus Super Emperor Core, who possessed 40 million plus 20 million respectively, and now all 50 million had been smashed. There was still 10 million left, which was already a very desirable result. On our side in Tianfu, we still have 60% of the equity, and we can also get back a portion of the money rewarded by One Leaf's Maple, plus the $30 million given by Wang Mang, and this explosive traffic tonight, this guild war, it's really too much of a win. Shen Xiaoyang had already started to calculate the results of the battle. The benefits gained from this victory tonight for the entire Elephant Guild were truly enormous, and while the Elephant Guild was cheering, there was still a part that supported Shen Feng. It's not over yet. Feng Shen still has a chance. Feng God, we believe in you. Seal the God in one battle. Feng Shen, let those guild loyalists on the other side take a good look at what it means to be a super divine hero. Fighting Shark platform, only I. Feng Shen. These pop-ups were still swiping the screen, but Shen Feng didn't give them any response. There was a silence. There was no response for a long time. Countless viewers thought that he had been struck silent and didn't know what to say. But in reality, at this moment, Shen Feng was on fire, because just a moment ago, when he was about to push the tower, the female manager of the Fighting Shark platform, however, sent a message. Supervisor Manager in Ruqian, Mr. E.G. Feng, we received a report that there are abnormalities in your account funds. Please confirm the legitimacy of your account before proceeding. Shen Feng's face went directly cold. The legitimacy of his account was, indeed, not done. The reason for this was because Shen Feng hadn't picked Fighting Shark's customer service manager last time. This large amount of recharge usually needed to go through the customer service manager before it could be completed, and Shen Feng directly through the bank into the Fighting Shark platform within. So the legitimacy is insufficient. But even so, in front of the eyes of this super management manager in Ruqian, is also stupid to the home. When can't you remind me? And now this time to remind? But soon, Shen Feng guessed something and asked in a cold voice, are you helping the Elephant Guild? When pushing the tower, suddenly running to this kind of reminder. Isn't it already obvious? Super Manager and Ruqian, we're just fulfilling our duties. Please don't think too much about it. Mr. Maple of One Leaf, don't think too much? Shen Feng, however, said coldly, it seems that you super managers, who are afraid of the so-called K-Gods and the Elephant Guild, are the only ones who are not afraid of me? Mr. One Leaf's Maple, okay, when this PK is over, I will slowly settle the score with you. Shen Feng could see it. I'm afraid that this female supervisor coming to block was not an order from Fighting Shark. This woman must have taken money from the Elephant Guild to come to some of these small means to discuss Shen Feng. Female Superintendent in Ruqian, sorry, Mr. Maple of a Leaf, we disturbed you. Your account legitimacy. I have verified the completion. I wish you a happy consumption in the Fighting Shark. The female superintendent did not answer Shen Feng's question positively, but left directly. Shen Feng silently memorized the female superintendent's work number, and then, his eyes went back to the group of people from K of Spades and Elephant Guild, and looking at their cheering appearance, he couldn't help but contemptuously send out a pop-up. So what if I let you guys have one tower? Can you guys win? Guard your towers well. These 300 million points of yours aren't enough. The tone of this pop-up screen was arrogant to the extreme. 300 million points. A whole 300 million. And it's not enough to look at? This Ye Jifeng was afraid that he was crazy, right? Ha ha, falling behind by 300 million points and still talking tough. If you have the guts, you can come and steal it. That's right. I don't think God K even needs to guard this tower. If One Leaf's Maple can drop another 30 million today, I'd like to call him the Maple God. Come on, PK still has 5 minutes left. If you have the guts to demolish the tower, then try. 300 million points for the tower. No one would think that Shen Feng could steal it. Everyone, without exception, all thought that Shen Feng was just being tough-talking and not willing to admit his defeat. Brother Feng, you've tried your best. Gu Qingyi sighed deeply. She had never expected that Shen Feng could really save her. That Shen Feng could fight for her now, to the point where the entire Elephant Guild would have to send out a super godly man like K-God to check and balance. Chapter 064. Can you defend the tower I'm going to push? This is already enough. Gu Qingyi was already very grateful to Shen Feng. As for the fact that after failing, she would have to be parachuted into the capital, she was resigned to her fate. This was, perhaps, her Gu Qingyi's ultimate fate. Time passed 1 minute at a time. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes. There was no movement, whether it was K-God or One Leaf's Maple, but whether it was Nan Meyer, Little Nan Meyer, or Gu Qingyi, or even the countless viewers in the live broadcast room, almost all of them held their breath. Although they knew that the possibility of One Leaf's Maple stealing the tower was slim to none, but they were all still concentrating on it. Perhaps a miracle would really happen. It wasn't certain, and when the PK time came to the last minute, K-God was the one who completely shattered all the audience's expectations. Illusory God, K of Spades, in Nan Meyer's live room, has renewed his Illusory God for 10 months. God K struck again once more. 10 months of Illusory God, a whole 10 million, 100 million points. This was for guarding the tower, together with the 300 million points from before. The Elephant Guild side was now a full 400 million points ahead. This number is already astronomical. In the entire history of Fighting Sharks, there hadn't been any godly hero that was able to steal such a thick tower. This last $10 million was smashed down, and the Elephant Guild's funds were all spent. Illusory God, K of Spades, this $10 million. In fact, I don't need to go up to take you down, but I'm still on it. I just wanted to let you, One Leaf Maple, know how big the gap is between a true godly tycoon and a thug. In my eyes, you're just an ant that can be crushed with your hand. Get it? Arrogant and haughty. But none of the pop-ups dared to retort, because K-God has the qualifications to be arrogant. has the qualifications to be arrogant. The entire 400 million points. This number was already enough to make the entire fighting shark tremble. Voted. Maple God were up for the white flag group. What's left to fight for? 300 million points and still on. No chance at all. Too desperate. This is the big guild's god ho? I simply can't compare. Hey, tonight all of Feng Shen's efforts. It is estimated to go up in flames. Feng Shen really are going to become a stepping stone for the Elephant Guild. Even countless Shen Feng's fans have all begun to despair. Failure. It was as if it was a foregone conclusion. The time came to the last 30 seconds. Just when everyone thought that this PK was going to end without incident. Suddenly, Shen Feng's pop-up screen appeared. I don't care if you're an anchor of the Elephant Guild, or if you're the Elephant Guild's divine heroes. Viewers, you remember one sentence for me. As long as I, One Leaf Maple, bag the winning round. From the moment I opened the PK bar, you guys have already lost. Next, let you all witness a true miracle. The next second, boom, countless cloud effects came from all directions, directly converging within the major live broadcasting rooms, appearing above everyone's cell phone screens. Countless heavenly soldiers and generals once again appeared above the clouds, looking disdainfully at the earth. Illusory God, Maple of One Leaf, within Gu Qingyi's live broadcasting room, gave out an exclusive customized gift worth 500 W. Cloudtop Heavenly Palace. That wasn't all. Immediately after, boom, several more special effects appeared one after another. Illusion God, Maple of One Leaf, within Gu Qingyi's live streaming room, gave out an exclusive customized gift worth 500 W. Cloudtop Heavenly Palace X2. Illusion God, Maple of One Leaf, within Gu Qingyi's live broadcast room, gave out an exclusive customized gift worth 500 W. Cloudtop Heavenly Palace X5. Illusion God, Maple of One Leaf, within Gu Qingyi's live room, sent an exclusive customized gift worth 500 W. Cloudtop Heavenly Palace X10. When the last platform beep ended, boom, the countless viewers across the net, it was as if they had seen an atomic bomb explode from in front of their eyes, blowing up an extremely bright mushroom cloud. At this moment, whether it was the ordinary viewers, or Gu Qingyi, Nan Mayer, or even the top godly heroes like K-God, Zun, or King Brother, there was only one expression left on their faces. Shock from the bottom of their hearts. What the hell is this? One Leaf's Maple continuously sent 10 Hentaying Heavenly Palace worth 500 W? One Leaf's Maple, in less than 20 seconds, swiped a whole 5,000 W worth of gifts. Is this for real? All of the viewers, all of the anchors, all of the godly heroes, all of them didn't dare to imagine their own eyes. This was really crazy to the extreme. But soon, the expressions of Nan Meyer, Little Nan Meyer, as well as K-God, Zun, King and the others gradually changed from shock to horror, because they suddenly realized, after this $50 million gift from One Leaf's Maple smashed down, One Leaf's Maple had crushed them by a whole 10 million points. One Leaf's Maple was going to succeed in stealing the tower. The last 10 seconds. Chen Chaoyang roared as if he was mad. What are you guys still waiting for? Hurry up and score. Quickly score points for me. Hold the tower. Make sure you hold it for me. But it was already pointless, not to mention whether or not there was time. At this moment, the Elephant Guild had no more points to go up. They had played dry. In the end, under Chen Chaoyang's hysterical shouts, the PK bar finally ended. The final score of this PK was set at 740 million, Gu Qingyi versus Nan Meyer, 520 million, Little Nan Mei, 120 million. Just right. Crushed 10 million gifts, 100 million points. Maple of One Leaf really succeeded in stealing the tower. The tower of 400 million points was really stolen by him. At this moment, the pop-ups that had been silent for a long time finally rolled in like a flood. My god, is this the strength of the Maple God? Is this the one god of fighting sharks? I'm kneeling. The Maple God is awesome. There is only one super god magnificent in the entire fighting shark, and that's me, the Maple God. One person completely knocked down the entire Elephant Guild. This battle, completely Maple God. Countless passionate pop-ups exploded the entire network. The hundreds of thousands of viewers within the various live streaming rooms felt like their entire body's blood had been ignited. This battle was too strong. This battle completely exceeded their imagination and their cognition. This battle, the blood boiled. After tonight, the name Maple God would shock the entire fighting shark. And at this moment, Shen Feng said contemptuously, the tower that I, Maple of One Leaf, wanted to steal. You guys, can you defend it? Mad. Wild lawlessness. This was the true bottom line of the Super Divine Hero. Chapter 065, Super Emperor Core pinned. Forgetting each other in the Jianghu. The tower of 400 million points can't even be defended. The entire fighting shark. Who else can resist the Maple of One Leaf? Fighting shark live. Only I Maple God. Fighting Shark Live, only I, Maple God. Fighting Shark Live, only I, Maple God. Hundreds of thousands of viewers began to brush the screen in unison. The scene was spectacular and shocking. Compared to the boiling blood of Shen Feng's side, the people of the Elephant Guild, at this moment, all of them are cold. All of them cannot believe their own eyes. Lost, really lost. The Elephant Guild, one of the 3 largest guilds in the entire network, had deployed the Ultra Emperor Corps and the top divine heroes, but still lost, and it still lost to a single person. By a single person. One Leaf's Maple. He had ed over the entire guild. This was definitely a heavenly shame for the entire Elephant Guild. Tonight, it will be a night of shame for the Elephant Guild. Super Emperor, Zune, how is this possible? How could we lose? It must be a fake. There's no way One Leaf Maple has that many assets. Super Emperor, Brother King, strictly investigate One Leaf's Maple. There must be something wrong with his funds. Or he must have used some kind of cheating. Strictly investigate One Leaf's Maple. Strictly investigate the Maple of One Leaf. Strictly investigate One Leaf's Maple. Countless pop-ups from the Elephant Guild brushed up. This was already their last dignity. Only if One Leaf's Maple hanged, or used illegal funds, could save the Elephant Guild's reputation. Otherwise, the Elephant Guild would be nailed to the Fighting Shark's pillar of shame forever. But next, the reply from the Super Manager was one that made them despair. SuperTube Manager in Ruqian, a leaf of the maple in our Fighting Shark platform flow of all the funds, all have been through the security legitimacy check, and a leaf of the maple does not have any violation of the cheating operation. All consumption is in line with national regulations, as well as our platform code. This news from SuperTube undoubtedly completely shattered the fantasies of everyone in the Elephant Guild. A hammer blow. It was over. Completely over. Illusionary God, K of Spades, transformed into a 5-clawed golden dragon and left Nan Mayer's live room. God K left without a word. Obviously, he already knew that they were hopeless. K God was beaten away. The remaining members of the Ultra Emperor Corps also prepared to run away. But how could Shen Feng let these people off easily? A conspicuous pop-up screen was sent out directly. People of the Ultra Emperor Regiment, do you still remember your grandiose words from before? Either you knock me, Maple God, off the net today, or you'll be off the net yourselves. Now, it's time to fulfill your promise, right? When the people from the Ultra Emperor Corps saw this pop-up from Shen Feng, they were all so angry that they gnashed their teeth. They were all arrogant and domineering rich second-generation people. When had they ever been subjected to this kind of shame? However, today, they could not refute Shen Feng at all, much less break the contract, because hundreds of thousands of viewers were watching. They lost, that's what they lost. Canceling the number and withdrawing from the network is the only way they can go. Super Emperor, Zune, E.G. Feng, you wait for me. I'll remember tonight's shame. I'll settle the score with you sooner or later. After posting a pop-up, Super Emperor, Zune brother, has been cancelled in the whole platform. Meet in the rivers and lakes. Do not forget in the rivers and lakes. Fighting Shark will always welcome you. Super Emperor, Brother King, has been pinned on the whole platform. Meet in the rivers and lakes. Do not forget each other in the rivers and lakes. Fighting Shark will always welcome you. Super Emperor, God's right hand, has been in the whole platform pin number. Meet in the rivers and lakes. Do not want to forget each other in the rivers and lakes. Fighting Sharks will always welcome you. A total of 5 Super Emperors, 7 or 8 Emperors. All of them have pinned their numbers and retired from the network in the Fighting Shark. This night, the Elephant Guild's famous Super Emperor Regiment was broken up alive by Shen Feng with his own strength. Footsteps on K God, hand tearing the Super Emperor Regiment. Fengshen Fighting Shark the only true God. Foot on K God, hand tearing the Super Emperor Regiment. Maple God Fighting Shark's only true God. Footstepping on K God, hand tearing the Super Emperor group. Maple God Fighting Shark's only true God. The pop-ups were once again boiling. Shen Feng had won too freely tonight. In the future, the entire Fighting Sharks, who can still shake the position of the Maple of One Leaf, and in the Elephant Guild's operation room, quiet. At this moment, the entire operation room has been a silence. Crows and silences. All of the operations staff didn't dare to speak anymore. They were all silent. The game was a sure win. The Elephant Guild had smashed down tens of millions of dollars. But in the end, what they got in return was a humiliating defeat. What the hell are they celebrating tonight? They can't even pop champagne. Let's wait for death. Among this group of people, the most desperate was Chen Chaoyang. The Ultra Emperors are gone. The $50 million are gone. Wang Meng's 30 million is gone too. Tonight, he had thought that he was introducing One Leaf Maple into a situation where they would fatten up and kill a pig, but he didn't expect that it would be their Elephant Guild that would be killed in the end. He could no longer imagine how angry the directors and shareholders of the Elephant Guild would be in the morning. He was completely finished. Luckily, we still have a stake in the Heavenly Mansion Guild. With the funds rewarded by One Leaf's Maple, we can still earn a great deal of profit. And, we can still continue to jam Gu Qingyi's contract. Although we can't let her parachute into the capital tomorrow. Sooner or later she'll be delivered to Wang Meng's bed. Sooner or later, we'll get our hands on Wang Meng's $30 million. Although our Elephant Guild lost, we didn't lose all the way. Chen Xiaoyang revealed a smile that had a few moments of madness as he looked at One Leaf's Maple dead in the face and said, Maple of One Leaf, although you won this PK tonight, but under the power of capital, you're still the loser. You'll never be able to fight our Elephant Guild. Ha ha. Chen Xiaoyang's crazy laughter resounded throughout the entire operations room, but at this moment, his assistant, however, stood up trembling and stammered, Manager, I just received news that Seed Capital side has already sold our 35% stake in the Heavenly Guild, before the PK started, and the previous 60% of the equity was also acquired a few days ago, one after another. Now, we have completely lost control of the Heavenly Mansion Guild. These words came out. Chen Xiaoyang was about to explode, slamming the table. What? Has Seed Capital gone crazy? What the hell are they doing? Seed Capital. It was a capital company of the Elephant Guild that was specifically used to make investments. It was also what the Elephant Guild used to control its subordinate smaller guilds. Now that Seed Capital had traded out all of Tianfu Guild's stakes, then they wouldn't be able to control Tianfu Guild at all. And they wouldn't be able to get the proceeds from Shen Feng's PK tonight. Chapter 066, The Elephant Guild. A defeat. The assistant continued. The explanation from Seed Capital's side is that everything they did was all in the company's interest, because before One Leaf's Maple appeared, the Tianfu Guild's anchors weren't very well known, and the wealth they could create was also very low. That's why, company has long wanted to abandon the Heavenly Mansion Guild, and before the PK started just now, Seed Capital was still in control of 35% of the equity, but someone suddenly offered to buy Seed Capital at a price that was twice the market price. At that time, Gu Qingyi's PK, again, was in the middle of losing ground, so, the people from Seed Capital felt that the PK was hopeless, and fearing that after the PK was over, the stock price of the Heavenly Palace Guild would collapse drastically, they sold all of the remaining 35% of their shares, as well. This was said to the end. Chen Xiaoyang only felt dizzy and almost didn't pass out directly. It's over. It's all over. Gu Qingyi can't take it down. The reward from One Leaf's Maple can't be taken down either. Tonight's PK was, without a doubt, an all-around failure for the entire Elephant Guild. Elephant Guild, lost, capital, also lost, Maple of One Leaf, you despicable bastard, Chen Xiaoyang shouted hysterically. Elephant Guild, inside the dressing room, snap, Jiang Shiyu's cell phone slipped out of her small white hand and fell heavily on the ground. However, Jiang Shiyu was oblivious to all of this. She was like a puppet, frozen in place, lost, the guild war was lost, the entire elephant, all of it, had lost to Gu Qingyi, to One Leaf's Maple. Her fantasy of a huge flow, in this instant, was completely shattered. How could this happen? How is it possible to lose? This result was something Jiang Shiyu didn't dare to imagine at all. A divine hero, defeating a guild. This was hard to realize even in a dream. But today, really happened. The Maple of One Leaf, really did it. Jiang Shiyu, calm down, calm down. It's not over yet. Even though we lost, the flow is still there. Jiang Shiyu was quick to adjust her emotions. Biting her red lips, she continued, as long as I perform well after the premiere, and I can suck in this wave of traffic, I'll still become a big anchor. My future will still be starry, and I'll still be able to trample Shen Feng under my feet. She clenched her fists, her pair of good-looking eyes filled with determination. Maple of One Leaf, although he defeated the Elephant Guild, but that was a grudge between the guild and him. I don't know with One Leaf's Maple. I premiere he shouldn't come to find my trouble. I should be fine. Even, maybe if I perform better, I can still gain the favor of One Leaf's Maple. As long as he can become my big brother, I will definitely do whatever it takes to make him stay, even if it means sending myself up. Jiang Shiyu was no longer the female college student who followed Shen Feng and called him brother in every breath. She was now a woman who did whatever she could and was bent on climbing up the ladder, as long as it allowed her to fulfill her dreams. The stars will shine brightly, then let her do whatever she wanted. Get ready, start the broadcast. Jiang Shiyu's pretty face surfaced with coldness as she chirped. At the same time, the aftermath of this divine great war was still continuing. Gu Qingyi's live broadcast room was already vaguely showing signs of breaking through 1,000,000 heat levels. The current Gu Qingyi was also excited. She had never expected that Shen Feng had really made it this far. Shen Feng had really defeated the Elephant Guild. It made the entire dueling sharks tremble. She was now already somewhat unable to suppress her excitement, and was already very eager to jump into Shen Feng's arms and properly thank him. But before that, she still had to deal with two people first, Nan Meyer and little Nan Mei. At this time, Nan Meyer and little Nan Mei were still frozen in place? Until now, they still could not believe that they had really lost. This PK, originally for them, was something that they could win completely easily. The reason why they had agreed to the guild to fight in this PK was just to get attention in traffic. They never thought that they would lose this PK. The huge elephant guild had been crushed by One Leaf's Maple. They never thought that such a simple PK would become a life and death situation for them. The total value of hundreds of millions of gifts. It was enough to make them accept any punishment. Even if One Leaf's Maple had asked their sisters to go airborne, they simply couldn't refuse. Nan Meyer bit her red lips, her delicate and pretty face pale as she said, "Gu Qingyi, what's the punishment? You tell me." Even the always noble and cold little southern sister. At this moment, her delicate body was trembling and she closed her eyes in despair. She knew very well what would happen to their sisters next. The Maple of One Leaf would not let them go. They would be ravaged by the other party for at least 3 days until they were satisfied. The younger southern sister was willing to accept this punishment, but he would never submit to One Leaf's Maple, even if she was already in the shape of One Leaf's Maple. But what Nan Meyer and little Nan Mei didn't expect was, Gu Qingyi didn't let them go airborne, but said with a smile, "My big brother doesn't want to punish you all substantially. He only needs you all to change your contracts, break away from the Elephant Guild, sign up with the Heavenly Mansion Guild, and in the future, all live broadcasts will be in Magic City. In the guild, can you do that?" This punishment, it made both Nan Meyer and little Nan Meyer a bit puzzled, because this punishment was too light. The Heavenly Mansion Guild was the subordinate guild of the Elephant Guild, and when they went to Heavenly Mansion, it was just a matter of exchanging their left hand for their right hand. As for traveling to Magic City and broadcasting live in the guild, it was nothing. They were originally broadcasting live inside the guild, but they were in the Elephant Guild's Deep State branch, which was just a matter of changing places. This PK that had hit the total value of nearly 100 million gifts, it ended up being this kind of punishment. This made both Nan Meyer and little Nan Meyer a little hard to understand, but they certainly wouldn't question it either. Good. We'll be in the Magic City right after 2 days. Both Nan Meyer and little Nan Mei were willing to accept this punishment, and Shen Feng, who was in the background, couldn't help but sneer when he saw the secretly delighted look of Nan Meyer and little Nan Mei, spending nearly $100 million. How could I let you guys have it so easy? It's just as well that the contract of sale of the Heavenly Mansion hasn't been voided yet, so I'll let you guys have a taste of it as well. Little Nan Mei and Nan Mei Air. These two women were basically the Elephant Guild's Guild War standard. Chapter 067 Open Live? There were countless female anchors who had been beaten by Nan Meyer and little Nan Meyer PK, stuck on their contracts, and ended up as playthings for their rich bosses. Since they were so fond of sucking the blood of the seller's contract, then it's just as well. Let them taste the flavor of the sellout contract. And with the penalties in place, this PK, too, finally came to an end. In the end, this PK ended with Gu Qingyi's great victory, but the protagonist of the night was not him, but Shen Feng, the Maple of One Leaf. The name of the Maple God shook the entire fighting shark. Goddess Qingyi, I envy you for having a big brother like Feng Shen. You're so lucky. Yes, God Feng saved you. You should thank God Feng properly. God Feng is too atmospheric. Goddess Qingyi, I think you can ask him out for a meal offline and thank him in person. Eating offline is quite good, but Goddess Qingyi, you should also be careful and make sure to keep your distance. There are a lot of people with bad intentions on the internet. Various pop-ups brushed up in Gu Qingyi's live broadcast room. Many fans hoped that Gu Qingyi would properly thank One Leaf's Maple. However, in their opinion, there had to be a limit to this kind of gratitude, and having a meal with One Leaf's Maple was the maximum. After all, Gu Qingyi was their goddess, not to be tarnished. But at this moment, Gu Qingyi already can't wait. Just having a meal. How could one possibly thank Brother Feng? To eat is also to eat. Thinking of this, Gu Qingyi's pretty face flushed an intoxicating blush. Like Little Milk speech, she didn't even turn off the live broadcast. Without saying a word, she turned around and ran back towards the backstage of the studio, and as she entered the backstage, she also took a piece of clothing. It was a set of seductive clothes, a uniformed OL wrap skirt, a sexy female teacher uniform, a COS Walnuts clothes, and a COS Selphanies clothes. She already knew, tonight, how to thank Shen Feng. The audience in the live broadcast room, on the other hand, saw this scene, but they were a little confused. What's wrong with Goddess Qingyi? Even Big Brother hasn't thanked yet. What has she gone to do? Hey, don't know People's Big Brother brushed more than 70 million. Goddess Qingyi does not properly thank. Too cold Big Brother's heart. Although Goddess Qingyi's approach is not right, but in fact it is the goddess who should have the most appearance. Although Feng Shen brushed more than 70 million, but our goddess, still high and cold, did not sink under the money. Yes, Goddess Qingyi is really a clear stream in the live broadcasting world. Goddess Qingyi, we will always love you. The fans outside were still wild about Gu Qingyi, but in the backstage of Gu Qingyi's studio, Shen Feng was also going crazy for Gu Qingyi. He embraced Gu Qingyi, who had just rushed in, and laughed playfully. Your live broadcast hasn't been turned off yet, why should I turn it off? Gu Qingyi's pair of good-looking eyes stared at Shen Feng, pursing her red lips. Don't you just like to turn on the live broadcast and, how do you know I like it? Shen Feng stroked her soft hair and laughed, because that night, you and Little Milk Speech's live broadcast, I watched it. I can guess what Little Milk Speech went to do halfway through. When Gu Qingyi said this, her cheeks suddenly flushed again, and she whispered, Brother Feng, what she can do, I can also do. You can accept it? Shen Feng did not expect Gu Qingyi, who had always been a goddess in her posture, to be able to play so openly. No, I can't accept it. I feel like doing this kind of thing is like an ancient prostitute flower girl. It's humiliating me and defiling me. Speaking here, Gu Qingyi suddenly turned her words around and looked at Shen Feng fondly. But Brother Feng, this is just my thoughts. You don't have to care about me. As long as you can be happy. I am very happy whether I am a flower girl or a prostitute. As long as you can be happy, Brother Feng. You can even ruthlessly defile me, ruthlessly humiliate me. What Brother Feng, Little Milkwords can do, I can do, and I can even do it better than her. She can talk to you in the middle of the live broadcast. As for me, as long as you're willing, Brother Feng, I can do it with the live broadcast on. The further Gu Qingyi's words went down, just the more revealing / bone-breaking they were. Shen Feng really never expected it. The goddess, Gu Qingyi, could even say these words, willing to do such things for Shen Feng, a goddess and a woman. It's just a matter of thought. The contrast is too great. Gu Qingyi is really a love brain, but a love brain. It's also quite good. At the same time, Gu Qingyi took out the prepared cost uniforms again. Black silk and white silk, JK Imperial Sisters, everything. Brother Feng, thank you so much for tonight. Tonight, I'll become whatever you like, and my studio I have already lined up, is no surveillance. You can. Now, the moment these words came out, even if Shen Feng was a ninja turtle, he couldn't hold back now. Chapter 068, Jiang Shiyu is on the air. Another 2 hours had passed. The fight was finally over. Gu Qingyi lay weakly in Shen Feng's arms. What Gu Qingyi was wearing now was the cost uniform of Salafini. Brother Feng, if I can stay with you all the time, that would be good. Gu Qingyi was weak and said as if she was dreaming. Why can't you stay with me all the time? Shen Feng laughed. Because, talking about this, Gu Qingyi's pretty face flashed with a touch of loss inside. Tonight's guild battle, although we have won, I am also very happy. But actually, Brother Feng, it's still the same as what I said before. Even if the Elephant Guild loses, as long as we can get stuck with the contract, I still won't be able to leave the Heavenly Mansion Guild. They definitely won't let me go. So, Brother Feng, I will leave you sooner or later. Gu Qingyi did not know the information that Shen Feng had already taken 95% of the equity of Tianfu Guild. At this moment, she still despaired that even if the guild war was fought so soundly and won so painfully, her ultimate end still could not be changed. When Shen Feng heard this, the corner of his mouth hooked into a smile. Don't worry, you are my Shen Feng's woman. I won't let you go. No one can snatch you away. Well, although she knew that Shen Feng was just comforting himself, Gu Qingyi's heart was still as sweet as if she had eaten honey. Being at this time, waiting for the time to reach 10 o'clock in the evening, this prime time, suddenly, a cell phone pop-up window was sent to Shen Feng's cell phone. Yeah, live, the most promising female anchor, pure desire goddess Jiang Shiyu. Tonight will be the premiere broadcast on the Do Shark platform. All viewers can click on the jump to watch. This news made Shen Feng's eyes light up sharply, revealing a cold smile. It's coming. It had finally come. The second good show tonight had officially begun. Jiang Shiyu, who was wearing exquisite makeup, was currently sitting in the studio of the live broadcasting room, making her final preparations. Tonight, dressed up, she has swept away the atmosphere of the once poor family, like a phoenix flying on the branch, noble and proud. Tonight will be the biggest turning point in her life. The Elephant Guild gave her a whole $10 million of traffic funds. As long as she can digest all of the traffic brought by this $10 million, then she will really complete the sharp change and become a big netizen. Put Shen Feng, put Gu Qingyi, trampling everything that had ever existed, all under her feet. Jiang Shiyu, you can do it. As long as you are confident, then there will definitely be no problem. Jiang Shiyu took a deep breath, and afterward, she opened the live broadcast and revealed that trademark smile. Babies, families, everyone, good evening. Originally, Jiang Shiyu thought that after she opened her broadcast, airplanes, rockets, ultra fire, and even indestructible phoenix and fallen angel would surely all ensue. Countless pop-ups would swarm over her. Her heat, at the very least, would make it to the top 10 of Fighting Shark. But what made her dumbfounded was, After she started broadcasting, there weren't many gifts, and the number of people in the live room was only a scant 1,000 or so, basically all of them being her old fans. How can this be? Jiang Shiyu was incredulous. She was the newcomer that the Elephant Guild was mainly promoting. How could the traffic pull across to such a point? However, very quickly, she then discovered the reason. A conspicuous pop-up screen floated past the top of her live room. Tonight, whoever swipes a gift for Jiang Shiyu is an enemy of me. You people from the Elephant Guild, listen to me as well. I know you have Jiang Shiyu's operating funds in your hands, but if you dare to brush it out, then I'll once again your Elephant Guild over. I want to see if you, Elephant Guild, can take 2 defeats in one night. The content of this pop-up screen looked extremely ridiculous, but when one looked at the person who sent the pop-up, it wasn't laughable. Illusory God, Maple of One Leaf. This was a man who could literally defeat the Elephant Guild twice in one night. Just this one sentence alone. It made Jiang Shiyu's fans, the audience in the live broadcast room, and the Elephant Guild's godly heroes. None of them dared to reward. They didn't even dare to send much in the way of pop-ups. They were truly afraid. The Maple God's sense of oppression was too powerful. Jiang Shiyu's pretty face gradually turned pale after she saw One Leaf's Maple's pop-ups. What's going on? Why was One Leaf's Maple here? And looking at the meaning of One Leaf's Maple, this is to block me? Jiang Shiyu thought left and right, but she couldn't figure out what kind of relationship she could have with a super godly man like One Leaf's Maple. One Leaf of the Maple. Among these 4 words, she had only ever had a relationship with the word maple, but it definitely wouldn't be Shen Feng either. Jiang Shiyu couldn't think of anything and could only ask cautiously, Brother Feng, I'm just a small anchor of the Elephant Guild. The guild's beef with you has nothing to do with me. Brother Feng, why are you implicating me? Jiang Shiyu's tone was humble to the extreme. It was the polar opposite of her arrogant and ice-cold personality. Illusory God, Maple of One Leaf, want to know? Want to? Jiang Shiyu hurriedly replied. Then you start from now and say that I am for an hour. Then I will tell you. This. Jiang Shiyu hesitated. Just started broadcasting and doing this kind of thing? This was also too much of a roadkill defeat. What? You're not willing? Then continue like this. No, no, no. Brother Feng, you've misunderstood. How dare I not follow Brother Feng's orders? Saying 1 hour for me is right? Okay, I say. Jiang Shiyu's heart naturally resisted beyond measure. The persona she was originally going for in Do Shark was that of a pure lust ceiling. But today, just as soon as she started broadcasting, she had to say that for an hour I was. This was undoubtedly making her persona directly collapse into a green tea whore persona. But it doesn't matter. As long as Ye Ji Fang, the big brother, could be happy, she was definitely capable of doing it. Maybe. This is a bit of Big Brother's bad taste. Liking to tune J female anchors. Let him tune J happy. She might actually look at me. As long as she could keep One Leaf's Maple as a super Big Brother, not to mention being Toon J, that would be letting her go airborne. Thus, Jiang Shiyu mumbled to herself in the live broadcast room. I am. Within this hour, Jiang Shiyu had basically been unable to communicate with the pop-ups. Chapter 069 Rebate arrives. Full attribute bonus. And what's even more social is that Jiang Shiyu is still hanging on that one conspicuous recommendation position on the Do Shark platform. And from time to time there are still viewers who come in to take a look. See, Jiang Shiyu scolded himself as post. They directly deducted at anchor to Jiang Shiyu before leaving. This night, Jiang Shiyu, who had originally planned her future to walk on the road to stardom, was reduced to becoming a joke in the entire Do Shark. As for Shen Feng, he naturally couldn't hang out in Jiang Shiyu's live room. He messed up a device, hung his number, and kept sending that warning within Jiang Shiyu's live room. And so, this night, there wasn't a single person that dared to give Jiang Shiyu a reward. The might of the Maple God, terrifying as hell. Another 2 hours later, Gu Qingyi was tossed around and begged for mercy. Shen Feng also very generously gave her some rest time. Half an hour later, they would fight again. It was at this moment, the system's voice sounded. Ding, congratulations to the host. Successfully consumed 7400 W bounty. Ding, congratulations to the host. Successfully obtaining 10 times the real money rebate. 740 million. Ding, the rebate funds have arrived. Please pay attention to checking. The system's voice had just fallen. Another bank card arrival message came. Ding, your tail number 9023 card on October 22nd at 11:20 p.m. Huaxia Bank income, unknown source, $740 million. Phew, the rebate funds had arrived again. Tonight's battle was really a good fight. Not only did the Super Emperor Corps beat back the net, but also completely crushed the Elephant Guild's plan. The results were full of results. And the biggest result is, spend out 7400 W of bounty money, return a whole $700 million of real money. From this moment onwards, Shen Feng finally became a super godly man in the true sense of the word. At the same time, The personal interface also appeared. Host, Shen Feng, rank, level 1, bounty, 109 million/1 billion, realistic funds, 880 million. Although these PKs, the fights were all very intense and the burn rate was very fast. However, the bounty money spent was still too little, only just over 100 million, and still too far away from the small goal of 1 billion. Take your time. Shen Feng was not in a hurry. In this world, it was hard to make money, but spending money, are you still afraid that you can't spend it? The system's voice hadn't ended yet. Another voice followed. Ding, the host has spent more than 100 million in bounty money, and received a 200% full attribute bonus once. The next second, Shen Feng only felt a warm current surge through his entire body, and then, his muscles rose, whether it was physical strength, endurance, speed, explosive power, or even observation, hearing, and eyesight. All of them were strengthened in all aspects. The vision in front of his eyes also became much clearer. Even his waist, which had been vaguely aching lately, had become painless and recovered a lot. Shen Feng felt full of fighting strength. The current him, even if he fought 7 or 8 punks, it wouldn't be a problem. Even if Little Milk Speech and Guchingi came together, it was estimated that they could easily manage. I didn't expect the system to have this effect. It's too strong. Shen Feng was overjoyed. With this physical quality, no matter what accidents happened in the future, there was no need to be afraid. At the same time, suddenly a message was sent over. Someone had added his V-mail. Hello, is this Brother One Leaf of Maple? I'm Jiang Shiyu. I want to talk to you. Oh, this woman had been tortured for a few hours, and now she was adding V-mail. It couldn't be that she wanted to come and scold him, could it? Shen Feng was not afraid, and passed Jiang Shiyu with interest. Unexpectedly, Jiang Shiyu didn't have any anger, but instead was full of petulant like saying, Brother Feng, how can you be like this? People have let you tune J in the live room for so long, you even hang on with a robot. It's too sad for me. She also sent a wailing and crying emoji over. When Shen Feng saw this message, he couldn't help but be happy. I didn't expect that the titular Jiang Shiyu would still have such a side. It should be known that in the past, when Jiang Shiyu was with him, she was very strong, and even Shen Feng had to say a few words when he ate a meal and ordered a dish. To make her be a calling monster, that was simply impossible. And now, to a stranger, the winks were all over the place. One can only say, having money, really do whatever you want. Oh, just fell asleep and forgot. What? You live broadcast is still open? Called for an hour. No. Jiang Shiyu over there was silent. She gritted her teeth and her pretty face was filled with petulant anger. Called for an hour? She had screamed for 2 whole hours, screaming her mouth dry, making many viewers who were new to the live broadcast room think that she was crazy. Now Shen Feng even told her that he was asleep and didn't pay attention? Crazy. But even though Jiang Shiyu was furious, she didn't dare to get angry at Shen Feng, saying, Brother Feng, what you ordered, I will definitely do it, as long as you are happy, Brother Feng. Extreme gold worshipping licking dog face. Shen Feng suddenly remembered his previous self. Perhaps in the eyes of the previous Jiang Shiyu, he was such a licking dog that could be discarded at any time. Shen Feng teasingly laughed. I didn't see you barking, so naturally I won't be happy. How about you start broadcasting and barking for another 2 hours now? Let me see? Jiang Shiyu almost didn't get so angry that she slammed the table, but she still held back. Brother Feng, I also want to open the broadcast for you, but I've already taken a bath and turned off the broadcast to lie on the bed. If I still want to open the broadcast, I guess I have to prepare for at least an hour. Tomorrow. The words have not finished yet. Shen Feng directly interrupted her. I want to see it now. If you behave well, I might be able to bag you a PK tomorrow. Hearing this, Guchingi directly sat up from the bed, her eyes full of surprise. You can bag a PK tomorrow. This wasn't a small chip. If she were to fight an anchor on the Star Road list, it would cost at least a few $1 million a game. How could Jiang Shiyu not be moved by this? Brother Feng, then wait. I'll go put on my makeup and start broadcasting right now. Well, remember, within an hour, keep saying I'll be supervising all the time. If you dare to be lazy, it won't count. Okay, I will definitely do it. The current Jiang Shiyu was so excited. How could she be lazy? She hurriedly ran to put on her makeup, and after Shen Feng saw her message, he directly hung up his cell phone and sneered. Package you to win a hand? Think of the beauty. He had already thought about how to get back at Jiang Shiyu. Jiang Shiyu, this woman, likes to fish for men, right? Shen Feng, this time, he was going to fish for her as well. Play with her properly. Snap. Shen Feng turned off his cell phone and didn't even bother to take a look at Jiang Shiyu's live broadcast. Chapter 070, Guchingi's another dog licker. Compared to Jiang Shiyu, this gold worshipper, what Shen Feng liked more now was still this beautiful girl in his arms. After hanging up his cell phone, Shen Feng saw that Gu Qingyi was looking at himself with her beautiful peach blossom eyes, which were full of love. Have you rested well? Well, slowed down. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Then you lie down on the landing window. Okay. The two exchanged brief words, just about to get to the point. Suddenly, knock knock knock. A sharp knock came from the studio door. Who is it this late? Shen Feng frowned. It should be someone from the company. Gu Qingyi was like a woman who was cheating on her husband. Panicked, put on her clothes and said, "Don't come out first. I'll go take a look." Okay. Shen Feng was also more cautious. He definitely wouldn't go over. After all, now Gu Qingyi's fame is very big. In case it's some kind of reporter who comes to the door, and he goes over, then tomorrow's headline will be a well-known female net read home. Surprised to see the list of Big Brother. But although Shen Feng did not go over, but also in an angle that can see the studio, quietly watching, Gu Qingyi put on her clothes and walked over to open the door. Just as she opened the door, she saw a tall suited young man with a big back hair and a little bit of handsome looks, appearing in the doorway. He was holding a bouquet of roses in his hand, as if he wanted to show his love. His eyes were filled with surprise when he saw Gu Qingyi open the door. Qingyi, I just watched the live broadcast and guessed that you should be in the studio. You're really there. Great. He took a step in, and after seeing Gu Qingyi's appearance, he was poorly surprised. Qingyi, why is your hair so messy? As if it's just been rubbed. And your neck, how come there are so many red marks? Your walking posture, how is it weird? On you, there seems to be a very strange flavor. Can't tell. This guy is still quite perceptive. What does it have to do with you? These words make Gu Qingyi's pretty face smoothly reversed red. At this moment, the goddess temperament is revealed. Took a step backward, coldly said, "Zhou Hai, what are you here to do?" The suited youth named Zhou Hai responded, "Qingyi, is this even necessary? I've expressed my feelings for you for so long. Don't you understand? Qingyi, you are my goddess. I've always wanted to pursue you. You accept me. Oh, I don't know. A suitor one. To put it nicely, it was called a suitor, but to put it bluntly, it was a licking dog." Shen Feng watched with interest. Look at this licking dog will lick to which degree? Gu Qingyi directly slapped his roses to the side and said, "Zhou Hai, I don't know how many times I've rejected you. What are you wasting your time for?" The rose was slapped on the ground. Zhou Hai was not angry and said, "Qingyi, I know that you are a high and cold character, and easily won't accept someone else's show of love. That's why I've been persistent. I want to use my warmth to melt you. The iceberg beauty. Qingyi, I'm willing to give everything for you. I don't expect you, a goddess, to favor me. I only hope you can see a little bit of my heart." This Zhou Hai was really licking to the extreme. Such humble and bottomless words could even be said. While Gu Qingyi listened to his words, her pretty face grew colder and colder as she said, "It's not that I don't easily accept other people's displays of love. Rather, it's that I won't accept your displays of affection. Understand?" An unflinching rejection. Zhou Hai's face showed bitterness and directly said, "Qingyi, why? Why are you not willing to accept me?" "There is no why." Gu Qingyi pointed at the gate and said, "I still have things to do now. I don't have time to waste time with you. Go away." She had already gotten impatient with this licking dog Zhou Hai a long time ago. Brother Feng was still waiting for her. With this time to bull asterisk with this licking dog, she might as well lie down on the floor to ceiling window and let Brother Feng continue. However, Zhou Hai remained undeterred and said, "No, Qingyi, I'm not leaving. I need a reply from you." As he said that, he came towards Gu Qingyi. Gu Qingyi showed no mercy and directly slapped him. "What are you doing? Get out." Zhou Hai's face first froze when he was slapped, and then suddenly became sinister. He took off his glasses and looked at Gu Qingyi in front of him, revealing a cold smile. "Gu Qingyi, I treated you as a goddess. I was your licking dog every day, and yet you treat me like this. Not even a single chance you give. Do you really think you're a real goddess? Do you really think there isn't any man in this world who is worthy of you?" This guy's tone was already somewhat angry. Shen Feng watched from behind the curtain, his gaze fixed, ready to strike at any time. His body had now been strengthened by 200% by the system. Against a guy like Zhou Hai, he could be defeated with one hand. And Gu Qingyi wasn't afraid and said coldly, "I'm not a goddess. In this world, there are also men who are worthy of me. In front of other men, I might be just like you, a licking dog. But in front of you, I don't have to show that side, because you're not worthy." Gu Qingyi's words were already trampling Zhou Hai's dignity on the ground without mercy. Zhou Hai first stared blankly, then gritted his teeth and said, "Good, very good. In order to taunt you, Gu Qingyi can even say such words." He naturally didn't believe that any man would be able to make the haughty Gu Qingyi become a licking dog. Before continuing, "But Gu Qingyi, don't forget, my father is the deputy director of the Tianfu Group. I know that you won the guild war between you and the Elephant Guild tonight, but do you think that you'll be able to break away from our Heavenly Mansion Guild just like that? I'm telling you, don't dream of it. If you want to break away from the Heavenly Mansion Guild now, there's only one chance, that's to have my father. Don't get stuck with your contract, so that you can successfully complete a normal signing. Understood? Since he had already torn his face off, Zhou Hai didn't pretend anymore and directly revealed his true face. As Gu Qingyi listened to Zhou Hai's words, anger permeated her peach blossom eyes. She didn't expect that this guy would take this matter to blackmail her. This matter, indeed, was her soft underbelly, but she wasn't afraid at all either. Even if the contract was stuck and sent to the Elephant Guild, she wouldn't give in to this kind of blackmail. If you want to get stuck with the contract, go ahead and get stuck. You can't blackmail me, Gu Qingyi responded coldly. Zhou Hai didn't expect Gu Qingyi to even be afraid of this blackmail, and was instantly anxious. Xing, you can't refuse me. Like he was crazy, this guy directly walked up and tried to grab Gu Qingyi, but at this time, a silhouette flashed out from the backstage, directly arriving in front of Zhou Hai, lifting his hand to deliver a vicious slap. Chapter 071 Licking Dog's Anger. Pa! This slap was even louder than Gu Qingyi's. Zhou Hai's cheeks instantly turned a big red. Who? He jerked his head up and saw a youth standing beside Gu Qingyi. This youth, who had an upright figure and a handsome, good-looking face, was staring at him, and there was still a coldness in his eyes. Who are you? The person who came was naturally Shen Feng. Shen Feng looked at Zhou Hai and said indifferently, "It doesn't matter who I am. I am now telling you to get out from within this room. Do you understand?" Listening to this voice and looking at this aura, Zhou Hai instantly understood and said in a fierce voice, "I understand. You're Gu Qingyi's bodyguard, right? You're a 3,500. What are you fighting with me here for? If you come over now and work for me, I'll give you 20,000 a month." Many female anchors, for their own safety, usually had bodyguards. The only reason why Gu Qingyi didn't have one was because her contract was stuck and she really didn't have any money. Therefore, Zhou Hai thought that Shen Feng was a bodyguard hired by Gu Qingyi. As for what relationship Shen Feng had with Gu Qingyi, he naturally couldn't associate it with that aspect. After all, how could a goddess of Gu Qingyi's caliber hide a man in her studio? Bodyguard? Hearing this, both Gu Qingyi and Shen Feng all snorted and laughed. Shen Feng directly walked over to Gu Qingyi's side, and with one hand, he wrapped his arm around Gu Qingyi's slender waist and teased, "Qingyi, let this little bodyguard of mine take advantage of it. Is it okay?" And Gu Qingyi completely changed her high and cold appearance in front of Zhou Hai and became docile, saying in a delicate voice, "Okay, Brother Feng, whatever you want." Gu Qingyi not only did not have any resistance, but instead twisted her delicate body, and took the initiative to stick over to Shen Feng's body. Shen Feng's big hand gently stroked on that slender water snake waist. Zhou Hai in front of him stared with wide eyes, and he looked stupid. What the hell is this? Was this still the goddess Gu Qingyi who was so cold in front of men? Why was she so obedient to the little bodyguard in front of her? So obedient? Zhou Hai felt like his worldview had been completely refreshed. However, what came next almost made him faint. He only saw that after Shen Feng finished taking advantage of Gu Qingyi, he gently hooked Gu Qingyi's smooth and flawless chin with his finger and laughed. "Qingyi, just being able to take advantage of you is still not comfortable enough." Gu Qingyi looked at Shen Feng, her peach blossom eyes blinked, and said with a smile, "Then Brother Feng, what else do you want?" Qingyi will definitely do as she is told. Call out master to listen. The corner of Shen Feng's mouth hooked into a playful smile. As for Zhou Hai, when he heard this, his mouth had opened wide, but he could not say a word. Let Gu Qingyi call her master? This was absolutely impossible. How could the proud and cold goddess Qingyi call a man master like a maid? Absolutely not. However, Gu Qingyi's reply made Zhou Hai almost die without vomiting blood, only to see Gu Qingyi's pretty face flushed with a touch of red. The whole person directly shrunk into Shen Feng's arms and said with affection, "Master, Qingyi tonight, at master's disposal." "You!" Zhou Hai was enraged, pointing at Gu Qingyi, trembling and said, "You J-man, you act so high and mighty in front of me, but in private, you are so submissive to a man. What the hell do you take me, Zhou Hai, for?" Zhou Hai felt that he had been greatly humiliated. Gu Qingyi had really trampled his dignity hard on the ground. While facing Zhou Hai's anger, Gu Qingyi was laughing coldly. "I told you a long time ago that you wouldn't agree to your quest, and I've also said that maybe I'm a high and cold goddess in front of you, but I might be just so meek and submissive in front of other men. Zhou Hai, I've always treated you as my licking dog. This is something that I also told you explicitly. Have you forgotten?" Gu Qingyi's words were like a pin that directly pierced through Zhou Hai's heart. At this moment, Zhou Hai felt as ridiculous as a clown. "Yes, Gu Qingyi, you've done well. Since you humiliated me so much, I won't let you off the hook either." Zhou Hai's gaze was crazy as he said hideously, "Tomorrow afternoon, the company will decide where your contract will go. At that time, I'd like to see if you, the bodyguard, can protect you when you've been contractually traded to the Elephant Guild and become the plaything of those tycoons. When they get tired of playing with you, I will definitely find a chance to buy you back. I will definitely make you regret what you said today. This guy had completely blackened out. After saying this paragraph, he directly slammed the door in anger and left. Looking at his distant back, Gu Qingyi's rosy pretty face gradually turned pale. Indeed, she really didn't have a good way to deal with tomorrow's meeting yet. She could only suffer in silence now. Is there a meeting tomorrow afternoon? Shen Feng directly asked. Well, Gu Qingyi nodded inside. My contract is very important in the company. The guild war is now over, and tomorrow on the board side, they will definitely have to decide whether my contract will be changed or not. Many of the company's female anchors, operations, the managers over at the Elephant Guild, and even some of the rich bosses, will all come over to attend this meeting. I will also attend the meeting, but I don't have any say in it. Gu Qingyi's expression was permeated with infinite despondency. When Shen Feng heard her words, he also probably understood them. To put it bluntly, tomorrow's meeting, to put it nicely, was to decide where Gu Qingyi's contract would go. To put it bluntly, it was the auction of Gu Qingyi. Gu Qingyi would be like a fish to be slaughtered. She would be served on the table and left to be picked by everyone, and whoever bid high, then Gu Qingyi's contract would be changed to theirs in the future. Will all the people from the Heavenly Mansion Guild come to this meeting? Shen Feng muttered, a cold light coming out of his eyes. That would be for him. It was really too good. Now that he had already grasped 95% of the equity of the Heavenly Mansion Guild, he had become the absolute power holder. The only thing he had to do now was to establish authority within the entire Heavenly Mansion Guild, and tomorrow's big meeting was a good opportunity for him to establish his authority. Shen Feng was thinking about these things. Gu Qingyi, who was next to him, suddenly came up and exhaled like orchids. Brother Feng, don't think about these bad things. The long night is long. We still have a lot of things to do. Chapter 072 Gu Qingyi's departure. Gu Qingyi didn't sleep for long before waking up. How could Brother Feng change so much yesterday? It's like he's a different person. But Gu Qingyi was very clear. She and Shen Feng couldn't continue to linger any longer. It was time for them to part ways. Gu Qingyi gritted her teeth, forced herself to endure the pain, limped up from the bed, picked up the clothes that had been thrown on the ground during last night's battle, and then changed into a set of civilian clothes and went to the desk. She used a pen and paper to write a letter. It was placed on top of the desk, and then, Gu Qingyi walked back to the bedside, looked at Shen Feng who was sleeping, and her red lips nodded on his forehead. Brother Feng, I'm going to go to the meeting. You must wait for me. I'll come to you soon. Brother Feng, you must remember that Qingyi will always be your woman. When the time comes, Brother Feng must not dislike Qingyi. Qingyi, even if she's not clean anymore, she will still do her best to please Brother Feng. While Shen Feng was asleep, Gu Qingyi finally was able to muster up the courage to say such words with a pretty red face. She was actually very resistant to the title of master. She felt that only that kind of woman who that person was wantonly venting out would call someone else master. But today, when she called Shen Feng master, she did not feel any trace of discomfort. She even felt a sense of excitement that challenged the bottom line. In her mind, it was all between her and Shen Feng last night. That feeling, it was wonderful. After saying this paragraph, Gu Qingyi turned back and took one last look at Shen Feng, and then she gritted her teeth and limped away from the studio. Boom! Pushing open the door of the studio. After leaving the studio, after leaving Shen Feng, after leaving this man who had given her infinite pleasure, even if it was broad daylight, but Gu Qingyi still felt that in front of her, it was so dark, so desperate. In this meeting today, all the forces, many big names, many rich people, all of them would be present. Gu Qingyi, on the other hand, was supposedly going to negotiate the future direction of the contract. In reality, a lamb to the slaughter. She will be at the mercy of others. In the end, her end will be very miserable. Perhaps this was her fate, right? Gu Qingyi closed her eyes, hesitated for a long time, and finally walked out of the studio. Not much time passed. Shen Feng finally woke up. Just after waking up from his sleep, he realized that Gu Qingyi had disappeared. He also saw the letter Gu Qingyi had left behind. Brother Feng, I know you've been trying to save me. You also tried your best. But all of this, it really doesn't make sense. Last night's guild battle, even though we won, my contract is still stuck in the hands of the Heavenly Mansion Guild, and they can use any reason to restrict my contract. Brother Feng, the contract I signed is almost like a contract of sale. Everything about me has long been controlled by the Heavenly Mansion Guild. Even if we win 10 more guild wars, there's no way we'll be able to get this contract back. So, Brother Feng, don't waste your time on me. Today, for this meeting, you don't have to come. There's no need to make a bigger mess for me. Brother Feng is very thankful to you. These 2 days are the happiest I've ever had in my life. Maybe, you just treat me as a plaything and won't care about me at all, but I'm satisfied too. In the future, no matter what fate I face, Brother Feng, I will always be your woman. As long as you find me, I can serve you anytime, anywhere. That's all. Feng, master, goodbye. Gu Qingyi wrote this letter, full of emotions, and there were even tear stains dripping from the top of the paper. Obviously, at the time of writing, she was moved with true feelings, and when Shen Feng saw this letter, he also sighed deeply. Silly woman. The contract was controlled by the Tianfu Guild. Then wouldn't it be fine to buy the entire Heavenly Mansion Guild? Was it that complicated? However, Gu Qingyi's letter had also allowed Shen Feng to see how fragile this surface goddess was inside. In order not to involve Shen Feng, she even went so far as to accept that kind of desperate future. With this letter, with this sentence, I will always be your woman. By virtue of this sentence, master, Shen Feng then decided, Gu Qingyi, he'll save her. Today, he'd like to see who dares to touch his woman in the entire Magic City. Chapter 073 High-Tech Security Company. Shen Feng looked at the time. It was now 9 o'clock in the morning. The meeting was held in the afternoon. There were still about 4 hours before the meeting started. He still had plenty of time to prepare. And he was going to do something today. A very important thing. Thus, Shen Feng went out directly after washing up. He wasn't worried about Gu Qingyi's safety. The Heavenly Palace Guild, despite its bad morale, was after all a large company with very complete security. Before the meeting started, nothing should happen to Gu Qingyi. Shen Feng drove the Lamborghini Aventador and left the Tianfu mansion. It came to a place called Magic City High-Tech Security Company. At the entrance of this company, at this time, there were already rows and rows of strong men in black suits. All of them were big and strong, and they stood at the entrance of the company as if they were waiting for something. When Shen Feng drove into high-tech security, this group of black-suited bodyguards, in unison, shouted, Young Master Shen, Young Master Shen, Young Master Shen. The deck was once again drawn full, but Shen Feng's target today wasn't them. After Shen Feng had that black-suited strongman park the Lamborghini Aventador, he directly walked into the Magic City High-Tech Security Company. When he arrived inside, there was already a middle-aged man with an upright figure waiting for him. Shen Feng followed the middle-aged man, all the way forward. Taking the elevator, he arrived at the top floor of the Magic City High-Tech Security Company. Here, a helicopter had been waiting for a long time. After Shen Feng and the middle-aged man boarded the airplane, rumble, the helicopter took off from the Magic City High-Tech Company and directly flew over the Huangpu River, heading towards the vast ocean. The helicopter flew all the way and eventually stopped on top of a sea island dozens of kilometers away from Magic City. This sea island resembled a privately armed island. On top of the sea island, there were military barracks, training grounds, shooting ranges, field ranges, everything. And there were more than just these. On top of the island, there are even casinos, nightclubs, KTVs and other places, obviously a private entertainment mecca. The security of this place is also very strict. There were loaded security personnel everywhere. There were also some tattooed pugilists that were also on the island, observing in 24 hours a day. Mr. Shen, this place of ours is not bad, right? Our high-tech security company is the only company in the entire Magic City that has a security base. In the entire Magic City, whether it's a rich lady, a big star, or even an entrepreneur who ranks in the top 10 in Magic City, all have enjoyed the services of our high-tech security company. Mr. Shen, it's undoubtedly the most correct choice for you to look for us to hire bodyguards. The one who spoke was none other than that middle-aged man, the general manager of Magic City High-Tech Company, Huang Deqiu. Shen Feng listened to his words and looked at the heavily guarded appearance on this island, and confirmed that this guy wasn't bragging. Only, Shen Feng looked at the KTVs, casinos, and various entertainment venues on the sea island, as well as the gang members that could be seen everywhere, and also couldn't help but sneer. Manager Huang, I see that this place of yours is more than just a security base. Hearing this, Huang Deqiu also revealed a wry smile and said, Mr. Shen, if you want regular security personnel, then you don't need to come to this island. All you need is a word, and I can select a few hundred professional bodyguards for you. But if you want retired mercenaries, underground black boxing kings, retired special forces, or highly intelligent bodyguards who can help you erase evidence, then you'll have to come to the island to find them. Huang Deqiu did not hide anything from Shen Feng. The reason why he was so honest with Shen Feng was because Shen Feng was introduced by the boss of the Royal Dragon Bay Villa area. During the introduction, the other party had already told Huang Deqiu that Shen Feng was a super big customer. Not only did he buy a 7,000 W villa with full payment, he also bought a 5,000 W supercar at full price. This is definitely a god of wealth to be offered up. That's why Huang Deqiu was so respectful to Shen Feng and brought him to such a private place on the island. Shen Feng heard this from Huang Deqiu, also understood the purpose of high-tech security company to engage in this island. In fact, it is normal. So the security company, originally, was created by many people of underground forces in order to whitewash themselves. A little bit of catnip. Also not surprising. This was also really what he needed most at the moment. A large part of the reason he was looking for bodyguards was to save Gu Qingyi and to deal with Wang Biao. Against an underground force like Wang Biao, a friendly approach would definitely be useless. There was only black on black. The hard way. That's what works best. Huang Deqiu brought Shen Feng to a training ground in the center of the island. Here, there were already several teams, dozens of people. All of them, without exception, are tall, big-waisted super strongmen, one by one. The muscles are big as if they can kill a cow with one punch. And most of them had a fierce look on their faces. Obviously, none of them were ruthless characters. When they saw Huang Deqiu coming over, they shouted in unison, "Brother Huang! Brother Huang! Brother Huang!" It was like a little brother meeting his big brother. It seemed that this Huang Deqiu was probably not a good person either. This wasn't surprising either. To be able to sit in the position of general manager in a top security company like Gaoka in Magic City, what kind of ordinary person could it be? Huang Deqiu introduced Shen Feng one by one. Demang team, a total of 5 people. All are masters of sparring. The captain Demang has previously won the national championship. The strength is very strong. The Demang team has solved a total of more than 40 assassinations, arrested more than 400 people. It is a first-class service professional team. Team Big Mang. The price is around $5 million a year. Cost-effective is also very high. While Huang Deqiu was speaking, that Demang stood out on one side. His aura was very strong, and he looked very fierce indeed. Shen Feng also looked over. Just after looking at it, a panel appeared in front of him. Li Demang. Strength rating, C. The strength rating was only C. It was still too far from the A that the system required. Li Demang. Unqualified. Shen Feng shook his head and walked towards the next person. Huang Deqiu continued his introduction. Dragon Tiger Team. A total of 5 people. All of them are one of the top Muay Thai boxing experts. Had played more than 10 years of underground black boxing in Burma. Once even escorted a big drug lord in Burma back to the country. Famous in the news. Team Dragon Tiger. The price is at $8 million a year. Shen Feng looked over again. Zhao Long. Strength rating, B. Xiao Hu. Strength rating, C. It was still too low. Shen Feng was still not too satisfied and continued to the next one. Chapter 074, Cold Teeth. Shen Feng was still not too satisfied and continued with the next one. Next, Huang Deqiu introduced Shen Feng back and forth, but there was no strength rating above A. There were no good candidates. These people are not very good. Is there a better one? Shen Feng was somewhat dissatisfied and asked directly. Better ones do have. Huang Deqiu wanted to say. Said. It's just. Huang Deqiu's words were not finished. A rough voice rang out from the front. Yo, Manager Huang, a boss came over and you didn't tell me? Shen Feng and Huang Deqiu's gazes immediately cast over, only to see 3 burly men, walking in from outside. The leader was a bald burly man. This bald burly man had a stout body, covered in muscles, dark skin, and the whole person was like an iron tower, full of oppressive force. What was even more oppressive was his face. His face had 2 long knife scars that almost cut into his neck, and his eyes were filled with a ferocious light. At a glance, one could tell. This guy must have crawled and fought his way out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Who is this person? Shen Feng noticed. After this bald and strong man, Huang Deqiu obviously shrunk back. Apparently even he was a little afraid of this bald and strong man. Who is this person? Shen Feng noticed. After this bald strong man, Huang Deqiu obviously shrunk back. Obviously even he was a little afraid of this bald strong man. He is Black Biao. Team Black Biao is the strongest team on this island base of ours, although they only have 3 people, but without exception, they are all mercenaries of the Haikoku Foreign Corps. Sounds pretty good. Shen Feng stroked his chin. It is good. Only, Huang Deqiu wanted to say something and said, only that their offer is very high, to be around $15 million. 3 people, $15 million. One person's annual salary was $5 million. This price was indeed not low. However, Shen Feng was indifferent. This small amount of money was not worth getting attached to. He glanced at He Biao. He Biao, strength rating, A. This guy was really the strongest on the entire island, finally fulfilling the system requirements. But at this time, Huang Deqiu added, and the Black Biao team, it's not too good to control. When he said this, Huang Deqiu didn't continue on, because the Black Biao trio had already walked in front of them. Manager Huang, there's no need to say this kind of words to customers, right? I merely had a bit of a temper and beat up a few ungrateful male customers. Can this be considered a matter? Black Biao grinned, his expression still as fierce as ever. When Shen Feng heard this, he also understood. Although this guy was strong, he was rather berserk and his temper was probably not small. This kind of person was not suitable for Shen Feng. What Shen Feng was looking for was obedient, not a group of soldier gangsters. Forget it. Shen Feng directly shook his head, looked at Huang Deqiu and asked, Manager Huang, are there any bodyguards who are a bit more professional? There is. Huang Deqiu said repeatedly. There are those who just retired from the battlefield. Take me over to take a look. Good. Shen Feng and Huang Deqiu left. While He Biao saw that Shen Feng ignored them, he snorted coldly and said, Can't afford to hire. Just say you can't afford to hire. What kind of big-tail wolf are you playing here? Still think our professionalism is not enough? I poo. He waved his hand and drank. Brothers, let's follow over and take a look. I'd like to see if this kid can afford to pay. Thus, Black Biao followed closely behind with two burly men. The group of bodyguards present also followed. Life on this island was dull and boring, and it wasn't easy to have some fun today. So naturally, they had to go up and see the action. Huang Deqiu led Shen Feng all the way to the deepest part of the island. Here there was a small two-story courtyard building. Although it was a bit old, it was cleaned and spotless. This group of people, too, is a total of 5. It is said that they retired from the battlefield, and they are not mercenaries either. They might be a professional army, but we are not too sure exactly what their status is. I only know that when they first came to our base, they were personally received by the boss, and the row was huge. Huang Deqiu walked while introducing to Shen Feng, their captain, who has a very eccentric temper, quotes very high prices. Mr. Shen, you have to consider it carefully. Shen Feng listened to Huang Deqiu's words and immediately came to be very interested. Professional army, retired from the battlefield. Wasn't this exactly what he wanted? As for the price, not a problem at all. Huang Deqiu led Shen Feng to a room in the middle of the small courtyard, knocked on the door. Cold tooth, a boss is here. After a while, creak, the gate opened. Shen Feng had expected a fierce-looking, tough-bodied fierce man to appear. Instead, he did not expect it. What appeared was a woman. This woman was pretty and tall, wearing a black power suit. Although she did not have large muscles, her body line was perfect, and it was obvious that she had trained often. Her skin wasn't like little milk speech Gucci either. It was all fair and white. Her skin was wheat-colored and very healthy. This woman, at a glance, looked like the protagonist inside a European or American kind of big female lead movie. Huang Deqiu smiled and introduced her. Mr. Shen, this is Cold Tooth. Her team has a total of 5 people. It is said that they are all very good people. As for what characteristics they have, I'm not too sure, but you guys can get to know each other. Shen Feng was already disappointed beyond measure when he saw that the person who opened the door was a woman. It wasn't because he discriminated against women. It was just that in the field of bodyguards, the difference in physical strength between a woman and those men from Black Biao before was just too great. A world of difference and disadvantage. I said, we're just staying here temporarily. You don't have to introduce us to clients. They can't afford to give us the price we want either. Shen Feng hadn't even opened his mouth yet. Cold Tooth was the first to speak. Her tone was just like sexual frigidity, without the slightest bit of emotion. That's not necessarily true. This Mr. Shen is a big boss. Huang Deqiu hurriedly introduced. Cold Tooth swept a glance at Shen Feng, but did not say anything more. It could already be seen from her expression. She felt that Shen Feng could not be any big boss at all. Shen Feng, on the other hand, said in a low voice, Manager Huang, what do you mean by this? Why are you introducing me to a woman? Mr. Shen, don't underestimate Longya. She's really not an ordinary woman. Forget it, let me reveal a bit of news to you. Huang Deqiu lowered his voice and said, there's a reason why her figure isn't as strong as the previous gang. She was in the scouting squad before, and is said to be an ace scout. So don't you see that her body is not as strong as that muscular man, but her speed, explosive power, fighting skills, and battlefield intelligence are not comparable to that gang of muscular men. Chapter 075, the meeting begins. Ace scout? Shen Feng could understand when he heard this, because if Longya was a scout, it was indeed this kind of figure that would be more athletic and better hidden. He hurriedly looked towards Longya again. Cold Tooth, strength assessment, S. Ooh, surprisingly, it was S-ranked. He really had the eyes to recognize MT. Tai. Thus, Shen Feng revealed a smile and said, MS. Cold Tooth, whether it's suitable or not will have to wait until the price is quoted. You say a number. Shen Feng didn't talk nonsense and said bluntly. Longya glanced at him and said indifferently, $50 million. 1 year. The words came out. Shen Feng didn't have much of a reaction. Instead, it was Huang Deqiu next to him who stared wide-eyed. 5 people, $50 million a year? This is crazy, right? This is to rob money, right? Huang Dazhou hurriedly said, Longya, if you don't agree, Then you don't agree. And what's the point of messing up the price? Lang Tooth was non-committal and said indifferently, as I said, we are only here for temporary residence and do not accept employment. And he was the one who asked me to quote the number. She shrugged indifferently. Obviously, the figure was just something she said off the top of her head. $50 million for 5 people was indeed outrageous. But what Lang Tooth and Huang Deqi didn't expect was, Shen Feng was laughing. $50 million? No, 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 less. The 5 of you. For 1 year, I'll give you $80 million. How's that? Boom. Shen Feng's words were simply like a bomb that exploded in Huang Deqi's ears. This ing. Such an exaggerated figure of $50 million. And instead of counteroffering, Shen Feng even added $30 million upwards? This crazy, right? Not only Huang Deqiu, even Langya froze for a moment. And then, she coldly looked at Shen Feng. Are you playing me? Her tone was already game to be unkind. But Shen Feng was laughing. I came here to find a bodyguard, not to see a circus. Why am I fooling you? I have only one request for you to add this $30 million. That is that within this year, your entire team, you have to be absolutely obedient to me. Whatever I tell you guys to do, no matter if it's black or white, it's all obedience. Can it be done? Looking at this serious expression of Shen Feng, Cold Tooth was silent. A few moments later, Langya still responded in a sexually cold manner. If you can really afford $80 million, everything, you have the final say. Good. Shen Feng was satisfied when he got this reply and directly said, Manager Huang, bring the contract over. Huang Deqiu was still confused. Only after hearing this did he come back to his senses and hurriedly went to find the contract. The group of bodyguards who had rushed to watch, seeing that Shen Feng was going to offer $80 million to buy the Cold Tooth team, they couldn't help but roar with laughter. $80 million? You damn well can't be talking about the U/South Shield, right? I thought this guy was a rich second generation, but I didn't expect it to be a pretender. If he can come up with $80 million, I'll wash the toilet upside down. Yes, I are 5-speed electric fan. Ha ha. The way this group of burly men looked at Shen Feng was like looking at a joke, but very quickly, their laughter froze, because Huang Deqiu quickly brought up the contract. Shen Feng signed the contract painfully. It entered the payment session. Due to high-tech security, all they had been conducting were large transactions. Therefore, they had exclusive transaction computers. Through the transaction computer, tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of dollars could be operated. When Shen Feng took out a dragon card from the Huaxia Bank and came out, the crowd that had just been laughing and cooing all froze at the moment. When the dragon card crossed the transaction computer, $80 million, successfully traded. The expressions of the crowd of strong men directly changed from stagnation to shock. The transaction is successful? $80 million was traded successfully just like that. This ordinary young man in front of him really directly consumed $80 million? All the burly men were like they had seen a ghost. All of them could not believe their eyes. Not to mention them, even Langya was completely frozen. The $50 million she had clearly quoted to Shen Feng was just a casual remark. She had never thought that someone would really spend that much money to hire a bodyguard. She even more didn't expect that Shen Feng would add another $30 million and make a direct payment. Shen Feng's bravado directly refreshed her cognition. Even in the past, when she was in the war-torn area, she saw all the kind of rich warlords. They were not so trenchant. Mr. Shen, it's a pleasure to work with you. After the signing was completed, Huang Deqiu couldn't hide the smile on his face. However, Shen Feng ignored him and instead looked directly at Cold Tooth. Remember what you said. Langya came back to his senses and said after taking a deep breath, Young master, from today onwards, I, Langya, will serve you. $80 million. It was already enough to make her follow Shen Feng to her death. Shen Feng didn't say anything more and left straight away. However, he had just walked to the door. He Biao directly walked up and said, Young Shun, what happened just now? I was wrong. I offended you. You give me another chance. I don't want much, just $20 million. You only need to offer $20 million to hire me. I will be very obedient. I'm no better than this chick, right? He Biao's intestines were now green with remorse. Had he known that Shen Feng was a godly man of this level, he definitely wouldn't have dared to have that kind of attitude. He was also very unconvinced now. Shen Feng spent $80 million to hire a woman? What made this woman worth this price? But Shen Feng ignored her and said to Cold Tooth, I will wait for you on the airplane for 10 minutes. After saying this sentence, he then directly left the small courtyard. And the black Biao in the back also understood Shen Feng's meaning, and his eyes looked at Langya with ferocity. Little girl, robbing business with us, looking for death. The three of them directly pounced towards Langya. 10 minutes later, Langya arrived at the airport, unharmed, not even messing up his hair. 3 arms and legs are all broken. Call for a rescue plane. Cold Tooth sat on the plane and spoke faintly at Huang Daqiu. When Huang Daqiu heard this, a flash of shock flashed through his eyes. Obviously, he also didn't expect that Lanya would be so powerful. By himself, he had taken out 3 of Black Biao's mercenaries. Very strong. Shen Feng was not surprised. After all, Lanya was an S-class expert. Where are your team members? Before leaving, Shen Feng asked. They are not on the island. When we arrive at the Magic City, I will ask them to gather. Cold Tooth responded. Good. Shen Feng nodded. At this time, he suddenly received a message on his cell phone. Meeting. It had begun. Boom. The helicopter left from the island and quickly returned towards Mordor. Inside the Heavenly Palace Guild building. Wow. Gu Qingyi is still really pretty. Yes. I heard that she used to be the school flower of the Magic City Finance College, and she was also on a newspaper and was selected as the most beautiful student, the dream goddess of countless men. Indeed enough goddess, too beautiful. Hey, grow so beautiful. Or was the company signed a seller's contract, card contract? Today this meeting seems to be to decide her future stay or go. What? Gu Qingyi originally signed a sellout contract. Then she is not finished? No wonder there are so many tycoons and so many business elites coming over for the meeting today. So it's for this. Gu Qingyi walked on the company's hallway. The female anchors around her were pointing and talking at her, listening to their comments. Gu Qingyi's face was a deathly gray. Obviously, she had already accepted her fate, waiting for what was to come. Chapter 076. All the families gather. Gu Qingyi's nightmare. Gu Qingyi arrived in front of the conference hall of the Tianfu mansion without a word. She could already hear a cacophony of voices coming from within the conference hall. It was obvious. At this moment, the conference hall was already almost full of people. These people were business elites, tycoons, corporate executives, and coal bosses, and without exception, they had all come here for Gu Qingyi. Gu Qingyi actually didn't have this much influence, but after last night's guild battle, her value had already gone up. Moreover, the Heavenly Mansion Guild hadn't let this opportunity pass. It publicized the fact that Gu Qingyi was once the flower of the Finance Academy and the most beautiful student. This time, Gu Qingyi's popularity was completely fired up. One entertainment company, one netizen company, and one guild were all very interested in Gu Qingyi and wanted to sign her up. That was why this meeting was so important. Gu Qingyi arrived at the door of the conference hall. Her small, white, tender hand was placed on the door handle, but she was hesitant to push it open. She knew very well that once she pushed open the door and entered the conference hall, what she faced would be a nightmare. But, in the end, she still bit her red lip and pushed open the door to the conference hall. This nightmare, she couldn't escape it. Inside the conference hall at this time, the bosses of the various entertainment companies, various Netflix companies, and various guilds were already gathered together. This Gu Qingyi is really good. High education and high face value, and studied art, used to be the school flower, in the future to cultivate, can even become a first or second line star maybe? That's right, Gu Qingyi is still very potential, only she is good at everything, is too high posture, a little bit unable to let go. Before, Wang Mang even took care of her and wanted to let her go offline, but she rejected it. Oh, can't let go? She signed but the deed of sale. As long as you get this deed of sale, she can't let go or not. It's not up to her. Ha ha, Mr. Wang is right. Today, we should let this Gu Qingyi know what a contract of sale is. A group of entertainment company executives were talking, and it wasn't just them. Even Chen Xiaoyan was within the conference hall at this time. Last night's defeat in the guild battle was already putting Chen Xiaoyan's position in the Elephant Guild in jeopardy. And this morning the board of directors threw a fit and gave him one last chance. That was to personally come to the Heavenly Palace Guild and sign Gu Qingyi up. Only by taking down Gu Qingyi would he be able to redeem himself. So, this meeting, for him, was crucial. Mr. Chen, don't worry, although I currently don't know exactly who the person who bought 95% of our Heavenly Mansion's equity is, but what I can be sure of is that no matter who he is, he definitely won't terminate the cooperation with the Elephant Guild, and he will definitely agree to us selling Gu Qingyi off. After all, our Heavenly Mansion Guild is a subsidiary of the Elephant Guild, and you are our boss. It's only by cooperating with you that our Heavenly Mansion will be able to make money. The vice chairman of the Heavenly Mansion Guild, Zhou Changlin, was currently sitting beside Chen Xiaoyang and said with a fawning face, he was Zhou Hai's father, currently the actual person in charge of the entire Heavenly Mansion Guild. When Chen Xiaoyang heard this, he also let out a cold smile. Very good. It's not in vain that our Elephant Guild has cultivated you for so long. Do well. As long as this matter can be successfully completed today, then the position of chairman of the Heavenly Mansion Guild will definitely be yours. Chen Xiaoyang was winning, although they, the Elephant Guild, had lost their stake in the Heavenly Mansion Guild. However, the executives of the entire Heavenly Mansion Guild were basically all from their Elephant Guild. Even without the equity, they were still able to firmly control the entire Heavenly Mansion Guild, and that mysterious tycoon who bought 95% of the equity. Even if he were to parachute into the Heavenly Mansion Guild and become the chairman, he wouldn't have any power. At best, he would just be a profit sharer. Of course, if he really wanted to take power, he did have a way. That would be to open up all the executives of the Heavenly Mansion Guild and grab all the power in his own hands. But doing so would undoubtedly be pushing the Heavenly Mansion Guild into the abyss. Unless he really doesn't want to rely on the Heavenly Mansion Guild to make money. This was also the reason why Chen Xiaoyan was so sure of himself. Good. Hearing this sentence from Chen Xiaoyang, Zhou Changlin immediately smiled excitedly. Then thank you, Mr. Chen. While the two were discussing, suddenly, boom, the door of the conference hall was pushed open directly by someone. A tall, beautiful, stunningly good-looking woman with a golden ratio, a 9-headed body, a water snake waist, a devil's body and an angel's face appeared at the door of the conference hall. She didn't have to dress up too much, and simply just stood there. It was enough to make her feel a kind of overwhelming beauty. Gu Changyi, coming. For a moment, the originally noisy conference hall was instantly silenced, and the gazes of all the people in the room looked towards the doorway in unison. Everyone's gazes all landed on Gu Qingyi's body. After they finished recklessly sizing up Gu Qingyi, these people's gazes gradually changed from calm, to hot, and even greedy, too beautiful. The temperament was too good. Even the temperament of a first-tier big star, I'm afraid, wouldn't necessarily be able to compare to Gu Qingyi's. This was a natural netizen. This is a born star. Today, they must take Gu Qingyi down. One entertainment company and one guild, after seeing Gu Qingyi in person, had a more favorable opinion of her. And Gu Qingyi's delicate body trembled slightly when she felt the hot and greedy gazes. Although she used to give speeches in school and was often surrounded by others, she was able to remain calm and composed. But this time, instead, she felt like she was being targeted by a ferocious beast. It was as if the beasts would pounce on her at any moment and tear her apart. She was like a fish on a chopping board. Whether she was sliced or chopped, steamed or braised, was no longer up to her. But even so, Gu Qingyi still mustered up enough courage. In the midst of countless people's hot and greedy gazes, she walked step by step to the center of the conference hall, looked at Zhou Changlin, who was not far away, and said in a cold voice, Mr. Zhou, last night, I had won my guild battle. You should fulfill the promise you once made to me, changing my contract into an ordinary one. Although Gu Qingyi was soft and weak, the words that Locke said were still resounding. But after Gu Qingyi said this, the entertainment company executives and guild executives in the room all froze for a moment. Afterward, without exception, they all burst out in laughter. The laughter was filled with Gu Qingyi's sneers. Chapter 077, The Terrifying Contract of Sale. Gu Qingyi's words were too ridiculous for those of them who had absolute control over the contract. It had come to this. Gu Qingyi still didn't understand just how terrifying the contract of sale was, and Zhou Changlin laughed contemptuously. Gu Qingyi, you did perform quite well in last night's guild battle. The company also commended you very much. The company already decided yesterday, and applied for a pay raise for you, mentioning your current base salary, from 60,000 to 10,000. I hope you continue to work hard next time. Thank the company properly. The matter of the contract was not mentioned at all, and the 4,000 raise was, without a doubt, an unmerciful trampling on Gu Qingyi. In that guild war last night, both sides had fought for more than $100 million combined, and 4,000 wasn't enough to stuff their teeth. Gu Qingyi knew that Zhou Changlin was humiliating himself. She was petulantly furious, clenching her fists, biting her red lips, and said, Mr. Zhou, what I want to talk to you about today is the matter of the contract. I no longer have the luxury of seeking dividends from my previous earnings from various PKs within the company, and I don't want a single penny of those bounty payments. I just want my own contract back. Although Gu Qingyi already had very little money now, but compared to the contract of sale, money wasn't very important to her anymore. All she wanted now was to get out of the Heavenly Mansion Guild and truly become Brother Feng's woman. But Zhou Changlin, how could he make her heart happy? The contempt at the corner of Zhou Changlin's mouth intensified, saying, Gu Qingyi, the company will naturally handle your contract. When you fulfill your conditions, the company will naturally change your contract. Right now, your conditions haven't been met. Therefore, the contract cannot be changed yet. These words were just finished. Gu Qingyi then droned out in a delicate voice. Could it be that $100 million of bounty money isn't enough to buy me a contract? This voice was very loud, resounding throughout the conference hall. However, there was a touch of despair and powerlessness in the tone. Those entertainment company executives and guild executives were still smiling with teasing sneers. Gu Qingyi's current resistance looked ridiculous to them. On the other hand, the female anchors of the Heavenly Mansion Guild, who were also in the conference hall, were grim-faced inside one after another. Among them, there was no lack of those who would sign the contract of sale. They were also as desperate as Gu Qingyi. They had thought that Gu Qingyi, who had the support of the divine heroes and had already passed the guild battle, would definitely be able to successfully change her contract today, but now they finally understood. It was absolutely impossible. A contract of sale was a contract of sale, forever controlled amongst the Heavenly Mansion Guild. It could never be changed. As for Little Milk Speech, she was actually present. She was also a member of the Heavenly Mansion Guild, and she still had to be present at this meeting today. Her large, flirtatious eyes looked at Gu Qingyi and muttered, "From the moment you signed the contract of sale, your future has already been decided. Sister Qingyi, I'm sorry, there's nothing we can do to help you. Even if Brother Feng himself comes, he won't be able to save you." Little Milk Words looked at Gu Qingyi, a fascination gradually surfacing in her eyes as she whispered, "Sister Qingyi, actually, Milkian has always liked you. Not the kind of liking between friends, but a fascination for Big Sister. Sister Qingyi, you are as charming as a queen in front of Milkian." Milkwords really fantasized that Sister Qingyi, you are like a queen to ravage and trample on Milkwords. Back when Brother Feng said, "Let's Sister Flower," Milkwords also fantasized about how exciting it would feel if Milkwords was able to push you, a queen, down and send you to Brother Feng's face. Milk Speech wants to see with her own eyes, Brother Feng treating you. That would definitely be fun. This was a passage from Little Milk Speech's heart. It wasn't like she had a problem with her sexual orientation. A lot of soft and tender little women like her would have a fascination with their big sisters, and Gu Qingyi, without a doubt, was very much in line with that fascination. Gu Qingyi was very much in line with the goddess fantasy regardless of her looks, temperament, and figure. Thinking of this, Little Milk Speech's pretty face dimmed and she suddenly sighed. But, all of this, I guess it can't be done. Little Milk Speech was well aware of the horror of the deed of sale. No matter how Gu Qingyi resisted today, it was absolutely useless. Sure enough, right after Gu Qingyi spoke those words, Zhou Changlin's face changed violently and he said sternly, "Gu Qingyi, are you negotiating with the company?" Gu Qingyi didn't take a step back and said, "I just want my contract back. I've met all the conditions." "Met all the conditions?" Zhou Changlin said as if he had heard the most ridiculous joke in the world. "Aren't all your conditions prescribed by the company? If I want to change it, it's merely a matter of words." This was already undisguised, completely tearing his face off. Gu Qingyi's pretty face turned pale for a while. Gritting her teeth, she angrily said, "Zhou Changlin, don't you people have a bottom line?" "Bottom line is nothing." Zhou Changlin coldly laughed and understood. "Gu Qingyi, from the moment you signed the deed of sale, that's out of your hands. Of course, you can also choose to breach the contract. According to the amount of money played in yesterday's guild war, the company can give more than $50 million for your current worth, 20 times the default amount, 1 billion. And, on Wang Biao's side, we won't continue to bail you out. It's not even just Wang Biao who will be looking for you. Gu Qingyi, we've already found out that your account in the company isn't clean, and a lot of your funds are borrowed from moneylenders in your personal name. If you continue to work with the company, we will help you slowly make up for this money. But if, however, you dare to break away from the company, then you're on your own." The figure was poor. Zhou Changlin directly displayed his fangs, and when Gu Qingyi heard this, her petite body couldn't seem to stop trembling. She had never contacted a moneylender, and had never borrowed money. All her operations are arranged by the company, together with the funds, are also by the company out. Could it be that? Gu Qingyi's pupils widened violently. It wasn't until this moment that she finally understood why the deed of sale was so terrifying, and why no one dared to break the contract. From the moment she signed the deed of sale, her identity information had been completely clutched in the hands of the company, which could use it at will. And the company has already utilized her identity information to lend money in all kinds of formal and informal lending companies, completely ensnaring her. As long as she dares to default, then what she will face is not only the sky-high compensation. Chapter 078. All of you, sit down for me. Rather, it is the endless trouble. Looking at Gu Qingyi's pretty face getting paler and paler, Zhou Changlin's smile became even more unrestrained and said, "Gu Qingyi, do you really think that just because you have a big brother, you can get out of the company's control? Under the power of capital, you're still too young. Even if One Leaf's Maple himself comes here today, he still won't be able to save you. Your fate is controlled by the company. You can never change it. Do you understand?" Zhou Changlin's words were beyond cruel, but they were indeed the truth. Gu Qingyi couldn't say any more words. Her eyes stood frozen in place. She was silent. Her last glimmer of hope was dashed. She only felt the endless darkness that completely enveloped her. She couldn't see any light, nor could she see any hope. Her life, it had almost come to an end. As for the rest of the female anchors of the Heavenly Mansion Guild, when they heard Zhou Changlin's words, their eyes were also permeated with anger. and one after another, they clenched their fists. One of the short-tempered female anchors even cursed. Zhou Changlin, you'll get your retribution sooner or later. Yes, you used all sorts of tactics to make us sign a sellout contract and be controlled by the company when we were in the most difficult times. You guy who eats human blood buns, you deserve to die. Zhou Changlin. These female anchors had long been filled with grievances against Zhou Changlin, and now all of them were vented. However, Zhou Changlin's next sentence caused all of them to shut up. Keep cursing. If you all want to become Gu Qingyi, I can fulfill you. Those female anchors were instantly terrified. Although they had also signed a contract of sale, their influence was too much smaller than Gu Qingyi's. Therefore, their daily task was to broadcast straight live, and they didn't need to accompany their bosses or subterfuge or anything like that yet. Or rather, they hadn't been seen by their bosses yet. But if, say, it turned into Gu Qingyi, then it would be over. This meeting, it was said to change Gu Qingyi to change her contract. In reality, it was an auction in disguise. Whoever auctions for the highest price, Gu Qingyi will be theirs. This was bloody profit. The female anchors didn't dare to speak. Gu Qingyi was desperate. Today's meeting, this was the official start. Zhou Changlin said directly, everyone, I know everyone's time is precious. Now, we won't waste any more time. Gu Qingyi is one of our guild's most promising female anchors, so if you all want to sign her, then make a bid. The executives of the various entertainment companies and the bosses of the various guilds had long been impatient. What they were waiting for was now. We, Fengyi Entertainment Company, are very interested in MS. Gu, and we're bidding $53 million. We, Skyhorse Entertainment, bid $55 million. Long River Entertainment, bidding $60 million. Marina International Entertainment, bidding $64 million. One company after another all participated in the bidding. Gu Qingyi's price was also speculated to $60 to $70 million. This price wasn't really high. After last night's guild battle, Gu Qingyi's name had already resounded through the fighting sharks, and had even stirred up a lot of waves across the internet. She had almost entered the ranks of first-tier anchors. Tens of millions of dollars to sign a first-tier big anchor was not a loss. And the main thing was, Gu Qingyi was still a sellout. As long as she was signed, she could be disposed of at will, allowing her to serve all kinds of bosses, and the benefits gained from this were also infinite. Therefore, a bunch of entertainment companies, a bunch of guilds, all of them rushed towards Gu Qingyi. As for Gu Qingyi, she stood in the center of the conference hall, listening to the sound of an auction. Desperate to the extreme, she felt like a slave, lowly to the extreme. These so-called companies, these so-called guilds, were all brutal slave masters, ready to torture her. At this moment, Gu Qingyi's heart cooled to the extreme. She clasped her hands to her chest, helpless like a little girl, trembling. Tears couldn't stop seeming to fall. Oh, Brother Feng, I'm sorry. Most likely, in this life, we won't be able to see each other again. She already had no hope for her fate whatsoever. She had only predicted that she might fall into a certain rich man's mistress lover. But now, it seemed that once she fell into the hands of these entertainment companies, what she was facing was endless shame. She wasn't sure that she could hold out. Can she still see Shen Feng? Eventually, Elephant Guild bid $130 million. The price that Chen Xiaoyang offered directly shocked the entire room, and no one dared to bid back again. In fact, this price, there was about $50 million of water. It was the cooperation between the Heavenly Mansion Guild and the Elephant Guild. Originally, Gu Qingyi was the Elephant Guild's internalization. Of course, if there was a higher bid than the Elephant Guild, they could also snatch Gu Qingyi over. But the price of $130 million, there was already no entertainment company, no guild that dared to grab it. The hammer sealed the deal, and with a smile like a chrysanthemum blooming on his face, Zhou Changlin said, Mr. Chen, happy cooperation. Chen Xiaoyang also smiled and replied, happy cooperation. The two sides reached cooperation. Gu Qingyi's contract, which had gone around in circles, would eventually end up in the hands of the Elephant Guild, and Chen Xiaoyang, who had successfully bid on the contract, also looked at Gu Qingyi and sneered. Gu Qingyi, actually, your fate was already predetermined a long time ago. I might as well make it clear to you. For this auction, $60 million was offered by Wang Mang Wang Xiao. After the contract is completed and handed over, we will also send you directly to Xiao Wang's hands. You should be young Master Wang's person then. And why struggle? Wang Mang, it was back to the very beginning. Gu Qingyi still hadn't been able to escape Wang Mang, but she didn't regret it. Compared to Wang Mang, Brother Feng is much too much better. Gu Qingyi bit her red lips and said coldly, scum. Facing Gu Qingyi's rant, Chen Xiaoyang wasn't angry at all and laughed. Gu Qingyi, the way you are angry, you are actually quite pretty. It's just hard for us to see it later. You've angered Mr. Wang Mang over and over again, and Mr. Wang's temper is not very good. Tonight, you get ready. Young Wang will definitely not let you go. At the moment, in Chen Chaoyang's eyes, Gu Qingyi was already a prey that had been tied up and was about to be sent to Wang Mang's bed, and Gu Qingyi's eyes were incomparably desperate. It's over. Everything was over. Zhou Changlin also stood up at this moment and shouted, since no one continues to bid, then today's meeting ends here. Everyone, dismiss the meeting. But his words had just finished, but then he heard an ice-cold voice coming from outside. I'm not here yet. You, Zhou Changlin, what qualifications do you have to end the meeting? All of you, sit down for me. It was a loud voice that instantly resounded throughout the entire conference hall. Chapter 079 Maple of a Leaf. And Zhou Changlin couldn't help but burst into a rage after hearing those words. Who dares to cause trouble in my Heavenly Mansion Guild? Within the entire Heavenly Mansion Guild, Zhou Changlin possessed absolute control, and not a single person dared to disobey him. It was even more unlikely that anyone would dare to provoke him like this. For a moment, the gazes of the entire room looked towards the gate. Boom! Only to see the gate being violently pushed open. For sturdy men with upright figures and resolute faces were the first to rush in and stood on both sides, as if they were greeting some big shot. Immediately following, a handsome-looking youth in a white suit walked in quickly. Behind him, there was also a long-legged beauty with a black laptop, wearing a black suit and a cold temperament. The appearance of this group of people, it caused almost everyone present to be stunned. This was because whether it was the executives of the major entertainment companies or the bosses of the major guilds, all of them were in a daze at the moment. None of them recognized who had come in. How could the row be so big? Only Little Milk's speech and Gu Qingyi's expressions on their pretty faces changed instantly after they saw the person who came in. First was Little Milk's speech. At first glance, she saw the white-suited young man walking at the front, and it was no one else but her Shen Feng, Brother Feng. Her subconscious reaction was, why did Brother Feng come over? What is he going to do? But very quickly, Little Milkward seemed to realize something and looked directly at Gu Qingyi, covering her small mouth. Could it be that Brother Feng is trying to come to save Sister Qingyi? This can't be right? This bidding for Gu Qingyi was an exchange of interests between the major entertainment companies and the major guilds, and belonged to an internal auction. It was not allowed for individuals to bid on it. Therefore, even if Shen Feng spent money, it would be difficult to save Gu Qingyi, not to mention that the Elephant Guild is still eyeing. Even if Shen Feng was really qualified to participate in the auction, it would cost at least $200 million or more. This was undoubtedly a terrifying amount for an individual. And if Shen Feng wasn't trying to solve Gu Qingyi's problem through bidding, then what else could be done? It was simply impossible to save it. Gu Qingyi, who was in despair, also saw Shen Feng, who entered quickly at this moment. She froze at once. She froze in place, not knowing what to say. Originally, she had been enveloped in infinite darkness. Originally, she had already given up all hope and waited for the sanction of fate. But Shen Feng's appearance was undoubtedly a light that cut through the darkness. It undoubtedly brought her new hope. Gu Qingyi covered her mouth, and her tears couldn't seem to stop falling. Brother Feng, why did you still came over? Why don't you listen to me? Oh, her heart was moved to the extreme. However, her reason was very clear. Shen Feng shouldn't have come. No matter how much money Shen Feng smashed and how much noise he made, there was absolutely no way he could save her. There was no need to waste time for her. At the same time, the gazes of Zhou Changlin, Chen Xiaoyang and the others also all fell on Shen Feng. Who is this? Zhou Changlin's eyes narrowed slightly, and Zhou Hai, who was sitting beside him, gritted his teeth and said, he's Gu Qingyi's boyfriend. He's the one who injured me yesterday. Oh, Zhou Changlin's eyes revealed a glint. That's the one who came to the company to cause trouble? He waved his hand violently. The next second, Tianfu Guild security guards rushed up from all sides, holding electric batons and looking at Shen Feng and the others with vigilance. After the security guards were all in position, only then did Zhou Changlin look condescendingly at Shen Feng and said contemptuously, who are you, daring to intrude into our Heavenly Mansion Guild's meeting hall so arrogantly? You really don't have a lot of guts. Facing the strange gazes of countless people in the conference hall, Shen Feng, however, laughed coldly. Heavenly Mansion Guild. I can enter when I want and leave when I want. What kind of thing are you? Are you qualified to control me? These words came out. The surrounding crowd all burst into an uproar. This young man was also too arrogant, right? To barge into someone else's company and still dare to say such provocative words. He really hadn't been beaten before. Zhou Changlin's face also jerked a few times. Within the Heavenly Mansion Guild, no one had dared to speak to him like this. Last night you injured my son. I have yet to settle the score with you. Now you send it to me. Just in time. What are you guys waiting for? Go together and club this guy out of here. An order was given. All the security guards in the whole place were about to wave their batons and rush up towards Shen Feng. The crowd in the conference hall was also talking. Who is this kid? dare to be so arrogant. It should be beaten. Oh, rash one. I heard that he seems to still be Gu Qingyi's boyfriend. Gu Qingyi's boyfriend? Then in the future is not to be a green grass? No strength, still want to rush in to save the beauty. Really do not know how to die. Just a ridiculous guy. Not worth mentioning. All the executives of the entertainment company, all the guild bosses, all were put in Shen Feng's eyes. But Shen Feng's next sentence, but it shocked them all to the extreme. Only to see Shen Feng facing the security guards who rushed up. His face was calm and he just calmly said, "My name is Shen Feng. You guys may not recognize me, but my ID, you guys should be able to remember. I am Maple of One Leaf." Boom! This sentence. It was undoubtedly like a thunderbolt that instantly exploded within the entire conference hall. From Chen Chaoyang onwards, down to some female anchors, almost everyone present had only one expression left on their faces at this moment, and that was shock. Shock from the bottom of their hearts. The Maple of One Leaf? This youth in front of them was actually the famous One Leaf Maple? Although these people, and the idea of One Leaf's Maple didn't have much interaction, but this name can be said to be like a thunderclap. In the Fighting Sharks can be said to be no one knows. No one knows. A PK spending hundreds of millions. In less than a week's time, consumption has been as high as 200 million. Directly into the Do Shark annual god list. This is a superhero who can crush K-God and Wang Meng. Today, surprisingly, he appeared. And most of all, they also know, Maple of One Leaf is Gu Qingyi's big boss. Gu Qingyi's first gold master. He appeared here today, and his intentions were already very clear. For a moment, murmurs rose and fell. The Maple of One Leaf has actually appeared. I thought it was a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, but I didn't expect it to be so young. Yeah, and it looks flat except for being a little bit handsome. Such a young man. How much financial power can there be? It is true, and before our major guild's prediction is the same. This One Leaf of the Maple is just an outburst. This kind of outburst doesn't have much of a brain, and now that he appeared at the Heavenly Palace Guild, he must be trying to save Gu Qingyi through money. Ha ha, that would be a good show. Chapter 080, all the people here are stupid. The Heavenly Mansion Guild has already squeezed more than 200 million from Shen Feng's body, and looking at this appearance of One Leaf's Maple, it's estimated that there's still money left. It can still continue to squeeze. Let's see how Zhou Changlin operates. Those entertainment company executives and guild bosses were looking at Shen Feng at the moment as if they were watching a joke. In their eyes, Maple of One Leaf, although it was indeed a great divine hero, but it was also a fat sheep that was at their mercy. Today, One Leaf's Maple, if he really wanted to save Gu Qingyi, then the meat that he could cut off could be too much, and, no matter how much it cost, it was impossible for him to save Gu Qingyi. A person could not play with the power of capital. While Zhou Changlin's smile at the corner of his mouth was even more intense after hearing about Iya Jifeng, with a wave of his hand, he made all the security guards stop, and then, he looked at Shen Feng with a smile on his face and said, "So it's Mr. Shen. I've been slow. Come on people. Still not quick enough to give Mr. Shen a seat." Several assistants hurriedly moved a chair. Shen Feng didn't mind and sat down directly. Zhou Changlin continued again. "Mr. Shen, this time you came to our Tianfu guild. Is it because of Gu Qingyi's matter? So what if it is?" Shen Feng said teasingly. "That's really unfortunate." Zhou Changlin made a look of regret and said, "Mr. Shen, just now, our contract negotiations about Gu Qingyi have ended. The Elephant Guild, at a price of $130 million, has bought Gu Qingyi's future contract. You came at a bad time." Zhou Changlin was very sorry, but soon, he changed his face again and said, "But Mr. Shen, you're Gu Qingyi's gold master, so I can make an exception and give you a chance. Let you participate in the bidding as well. As long as you bid a high price, I can also let Gu Qingyi go with you." Speaking at the end, Zhou Changlin even made a wink towards Chen Chaoyang. Chen Chaoyang was also a veteran of the business world and quickly understood, directly slapping the table and getting up, angrily saying, "Zhou Changlin, what do you mean? The auction is over and you still want to change the rules, and letting our Elephant Guild bid against Mr. Shen? What kind of heart are you resting on? How could we possibly be Mr. Shen's opponent?" Zhou Changlin responded again. "Mr. Shen, this is our Heavenly Mansion Guild's auction. The rules naturally need to be set by us, and Mr. Shen is Gu Qingyi's big gold master. What's wrong with letting him participate in one auction? If you don't believe me, ask your colleagues present if they agree with me." Zhou Changlin scanned around the group of entertainment company executives and guild owners present. Without exception, all of this group of people responded in droves. "Mr. Zhou is right. It's time to give Mr. Shen a chance. Mr. Shen is definitely qualified to participate in the bidding. Mr. Shen, hurry up and show the financial power," and ruthlessly hit the Elephant Guild's face. so that they know what it means that there are people outside of the people, and there are people outside of the sky. Mr. Shen, go for it. Facing the support of countless people, Chen Xiaoyang also looked furious and sat on his butt in his seat. Good. Very good. Then let's shoot again. I don't believe we'll lose. Zhou Changlin, Chen Xiaoyang, one white face, one red face. On the other hand, all the guild bosses and company executives present were all falling on their swords, and they all gave Zhou Changlin and Chen Xiaoyang a helping hand. They just wanted to see Shen Feng participate in the bidding, squeeze the last of Shen Feng's money out of him. This is a very good calculation. It's a pity that what they didn't expect was, they were now as ridiculous as clowns in front of Shen Feng. Gu Qingyi was anxious all of a sudden and said, "Don't, Brother Feng, don't fall for it. Even if you participate in the bidding, it's useless. Don't waste your money." She knew the tricks these people played. As long as the deed of sale was still in the hands of the Heavenly Mansion Guild, no matter how much money Shen Feng offered, they would never let go. No matter how much money was spent, it was just a waste of money. And Little Milk Speech also gritted her teeth in hatred and said, "A bunch of scum. How dare they join forces to pit my brother Feng? Good thing, my brother Feng is a smart person. He definitely won't fall for your tricks." She had absolute confidence in Shen Feng. This kind of small trick, she was sure that Shen Feng could see it. Only what surprised her was, after watching Zhou Changlin put on this show, Shen Feng was smiling unabated and said playfully, "Okay, I'll accompany you guys to bid. Play along with you guys." Hearing this sentence, Zhou Changlin was ecstatic. He had taken the bait. This maple of one leaf really took the bait. Good. Then in that case, the bidding continues. Elephant Guild, $130 million. Mr. Shen, do you wish to continue the bidding? The eyes of the crowd fell on Shen Feng. Shen Feng didn't hesitate for half a second and directly raised his hand. $150 million. Sir, $150 million. $160 million. Elephant Guild, $160 million. $180 million. Mr. Shen, $180 million. The two parties raised the price on each other. When the price came to $250 million, Chen Xiaoyang deliberately made a defeated expression and sighed. "Forget it. Our Elephant Guild gives up." The hammer sealed the deal. Zhou Changlin turned directly to Shen Feng and smiled. "Mr. Shen, congratulations on successfully auctioning off Gu Qingyi's contract. But, Mr. Shen, since you haven't created an entertainment company yet, our contract can't be matched yet. So, how about you sign a written contract with us first, and then we'll complete the deal after your entertainment company is created?" The figure was out of the question. Creating an entertainment company and having to get a formal contract document, that would be at least 2 or 3 months from now. There was too much room to maneuver in those 2 or 3 months. "Don't promise, Brother Feng, don't." At this moment, both Gu Qingyi and Little Milkwords had realized that this was a trap, and all wanted to stop Shen Feng, but Shen Feng was laughing. "Good, I agree." This time, the expressions of everyone in the room were first stunned, and then they could not stop laughing coldly. Sure enough, he was a ruffian. Sure enough, a thug, in front of Capital, directly being played as a little cutie. And they couldn't help but cast envious glances towards Zhou Changlin. Zhou Changlin had really made a bloody fortune when he ran into this kind of thug. It was too good, and Zhou Changlin couldn't help his ecstasy, saying, "Then Mr. Shen, pay the deposit for the contract first. Usually half is paid first. Pay half up front?" Shen Feng, however, said disdainfully, "In my Shen Feng's dictionary, there is no such thing as paying half up front. Full payment." Zhou Changlin was so excited that he was practically about to jump up and said in a hurry, "Good, good, good. Quickly come someone, bring the transaction computer over." An assistant took the transaction computer to Shen Feng. Shen Feng directly took out a golden Huaxia Bank dragon card. When the crowd saw this dragon card, they were all startled. This dragon card, it was a representation of identity, and with a dragon card, it really had the power to make payments. Being that everyone thought Shen Feng was going to be played to death by Capital today, Shen Feng, however, did not swipe his card, but instead, the corner of his mouth hooked into a teasing smile. $250 million. I do have it. I can also spend $250 million and buy Gu Qingyi. Only, today, no need. When Zhou Changlin heard this, but his face changed slightly, saying, "Mr. Shen, what do you mean by this? Playing games with us? Wasn't it you guys who fooled me first?" Shen Feng swept around everyone present and said with contempt, "All of you, one by one, all think how smart you are, but in reality, all of you are stupid. Right, I'm not singling out any of you. What I'm saying is that everyone here, all of them, are stupid. Don't you people like to play with Capital? Then today, I'll show you all what is called the power of Capital. Incoming." A loud shout once again spread throughout the entire arena. Chapter 081, the whole audience is shocked. A big joke in the sky. In the instant Shen Feng's voice fell. The cold beauty in black suit standing behind Shen Feng, Cold Tooth, took out a pile of documents from a briefcase and threw them directly on the table. The crowd of entertainment company executives and guild bosses in the conference hall were first stunned. They didn't quite understand what Cold Tooth was doing. Could it be that there was something special about these documents? Puzzled, they picked up the documents on the table, but after merely glancing at them, the faces of this group of people instantly changed drastically. In particular, some of the executives of the Heavenly Mansion Guild, after seeing the documents, their faces were as hard to see as if they had eaten this document in their hands. It was precisely a copy of the equity transaction. It was clearly written, the entire Tianfu Group, 95% of the shares, has been transferred from the seed capital to Shen Feng's name. Now Shen Feng owns 95% of Tianfu Group, is the absolute controller. At this moment, almost everyone in the room, all speechless, the scene, death-like silence. Zhou Changlin and Chen Chaoyan were the only ones who hadn't reacted yet, because they didn't take this document seriously at all. In their opinion, Shen Feng might have some money, but he didn't have any bottom line. People like him were just leaks to be harvested in the business world and couldn't turn any waves. Therefore, they didn't think that Shen Feng could do anything amazing. Under the absolute power of capital, he could not resist at all, especially Zhou Changlin. He didn't care about this document that Cold Tooth had taken out, but seeing that everyone's faces had become incredibly ugly, he also snorted coldly. What's going on with you guys? Why do you all look like you've seen a ghost? A Heavenly Mansion Guild executive sitting beside him said in a trembling voice. Mr. Zhou, you, look for yourself. He trembled and handed over the document in his hand. A shock. A document taken out by a thug. How terrifying can it be? Zhou Changlin disdained it and directly took the document, casually flipping through a few pages. At first, he didn't care and didn't put the document in his eyes at all, but gradually looking down, his expression became more and more ugly. Seeing the end, his pupils abruptly dilated, and he violently slammed the table, slapping the document hard on the table. No, this is impossible. This document must be a forgery. It must be a fake. Shen Feng, you're lying to us. His eyes were already bursting with blood and were already permeated with madness. He couldn't believe his eyes. Couldn't believe that this document in front of him was real, because if this document was real, it would be too terrifying for him. Chen Chaoyan was puzzled and said, Mr. Zhou, why are you so excited? How is it that you don't even have this city? It's not just a text. Chen Chaoyan was about to take out a few moments of the business world's big brother's appearance, but after he also looked through that document, but also his face changed dramatically, directly slammed the table and said angrily, Shen Feng, you dare to take this fake document out to fool us? Are you crazy? This guy was enraged, even more exaggerated than Zhou Changlin's reaction, and it wasn't just him. The group of entertainment company executives and guild bosses present all looked at Shen Feng with dead eyes at this moment as well. They also didn't believe that this document could be true, because if this document was true, then all of them here today, all of them will become a joke. A big joke. Countless people's questioning gazes all fell on Shen Feng's body. Shen Feng, however, laughed contemptuously. You guys really don't see a coffin without tears? Ah, good. Then today, I, Shen Feng, am going to press you all to death on the ground. Cold Teeth. There was another loud shout. Cold Tooth, who was in a black suit, once again walked forward and directly took out a laptop computer, opened the computer, connecting to the large central screen in the conference hall. Instantly, a copy of the transaction certificate from the Magic City Securities Exchange Center, a copy of the equity transfer diagram. There was also the current equity ratio map of the entire Tianfu Group, which directly appeared on top of the central big screen. Above, Hurricane shows the entire Tianfu Group 95% of the equity, control in the hands of a named Tianfu Foundation, and this Tianfu Foundation was just created. The CEO of the foundation was none other than Shen Feng. After all the evidence was listed, Shen Feng looked around at all the people present. His gaze was stern, and he snapped, Now, do you guys still have anything to say? This sound, powerful and loud, resounded throughout the entire conference hall. Boom! The scene in front of them was like an atomic bomb that exploded in front of everyone's eyes. Ironclad evidence, without a doubt. This is already hard evidence. Shen Feng had really taken control of 95% of the equity of the entire Tianfu Group. Shen Feng really is the biggest real power controller of Tianfu Guild. At this moment, the entertainment company executives and guild bosses who had just shouted that they were using capital to toy with Shen Feng only felt their faces burning hot. They felt as if they had been fiercely smacked by Shen Feng, being completely slapped in the face. Only at this moment did they finally realize, those small wits of theirs, those small means, in front of Shen Feng, how ridiculous, how stupid. The people who reacted the most were none other than Shen Xiaoyang and Zhou Changlin. These two guys, it simply felt like the sky was falling. Everything was over. They knew that Shen Feng was in control of 95% of Gifted Group's equity. And what that meant. What contract? What bidding? What contract of sale? In front of Shen Feng, it had completely become a joke. Gu Qingyi, it was no longer possible to be held hostage by them. All the things they did today had completely turned into a most ridiculous joke. Shen Feng was like watching a bunch of clowns perform on stage, acting out such a big, stupid drama. And this group of fools ate their words. The female anchors of the Heavenly Mansion Guild, as well as some of their employees, including Gu Qingyi and Little Milk Speech, were shocked after hearing the news. My God, Mr. Shen actually owns 95% of the equity of the Heavenly Mansion Guild, and is actually the actual controller of the entire Heavenly Mansion Guild. This is too inconceivable, isn't it? Ha ha. No wonder Mr. Shen dared to play auction with Zhou Changlin. Ah, this is damn simply playing with Zhou Changlin. Ah, what the power of capital. This is simply what I heard this year. The most ridiculous jokes. People Feng Shen directly do not play with you. Directly by the company all down. This group of fools are still complacent. Too ridiculous. Seeing this pig liver face of Zhou Changlin, I really feel too good. Great joy. Oh, it's not just Zhou Changlin. Look at those people around. Those guild executives and bosses. How arrogant they were just now. How ridiculous they are now.